Cold droplets his forehead as Lin Ye snapped. Open air was cold, dark, and damp. A cave thick with a stench of blood and filth that clogged his nostrils. He bowed his head. Rough grass-green skin covered a frail body with blunt claws that could barely tear fruit. What the hell is this thing? He stood there dazed. But one truth remained: his name is Lin Ye. He was human. At least until a moment ago. What now? Goblin. Damn it. As the thought rose, a pale blue panel slammed into his mind, merciless and indisputable. Ding. Conquest panel activated automatically. Host Lin Ye. Rank Juvenile Goblin. Combat Power 0. 5 Stamina 6, 2, 100 Intelligence 1. 2. Status Hunger Fear Confusion. Before Lin Ye could think, the panel refreshed, and the cave's inhabitants' data rolled out in rows. Chief Goblin Combat Power 1. 5 OHP 9 4100 Intelligence 0. 7 Mature Goblins 1. 0 and 0. 8 Cubs and Pups weak and hungry. Lin Ye's gaze lands on the chief, back feeling cold. A primal fear crawls up his spine, the fur standing on end. He has seen the head smack a wild dog to death, but this is closer, for this beast could crush him with a single blow. No suspense. He forces his gaze away to the next line. Mature Goblin 1. 0. The body relaxes a fraction. Danger, but he can run. Mature Goblin 0. 8. Can't win, must hide. And the cubs are watching, just like me. Pathetic. The cubs, 0. 2 each, could be kicked to death. Lin Ye lowers his gaze to his own hands. He understands. The numbers, the body, tell him who is strong here. In this cave, the stronger prevail. He lifts his head and scans the cave. At the deepest, the green-skinned chief, scarred and imposing, occupies the driest spot. That beast makes his back chill. In the middle are 2 mature goblins, 1 0 and 1 0. 8. He sits on the cold edge, muddy and sparse. 2 more cub goblins huddle here with the same 0. 5 combat power. Wait, 3 cubs. Lin Ye counts again. The panel shows 3, but there are only 2 before him. Where's the third? A harsh shriek rips through the cave's center. That missing cub, starving, it must have crossed into the mature goblin's feeding ground. A rough hand lands on its chest. The cub is hurled backward like a rag, slams into the wall, twitches once, then lies still. The panel refreshes with a new line. Cub Goblin C dead. Combat Power 0. 5 OHP 0 100 Intelligence 0. 3 Lin Ye's glance across the corpse yields no reaction. Dead like him, useless. The body tells him so, but his head warns that the next blow could be him. None of the goblins looks at the corpse. The chief calmly resumes biting into meat as the mature goblins fight for scraps. The dead cub lies in the corner, as if a discarded piece of flesh. Lin Ye cowers, shivering. It is not acting, but his fear. The same fate would land on him too. A voice in his head asks, is fear useful? The next blow could be you. He suppresses the tremor, making himself smaller. Then he instinctively looks toward the cave mouth. The 4 cubs. Panel refresh again. Detected kin whose combat power is below the host. Compulsory recruitment conditions met. Cub goblins X4 at 0. 2 CP loyalty 100 locked. He did nothing but glance, and they obeyed. Domination rule: kin CP below host automatic recruitment, a loyalty 100 locked. Never betray. The 4 words, never betray, explode in his mind. That means these cubs will absolutely listen to him now. He breathes in and whispers a command. Raise your heads, look at me. The 4 cubs rise in unison, looking toward him. Movements are so orderly they seem pulled by strings, eyes gleaming with absolute obedience. Lin Ye exhales, issuing another command. Hold your position, don't move. The cubs retreat, their gaze and tremble as before. Lin Ye watches their stamina on the panel. The one at 29 is close to breaking. Food is needed. But where is it? Prey at the cave center is gone. Only bones and gnawing remains. He looks outside the cave. It's dark, but for goblins night and day are the same. Midnight, the chief's snores echo through the cave. The 2 mature goblins sleep like dead pigs. Lin Ye opens his eyes. Follow me, stay quiet. The cubs silently rise and follow him toward the cave mouth. Moonlight reveals their path through the bushes. Panel refresh again. Resource scan: northeast 20 m, edible wild greens, west 50 m, small rodent den with cubs. Danger: unknown creature in the southwest. Lin Ye gathers greens frantically with the cubs. The cubs are ravenous. Lin Ye slaps them away gently and orders, take it back to eat. They hungry carry the greens back to the cave. Back in the corner, Lin Ye divides the greens among them. They gulp them down, and their stamina numbers rise on the panel. Lin Ye also takes a few bites. HP rises from 62 to 68. It's not enough. Greens keep him fed, not stronger. To become truly strong, he must eat meat. He eyes the 0.8 mature goblin inside the cave, but he cannot move yet. If discovered, both could die. He closes his eyes and steels himself. 3 days pass. During day, he pretends to cower in the corner. At night, he sneaks out with the cubs to forage, gathering greens and berries, and even preying on a rodent den. The cub's corpse from the corner is hauled out by the chief the next day like trash. The cub's HP rises from around 30 to 50. Their CP climbs slightly. For Lin Ye, his power climbs from 0.5 to 0.53. 3 days a 0.03 increase. It's too slow. At this pace, it would take half a year to reach 0.8. The chief would stay strong, but not weaken. Acceleration is needed. The only way is meat. Fourth night, Lin Ye leaves the cubs in a corner guarding the cave interior by himself. 2 mature goblins, 1, 0 and 0.8. The 0.8 sleeps on the edge tonight. Lin Ye studies it. Cannot win, must hide. If awake, he might be seen, but now it's asleep. He glances at the chief, whose snores shake the cave. He moves along the rock wall toward the 0.8 goblin. He stops beside it and studies its sleeping face. The panel refreshes. Target mature goblin 0.8. CP 0.8. HP 8. 3100 int 0.4. Status sleeping unprepared. Instinct screams danger. He lunges, raises his claws, and thrusts into its throat. The mature goblin stiffens, thrashes, then relaxes as Lin Ye holds him down. The goblin dies. Lin Ye's claws are smeared with its flesh as the scene ends the struggle with a flicker of triumph. Killing the mature goblin rewards him with experience. Lin Ye CP 0. 530. 55. HP 7158. He releases the grip, his claws slick with blood. He glances back toward the chief. The beast remains sleeping, snoring loudly. Behind him, the 4 cubs hoist the corpse and drag it outside. In the crevice, another corpse lies, the 0.8 mature goblin. Lin Ye tears off a piece of meat and swallows it, the stench nearly making him retch. Eating mature goblin flesh. HP 5870. Combat growth acceleration, next 24 hours 50. He shares the meat with the 4 cubs. Cub goblins 4 eat, CP rises from 0.23 to 0.25. Useful. Lin Ye licks the blood from his claws, looking toward the cave. Head goblin 1.5. He 0.55. Gap of 0.95. But meat followers and a mind, no rush. Take it slow. On the 5th night, Lin Ye slips back into the cave. This time he targets the other one, the 1.0. But tonight it sleeps lightly. The panel shows status light sleep alert. Lin Ye stops, cannot move. He retreats to the corner. Night 6, the 1.0 goblin sleeps heavily. Lin Ye moves, drives the strike, and kills the mature goblin. Experience gained. His CP grows to 0.58. HP drops to 52. Another corpse. Night 7, only the chief and 2 cubs remain curled in corners. Lin Ye has not recruited the 2.05 cubs. Not an ability, but fear. The chief grows suspicious. Panel clearly shows head goblin, CP 1. 5 HP 76100 int 0.7 as status anger vigilance fatigue. It knows 2 subordinates are gone. It doesn't know who did it, but it starts watching every corner, including Lin Ye. Lin Ye crouches in the corner, trembling like the cubs. In his mind, the chief's stamina shows a slow drain: 94, 89, 83, 76. Vigilance costs energy. When its stamina dips below 50 and sleep deepens, that will be the moment to strike. Day 9. The leader's vigilance had not wavered. Lin Ye cowered in the corner, staring at the numbers on the panel. Leader goblin combat power 1. 5 stamina 7, 1100 intelligence 0. 7 status angry vigilance light fatigue. 7 days had passed. 2 mature bodies were dead, and the leader grew suspicious. It no longer slept as before, remaining alert even through the night. The 2 unaffiliated juveniles huddled on the other side, unaware of anything except fear. Lin Ye knew he could no longer kill any goblin. The beast was watching every corner. But he had to prepare. Prepare the means to kill the leader. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon his own hands. Blunt claws, useless against the leader. But what if he sharpened stones and bound them to wooden poles? Faint images flashed through his mind, fragments of memory from when he had been human. Stone axes, stone spears. If he could make weapons sharp enough, even a juvenile with 0.3 combat power could wound the 1.5 leader. Day 10, daytime. The leader had gone out hunting. Lin Ye waited until its silhouette disappeared from the cave entrance, then rose immediately. Command, follow me. 4 juveniles rose silently. Lin Ye led them out of the cave and into the western shrubbery. The panel refreshed automatically. Resource skin 30 meters west, sturdy vines suitable for rope making. 40 meters northwest, flint deposit suitable for sharp stone fragments. 20 meters northeast, wild vegetable patch, edible. Danger warning, unknown creature traces detected in the southwest, already far away. Flint. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. He led the juveniles to the deposit, picked up a piece of flint, and struck it with another stone. A sharp crack echoed, and a blade flake broke free, the edge sharp enough to cut skin. Craft sharp stone fragment X3. He then chopped several thick branches and bound the stone fragments to their tips with vines. Craft stone spear X3 effect, thrusting piercing, weapon 0. 1 combat power for the wielder. The 4 juveniles squatted nearby, watching his every move with hollow eyes. Lin Ye fashioned several simple stone axes. The blades wedged into splits on wooden handles wrapped tightly with fine fibers. Craftstone Axe X2 effect melee weapon deals slashing damage 0. 12 combat power for the wielder. Lin Ye looked at the pile of weapons before him and calculated silently. 4 stone spears, 2 stone axes. 6 weapons. For juveniles plus himself, everyone could have one with extras to spare. But weapons were only tools. The real question was how to use them. The leader's 1. 5 combat power could sweat a juvenile dead with 1 blow. A direct confrontation. They wouldn't last 3 seconds. They had to wear it down. Drain its stamina, drain its health, exhaust it, injure it, weaken it little by little. Lin Ye hid the weapons deep in the shrubbery, covered them with dead leaves, then led the juveniles back to the cave. The moment he cowered back into the corner, the leader dragged its prey inside. Lin Ye kept his head down, trembling, just like the 2 juveniles. But inside a plan began to take shape. Day 11. The leader did not go out hunting. It rested in the cave all day, its stamina recovering from 71 to 73. Lin Ye cowered in the corner, staring at that number, his heart burning with urgency. It couldn't let it recover. He had to find a way to exhaust it. Day 12. The leader went out hunting again. Lin Ye moved immediately. He led the juveniles to the path the leader always took and dug several shallow pits along it, covering them with dead leaves. Set up tripwire pit X3 effect, stepping on one while running causes falling, spraining. Then he led the juveniles to retrieve the weapons and hid them in rock crevices near the cave entrance. Everything was ready. Only a chance was needed. Day 13. The leader's stamina 64. Status slight fatigue. In the evening, when it returned dragging prey, it stepped into one of the tripwire pits along the path. It stumbled, cursed under its breath, and climbed back up with a sprained left leg. Lin Ye cowered in the corner, watching the panel update. Leader Goblin Combat Power 1. 5 stamina 64-62, status slight fatigue, left leg minor injury effective. A slight tug formed at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. Day 14. The leader's stamina 59. Status moderate fatigue, left leg minor injury. It went out hunting again. This time it returned covered in mud, as though it had fought some beast. Lin Ye stared at the panel, his heart racing. Leader Goblin Combat Power 1. 5 stamina 59-53, status moderate fatigue, left leg minor injury, multiple abrasions. It was tired. Truly tired. Day 15. The leader did not go out hunting. It curled up in the nest and slept all day. Lin Ye stared at the deep fatigue hibernation status, his palms sweating. But he held back. Not tonight. It wasn't at its weakest yet. Day 16. The leader's stamina 48. Status deep fatigue, left leg injury, worsened thirst and hunger. It had gone without food for a day, without water for a day, until it finally forced itself up and staggered out of the cave in search of water. Lin Ye had been waiting for this exact moment. He rose immediately and led the 4 juveniles to near the leader's nest. He had the juveniles retrieve the stone spears and axes from the rock crevices, each taking one. He himself gripped the stone axe tightly, the 4 juveniles holding stone spears. Then they crouched in the darkness, waiting for the leader to return. Half an hour later, the leader came back. It dragged its exhausted body into the nest and fell into a deep sleep almost instantly. Lin Ye stared at the status on the panel. Leader Goblin Combat Power 1. 5 stamina 48, status deep fatigue, left leg severe injury, sleeping now. Lin Ye rose slowly. He glanced back at the 4 juveniles. They crouched in the darkness, gripping their stone spears, their eyes hollow but focused. Then he looked at the 2 unaffiliated juveniles. They huddled in the corner, watching everything with terror. Lin Ye ignored them. He tightened his grip on the stone axe and took one step toward the leader after another. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. He stopped beside the leader and looked down at the beast. It slept deeply, breathing heavily, the old wound on its left leg swollen and inflamed, every trace of exhaustion marked upon its body. Lin Ye raised the stone axe, aimed directly at that injured leg, and swung down with all his strength. Puffed. The stone axe bit into flesh, blood gushing. The leader's eyes flew open, a deafening shriek erupting from its throat. It thrashed wildly, spinning to slap at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was already prepared. He rolled sideways, evading the swipe as he bellowed. Attack! 4 younglings burst from the shadows, their stone spears driving viciously toward the leader. The leader roared and swiped its claws. 1 youngling was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a sickening thud, silent at last. But the other 3 had already driven their stone spears into its body. Stone spears pierced its back, its thigh, its side. The leader thrashed frantically, hurling the 3 younglings aside. But 3 bloody wounds now adorned its body. Lin Ye charged again, raising his stone axe toward its skull. The leader's palm came sweeping down. Lin Ye couldn't dodge in time. The blow caught his shoulder, sending him flying through the air. Lin Ye struggled to his feet, grimacing. His left shoulder throbbed with intense pain. Lin Ye struggled to rise, watching the leader attempt to stand. Its left leg wouldn't support it. It managed to lift halfway before collapsing again. The 3 younglings charged again. They knew no fear, no retreat. 100% loyalty meant they would execute orders until death. Their stone spears pierced the leader's body once more. The leader howled in agony, batting away one youngling then another. But the third spear had buried itself in its belly. Lin Ye rushed forward, hacking his stone axe into its back. The leader's howl became a whimper. It whipped around and slapped Lin Ye away. Lin Ye collided with the rocky wall, stars swimming before his eyes. He forced himself to look up, watching the leader still moving. Drenched in blood with at least 5 wounds, yet it still lived. It staggered upright, fixing Lin Ye with eyes burning with murderous madness. Lin Ye gripped his stone axe, meeting its gaze. The 3 younglings lay crumpled on the ground, their fates unknown. One remained clutching its stone spear, standing behind the leader. That youngling thrust its final spear. The stone spear pierced the leader's nape. The leader's body stiffened for an instant, then slowly turned. It slapped that youngling away, but it too could no longer hold steady. Blood gushed from its neck. It stumbled 2 steps, then finally fell. Lin Ye struggled to his feet, stone axe in hand, stepping toward it one slow stride at a time. The leader's eyes remained open, fixed on him. In that gaze there was no rage, no hatred, only a kind of disbelief. It was the leader. It was the master of this cave. One slap could shatter a wild dog's skull. And what killed it was a juvenile it had never deigned to glance at, along with 4 younglings who couldn't even understand words. Lin Ye met its gaze for 1 second. Then he raised his stone axe, aimed at its throat, and brought it down. You have slain the Goblin Leader and gained a large amount of combat experience. Lin Ye released the stone axe, collapsing onto the ground. He gasped for breath, gazing at the bodies strewn across the floor. 4 younglings. 3 lay motionless on the ground. Only one still struggled to rise. Only one remained. Lin Ye stared at the information, falling silent for several seconds. He forced himself up and limped to the dying youngling's side. It lay on the ground, covered in blood, its eyes half open, staring hollowly at him. Lin Ye crouched down and reached out to touch its head. Command survive. He didn't know if it could understand, didn't know if it could pull through. But this was all he could do. He turned and walked to the leader's corpse. Tearing off a piece of the tenderest flesh, he stuffed it into his mouth. You consumed Goblin Leader flesh. Vigor 3845. Combat growth acceleration, training effectiveness 100 for the next 72 hours. He tore off another piece, walked to the dying youngling, and stuffed the meat into its mouth. Goblin Youngling D is eating. Stamina 815. Status dying, critically wounded. It's going to make it. Stamina 15, 22, 28. It opened its eyes, looking at Lin Ye struggling to rise. Lin Ye pressed it down. Command, don't move. It stayed still. Lin Ye stood, surveying everything in the cave. The leader's corpse, the 3 youngling corpses, blood everywhere. The 2 unaffiliated juveniles huddled in the corner, trembling violently. They had witnessed everything. How 4 younglings charged forward, how they were sent flying, how they traded their lives for the leader's death. They stared at Lin Ye as if gazing upon a monster. Then they crawled toward him in unison, lowering their heads, baring their necks. Voluntary subjugation detected from same species. Combat power below host. Forced recruitment conditions met. Young goblins X2, combat power 0. 50. 5 stamina 3842, intelligence 0. 3 loyalty locked at 100. Lin Ye glanced at the new information on the interface. Now he had 3 underlings. 1 critically wounded youngling, 2 juveniles. Plus his own combat power of 0. 68. Lin Ye walked toward the leader's nest. That driest spot was empty now. He stood there looking down at the pile of dry grass. Then he turned, surveying everything in the cave. 3 youngling corpses lay in pools of blood. They didn't even have names. On the interface, they had been just 4 entries. Now 3 had vanished. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he tore off a piece of the leader's flesh and put it in his mouth. The metallic taste nearly made him vomit, but he swallowed. How many more tribes were out there? How many more leaders? How many stronger beings? He didn't know, but there was one thing he knew for certain. He had survived. 4 younglings' lives traded for his own. Lin Ye sat in the leader's nest, leaning against the dry grass, watching the moonlight spill through the cave entrance. The surviving youngling curled at his feet, wounds still fresh upon its body. Lin Ye looked down at it. It raised its head, hollow, eyes meeting his, then pressed against his foot. Exactly the same gesture as half a month ago. Lin Ye reached out, picked it up, and set it beside him. Command, you'll sleep here from now on. It curled up, silent as a stone. Lin Ye stared out beyond the cave. How many more dangers awaited outside? He didn't know. But there was one thing he knew for certain. He had already won the first round. Lin Ye sat in the chieftain's lair through the entire night. Moonlight slanted in through the cave entrance, falling upon the 3 corpses of the young ones. They lay in pools of blood, their bodies twisted in unnatural postures like 3 lumps of discarded, rotting flesh. An hour ago they had been at the forefront, clutching their stone spears. Lin Ye stared at them, still chewing on the chieftain's flesh. The taste of blood had long since become a habit. Swallowing no longer brought convulsions to his throat. He looked down at the surviving young one, near his feet. It was curled into a tight ball, wounds still seeping blood, but its breathing had steadied considerably. On the status panel, its condition had shifted from dying to severely wounded. Youngling D, combat power 0. 27 vitality 8, 15 intelligence 0, 15 status dying severely wounded. Lin Ye reached out and gently touched its head. It didn't wake, but instinctively nuzzled against his palm. Just like before, Lin Ye withdrew his hand and gazed at the moonlight spilling through the cave mouth. From this moment on they were his subordinates. He tore off 2 chunks of the chieftain's flesh and tossed them to the others. The 2 young ones caught the meat, hesitated for a moment, then began tearing into it with savage hunger. Lin Ye did not give them names. There was no rush. He first looked at the little one by his feet. It was still unconscious, its breathing faint, but it had managed to survive. Lin Ye was silent for a while, then gave it a name in his heart. Yeah, the sprout. The smallest one, the first to grow. When dawn broke, Lin Ye walked out of the cave. He didn't go foraging, nor did he scout. Instead, he led the 2 young ones, whom he had decided to call Lung and Ji, to a clump of bushes not far from the cave. Lung was the one with vitality 42, its eyes slightly more alert than the others. Ji with vitality 38, it was more reckless in its movements. Lin Ye commanded them to start digging a pit, using their claws. Goblin claws were blunt, but adequate for digging soil. The 2 young ones didn't understand why they were digging, but 100 loyalty meant they wouldn't ask. Lin Ye walked back into the cave and picked up the first corpse. It was the one that had charged forward first, only to be swatted away by the chieftain, slammed against the wall, and killed instantly. Lin Ye didn't know its name. The panel only displayed a cold, impersonal young goblin. He carried it to the edge of the pit and gently laid it inside. Then the second, then the third. 3 small bodies lay side by side at the bottom of the pit. Lin Ye stood at the edge looking down at them. They didn't even have names. From their recruitment to their death, they had lived for only a little over 10 days. All they had done was follow him to gather wild vegetables, raid rat nests, drag corpses, and finally charge forward to their doom. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he began to fill the pit with earth. Lung and Ji watched nearby, their eyes vacant. They didn't comprehend what he was doing. Goblins never buried their own kind. When one died, it was discarded. When it rotted, it rotted. Such a hassle wasn't worth it. But Lin Ye was the chieftain. If the chieftain said dig, they dug. If the chieftain said bury, they buried. The earth gradually covered those 3 small bodies. After the pit was filled, Lin Ye stood before the small mound, silent once more. He wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and nothing came out. In the end, he simply turned and walked back into the cave. Behind him, Lung and Ji remained rooted to the spot. Command return. They followed him. When you woke up, it was already afternoon. It opened its eyes, staring blankly at Lin Ye, then struggled to get up. Lin Ye pressed it down. Don't move. It stopped moving, but its eyes remained fixed on Lin Ye. Lin Ye tore off a piece of flesh and pushed it into its mouth. You eat. You chewed the meat. It didn't know that Ya was its name, but it knew Lin Ye was calling for it. On the panel, its condition was slowly recovering. Ya combat power 0. 27 vitality 15, 22 intelligence 0, 15 loyalty 100. Lin Ye tore off a few more pieces of flesh and fed it. Vitality 222,835. It could finally sit up. Lin Ye looked at it, suddenly reminded of when it had first been recruited. Back then its vitality was 29, the weakest of the 4, so hungry its eyes could barely stay open. He had taken it out to gather wild vegetables, and it had been so crazed with hunger it tried to shove them straight into its mouth, earning a slap from him. Now it had survived. The only one of the 4 to have done so. Lin Ye reached out and touched its head. Ye nuzzled his palm. In the evening, Lin Ye walked out of the cave and went to check on the mound again. Lung and Ji followed behind, still not understanding its meaning. Lin Ye stood before the mound, watching the sky darken. He recalled a funeral he had attended when he was still human. The coffin was lowered, the earth was filled, someone was weeping, someone was chanting sutras. He stood in the crowd, feeling nothing, only bored. Now standing before the graves of 3 goblins, his chest felt tight. They weren't human. Their intelligence was only 0. 15, they couldn't even understand speech. But when they charged forward, they didn't hesitate. 100 loyalty meant they would carry out their orders until death. His orders. Lin Ye took a deep breath and turned back towards the cave. Yu was still curled up in the lair. Seeing him return, it looked up. Lin Ye walked over and sat down beside it. Long and Ji crouched in the middle section of the cave, guarding the entrance. Night fell. In the deep of night, Lin Ye did not sleep. He sat in the lair, opening the panel, reading one by one the messages that had already faded. Young Goblin, a deceased, combat power 0. 27 vitality 0, 100 status dead. Young Goblin B, deceased, combat power 0. 27 vitality 0, 100 status dead. Young Goblin C, deceased, combat power 0. 27 vitality 0, 100 status dead. 3 messages, gray and dim, lying quietly in the corner of the panel. Lin Ye stared at them, silent for a long time. Then he gave them names as well. Hao, the one who charged forward first. Qian, the one who struggled to get up after being knocked away. Wei, the smallest, the one who died the quickest. Hao Qianwei. No one would ever know these names. They wouldn't show up on the panel, and no one would mention them in the future. But Lin Ye remembered. He closed the panel and shut his eyes. Yu was breathing softly beside him. Lung and Ji stood guard at the entrance motionless. The cave was very quiet. The next morning, when Lin Ye woke up, he was already able to walk. It stayed close to Lin Ye's feet, following his every step like an inescapable tender green shadow. He let it out of the cave with Lung and Ji following behind. The panel refreshed automatically. Resource scan: west 30 meters tough, vines collectible. Northwest 40 meters flint vein prospected. Southwest unknown creature tracks moved away. Due west goblin activity detected approximately 400 meters away. Lin Ye stared at the last line of information, his eyes narrowing. Other goblins. He turned to look at his group. Ye combat power 0. 27, he just recovered from severe injuries. Lung combat power 0. 5 vitality 42. G combat power 0. 5 vitality 38. Plus himself 0. 58, still not fully healed from his own severe injuries. Lin Ye was silent for a few seconds. Then he turned and led his subordinates towards the bushes on the west side. First gather, then craft weapons, then make them stronger. Those wandering goblins can wait a few days. When he returned to the cave at noon, Lin Ye went to the mound once more. The mound was still there, flat and indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. Lin Ye stood beside it with Yalong and Ji behind him, none of them understanding what he was doing. Lin Ye didn't explain. He just stood there for a while, then turned and walked back into the cave. In the early morning, Lin Ye was jolted awake by an uncanny sensation. It was not a sound, but the vibration of his panel. Warning: abnormal activity detected westward, goblin traces approaching, distance approximately 300 meters, new large creature presence, threat level medium. Lin Ye sprang up abruptly. Gabuya was startled awake by his movement, gazing at him in bewilderment. Jebuling and Gabuji, guarding the cave entrance, turned their heads as well. Lin Ye opened the panel and scrutinized it. Target scan: fuzzy westward goblin X2, combat power 0. 60. 7 status: moving injured unknown large creature X1, combat power 1. 3 status: pursuing. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. 2 wandering goblins being chased by something. That thing had a combat power of 1. 3. Slightly weaker than a chieftain, but perilous enough. He quickly assessed the situation. Those 2 goblins were heading this way. If they led the pursuer to his small tribe, they would be exposed. But if he could seize this opportunity, Lin Ye stood up. Command: follow me. Jebuling and Gabuji immediately followed. Gabuya also staggered to her feet, but Lin Ye pressed her down. Gabuya, stay. Hide well. Gabuya did not understand, but she would not disobey orders. She retreated deep into the nest and curled up. Lin Ye led Jebuling and Gabuji out of the cave, creeping westward. 200 meters away, a cacophony of hoarse roars and heavy footsteps erupted from the bushes. Lin Ye lay flat behind a rock, peeking out. 50 meters ahead, 2 goblins were fleeing in disarray. 1 male, 1 female, covered in mud and bearing wounds. The female's belly was slightly swollen. She was pregnant. Chasing them was a full-grown wild boar bristling with coarse hair tusks, protruding, combat power 1. 3. It charged furiously, each assault gouging deep furrows into the ground. The 2 goblins could run no more. The male shielded the female, clutching a broken wooden stick, swinging it in desperation. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the boar, his mind racing. The boar was thick-skinned, a head-on confrontation would be suicide. But he had traps. He lowered his voice and issued commands to Jebuling and Gabuji. Jebuling: circle left, throw stones, lure it west. Gabuji: follow me. The 2 juveniles acted immediately. Jebuling picked up a stone and hurled it at the boar's flank. The stone bounced off the boar's back painless, but it successfully drew its attention. The boar turned its head, bellowed, and charged at Jebuling. Jebuling spun around and fled westward as Lin Ye had instructed. Lin Ye led Gabuji around to the boar's rear flank. There lay a trap zone he had set up a few days earlier, 3 pitfall pits and a net of thorns. The boar chasing Jebuling plunged headlong into the trap zone. The first pitfall, it stumbled but did not fall. The second pitfall, it stepped into emptiness, its forelegs buckling, its entire body pitching forward. The third pitfall, crash. The boar slammed into the thorn net. The thorn-laced vine sank into its flesh, driving it into a frenzy of agonized squeals. Now, Lin Ye rushed forward, his stone spear aimed at the boar's neck, plunging it down with all his might. The spear penetrated the hide, but not deep enough. The boar swung its head in rage, flinging Lin Ye away. Lin Ye, stamina 6254, Gabuji, charged from the other side and thrust a spear into the boar's hind leg. The boar struggled to rise, but the thorn net was too tight, and the 3 pitfall pits had robbed it of balance. It could only thrash on the ground, its howls shaking the air. Lin Ye scrambled up, grabbed a stone axe, and aimed at the boar's throat. He brought it down with savage force. Once, twice, 3 times. The boar's struggles weakened until at last it lay still. Killed wild boar, gained substantial combat experience. Lin Ye combat power 0. 580. 62 stamina, 5448. Lin Ye panted heavily, releasing the stone axe. Jebuling ran back from afar, staring blankly at the boar's corpse. Gabuji also stood up, drenched in the boar's blood. Lin Ye did not pause, he turned to the 2 wandering goblins. They sat slumped not far away staring at the scene in terror. The female guarded her belly, the male shielded her, still clutching the broken wooden stick. Lin Ye stepped closer. The panel refreshed automatically. Target wandering goblin, male, combat power 0. 7 stamina 3, 2100, intelligence 0. 3 status, severely wounded, fear, target wandering goblin, female, combat power 0. 6 stamina 2, 8100, intelligence 0. 3 status, severely wounded, pregnant, fear, both were injured, their combat power lower than Lin Ye's current level. Lin Ye stared at them, but did not attack immediately. The male trembled all over, yet he did not flee. He glanced back at the female, then at Lin Ye, slowly lowered the stick, bowed his head, and exposed his nape. The female also lowered her head. The panel refreshed at the same time. Detected voluntary submission of same species, combat power lower than host, forced recruitment conditions, met wandering goblins, X2, combat power 0. 70. 6 stamina 3228, intelligence 0. 3 loyalty 100, locked. Lin Ye gazed at the new information on the panel, silent for a few seconds. 2 new subordinates. 1 male, 1 female, the female pregnant. He pointed at the boar's corpse, then at himself, and issued a simple command. Follow me. There's meat. The 2 newly recruited goblins raised their heads, their eyes shifting from terror to emptiness, from emptiness to fervor. They crawled over and followed behind him. When they returned to the cave, Gabuya was still curled up in the nest. Seeing Lin Ye, she immediately scrambled up and rubbed against his feet. Then she noticed the 2 unfamiliar goblins following and froze. Lin Ye did not explain. He ordered Jebuling and Gabuji to guard the entrance, then led the 2 new subordinates into the depths of the cave. He named the male Gabayan. He was stout with a steady gaze, the most severely wounded, yet he had always shielded the female. He named the female Gabai. She was pregnant, her belly slightly swollen, her movements slow, her eyes gentle. Lin Ye tore off several strips of the chieftain's meat and handed them to the pair. Gabayan and Gabai wolfed it down. Gabayan eating, combat power 0. 70. 71 stamina 3238, Gabai eating, combat power 0. 60. 61 stamina 2835. Lin Ye tore off another piece of boar meat, cut from the corpse and dragged back by Jebuling and Gabuji, and distributed it to all his subordinates. Gabuya received a piece, Jebuling and Gabuji each got 1, Gabayan and Gabai each had 1, and he took a piece for himself. Lin Ye licked the blood from his claws, surveying the 5 subordinates in the cave. Gabuya curled up at his feet. Jebuling and Gabuji guarded the entrance. Gabayan and Gabai huddled in a corner, with Gabayan always positioned in front of Gabai. Now he had 5 recruited subordinates. The 2 newcomers were mature adults. His tribe finally had some combat power. But he did not relax. Gabayan and Gabai had fled from somewhere outside. Why had they come here? The pursuer was a boar, but was there something else behind the boar? Lin Ye looked at Gabayan and asked in crude goblin language, "Why run?" Gabayan paused, then began to gesture. Its intelligence was only 0. 3, so its expression was unclear, but Lin Ye pieced it together through guesswork. There were more goblins outside. A larger tribe. They were chasing Gabayan and Gabai. Gabayan had fled with Gabai for 2 days, then encountered the boar. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. A larger tribe. How many? Unknown. How strong? Unknown. Would they pursue? Unknown. But Gabayan and Gabai had come from that direction. If that tribe were to follow, Lin Ye glanced at the panel's westward direction, the same direction from which Gabayan and Gabai had arrived. He was silent for a long time. Then he stood up and walked toward the pile of weapons at the back of the cave. Stone spears, stone axes, thorn nets, materials for pitfall pits. Not enough. He needed more. In the evening, Lin Ye took Jebuling and Gabuji out to dismember the boar's carcass and transport the pieces back to the cave in batches. He let Gabayan and Gabai rest in the cave and ordered Gabuya to guard the entrance. The boar was large enough to feed them for 10 days. The meat could be smoked for preservation, the bones could be made into bone spears, and the hide could be dried for armor, if he could figure out how. Vague memories lingered in his mind, but he needed time to experiment. When the moon rose, Lin Ye sat in the nest gazing at the cave overflowing with meat and his subordinates. Gabuya curled at his feet, already asleep. Jebuling and Gabuji guarded the entrance, occasionally letting out soft snores. Gabayan and Gabai huddled in the corner, Gabayan's eyes half open, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lin Ye opened the panel and stared at the warning for the westward direction. Detected traces of goblin activity, distance approximately 500 meters, scale unknown, movement direction erratic, threat level unknown. That larger tribe might still be nearby. Or it might have already left. Or it might be searching for Gabayan and Gabai. Lin Ye closed his eyes. Pressure was mounting. But pressure was also an opportunity. If that larger tribe was not too large, not too strong, and if he could use traps and weapons, Lin Ye took a deep breath. No rush. First heal the wounded, strengthen his subordinates, stockpile food and weapons. When that tribe truly arrived, he would decide then. For the next 3 days, Lin Ye hardly slept at all. Not that he didn't want to, but that he dared not. That larger tribe hung over his head like a stone, waiting to fall at any moment. Lin Ye needed time, but he needed strength even more. Not the strength of his subordinates, but his own strength. At dawn, Lin Ye called his 5 subordinates before him. Gob Ye curled at his feet. Gob Lung and Gob Ji stood on the left. Gob Yin and Gob Yi stood on the right. 5 pairs of hollow eyes stared at him, awaiting orders. Lin Ye opened the panel, examining each individual's data. 6 goblins, total combat power 331. It seemed substantial, but Lin Ye knew that when facing true enemies, only he and Gob Yin could actually fight. Everyone else, including Gob Yi, was deadweight. Lin Ye remained silent for a few seconds, then began assigning tasks. Gob Yin, Gob Lung, Gob Ji. Go outside, find flint, find vines, the more the better. Return before sunset. The 3 males turned and left. Gob Yi, stay in the cave, rest, eat meat. Gob Yi shrank back into the corner, curling into a ball. Lin Ye lowered his head to look at Gob Yi at his feet. You come with me. Lin Ye led Gob Yi to an open space outside the cave. This was where he had previously trained his body. A flat patch of mud, several rough rocks, and a crooked tree. Lin Ye stood still, taking a deep breath. Then he began swinging his claws. Not randomly, but following the faint images in his memory, the way humans practice boxing. Dropping shoulders, rotating waist, channeling power, every strike thrown with complete force. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Gob Yi crouched beside him, watching blankly. Lin Ye ignored it and continued swinging. When his arms ached, he continued. When his shoulders throbbed, he continued. When his lungs felt like bursting, he continued. After 100 strikes, he stopped, gasping for breath. The panel refreshed automatically. Lin Ye combat power 0. 63 0. 64, slight improvement. Stamina 65 52. Useful. Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his face. Goblins also sweat green and sticky, then continued. 200 300. By midday his combat power jumped to 0. 65. Stamina down to 38. Lin Ye stopped, tearing off a piece of wild boar meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Consuming wild boar meat. Stamina 38 48. He tore off another piece and tossed it to Gob Yi. Gob Yi caught it and devoured it ravenously. Lin Ye watched it, then suddenly asked a question. Do you want to become stronger? Gob Yi lifted its head, hollow eyes fixed on him. It didn't understand what becoming stronger meant, but it knew Lin Ye was asking. It nudged against Lin Ye's foot. Lin Ye remained silent for several seconds. Then he stood up, pointing at the crooked tree. See that tree? Swing your claws 1,000 times every day. Start when the sun rises, stop when it sets. Fail to do it, and there's no meat to eat. Gob Yi stared at the tree, then at Lin Ye, utterly confused. Lin Ye walked over, gripping its claw and guiding it through a swinging motion. Then he released its claw and stood watching. Gob Yi stood frozen for a long time before slowly raising its claw toward a tree and swinging. It missed. Another swing. Still missed. Lin Ye didn't correct it. He pulled out several pieces of meat from his chest and placed them on a stone beside it. Swing 1,000 times, and the meat is yours. Then he turned and left. Behind him, the tiny juvenile swung its claws at the air, one strike after another. At dusk, Gob Yin and the others returned. Gob Lung and Gob Ji each dragged a bundle of vines, while Gob Yin carried an armful of flint. The 3 goblins were covered in mud, but their eyes remained hollow. 100 loyalty meant they didn't know exhaustion, only obeyed commands. Lin Ye inventoried the supplies. Enough flint to craft 20 stone blades. Enough vines to weave more than a dozen traps. He had Gob Lung and Gob Ji stack the materials deep in the cave, then distributed meat to each of them. Lin Ye also ate a few pieces of meat, restoring his stamina to 61. He walked out of the cave to check on Gob Yi. The tiny juvenile was still swinging its claws. Its movements were crooked and weak, but it was indeed swinging. The meat on the stone was gone. Lin Ye walked up to it and squatted down. Gob Yi looked at him, hollow eyes with a trace of anticipation. Lin Ye reached out and touched its head. Continue tomorrow. Gob Yi nudged against his palm. Lin Ye opened his panel to check its stats. Gob Yi combat power 0. 29 0. 29, unchanged. Stamina 52 38. No improvement. But at least it hadn't died. Lin Ye stood up and walked back to the cave. On the second day, Lin Ye switched his training method. He took Gob Yin outside and found a pile of scattered rocks, beginning to move stones. Not just moving rocks randomly, but carrying each stone from one pile to another. Lifting, walking 20 steps, setting down. Gob Yin didn't understand why it had to move rocks, but it complied. Lin Ye was also moving rocks. The first one was heavy, barely lifted. The second, even heavier, his arms trembling. The third, halfway lifted, dropped onto his foot. Pain made him grimace, toes bleeding, but he continued. Fourth rock, 5th, 10th. At noon rest, he opened his panel. Lin Ye combat power 0. 65 0. 66. Stamina 41 33. Gob Yin also increased by 0. 01. Useful. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ye continued moving rocks. In the afternoon, he switched methods, holding a rock while doing squats. 1 2 10 20. His legs shook like a sieve, but he didn't stop. By sunset, his combat power rose to 0. 67. Stamina only 21, barely able to stand. Stumbling back to the cave, he collapsed in the nest, gasping. Gobya nudged over, watching him blankly. Lin Ye reached out and patted its head, then closed his eyes. On the third day, Lin Ye began training speed. He had Goblung and Gobji stand on either side, throwing stones in different directions. He had to dash forward and catch them before they hit the ground. First stone missed. Second stone missed. Third stone caught, but his fingers throbbed painfully. 10 stones, 20-50. By afternoon, he could catch half. At evenings, his combat power rose to 0. 69. Lin Ye combat power 0. 67-0. 69. Stamina 28-25. He lay sprawled on the ground, entire body seemingly falling apart. Goblung and Gobji stood beside him, watching blankly. They didn't understand why their leader did these things, but when he ordered them to throw stones, they threw. Lin Ye lay there for a long time before struggling to rise. He walked to the stone with the meat, tore off a large chunk, and stuffed it in his mouth. Lin Ye looked toward Gobyin and Gobyi in the corner. Gobya's belly seemed slightly larger. Gobyin standing motionless beside her. He looked toward the cave entrance where Gobya was still swinging its claws. 3 days already. The juvenile swung its claws 1,000 times each day. On the panel, its combat power remained 0. 29, but stamina had increased slightly, from 38 to 45. Lin Ye walked over and squatted down. Gobya looked at him, eyes still hollow, but its movements didn't stop. Lin Ye reached out and pressed down its claw. Enough. Gobya stopped looking at him blankly. Lin Ye pulled out a piece of meat from his chest and handed it over. Gobya caught it and devoured it ravenously. Lin Ye watched it silent for a long time. Then he stood up and walked back to the nest. Late at night, Lin Ye couldn't sleep. He sat in the nest, opened his panel, and looked at his own stats. Lin Ye rank juvenile goblin on the verge of breakthrough. Combat power 0. 69. Stamina 40,100. Intelligence 1. 2. Status severe fatigue, multiple muscle strains. 3 days from 0. 63 to 0. 69. An increase of 0. 0.6. At this rate, in another 4 days, he'd reach 0. 8. 0. 8 was the upper limit for juveniles. At 0. 8, the body would automatically develop, promoting to mature form. Then he could recruit members of the same species with combat power below 1. 2. That larger tribe, if they truly had a leader, probably wouldn't exceed 1. 5. He looked at the warning on the panel pointing due west. Activity traces of goblins detected. Distance approximately 450 meters. Scale unknown. Movement direction slowly approaching. Threat level medium. They were coming. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, perhaps the day after that. Lin Ye took a deep breath. He stood up and walked to the pile of weapons deep in the cave. Stone spears 8. Stone axes 4. Spike traps 3. Pit trap materials enough for 20 pits. Not enough. More were still needed. Lin Ye jolted awake from a light sleep. The panel was vibrating. Ding. Detected that the host has established a tribe for the first time and survived for more than 7 days. Hidden mechanism activated. Second layer crafting unlocked. Unlocked ability can craft intermediate weapons traps. Unlocked recipes reinforced stone blade, bone spear, simple bow, and arrow. Unlock hint, seek specific resources to unlock advanced recipes. Lin Ye paused for 2 seconds, then sat up abruptly. Crafting unlocked. He opened the panel and found a new icon in the corner, a shape like an anvil. He tapped it. Crafting system. Currently craftable. Reinforced stone blade requires flint X2, vine X1, effect combat power 0. 15. Original stone blade 0. 1. Bone spear requires large bone X1, vine X2, effect penetration, increased combat power 0. 18. Simple bow and arrow requires flexible wood X1, vine X3, flint X2, effect ranged attack, combat power 0. 2. Requires arrows. Bone arrow X5, requires small bone X1, vine X1, effect bow, ammunition penetration 10. Spiked net trap enhanced requires spikes X5, vine X3, effect trap enemies, severe injury. Unlock conditions. Copper tool recipe requires finding copper ore. Iron tool recipe requires finding iron ore. Leather armor recipe requires large beast hide X3. Lin Ye stared at the list, his gaze fixed on the words simple bow and arrow. A bow and arrow. A ranged weapon. Vague images flashed through his mind. Humans hunting with bows, taking down prey from dozens of steps away. Goblins only throw stones, their aim is poor, their strength is weak, and they can't throw far. But if he had a bow and arrow? Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heart. It was still dark. He stood up and walked to the pile of supplies deep in the cave. Flint enough to make 10 reinforced stone blades. Vines enough to weave 5 enhanced spiked nets. Large bones available. The wild boar's bones were still outside, not yet processed. Small bones also available. The wild boar's ribs and leg bones could be ground into bone arrows. Flexible wood needed to find. The kind of wood that could bend without breaking with elasticity. Lin Ye turned and looked at his sleeping subordinates. Gabuya curled up at his feet. Jebuling and Gabuji guarded the cave entrance. Gabayan and Gabai huddled in the corner. 5 subordinates, 5 pairs of eyes, all watching him in the darkness. They were awake. Lin Ye issued commands. Jebuling Gabuji, go out and find wood. It needs to be bendable, thin, and long. The more the better. Gabai, come with me. We'll process the wild boar. Gabuya, guard the cave entrance. Gabai, rest. 6 figures moved simultaneously. Outside the cave, the sky was just beginning to show the pale light of dawn. Lin Ye led Gabai into the crevice where the wild boar carcass was hidden. 3 days had passed, and the carcass hadn't spoiled yet. The weather was cold, and he had covered it with dry grass, preserving it well. He had Gabai drag the wild boar out, and then began to dismember it. Not a random hack job. Following those vague images in his memory, removing bones, extracting tendons, flaying the hide. Gabai watched beside him, his eyes empty but focused. Lin Ye performed each step, then had him imitate. Flaying, he couldn't learn. But removing bones, he could do. The two worked for an hour, and the wild boar turned into a pile of meat, a pile of bones, and a hide. Obtained wild boar bones x6. Obtained wild boar ribs x12 small bones. Obtained wild boar hide x1. Obtained wild boar meat x20 units. He had Gabai carry the meat and hide back to the cave, while he himself carried 6 thigh bones and a pile of ribs, and began crafting weapons. First, make a bone spear. Craft bone spear. Requires large bone x1 vine x2. Steps 1. Sharpen one end of the bone 2. Wrap the handle with vines 3. Reinforce. Lin Ye crouched down, picked up a piece of flint, and began grinding the first thigh bone. Sharpening, scraping bit by bit with the flint bone, dust flying. Wrapping with vines, using the rope he had twisted earlier, winding it tightly around. Reinforcing, tying small stone flakes to both sides of the spear tip with thin vines to increase penetration. Half an hour later, the first bone spear was complete. Bone spear combat power 0. 18, penetration 20. Lin Ye held it in his hand and weighed it. Lighter than a stone spear, but sharper and harder. He picked up the second one. By the time the sun rose, all 6 bone spears were finished. Bone spear x6, equipable. Lin Ye stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Gabai stood beside him, watching all along. Lin Ye tossed him a bone spear. Yours. Gabai caught it and stared blankly. He had never used such a handy weapon. Lin Ye ignored him and continued with the next item. Bone arrows. Craft bone arrow x5. Requires small bone x1 vine x1. Steps 1. Sharpen the bone 2. Cut a notch at the end 3. Wrap and secure. The wild boar ribs were just right. Each rib could be ground into 3 or 4 arrows. Lin Ye picked up a piece of flint and began grinding the first rib. Sharpening. Needs to be thin, straight, and symmetrical. Notching. Using a small stone chip to carve a groove at the end to hold the bowstring. Wrapping. Winding thin vine around the arrow tail to prevent splitting. The first one took half an hour, barely usable. The second one was a bit faster. The third one even faster. By the time the sun was overhead, he had made 20 bone arrows. Bone arrow x20, bow ammunition penetration 10. Lin Ye put down the flint and flexed his sore fingers. Now only the bow was missing. In the afternoon, Jebuling and Gabuji returned. They dragged a pile of branches, some thick, some thin, some long, some short, all a mess. Lin Ye walked over and picked through them one by one. Too thick, no, couldn't bend. Too thin, no strength. Too brittle, no, would snap when bent. In the end, he only selected 3 that were barely usable. Obtained flexible wood x3. Lin Ye picked up one of them and began crafting the bow. Craft simple bow and arrow. Requires flexible wood x1 vine x3 flint x2. Steps 1. Carve the bow shape 2. Cut grooves for the bowstring 3. Wrap and reinforce. He first used a reinforced stone blade to shave down both ends of the stick, shaping a symmetrical curve. Then he carved grooves at both ends to hold the bowstring. For the bowstring, he used tightly twisted vines, 3 strands woven together, tough and strong. He hooked one end of the bowstring into the groove, bent the bow with force, and hooked the other end in. The first bow, when bent halfway with a crack, it snapped. The wood had a hidden flaw. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds, then picked up the second one. This time he was more careful. Carved slower, cut finer, bent gentler. The bow gradually curved, the bowstring taut, forming a graceful arc. It was done. Simple bow and arrow combat power 0. 2. Range 30 meters, requires arrows. Lin Ye picked up a bone arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and drew it fully. The feel was unfamiliar, but those vague images lingered in his memory. Aim, release. He aimed at a tree 10 paces away and let go of his fingers. Whoosh, thwack. The arrow sank into the trunk, its shaft still quivering. Lin Ye stared at the arrow, frozen for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. On that ugly green face, the grin was ferocious. In the evening, Lin Ye gathered all his subordinates in the cave. 5 goblins crouched before him. Lin Ye began distributing weapons. The 5 subordinates took the weapons, their eyes still empty, but their grip on the weapons was steadier than before. Lin Ye handed the bow to Gabuya. He took it looking bewildered. Lin Ye picked up another arrow, knocked it on the bow, and slowly demonstrated the motion. Knock, draw, aim, release. Then he had Gabuya imitate. First time the arrow fell to the ground. Second time he couldn't draw the bow. Third time he drew it, but the arrow veered off by over 10 meters. Lin Ye didn't scold him. He took out a piece of meat from his pocket and placed it on a stone 20 paces away. Hit it, and the meat is yours. Gabuya looked at the meat, then at the bow in his hands, and began practicing over and over. By sunset, he finally hit it. The arrow grazed the stone, didn't strike it, but touched the meat. Lin Ye walked over and handed the meat to him. Gabuya took it and wolfed it down. Lin Ye watched him silent for a moment. Continue tomorrow. Late at night, Lin Ye stood at the cave entrance gazing at the pitch-black darkness outside. On the panel, that warning still remained. Detected traces of goblin activity. Distance approximately 350 meters. Scale unknown. Movement direction slowly approaching. Threat level medium. It had drawn another 50 meters closer. Come on. Your dad has a bow now. Lin Ye was roughly shaken awake by Jebuling. Chief. Chief. He snapped his eyes open, his hand already gripping the stone axe beside him. Jebuling crouched nearby, his eyes hollow yet filled with urgency, pointing outside the cave while uttering harsh syllables. She. Duo. Lie. Lin Ye instantly snapped awake. He rolled over, rose to his feet, and dashed to the cave entrance. Dawn was just breaking, thick mist shrouding the distance in a blur, but the panel had already refreshed. Warning: goblin activity, traces approaching. Distance approximate 250 meters. Scale at least 5. Movement direction from west to northeast heading toward the cave. Threat level moderately high. Lin Ye squinted. 250 meters. Yesterday they were 350 meters away, today they had closed to 250. Those things were steadily drawing nearer. He glanced back into the cave. Gabuya was curled up in the nest clutching a small bough. Jebuling and Gabuji stood guard at the entrance gripping bone spears. Gabayan shielded Gabai, his other hand tightly gripping a weapon. Gabai's belly was more swollen, leaning against the rock wall holding a reinforced stone blade. 5 subordinates, all waiting for his command. Lin Ye was silent for 3 seconds, then issued orders. Jebuling, Gabuji, go west and dig trip pits, as many as possible. Return before sunrise. Gabai, follow me. Gabuya, guard the entrance. If you see anything alive, shoot first, then shout. Gabai. He paused, looking at her swollen belly. Hide in the deepest part. Don't come out. The 5 subordinates moved at once. Lin Ye led Gabai not west, but north. To the north was a rocky slope, usually sparse in resources, so he rarely visited. But this morning a new message had appeared on the panel. Resource scan new. North 150 meters, ore vein detected unknown. An ore vein. Lin Ye's mind raced through the unrefined recipes. Copper, iron. All requiring ore. If it were copper or iron. The two scrambled over the rocky slope, stopping before a cliff face. The panel refreshed automatically. Ore vein detected, copper surface. Quality low. Reserve small. Note: requires smelting technology to extract. Lin Ye stared at the line, frozen for a moment. It was copper. Right before his eyes, a thin green vein embedded in the rock, glinting dully in the morning light. But he couldn't refine it yet. No furnace, no charcoal, no molds, nothing. Lin Ye reached out and touched the ore, cold, hard, and heavy. He was silent for a moment, then began to pry it loose. He hacked with the stone axe, pried with the bone spear, and dug with his bare hands. One chunk after another. Gabayan watched beside him, puzzled why the chief was collecting these useless stones. Lin Ye ignored him. Things that are useful now, but can't be used yet. They'll be useful later. Store them first, but can't be wrong. He stacked the ore, tied it securely with vines, had Gabayan carry it on his back, and turned back to the cave. When they returned to the cave, the sun had just risen. Jebuling and Gabuji had already come back, having dug over a dozen trip pits in the west, densely packed. Lin Ye had them continue digging, turning that area into a full trap zone. He walked to the deepest part of the cave, placed the copper ore in a corner, and then opened the crafting system. Crafting system currently available. Weapon types were already unlocked: bone spears, bows, reinforced stone blades. But the system also had a category he hadn't noticed before. Tools. Stone hoe, flint 2 rough, wood 1, effect digging, efficiency 50. Stone shovel, flint 2 rough, wood 1, effect pit digging, efficiency 50. Stone chisel, flint 1, vine 1, effect fine processing. Armor. Simple leather armor, small animal hide 2, vine 3, effect defense 0. 1. Bone plated bracers, small bones 2, vine 2, effect melee defense 0. 05. Vine armor, vine 10, effect light protection. Farming tools. Stone sickle, flint 1, thin wood 1, effect gathering, efficiency 30. Wooden rake, thin wood 3, vine 2, effect leveling ground. Clay water storage jar, clay 3, fire effect storing drinking water. Seeing the farming tools line, Lin Ye's heart stirred sharply. Goblins never used farming tools. They only looted, stole, and scavenged. But he could plant. He could have his subordinates gather seeds, level the groundwater, and cultivate. He could make the tribe no longer rely solely on hunting. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart. Survive this first. Those things were still closing in. At noon, Lin Ye gathered all his subordinates. Jebuling and Gabuji continued expanding the traps, covering a 50-meter radius around the cave. Densest in the west, next in the south, leaving retreat paths in the north and east. Goblin went to cut trees and sharpen stakes, making barricades with pointed ends outward set behind the traps. Gabuya climbed to the high ground on the rocks above the entrance. Lin Ye gave him 10 arrows. If you see anything moving, shoot first. Immediately retreat after shooting. Gabuya nodded, climbed up, and curled into a ball looking like an inconspicuous green stone. Lin Ye began crafting armor. Simple leather armor. Materials were ready, his technique practiced. Half an hour later, the first piece of armor was completed. Simple leather armor, defense 0. 1. Rough chafing, but capable of blocking damage. He made 3 more in succession. Goblin put it on. Jebuling put it on. Gabuji put it on. The 3 male goblins clumsily donned the leather armor. Lin Ye then crafted 2 pairs of bone-plated bracers, giving them to Jebuling and Gabuji, who were responsible for melee combat. Finally, he also put a small-sized piece of leather armor on Gabuya. Gabuya looked down, gently rubbed against his hand. In the evening, Lin Ye stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the darkening sky in the west. The panel information remained clear. Distance approximate. 200 meters. Scale 68. Movement direction slowly approaching. Threat level medium. 200 meters. At most 2 days before they reached the cave entrance. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the longbow, looking back into the cave. Gabuya stood guard at the high point, bow never leaving his hand. Jebuling and Gabuji stood behind the traps, staring westward. Gabai guarded the entrance and Gabai stayed in the nest. In the deepest part of the cave, the bundle of copper, or sat quietly in the corner. Now he would make them fall one by one into the traps, be pierced by arrows and collapse before the barricades. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Come on. Let me see just how tough you really are. Late at night, Lin Ye had no trace of sleepiness. He crouched on the rock above the cave entrance, sitting side by side with Gabuya. Moonlight spilled across the western thicket, shrouded in deep darkness, only the wind rustling through the grass leaves making faint sounds. 2 hours earlier, the panel had just refreshed its information. Distance about 150 meters. Size 7. Movement direction slowly approaching. Threat level medium. 7. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. These were 7 goblins tracking by the scent of Gabayan and Gabai. They would never have imagined that this once weak cave had long since transformed into a different scene. He turned to look back at the cave. Gabayan stood guard at the cave entrance, holding a spear, his makeshift leather armor gleaming dully in the shadows. Jebuling and Gabuji crouched beside the barricade behind the trap zone, holding their breath in readiness. Gabai curled deep in the nest, cradling a reinforced stone blade, her slightly swollen belly peaceful. 5 loyal subordinates plus himself made 6 against 7. But Lin Ye knew this was never a simple contest of numbers. Equipped goblins and unarmed goblins were worlds apart. He lowered his head, stroking the bow in his hand. Of the 20 bone arrows, 2 had been used, leaving 18. Beside him, Gabuya also had 10 arrows ready, enough to handle this ambush. Just before dawn, they finally came. The first to notice the disturbance was Gabuya, who gently tugged at Lin Ye's hand and pointed toward the western thicket. Lin Ye looked up. Dark shadows moved, emerging one by one from the grass. 1, 2, 3. A full 7 wandering goblins crawling cautiously in a line with no weapons on them, only their sharp claws to move forward. The leading individual was the most robust, with a combat power of about 0. 8. Behind it followed several ordinary individuals of 0. 6 and 0. 7, and at the end was a thin goblin with a combat power of only 0. 5. Lin Ye remained unmoved, quietly watching them step into the trap zone. At the first tripping pit, the leading goblin stumbled and cursed, then got up and continued. At the second and third pits, a goblin behind directly fell spikes, cutting a bloody wound on its leg, yet it still struggled to rise. Lin Ye still held his position. He was waiting for this group to get deep into the densest trap area. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The leading goblin rushed to the barricade, staring at the wooden stakes with pointed ends facing outward, completely frozen in place. It had never seen such a construction. At the moment of its distraction, Lin Ye raised his hand and drew the bow, knocking an arrow, pulling full, aiming, releasing. The bone arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle, precisely piercing the leading goblin's back. Alo! A miserable howl rang out. The burly figure fell flat on the ground, the deeply embedded arrow preventing it from ever getting up. The remaining 6 instantly fell into chaos, some charging blindly forward, some retreating in panic, some frozen in place at a loss. Lin Ye's second arrow followed immediately, and another goblin at the front fell to the ground. Gabuya, the young goblin already poised, immediately drew its bow and shot. Though its aim was still unskilled, it scared a goblin into turning and fleeing, who stumbled into 2 tripping pits and fell disgracefully. Third arrow, fourth arrow. 2 more goblins fell to the arrows, leaving only 3 utterly broken, fleeing madly back. Lin Ye ordered coldly, Jebuling Gabuji. 2 goblins rushed out from behind the barricade with spears, chasing the slowest, thin individual. The already feeble creature hadn't run a few steps before Jebuling's spear pierced its hind leg, and it fell to the ground with a shriek. Lin Ye had already given instructions to wound, but not kill. The two subordinates dragged the wailing captives back, while the other two wandering goblins disappeared completely into the thicket. Lin Ye leaped down from the rock and walked to the trap zone. Of the 7 attackers, 5 were down, 2 dead on the spot, 3 heavily wounded and wailing. He crouched before the leading goblin, and the panel automatically popped up information. Target wandering goblin male. Combat power 0. 8 stamina 2, 3100 intelligence 0. 3. Status dying heavily wounded. With a combat power of 0. 8. It was even higher than his, but at this moment it was only at his mercy. Lin Ye reached out to pull the bow and arrow from its back, then took a piece of beast meat from his pocket and stuffed it into its mouth. The previously terrified and wailing goblin froze, then began chewing madly, its stamina slowly recovering. He did the same for the remaining heavily wounded captives, pulling arrows and feeding meat, stabilizing all survivors. Finally, he walked to the thin individual with the wounded hind leg. The panel showed it was a female goblin, not pregnant. After treating all wounds, Lin Ye signaled his subordinates to drag the 5 captives into the cave. The 2 that fled were nothing to fear. These 3 survivors were what he truly wanted. Deep in the cave, the 2 corpses were moved aside. 3 severely wounded wandering goblins crouched on the ground, staring at Lin Ye with fear in their eyes. Lin Ye crouched before them and said coldly, "Submit or die." They might not understand the meaning of submit, but they clearly knew the terror of the word death. The female goblin lowered her head, first exposing the back of her neck to show submission. Detected voluntary submission of same race with combat power lower than host. Forced recruitment conditions met. Wandering goblin female, combat power 0. 5 stamina 36, 0 intelligence 0. 3 loyalty locked at 100. Lin Ye named her Jebuman. The other 2 males also quickly bowed in submission. Jebujing, combat power 0. 8 loyalty 100. Gabu AI, combat power 0. 7 loyalty 100. 3 new subordinates had thus surrendered. Lin Ye threw out a few pieces of wild boar meat, watching them devour it to recover stamina, then turned and walked toward the crafting area. The existing weapons and leather armor were no longer enough to distribute. At dusk, Lin Ye gathered all his subordinates in the center of the cave. Now under his command, he had 8 goblins. Old subordinates. Gabuya young archer, Jebuling juvenile bone, spear Gabuji juvenile bone, spear Gabai mature bone, spear Gabai mature pregnant, guarding the cave. New subordinates. Jebujing mature, combat power 0. 8 Gabuai mature, combat power 0. 7 Jebuman mature female, combat power 0. 5. Counting himself the whole, tribe numbered 9. Lin Ye began distributing equipment. Jebujing hold a bone spear or leather armor. Gabuai hold a bone spear. Jebuman take the reinforced stone blade and guard the cave with Gabai. He then distributed the remaining leather armor to Jebuling and Gabuji, who had followed him the longest, and finally walked to Gabuya, handing over 5 newly made bone arrows. Keep practicing tomorrow. Gabuya nodded solemnly. He by now had learned to respond to the leader's commands. Late at night, Lin Ye sat in the nest and opened the panel. Tribe. Leader Lin Ye. Size 9 including Lin Ye. Command units. Gabuya young, combat power 0. 32, archer. Jebuling juvenile, combat power 0. 55, bone spear leather armor. Gabuji juvenile, combat power 0. 55, bone spear leather armor. Gabai mature, combat power 0. 74, bone spear leather armor. Gabai mature pregnant, combat power 0. 63, guarding the cave. Jebujing mature, combat power 0. 8, oi bone spear leather armor. Gabu AI mature, combat power 0. 7, bone spear. Jebuman mature female, combat power 0. 5, guarding the cave. Food reserves. Wild boar meat about 10 days. Goblin meat about 5 days. Weapon reserves. Bone spears 9, reinforced stone blades 5, simple bows 2, bone arrows 22, leather armor 5. Traps more than a dozen, some damaged. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Lin Ye curled the corners of his mouth. 9. 9 fully armed were completely different from 9 unarmed. If the 2 that fled earlier dared to return, he wouldn't mind letting them taste the crushing power of equipment. He leaned against the haystack, closing his eyes to rest while Gabuya curled at his feet, fast asleep. Outside the cave, the moonlight was cold. In the thicket 150 meters away, perhaps there were still fish that slipped through the net. But Lin Ye didn't care at all. Come one, take one. Come a pair, take a pair. His tribe was in need of growing numbers. Lin Ye was continuously jolted awake by the panel. It was not an external sound. The system alert kept trembling deep within his sea of consciousness, dragging him out of slumber. He opened his eyes and his consciousness instantly sharpened. Warning: traces of a large number of goblins detected, distance approximately 300 meters, scale, first wave 5, second wave 4, third wave 6, movement direction advancing toward the cave in a fan-shaped formation, threat level high, 3 waves 15 in total. They were not the scattered roaming wild goblins from yesterday. They advanced in batches, maintaining spacing, and marched steadily toward the cave, an organized operation. He sat up abruptly, not bothering to adjust his leather armor. Barefoot on the cold stone floor, he rushed out of the cave and scrambled up the commanding rock beside it. The faint light of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on his face. Gazing into the distance, he saw dark figures moving among the western bushes. Left flank, center, right flank. 3 squads spaced dozens of meters apart, forming a fan-shaped encirclement, pressing steadily toward the cave without haste. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. This was by no means the formation of an ordinary wandering band. It was reconnaissance, a probe. Behind these goblins, there had to be a leader directing in the shadows. He leaped down from the rock and hurried back to the cave. His 8 subordinates had already been startled awake, raising their heads in unison to look at him, their hollow eyes filled only with obedience. Lin Ye issued commands in his mind. Gabu Lung, Gabu Ji, Gabu Jing, Gabu AI, guard the western trap zone. When the enemy enters, wound them, do not kill. Gabu Yin, guard the southern side with me. Gabu Ye, take the high ground and shoot arrows, prioritize the left flank. Gabu Ye, Gabu Man, hide deep inside the cave. 8 figures moved immediately. Lin Ye gripped his longbow and walked slowly toward the southern side. The traps in this area were sparse, a gap he had deliberately left. If the enemy could detect the flaw and circle around it, meant they possessed tactical thinking. If they charged straight into the western trap zone, they were merely a pack of stupid beasts. He thought to himself, hopefully they aren't that smart. The first contact occurred on the western side. Gabu Lung crouched behind the barricade, staring at the 5 wild goblins approaching slowly. They were filthy, unarmed, staggering, and utterly unaware of the traps ahead. The first one stepped into a pitfall, its feet plunging into the sharp wooden spikes at the bottom, eliciting a muffled groan. The second followed closely, falling into the same trap. The third tried to circle around, but crashed into a thorny vine net, immobile. Cries of pain echoed through the woods. The remaining 2 turned and fled in panic. Gabu Lung and Gabu Ji charged out from behind the barricade, their bone spears precisely striking the fleeing goblins' hind legs, wounding, but not killing, subduing both. First wave of 5 enemies, 3 captured, 2 escaped. The situation in the center was slightly trickier. Among the 4 goblins, the leader was slightly larger, gripping a crude stone club, and skillfully dodged 2 traps. It reached the barricade, swept its gaze across, and instantly spotted Gabu Jing and Gabu AI, behind it, clad in leather armor and wielding bone spears. It froze. Never had it seen its own kind wearing leather armor. In that moment of distraction, a whoosh came from the high ground. Gabu Ye's arrow struck its shoulder with precision. The stone club fell, and it staggered back with a cry of pain. The other 3 turned and fled in terror. Gabu Jing and Gabu AI gave chase, successfully capturing 1, while the other 2 vanished into the bushes. Center wave of 4 enemies, 1 captured, 3 escaped. The right flank was the most troublesome. 6 goblins deliberately spread out, keeping distance from each other, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the traps. Only 2 were caught. The remaining 4 charged fiercely toward the cave entrance from different directions. Lin Ye observed clearly from the southern side. He steadied himself, held the bow with his left hand, knocked an arrow with his right, and drew the bowstring to its fullest. The arrow flew, and the foremost goblin fell to the ground. The second arrow followed, striking the second. The last 2, instead of retreating, were driven wild by their instincts and charged recklessly toward the entrance. Lin Ye dropped his longbow, grabbed the bone spear at his feet, and advanced swiftly. As the third goblin reached the entrance, he twisted his wrist, driving the spear through its thigh. It screamed and collapsed. The fourth was about to pounce when Gabu Yin caught up, piercing its hind leg with a bone spear and sending it crashing to the ground. All 4 from the right flank were subdued. Lin Ye panted slightly, calming his breath. 3 waves of 15 enemies, 8 captured alive, 5 escaped, 2 dead. Dragged the living ones inside. The captured wild goblins were dragged into the cave, leaving faint bloodstains on the rough ground. The captives were laid side by side on the floor, their bodies curled up, trembling. The 2 corpses were dragged to a corner. The 6 living captives stared at Lin Ye with terror. Lin Ye crouched down, and the panel refreshed automatically. Target 6 goblins, combat power 0. 6 to 0. 8 varying status, severe injury, light injury, fear. He tore off a piece of dried wild boar meat and held it to the first one's mouth. Submit or die. The creature couldn't understand complex words, but it could read his eyes. Trembling, it lowered its head and voluntarily exposed its nape, the posture of submission among goblin tribes. Recruitment successful, the second, the third, all the way to the 6th. Not one dared to resist, all surrendered. 6 new subordinates were formally inducted into the tribe. Lin Ye stood up, looking at the crowded green figures in the cave. The once empty cave was now filled with 15 goblins. 8 old subordinates, 6 new ones plus himself, 15 in total. The cramped cave felt a bit crowded. Water droplets from the rock walls kept falling, wetting the ground. Lin Ye looked at the numbers on the panel, a faint, barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 15. The rumored larger tribe with 40 or 50 members. His strength had reached a third of theirs. He had polished weapons, stitched leather armor, precise bows and arrows, and absolutely obedient subordinates. The enemy had only savagery and brute force. At dusk the glow of the setting sun streamed through the cave entrance. Lin Ye gathered all his subordinates in the center. 14 goblins squatted neatly before him, heads bowed, waiting quietly for orders. The old subordinates retained their original duties. The 6 new ones were assigned tasks. Gabu Meng Gabu Sun Gabu Pu take bone spears and join the front line. Gabu Wei Gabu Lu take reinforced stone blades and learn to set traps. Gabu Ji guard the cave, assist Gabu Yi and Gabu Man in logistics. The 6 new subordinates took the weapons, holding them with confusion. Lin Ye handed the last 2 stitched leather armors to Gabu Meng and Gabu Pu, who had the highest combat power. After finishing this, he looked at the weapon stockpile in the corner of the cave. Supplies were running low. 2 bone spears left, 3 reinforced stone blades, no more leather armor, 2 bows, 15 bone arrows. All the equipment could not sustain the consumption of 15 goblins. Lin Ye looked at the 14 subordinates before him, silent. 15 goblins required a large amount of food every day, as well as sufficient weapons for self-defense. All of these were currently lacking. He walked out of the cave. The evening breeze brushed his face, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. The 5 wild goblins that escaped today would surely return to their tribe to report, informing the leader behind the scenes of the situation here. Tomorrow, or in the days to come, more enemies would inevitably come to probe and attack. They would be like ants, continuously sending out members wave after wave, trying to gnaw away at his stronghold. But in Lin Ye's heart he knew that it was still undecided who the true prey was. When the tribe's power accumulated enough to rival the enemy, that would be the day of the counterattack. Lin Ye crouched on the rock above the cave, gazing westward for a full half-hour. The panel's information floated clearly before his eyes. Distance approximately 200 meters. Scale camp about 40 to 50 creatures. Leader combat power 1. 8 surroundings. Multiple small patrol squads. 40 to 50 creatures in total, and the leader's combat power was as high as 1. 8. Lin Ye raised his hand and touched the longbow in his grasp. Yesterday there had been 2 more enemy raids, 1 of 4, 1 of 5. He had ultimately incorporated 7 and let 2 go. Now he commanded 22 subordinates. 22 against 40 to 50. His forces were still at an absolute disadvantage. But what if the leader were to die? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. The cohesion of a goblin tribe was never built on loyalty, but solely on fear. When the leader was powerful, subordinates bowed their heads in submission. When the leader perished, the tribe would either scatter or fall into internal strife, eventually being absorbed by a new and stronger master. He didn't need to defeat 40 to 50 goblins at all. He only needed to slay that one leader. Lin Ye slid down from the rock and turned back toward the cave. His 22 subordinates packed the cave to the brim. Seeing him return, they lowered their heads in unison. Lin Ye walked to the deepest part of the cave, pushed the bundle of copper ore aside, then crouched down and began tracing the terrain on the ground with his claws. He sketched the western thickets, the rocky mound, and the small stream, then marked the enemy camp's position, a relatively open stretch of flat ground across the stream. All 22 subordinates crowded around, staring blankly at the lines on the ground. Lin Ye pointed at the sketch and began assigning tasks. Gabu Rock, Gabu Thorn, Gabu On, Gabu Rush. You 4 have the strongest combat power. After dark, circle around from the left flank, creep to the edge of the camp, and only throw stones to lure the enemy. Do not engage in battle. Throw and retreat immediately. The 4 mature goblins nodded in acceptance. Gabu Prism, Gabu Spine, Gabu Mugwort, Gabu Sun. You 4 circle around from the right flank. Do the same, lure the pursuers away, and nothing more. The other 4 also nodded in response. Lin Ye looked at the remaining subordinates. Gabu Sprout, you come with me. The rest of you stay in the cave. No matter what commotion occurs outside, none of you are to leave. The 14 subordinates lowered their heads in unison. Lin Ye stood up, picked up his longbow, and checked the quiver. 15 bone arrows lay quietly within. More than enough. He walked over to Gabu Sprout and crouched down. Afraid. Gabu Sprout looked up at him, its gaze still vacant, yet its small hand gripped the bow with extreme tightness. It gave a slight shake of its head. Lin Ye reached out and gently touched its head. Let's go. Night had fully enveloped the wilderness, dark clouds obscured the stars, and moon plunging everything into pitch-black darkness. This was the goblins' night. Their eyes could see in the dark, but humans and beasts could not. Lin Ye led Gabu Sprout around the rear of the cave, crossed the rocky mound, and waded through the shallow stream. The enemy camp lay 200 meters ahead. A pile of firewood crackled with flames. Goblins were crude at making fires, producing more smoke than heat, yet it was enough to ward off the chill. Around the campfire, vague green silhouettes shifted in the shadows. Lin Ye lay behind a rock, silently counting. 40, 41, 42, 46. Counting the scattered members he had previously incorporated, the enemy's total already exceeded 50. Lin Ye licked the corner of his mouth. On the left flank, Gabu Rock and his 4 companions had already begun their move. Thud! A stone slammed into the camp's edge, striking a sleeping goblin square on the head. The creature leaped up with a shriek, caught sight of a shadowy figure darting in the distance, and immediately howled as it gave chase, with several companions following close behind. On the right flank, Gabu Prism and his 4 companions struck simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Stones rained into the camp one after another, instantly throwing it into chaos. Lin Ye's gaze remained locked on a figure beside the campfire. The leader still held its ground, watching and waiting. The first wave of goblins that had chased returned empty-handed, cursing as they re-entered the camp. But no sooner had they sat down than several more stones flew in from the left, forcing them to charge out again in fury. Back they came, only for harassment to erupt on the right. Off they chased, only for the left to stir once more. This repeated 7 or 8 times, and gradually discord began to emerge within the camp. Some refused to pursue futilely any longer, some cursed their companions for incompetence, and others suspected there was no enemy at all, that it was all just a farce. By the campfire, the leader finally rose to its feet. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Target leader Goblin Combat Power 1. 8 Stamina 9 2100 Intelligence 0. 7 Status Enraged Alert 1. 8. That was 0. 3 higher than any chieftain he had encountered before. The leader let out a low guttural roar, and the clamorous camp fell into instant silence. The leader began issuing orders. 20 goblins were divided into 4 squads and dispatched to encircle from 4 directions, while the remaining 20 stayed behind to guard the camp, tightening their formation and refraining from rash sorties. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. This was exactly the result he had wanted. Gabu Rock and his 4 companions had not been cornered. They knew the terrain well and moved swiftly. In the darkness, the pursuers could never lock onto their trail. All they needed was to circle around and shake them off, then switch directions and continue their harassment. But Lin Ye no longer cared about the bait. His gaze had been fixed on the leader from beginning to end. It remained by the campfire, guarded by 20 subordinates, acting with extreme caution and refusing to leave the camp even a single step. Lin Ye was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Half an hour later, the opportunity finally arrived. A violent uproar erupted from the left. When Gabu Rock and his companions threw their stones, they happened to hit one of the enemy's minor captains, igniting a blaze of fury. All 20 pursuers charged headlong in that direction. Within the camp, only 20 guards remained. The leader stood by the campfire, its body leaning slightly forward, staring intently toward the direction of the disturbance on the left. Lin Ye slowly raised his longbow, knocked an arrow, drew the string to full. Distance 80 meters. Wind slight, blowing from left to right. He squinted one eye, the arrowhead precisely locked onto the leader's neck. Whoosh! The bow and arrow left the string tearing through the air. Across 80 meters, the arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. At the final instant, the leader sensed the danger and jerked its head around. The arrowhead missed its neck, instead slamming deep into its shoulder. Oh! The leader let out a miserable howl and staggered to the ground. The camp instantly erupted into chaos. 20 goblins scrambled about like headless flies. Some charged toward the left, some crowded around the leader, and some stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. But Lin Ye's second arrow was already in flight. This arrow struck the leader square in the chest. Its body convulsed violently once, then went completely still. Leader Goblin slain. Massive combat experience gained. Lin Ye Combat Power 0. 69-0. 75 Stamina 68-60. Lin Ye lowered his longbow and rose to his feet. He drew a deep breath, let out a roar, and declared in the simplest goblin tongue, "The leader is dead. Submit or die." The voice echoed through the night sky. The 20 goblins in the camp froze utterly. Their eyes darted from the leader's corpse to the dark silhouette, holding a longbow atop the rock, and fear spread through them like a plague. The first one knelt, baring the back of its neck. The second, the third, the fourth. Goblin after goblin bowed their heads in submission. Lin Ye leaped down from the rock and strode slowly toward the camp, Gabu Sprout following close behind with an arrow knocked alert and ready. Reaching the campfire, he looked down at the leader's body. Combat Power 1. 8. More than double his own. But now it was nothing more than a cold corpse. Lin Ye raised his head and looked at the 20 goblins kneeling on the ground. In the distance, the pursuing goblins returned one by one. Seeing the leader dead and a new chieftain standing by the campfire, they froze for a moment, then knelt down one after another. 40 in total. Adding the 22 previously incorporated, his forces now numbered 62. Lin Ye stared at the numbers on the panel in silence for a long moment, then began the incorporation process. Targets with Combat Power 0. 8 and below. Forced incorporation targets with Combat Power 0. 8 to 1. 2. Must submit voluntarily. Those who bowed their heads were incorporated, those who hesitated were slain. After executing 2 as a warning to the rest, the remaining goblins harbored no further thoughts of dissent. By the time dawn began to break, the incorporation was complete. All 40 new subordinates were brought under his command. Lin Ye sat in the former leader's den. It was far more spacious and dry than his previous cave, its floor covered with a thick layer of dry straw. Gabu Sprout curled up at his feet, already fast asleep. Outside the cave, 63 subordinates were packed tightly together, silently awaiting his orders. Lin Ye opened the panel. Tribe Chieftain Lin Ye sized 63 individuals including Lin Ye units under command, 22 old subordinates, 41 newly incorporated total combat power, approximately 35 weapon reserves, bone spears 12 captured from the camp, reinforced stone blades 8 bows 2 bone arrows remaining 7 leather armor 6 pieces, 3 captured food, reserves approximately 20 days. Lin Ye looked at these figures, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 63 individuals. He was a true chieftain now. No longer the weak existence with a combat power of merely 0.5. But 20 days of food could not possibly sustain 63 mouths. He rose to his feet, walked to the mouth of the cave, and gazed out at the dense sea of green figures. The sky at the horizon was turning pale with dawn. A new day, a new tribe was beginning. Lin Ye drew a deep breath and issued the first order as the new chieftain of the tribe: distribute the meat. Eat then rest. Tomorrow, he paused, his voice steady and firm. Tomorrow I will teach you how to survive. All 63 goblins lowered their heads in unison, acknowledging the command. Lin Ye turned and walked back into the den, leaning against the pile of straw. Tired. Truly tired. Ding. Lin Ye's eyes snapped open. The panel vibrated violently before him. Tribe size exceeding 50 detected. Command depth has reached critical threshold. Unlocked third layer. Cornerstone of the throne. Bloodline feedback. Cornerstone of the throne. Simple farming. Designate subordinates to cultivate edible plants for a stable food source. Basic construction. Unlock blueprints for palisades, drainage ditches, and storage pits. Water management. Direct subordinates to dig irrigation channels or water reservoirs. Bloodline feedback. Growth resonance. Whenever a subordinate's combat power increases, the host receives 5 of that increase as experience. Feedback. Battle echo. When subordinates participate in combat and survive, there is a chance they will transmit combat insights back to the host. Numerical superiority. When fighting alongside subordinates, every additional 10 subordinates increases the host's combat power by 0.01. Current numerical superiority: 60 subordinates, combat power 0.06. Lin Ye 0.75. 0.81. Lin Ye was stunned for a few seconds, then let out a soft laugh. It wasn't a fierce, menacing laugh, but one of profound relief. 63 subordinates, 20 days of food. It had seemed barely enough to scrape by. But now he had a way to break the deadlock. Farming, construction, water management. His foundation was steadily stabilizing. As his subordinates grew stronger, so too would he. Lin Ye leaned back against the straw pile, gazing up at the ceiling of the cave, his fingertips gently brushing over the sleeping gabu sprout at his feet. Tomorrow he would have his subordinates search for suitable farmland, select the sharpest among them to learn building palisades and digging storage pits, and hunt more to stockpile meat. Enough to survive these 20 days. Lin Ye was jolted awake by a cacophony of raucous noise. Outside the cave, 62 goblins were crammed together, churning like a boiling pot of porridge. Some frenziedly fought over rotting flesh, others wrestled and bit each other, while a few crouched in a daze, staring blankly. Newcomers mixed with old followers, their howls, screams, and curses creating a deafening, nerve-grating uproar. He propped himself up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. At his feet, Gobu was still curled into a tiny ball, now awakened, staring at him with bewildered eyes. Lin Ye rose and walked to the cave entrance, casting a sweeping glance downward from his elevated position. The moment those green figures outside caught sight of him, the noise abruptly halved, yet a few newcomer goblins, still brawling bloody over a bone, remained oblivious to their master's fury. Lin Ye's eyes darkened, narrowing into slits. He strolled down the slope, weaving through the dense throng of goblins, and walked straight up to the 3 mature goblins locked in combat. The 3 were fighting fiercely, utterly unaware of the arrival of death. Lin Ye raised his foot, and without mercy kicked the largest one square in the face. That goblin let out a piercing scream and tumbled several meters away. The remaining 2 froze on the spot, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Kneel. The icy command fell, and with a thud the 3 goblins dropped to their knees in unison, trembling like leaves in a storm, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Ye's cold gaze swept across the entire scene. 62 goblins crouched densely on the ground, all eyes fixed fearfully on him, not daring to breathe too loudly. From now on there are rules here. Lin Ye immediately ordered Gobu Yin and Gobu Jing to line up all goblins in 10 columns, 6 in each. The old followers stood in the front rows, the newly subdued at the back, clearly divided. He squatted down, pinched a sharp stone flake between his fingers, and carved simple symbols into the dirt, circles, vertical lines, and crosses. Goblins couldn't read, but they could firmly remember what each symbol meant. He raised his hand, pointing to the 40 new goblins behind him, and said in a detached tone, "You have no names. Only numbers." The stone flake came down, carving a circle. "You are circle 1. Then a vertical line, you are circle 2. And so on. The 40 new goblins were numbered from circle 1 to circle 40. For the 12 old followers in the front, Lin Ye called out each name, each one a unique honor belonging solely to them. Gobuya. The smallest cub clutched a small bough, standing timidly at the edge. Gobu Yin. The steady and reliable mature one, gripping a bone spear tightly. Gobu Jing, the elite warrior with top combat prowess sharp-eyed, even in tattered leather armor. Gobu Long, Gobu Ji, Gobu Mang, Gobu Pu, Gobu AI, Gobu Sun, Gobu Yi, Gobu Man, Gobu Ji, 12 old followers, each with their own name. The remaining 10 were goblins recruited earlier, but not yet named. Lin Ye's gaze swept over them, and he said calmly, "You Fong 1, Fong 2. Up to Fong 10. Next came the grouping. Lin Ye marked several zones on the ground and issued clear orders. Hunting team, he pointed to Gobu Yin and Gobu Jing, then selected 10 of the strongest numbered goblins. Circle 3, Circle 7, Circle 11, etc. Totaling 12. Go out hunting, return with prey daily. If there's not enough prey, no one eats meat. Gobu Yin nodded solemnly and led the hunting team away. Foraging team, he pointed to Gobu Lung and Gobu Ji, then chose 10 agile ones. Circle 2, Circle 5, Circle 9, etc. Also 12. Search for food, wild vegetables, fruits, tubers, seeds. Bring them all back for my inspection. Gobu Lung acknowledged and set off with the foraging team. Construction team Lin Ye picked several with steady hands. Fong 1, Fong 3, Circle 6, etc. 8 in total, and personally led them as captain. Follow me. Dig pits, build shelters. Sentinels, he assigned Gobu Mang and Gobu AI plus 4 newly numbered goblins. Take turns on watch, 4 during the day, 8 at night. At the slightest disturbance, raise the alarm immediately. The remaining weaker ones like Gobu Ya, Gobu Yi, and Gobu Man, elderly females, were all assigned to the cave guard team responsible for tidying the cave, caring for the cubs, and stone tool grinding. Lin Ye led the construction team to a spot about 100 meters from the cave. The ground here was slightly elevated and close to the stream, a base he had chosen long ago. Here he intended to build storage pits and an earthen furnace, solidifying the tribe's foundation. He ordered Fong 1 and others to cut trees, dig soil, and haul stones while he crouched down, quickly sketching designs with his sharp claws. The storage pit technique was simple. Dig a 2-meter deep hole, reinforce the walls with stones, line the bottom with dry grass, and cover the top with a wooden frame and straw mat. This would extend the preservation of meat. The drainage ditch was even easier. Dig a shallow trench around the cave to divert rainwater to low-lying areas, preventing flooding. The most challenging part was the earthen furnace. Recalling his past life survival skills, Lin Ye built the furnace chamber with clay mixed with stones, leaving an air intake and a smoke vent. Using charcoal as fuel, it could smelt copper ore. However, copper ore has an extremely high melting point, and charcoal fire might not generate enough heat. He couldn't worry about that for now, and immediately directed his men to dig for clay. The black clay by the stream was moist and soft, shaping nicely in the hand, an ideal material. Lin Ye personally mixed the mud, coiled it into a circular furnace chamber, left a palm-sized air intake, layered thick clay on the outside, reinforced it with stones, and let it dry in the shade. During the drying period, he arranged for Fong 1 to chop wood and produce charcoal. Charcoal making was also a skilled craft. Lin Ye dug shallow pits, stacked wood, ignited it, then covered it with wet soil, leaving only a small vent for smoke. After a day and night, it would turn into charcoal. As dusk fell, the hunting team returned first. Gobu Yin dragged a wild deer, and Gobu Jing carried 2 plump rabbits. Although 3 of the 12 hunters were wounded, their haul was substantial. Lin Ye ordered the cave guard team to skin and butcher the meat. Some hung to air dry, some stored in the newly dug pits. Shortly after, the foraging team also returned fully loaded. Gobu Lung carried a vine basket brimming with wild vegetables and fruits, along with a few fist-sized tubers. Lin Ye took the tubers for a closer look, and instantly a system chime sounded in his ear. Edible plant detected, wild yam tuber. Plantable berry in soil, water, harvest in 30 days. Lin Ye carefully stored the tuber in a separate pit, covered it with dry grass. Starting tomorrow, we will begin planting these. As night fell, Lin Ye kept watch by the earthen furnace, gazing at the blazing red charcoal inside. The charcoal was ready. He ordered his men to hammer the copper ore into fragments, load them into a clay bowl he had shaped, and lightly fired that afternoon, then placed the bowl into the furnace, sealed the lid, and left only a small opening to monitor the process. Crimson flames licked the bottom of the bowl relentlessly, and the ore gradually began to glow red hot. Lin Ye stared fixedly at the observation hole, unmoving. 1 hour, 2 hours. The charcoal in the furnace was replenished and extinguished, picked up, and added again. After 3 hours, he carefully extracted the clay bowl with a long stick. At the bottom of the bowl, a layer of sticky red-yellow liquid had cooled and solidified, forming a hard lump of metal. Acquired crude copper X1. Crafting system copperware recipes unlocked. Lin Ye stared at the palm-sized lump of crude copper in his hand, frozen for a few seconds, then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he could forge real weapons. Late at night, Lin Ye returned to the cave. Most of his 62 subordinates were already asleep. Sentinels stood guard at the entrance, scanning the darkness vigilantly. The elderly and females of the cave guard team huddled in the deepest part, while the hunting and foraging teams slept in clusters, their heavy breathing filling the air. Lin Ye walked through the crowd to the deepest part of the cave and sat down on a pile of dry grass. Over 60 subordinates. They had a hunting team, a foraging team, a construction team, sentinels, and a cave guard team, clearly divided each with their own duties. They had numbers, rules, and earthen furnace, and now copper. He leaned back on the haystack and slowly closed his eyes. Everything was beginning to fall into place. Lin Ye opened his eyes, gazing at the cold moonlight spilling through the cave entrance. Tomorrow he would teach the construction team to build wooden palisades, organize a planting team to till the land, and attempt to forge copper arrowheads. Lin Ye was awakened by pain. Not the dull ache of flesh wounds, but a piercing agony that frantically drilled out from the crevices of his bones, as if countless hands were tearing and writhing inside his body, threatening to split his frame apart. He curled up on the straw pile, clenching his teeth, his whole body trembling, uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking through the animal hide that wrapped him. He bit down hard on a piece of tanned animal hide, his sharp claws clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, clearly sensing every inch of his bone snapping, and then amidst the agony reassembling and growing anew. Goblin crouched nearby, not daring to approach, quietly watching over him, his small body taut with tension. Outside the cave, Goblin and Goblin heard the commotion and immediately rushed in. Seeing Lin Ye's twisted, agonized expression, they froze in place. Lin Ye squeezed out a cold command through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Get out. Guard the entrance. The two mature goblins dared not disobey. They exchanged a glance, then immediately retreated to the cave entrance, standing guard, without leaving, shutting out all disturbances. A mere half hour felt to Lin Ye like an entire lifetime. When the final wave of agony receded like a tide, he collapsed on the straw, drenched, every muscle twitching involuntarily, without even the strength to lift a finger. Promotion complete. Lin Ye juvenile, mature, combat power 0. 81-1. 0 stamina 60-80, fully recovering, unlock privilege, can recruit same clan with combat power 1. 5 Lin Ye stared at the striking 1. 0 on the panel, stunned for a few seconds, then let out a low laugh. It was not laughter at the surge in power, but a laugh at himself for finally shedding that frail juvenile with a pitiful 0. 5 truly standing up. The moment Lin Ye stepped out of the nest, all the goblins outside the cave turned to look at him in unison, their eyes filled with awe. Something had changed. He could clearly feel the transformation of his body. His stature had grown half a head taller, his originally tender green skin had shed into a deep dark green, his claws became hard and sharp, his arms were knotted with muscle, and the oppressive aura emanating from him made all the goblins dare not lift their heads. Goblin's eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. Chief. Grown bigger. Lin Ye walked over, patted its shoulder, and said with certainty, you will too. For the next 3 days, Lin Ye led his subordinates across the mountain in exploration, turning the resource scan to maximum, scouring the forest for every inch of material. Northeast 200 meters wild yam cluster can be harvested, planted west 300 meters medium copper vein south, 150 meters high quality clay deposit north, 400 meters wild buffalo herd dangerous, can hunt lone ones southeast, 80 meters wild wheat ears, can be saved for seeds. Lin Ye immediately ordered all resources to be collected and brought back to camp. Wild yam tubers saved for planting, high-quality clay fired into pottery, raw copper or smelted into tools, wild wheat ears carefully stored. He crouched beside the clay furnace, breaking the freshly mined copper ore into pieces, placing them into a clay bowl, sealing the furnace, and lighting the fire. This time he directly started smelting 5 furnaces. 3 hours later, 5 pieces of rough copper with a reddish-yellow luster were neatly arranged on the stone slab. Lin Ye picked one up, weighed it in his hand, ran his fingertips over the cold metal, and then began crafting weapons. Craft copper arrowhead materials. Rough copper X1, flint X1, effect piercing 30, range 10 meters. The first arrowhead was crooked and twisted, the second improved, and the third was already neat and sharp. He crafted 20 copper arrowheads in one go, all of which he placed into the quiver. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, and aiming at the tree trunk 50 meters away. The motions were fluid and seamless. Whoosh! The copper arrow shot through the air, burying itself halfway into the tree trunk. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. 50 meters. The power of the copper arrowhead was 10 times greater than that of a bone arrow. He turned and went back to the clay furnace, crafted 5 copper spearheads, and tossed them directly to Goblin. Yours. Goblin took the copper spear, turning it over and over in his hands. He didn't understand what copper was, but he could clearly sense that this thing was 100 times harder than animal bone or stone, a true killing tool. Lin Ye suddenly looked at it and asked, have you felt any bone pain these days? Goblin was startled and quickly nodded yes. At night my bones ache, a piercing pain. How long? 2 days. Lin Ye crouched down and checked its panel. Goblin, mature, combat power 0. 75, on the verge of breakthrough, almost there. He scanned his other subordinates, the data, all coming into view. Goblin 0. 81, on the verge of breakthrough. Goblin 0. 58, combat power surging. Goblin 0. 58, Goblin 0. 72, Goblin 0. 71. Even the smallest Goblin had his combat power rising to 0. 35. All his subordinates' combat power was rising. Lin Ye looked at the growth resonance on his own panel. Today's feedback accumulation 0. 0210. 03. When his subordinates grew stronger, he would grow stronger too. On the fourth day, Lin Ye led the team in starting large-scale construction. First, wooden fence. Cut 100 thick wooden stakes, bury them half a person deep around the cave entrance, one every 2 steps, then bind cross poles for reinforcement. 2 days of work enclosed a safe area of 500 square meters. Simple fence defense 30, can block small beasts. Second, drainage ditch. Dig a half-meter deep ditch along the inner side of the fence leading straight to the low-lying area in the south, completely preventing rainwater backflow. Third, planting area. On the sunny slope east of the fence, turn the soil and remove stones. Cut the wild yam tubers into pieces and bury them deeply, planting them at intervals of 1 step. Gubulung crouched nearby, looking utterly confused. Lin Ye pointed to the ground, and the sun's sunlight water weight. It will produce more food. He seemed to understand, but didn't fully, yet he firmly remembered Lin Ye's command: water every day at sunset. Fourth, water storage pit. Dig a 2-meter square pit near the planting area, smear the walls with clay, line the bottom with stones, and assign Gubu Man to fetch water from the stream every day for storage. This female goblin was pregnant and couldn't do heavy work, but fetching water was just right. Fifth, pottery kiln. Build a large pottery kiln with stones and clay next to the clay furnace, capable of batch-firing clay pots. The first batch was flawed and broken, but the second batch was already neat and usable for storing water, preserving seeds, and keeping dried meat, each serving its purpose. On the evening of the 7th day, Lin Ye sat at the fence gate, gazing at the scene inside the camp. Inside the fence, 62 goblins were each doing their tasks. Some were grinding stone blades, some were gnawing on dried meat, some were resting quietly. No longer the chaos and noise of the past. Gubu Yin and Gubu Jing returned with the hunting team, dragging a huge wild buffalo, the very one that had strayed from the northern herd. Over a dozen hunters took turns shooting arrows, spending half an hour to kill it. Lin Ye ordered the buffalo to be butchered. The fresh meat was distributed, the bones were kept for weapons, and the hide was carefully stored. Wild buffalo bones were thick and sturdy, far more suitable for spear shafts than wild boar bones. He stood up and walked back to the depths of the cave, crouching beside the pile of copper ore. The ore reserves were sufficient to craft hundreds of arrowheads and dozens of spearheads, enough to equip the entire hunting team and sentries with copper weapons. Chief, there's something in the ground. He bolted upright, the exhaustion from staying up late last night still clinging to his bones, but it was instantly dispelled by the urgent shout. The sky was just beginning to lighten, morning mist drifting at the cave entrance, mingling with the damp, earthy smell that rushed toward him. Jebuling crouched before him, covered in mud from head to toe, looking as if he had just crawled out of a swamp. Yet in his small bean-like eyes burned a strange light. Not the fear of facing danger, but an unprecedented, almost feverish wonder. Without a word, Lin Ye followed him out of the cave. Outside the fenced planting area, a circle of goblins had already gathered. Jebuling's gathering team crouched at the front, craning their necks, staring intently at the ground. From their mouths came a continuous low hum, carrying a hint of almost reverent devotion. Lin Ye approached, and the crowd parted automatically to form a path. He crouched down, his gaze instantly locking onto the plowed ridge of soil. A tender, almost translucent green was timidly emerging from the crack in the earth. 2 slender cotyledons topped with a speck of soil stood tremblingly upright, swaying gently in the cool morning breeze, yet exuding a stubborn vitality. Lin Ye's breath hitched, pausing for a full 3 beats. The next second he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. His fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed over the 2 tender leaves, the palm of his hand feeling a warm, moist touch. Wild potato. It's alive. Jebuling looked at him, then at the inconspicuous little sprout, his round face filled with confusion, as if seeing for the first time the stones that the chief had buried in the ground. Remember, Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of laughter, but was exceptionally solemn. It will grow and the soil will yield dozens of tubers. Enough to feed us for a long time. Jebuling didn't fully understand, but he etched the chief's expression into his mind. That was joy, a joy even greater than when they had hunted a wild boar. Lin Ye rose and swept his gaze across the entire planting area. A 50 square meter slope with a wild potato tuber buried every 2 steps over 30 pits. Only this one had sprouted so far, the rest presumably would soon break through the soil. He turned to Jebuling, his tone crisp and decisive. Water it once every day at sunset, pull out all the weeds, and catch every bug. Jebuling nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a shaking rattle. This land is under your charge. With a dull thud, Jebuling knocked his head heavily on the ground, then straightened up and nodded, his mud-smeared face marked with an unshakable solemnity. Lin Ye patted his head and turned back into the cave. The midday sun was scorching, baking the ground hot. The footsteps of the hunting party, mixed with the mournful cries of prey, drew closer from afar. Gabayan dragged a half-grown wild boar, fresh blood still on its tusks. With each step of his sturdy frame, the ground trembled slightly. Jebujing walked beside him carrying 2 plump rabbits. Though every member of the hunting party bore wounds, some with blood dripping from their arms, others with grass ropes tied around their legs, their eyes blazed with an unnerving brightness. Lin Ye immediately noticed that Goblion's back was straighter than yesterday. At the thought, the translucent panel before him materialized. Goblin Mature Combat Power 0. 780. 81 Status Breakthrough, a breakthrough. Lin Ye strode over quickly, reaching out to pat Gobion's broad shoulder. Did it hurt? Gobion nodded gruffly, his rough hands clenching tightly, knuckles turning white. It hurt. Now, it doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Ye glanced at his claws. The keratin was harder, the nails gleamed with a chilling sharpness, and even the fur color had deepened, a clear sign of the physical transformation from the breakthrough. From today you are the hunting party leader. Gobion didn't understand what leader meant, but he grasped in charge of others, and immediately straightened his back, nodding heavily, the muscles in his neck taut. Lin Ye's gaze then fell on Jebujing, and the panel data refreshed. Jebujing Mature Combat Power 0. 830. 85 Status Breakthrough, another breakthrough. He had them stand side by side. Jebujing was half a finger taller than Gobion, and more robust, a clear top-tier fighter. You two co-managed the hunting party. The 2 mature goblins exchanged a glance without a hint of dispute. Goblins with 100 loyalty never questioned any decision of their chief. In the afternoon the sun had shifted westward, the heat slightly abating. Lin Ye led Jebujing and 12 members of the gathering team straight toward the stream on the southeast side. 80 meters away, a sparse patch of wild wheat was scattered along the water's edge, no more than a few dozen stalks. The ears had turned yellow, hanging heavy, rustling softly in the wind. Lin Ye crouched down, his movements so gentle as if he were holding fragile glass. He plucked an ear of wheat, slowly rubbing the husk apart in his palm. Several small yellowish-brown grains rolled out hard, carrying the dry warmth of the sun. He picked one up, put it in his mouth, and chewed. A faint sweetness spread across his tongue. It worked. Everyone listen. Lin Ye looked up, his tone stern. Dig up the whole plant, roots and soil, and don't shake off a single speck of dirt. The 12 goblins immediately set to work, one per plant, carefully digging the soil with their claws, hardly daring to breathe, afraid of damaging the delicate wheat roots. Back at the tribe, Lin Ye counted them. Exactly 47 plants. He crouched by the stone table, plucking each ear, rubbing out the grains, and putting them all into a freshly fired clay pot. Jebujing came over, sniffing the rim of the pot, his face full of bewilderment, thinking to himself, why does the chief treasure these hard yellow grains like a treasure? Lin Ye pointed at the pot, then at the planting area, speaking slowly and clearly, sow these into the soil, and in a few months hundreds, thousands of plants will grow. Jebuling's bean-sized eyes widened, and he stammered out syllables, enough. Enough to eat forever. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This kid, his intelligence seemed a notch above the other goblins. Yes, enough to eat forever. Jebuling stared intently at the pot, his eyes instantly blazing with a fiercer light than that morning, so intense it seemed ready to overflow. In the evening the sunset dyed half the sky crimson, the glow spreading across the ground, even the soil seeming to carry a touch of warmth. Beside the planting area, a 20 square meter plot had been enclosed with stones, and a fence of wooden stakes stood impenetrably, not even a rabbit could squeeze through. Inside, thick dry grass was spread. This was the breeding area Lin Ye had planned. The young wild boar that Gobion had caught that morning was tied by vines to a pile of hay. It was still a half-grown cub, a wad of grass stuffed in its mouth, letting out intermittent muffled grunts, its round eyes filled with terror. Feed it wild vegetables and clean water every day. Don't harm a single hair on it, Lin Ye ordered. Jebuling crouched outside the fence, staring at the young boar with a strange look. Lin Ye saw through his thoughts at a glance. It's not for eating now. Jebuling looked up at him. Let it grow and it will bear young piglets. When the young ones grow up, they'll bear more. Lin Ye pointed at the entire breeding area. From now on we won't have to risk our lives hunting, we'll still have meat to eat. Jebuling's mind churned for a long time before he clumsily grasped the logic of breeding for meat, and finally nodded heavily. Whether he understood or not didn't matter, what the chief said was definitely right. At night the cave was silent save for the occasional crackle of sparks from the campfire, its dying embers glowing faintly. Lin Ye sat on the hay pile, and with a thought summoned the tribe panel. Tribe information. Chief Lin Ye, size 63, planting progress. Wild potatoes sprouted 130, estimated survival rate 80, wild wheat seeds 47 plants approx. 200 grains awaiting sowing, breeding progress. Juvenile wild boar 1 tethered, reproduction progress. Gobai pregnant 3 months, expected birth in 1 to 2 months, females. 23 6 suspected pregnant, pending confirmation. The words 6 suspected pregnant left Lin Ye stunned for a long moment. He stood up abruptly and walked toward the corner where the female goblins gathered. Gobai was curled up in the innermost part, her round belly prominent, breathing steadily. Beside her 6 newly arrived female goblins huddled together, trembling slightly. They were Circle 7, Circle 12, Circle 18, Circle 21, Circle 26, and Circle 33. Lin Ye looked at each one. Though their bellies were not as obvious as Gabai's, they were all slightly swollen, carrying the distinctive curve of pregnancy. He fell silent. The former tribe leader had indeed done a great deed before his death. This wave was likely to trigger a population explosion. He crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the 6 females. They immediately lowered their heads, pressing their ears flat against their skulls, filled with fear, barely daring to breathe. From today, you don't have to work. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Eat meat first every day and rest well. Remember, the young in your bellies must live. The 6 females suddenly looked up, a faint glimmer of light stirring in the depths of their fearful eyes. Lin Ye turned and walked back to his own nest, leaning against the hay pile, rubbing his throbbing temples. 63 subordinates, 7 pregnant females. Goblins give birth to at least 3 to 6 young per litter. This wave conservatively would bring at least 21 cubs. 21 hungry little mouths crying for food. Pressure immediately bore down on him. But the corners of Lin Ye's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Pressure was a good thing, and the cubs would grow up and become fresh blood for the tribe. This goblin tribe was finally about to truly take root and flourish. The next morning, the tribe's enlightenment lessons officially began. Lin Ye had Jebuling summon all the gathering team members to the planting area. Pointing at the wild potato sprout, he spoke slowly and clearly, "This is called a sprout." Then he pointed at the crooked tree in the distance, "That is called a tree." Then at the water storage pit, "This is called water." The 12 goblins stared with vacant eyes, desperately trying to remember these unfamiliar words, their heads bobbing like pecking chicks. Lin Ye knew they wouldn't remember much, but little by little they would eventually fully understand. Next, he had Gabayan call the hunting party over. Pointing at the young wild boar in the breeding area, he repeated 3 times, his tone exceptionally solemn, "This one is raised, not eaten." The hunting party goblins were collectively dumbfounded. They caught prey and didn't eat it. Then what was the point of going through all that trouble? Lin Ye didn't explain further. He simply called Gabayan and Jebujing over. From now on, when hunting, bring back all live young ones and tether them in the breeding area. Adults kill them for meat. The 2 hunting party leaders exchanged a glance, then immediately nodded in unison, acknowledging the order. In the evening, the sunset's glow spilled over the water storage pit, the surface shimmering with golden ripples. Gabai dragged her heavy body, slowly moving to Lin Ye. She lowered her head, exposing the vulnerable nape of her neck, a gesture of submission among goblins. Then she raised her head, gesturing with her eyes toward the water storage pit, and squeezed out only 2 simple syllables, "Water. Wash." Lin Ye paused, looking down at her. Her fur was matted into clumps caked with thick grime, even her face smeared with dirt. Only her belly rose high, carrying the weight of life. "You want to bathe, Ye?" Gabai didn't understand bathe, but she nodded vigorously. Lin Ye stood up and led her to the water storage pit. The clear water reflected the sunset, dazzling the eyes. Gabai crouched down, cupping water with her rough palms, slowly pouring it over herself, gently scrubbing the mud from her fur. Her movements were slow, all the while carefully protecting her belly, not daring to be careless. Even when she was panting from exhaustion, she didn't stop. Lin Ye stood by watching, and a stir of emotion rose in his heart. She cared about herself, and even more about the child in her belly. He turned and went back into the cave, bringing out 2 clay pots filled with clean water, placing them by the pit. "If you want to wash again, anytime, feel free. There's plenty of water." Gabai looked up at him, a glint of light flashing in her small bean-like eyes, then lowered her head again, continuing to carefully clean herself. Late at night, the cave held only the dying warmth of the campfire with an occasional crackle of sparks. Lin Ye sat on the hay pile, took out the jar of wheat seeds, and poured a small handful into his palm. 3 months later, Lin Ye stood at the wooden fence gate, gazing at the tribal settlement that had begun to take shape before him, feeling momentarily dazed. He still remembered 3 months ago when this place was nothing but a desolate wasteland. There had been only a single dilapidated cave where dozens of emaciated goblins huddled in the mud, fighting endlessly over a broken bone. And now, beneath his feet lay a flat courtyard paved with crushed stone and clay, neither muddy nor slippery, even in the rain. Around him stood over a dozen timber houses, their walls built from rough wooden posts, and their roofs thatched with dried grass mixed with mud. Though not perfectly orderly, they were more than enough to shield against wind and rain. Behind the houses stretched the cultivation area, expanded from an initial 50 square meters to 30 mu. Sweet potato vines sprawled luxuriantly across the ground, while waves of wheat rippled in golden hues. In the freshly tilled rows, young seedlings of wild vegetables transplanted from distant mountains had taken root. Adjacent to the fields, the livestock enclosure, surrounded by tightly woven wooden fences, now housed 23 wild boars of varying sizes. The largest among them was the very juvenile caught 3 months prior, now nearly grown to adulthood. There were also numerous litters of rabbits bred rapidly since they had been dug from the western shrubbery, Producing 1 litter each month, they had already multiplied into sizable numbers. At the far end of the enclosure stood the pottery kiln and the smelting furnace side by side. The pottery kiln was fired every 3 days, filling half a room with earthenware jars, bowls, and basins. The smelting furnace operated every 5 days, melting copper ore into crude copper, which was then forged into arrowheads, spear tips, copper axes, sickles, and hoes. Whatever tools were needed could be cast. Further away, a newly constructed dirt road wound in 4 directions, linking east to the stream, west to the rocky ridge, south to the wild wheat fields, and north to the copper ore veins. Though narrow, the road was paved with crushed stone, firm and steady underfoot. Goblins moved about in orderly fashion along it. The foraging teams carried rattan baskets on their backs, the hunting parties bore their prey over their shoulders, and the construction crews dragged logs, each fulfilling their duties in harmonious routine. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his nostrils filled with the scent of soil, smoke, and vegetation. This was his tribe, the foundation he had built with his own hands. Lin Ye crouched, pinching off a single ear of wheat and gently rubbing it between his fingers. The grain was several times plumper than 3 months ago, golden and heavy, sweet and fragrant when chewed. Harvest it, dry it, and store it properly. Do not throw away the chaff, save it to feed the pigs. Gobi Lung nodded repeatedly. Lin Ye turned and walked toward the livestock enclosure. Gobi Yin was keeping watch beside the pigsty, observing a sow giving birth. 3 months ago, he had been merely the hunting captain. Now he held dual responsibilities, overseeing both breeding and hunting. As the herd grew stronger, hunting became less frequent, and tending to reproduction grew ever more crucial. Noticing Lin Ye's approach, he raised a clawed finger toward the pen chief. Another litter. 7. Lin Ye looked over. Beside the sow, 7 pink piglets curled together, their eyes unopened, nuzzling eagerly at their mother's teats. Including these 7, there were now 30 pigs in the pen. Gazing at the newborns, Lin Ye recalled that small piglet from 3 months ago, tied and helpless. It was that very pig that had become the breeding sow for the entire herd. Expand the pen 1 more circle. By this time next year, we will surely exceed 100. Gobi Yin acknowledged and squatted back down to continue his duties. Lin Ye turned and walked toward the pottery kiln. Gobi Yi stood beside it, cradling a freshly fired pottery jar in her arms. 3 months ago, she had been pregnant and limited to light work. Now her child, a female, had been born for 2 months and was being held by Gobi Man, basking in the sunlight. Gobi Yi had recovered swiftly after giving birth, and Lin Ye had placed her in charge of the kiln. Though she learned slowly, she was exceedingly steady. The number of ruined pieces diminished with each firing, while the finished wares grew increasingly refined. Noticing Lin Ye, she raised the pottery jar, her eyes shining with excitement. Chief. This one. Excellent. Lin Ye took it and examined it closely. The rim was perfectly round, the belly gracefully bulging, the form impeccably symmetrical, far superior to the crooked, crude vessels of the past. Excellent. Fire more jars like this from now on. Gobi Yi nodded, took her child into her arms, and sat to nurse. Lin Ye stepped back, slowly giving them their privacy. At the smelting furnace, Gobi Jing was hammering away at copper ore. 3 months ago, a hunting captain, he was now the master of crafts, overseeing mining, copper smelting, and the forging of weapons and tools. Under his command were 8 goblins, each dedicated to their specific tasks. Seeing Lin Ye approach, he set down his stone hammer and gestured toward a pile of newly cast implements. Chief. Look. Lin Ye crouched to inspect. A copper hoe lighter than stone by half, yet twice as tough. A copper sickle with a curved razor-sharp edge, 10 times more efficient at harvesting wheat than bare hands. And copper chisels, hammers, even several slender copper nails. A thing he had long wished to forge, for pure copper was too soft and thin strips broke too easily. Now success at last. How did you forge these? Gobi Jing pointed to a pile of dark brown ore nearby, added this. Tin ore. Found in the western mountains. Lin Ye's expression tightened slightly. Copper smelted with tin. That was bronze, far harder than pure copper. He picked up the copper sickle and ran his fingertip along the blade. Indeed, it was hard and keen. Is this kind of ore plentiful? Gobi Jing pondered for a moment, then gestured with his hands. Some. Not much. Enough. Lin Ye nodded. Enough was good enough. That evening, Lin Ye stood on the newly built road, gazing eastward. Constructed by the building team, the road stretched over 600 meters from the cave mouth to the stream. Laid with crushed stone and compacted clay, with drainage ditches dug on both sides, it remained firm even in the rain. Along the roadside, thorny bushes transplanted by Gobi Lung from the mountains would grow into a natural hedge. The construction captain was Fong Chi, who 3 months ago had been just another nameless grunt, now a leader commanding 20 men. He managed digging, stone laying, road paving, and house building, keeping the tribe running with impeccable order. Lin Ye walked along the path to the stream, where the water flowed more abundantly than 3 months prior, clearer still after the spring rains. A few goblins crouched by the water's edge, drawing buckets. Seeing him approach, they bowed their heads in respect. Lin Ye ignored them, crouching to cup the cool water in his hands and wash the dust from his face. 3 months. His combat strength had risen from 0.5 to 1. 0 from a lone survivor to a leader commanding 63 subordinates, from a dilapidated cave to a thriving settlement with houses, fields, livestock, and mines. The journey had not been easy. He rose and turned back, but halfway there his steps suddenly halted. The panel before his eyes trembled violently. Warning: anomalous target detected. Distance approximately 1400 meters to the southeast. Type: human male. Status: critical, unconscious, severely wounded. Threat level: low, current condition. Lin Ye's eyes darkened. A human. A dying human over 1,400 meters away. Since arriving in this world, he had never seen a living human. Only sporadic traces detected through resource scans, never any close encounter. Now a man near death lay less than 3 li from his settlement. Lin Ye was silent for several breaths, then turned and walked back toward the village, his voice cold and resolute. Gobi Yin, Gobi Jing, Gobi Ya. Come with me. Over 1,400 meters away in the dense forests to the southeast, Lin Ye and his 3 subordinates pushed through thickets and navigated among the boulders, hiding behind a large tree. 12 meters ahead, a human figure lay rigid on the ground. An adult male drenched in blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Exposed skin was crisscrossed with wounds, some scabbed over, others still oozing. His face pressed into the earth, motionless. Lin Ye crouched and stared as the panel continued to refresh. Target: human male. Combat strength 0. 8. Critical condition, current capacity below 0. 3. Equipment: tattered cloth garment 1, broken short sword 1, empty leather waterskin 1. Status: critical, excessive blood loss, high fever, unconscious. Gobi Yin gripped his copper spear, eyes flashing with ferocity, awaiting his chief's command. Gobi Jing's entire body tensed, ready to strike. Gobi Ye had already knocked an arrow, the tip aimed squarely at the man's occiput. Lin Ye was silent for a long while, then suddenly rose and walked directly forward. Chief! Gobi Yin reached out to stop him, but Lin Ye raised a hand to stay him. He approached the man, crouched, and turned him over. The young man could not have been older than 22. His face was caked with blood and grime, his lips cracked, his breathing so faint it was barely perceptible. His entire body burned with fever. Lin Ye gazed at him. A human. In his previous life, he too had been human. He looked down at his own hands. Green skin, rough knuckles, sharp claws glinting coldly. Then, looking back at the dying man lying on the ground, he slowly rose and gave his order. Carry him back. Gobi Yin froze. Gobi Jing was stunned. Gobi Ye's arrow-drawing hand paused mid-motion. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the 3, his tone leaving no room for argument. Carry him back. Save him. He will be useful. The 3 goblins no longer hesitated, moving in unison. Gobi Yin and Gobi Jing hoisted the man between them, while Gobi Ye drew his bow to clear the path ahead. Lin Ye brought up the rear, his dark eyes fixed upon the retreating figure. Who had hurt him? Or perhaps a living, speaking human who knew the outside world. Such a one was far more valuable than a single wild boar. Lin Ye stood at the cave entrance, watching Gobi Yin and the others carry the human into an empty timber house. Gobi Ye followed with a basin of clean water, while Gobi Man trailed behind with medicinal herbs. He did not enter. Instead, he remained outside, watching the last sliver of sunset sink below the horizon. Lin Ye drew a deep breath. When the man woke tomorrow, he would uncover the truth about what manner of world this truly was. Kulin opened his eyes, greeted by a dim wooden ceiling. Beneath him lay dry hay covered with a rough beast skin, his wounds carefully bandaged, and a bitter medicinal herb scent lingered in his nostrils. He sat up abruptly after a moment of daze. Where am I? A crude wooden cabin, its walls constructed from rough logs with yellow clay stuffed between the gaps. Faint light filtered through the doorway, revealing shifting silhouettes outside. He looked down at himself. The clothing had been replaced with a beast skin wrapped around his body. The short knife was missing, but the water pouch and notebook lay safely beside him. The water pouch contained fresh water, and though stained with blood, the writing in the notebook remained legible. He grabbed the notebook and flipped through it quickly, relief washing over him, only to be immediately seized by tension. Who saved him? Why? And where exactly was this place? He crawled toward the door and peered through the crack, instantly freezing. Outside was a flat clearing paved with gravel and clay, a dozen wooden huts arranged in a circle surrounded by a dense wooden fence with figures moving about inside. Those were not humans, they were goblins. Kulin's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He had seen goblin hides in the free city-states before, thin and shoddy, only fit for cheap gloves. According to merchants, goblins were as despicable as mice and sparrows, only knowing how to steal and breed, and a single one could be easily killed by any farmer. But what lay before him was nothing like the lowly monsters he'd heard of. His legs gave out, and he collapsed back onto the hay pile. The wooden door creaked open gently. A goblin walked in. Kulin looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. This goblin stood half a head taller than its kind, its skin a deeper shade. Most terrifying were its eyes, devoid of the empty bestiality, holding only a human-like clarity as it calmly assessed him. It was studying him. Kulin instinctively shrank back, his spine pressing hard against the wall. The goblin did not approach, merely watching him in silence, then raised a finger to point at itself, then at Lin, making a motion of scooping food into its mouth. Lin paused. Was it asking if he was hungry? He shook his head gently. The goblin then pointed at his wounds, cupping its hand beside its cheek, signaling for him to rest. Lin instantly understood. It was showing concern for his injuries. He nodded and shook his head, indicating he was fine. The goblin seemed to comprehend, gave a slight nod, and turned to leave. Lin Ye raised a finger again, pointing outside and making a follow me gesture, then stepped out of the cabin. Lin hesitated for a moment, then pushed himself up against the wall, rising shakily, and following after. The sunlight was blinding. Lin squinted, finally seeing the full extent of the tribe. Though crude, the wooden houses were sturdy. The fence was dense enough to ward off wild beasts. In the planting area, wild yams and wheat grew lush and vibrant, and in the pig pens, hogs of all sizes huddled together, emitting soft grunts. Dozens of goblins performed their respective duties. Upon seeing him emerge, they all stopped, their gazes hollow, yet filled with curiosity. Lin Ye walked by his side, occasionally reaching out to support him. Lin keenly noticed that this leader was entirely different from other goblins. It observed its surroundings, weighed its options, and its eyes held a wisdom far beyond that of ordinary monsters. At the dirt furnace, Lin Ye stopped, pointing to the red-hot coals within, then to the copper ore beside it, and the crude copper implements on the ground. Lin instantly understood. They were smelting copper. He crouched down and picked up a copper arrowhead, examining it. Though crudely made, it was undeniably refined copper. Evening came and Lin was escorted back to the cabin. Lin Ye ordered food sent over: roasted meat, wild vegetables, and a bowl of clean water. The meat was slightly charred. The vegetables carried a faint saltiness, indicating the tribe had mastered the use of salt. As Lin ate, his thoughts churned. These were by no means barbaric monsters. They possessed order and division of labor, could farm and smelt copper, and their leader was exceptionally intelligent. Though unable to speak human language, they communicated smoothly through gestures. If he were to report this to the merchant guild, he fell into hesitation. If he betrayed these creatures that had saved his life, what fate awaited them? Capture, slaughter, or being turned into exhibits? Lin set down the meat, rubbing his rough fingers against the hay, silent for a long while. He was gravely wounded, alone in the wild. If he left now, death was the only outcome. Yet these goblins had not only refrained from harming him, but had treated his wounds and fed him. Their leader was wise, their tribe orderly, certainly not the bloodthirsty beasts of legend. Betraying those who had saved his life for the sake of glory, he could not do it. He might as well stay for now. He looked at Lin Ye, the wariness in his eyes fading considerably, and gave a slight nod, signifying his agreement to remain with the tribe. Lin Ye looked at him, then suddenly extended its hand, clasping Lin's hand as humans do. Lin froze, then raised his own hand to reciprocate. In that instant, a dazed sensation washed over him, as if invisible ripples gently brushed past, establishing a mysterious connection with the goblin before him. Silent, yet unmistakably clear. He was stunned. Lin Ye was equally astonished, looking down at its hand with a flash of surprise in its eyes. The next moment, a voice rang directly in Lin's mind. "Can you sense me?" Lin's eyes flew open. You're speaking inside my head." Lin Ye nodded. Lin clutched his forehead, taking a long moment to recover. What's going on? Lin Ye watched him, remaining silent for a moment before the voice in its heart rang out once more. "I don't know. But it seems. The moment you agreed to stay with the tribe, this appeared." Lin took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the legends circulating in the merchant guild. Ancient ruins, mysterious powers, chosen ones. He'd always dismissed them as nonsense, yet here, they were unfolding before his very eyes. At that moment, a panel appeared, visible only to Lin Ye. Ding! An alien unit has voluntarily joined the tribe. Recruitment successful. Hidden mechanism unlocked. Tier 4, interracial dominion and wisdom resonance. Interracial dominion allows recruitment of alien units. Loyalty not locked, can fluctuate. Current loyalty, Lin 45. Observing. Wisdom resonance, all subordinate units intelligence 0. 05. Host intelligence 0. 1. Ability unlocked, can communicate with subordinates through heartspeak post-recruitment only. Current host intelligence 1. 2. 1. 3. Lin Ye looked at the bewildered Lin and probed cautiously in its heart. "Can you hear me?" Lin startled, quickly nodding yes. Lin Ye instantly understood. The system remained visible only to itself, but recruiting alien units could apparently enable heartspeak communication. It called out in its heart once more. "Yeah." The goblin outside showed no reaction, clearly indicating that only post-recruitment aliens could hear. Night fell. Lin Ye sat in its nest, summoning the panel. Alien unit Lin, human loyalty 45, intelligence 1. 1. Wisdom resonance, all subordinate units intelligence 0. 05. Host intelligence 1. 3. Heartspeak communication unlocked, alien subordinates only. Lin Ye closed the panel and leaned against the hay pile. As night fell, Lin Ye sat in its nest and summoned the panel. Alien unit Lin, human loyalty 45, intelligence 1. 1. Wisdom Resonance, all subordinate units intelligence 0. 05. Host intelligence 1. 3. Heartspeak communication unlocked alien subordinates only. Lin Ye closed the panel and leaned against the hay pile. Alien units Lin human loyalty 45, intelligence 1. 1. Wisdom Resonance, all subordinate units intelligence 0. 05. Host intelligence 1. 3. Heartspeak communication unlocked alien subordinates only. Lin Ye closed the panel and leaned against the hay pile. Spent several days recuperating in the wooden cabin. The wounds had already scabbed over with a layer of dark red crust. Though they still throbbed with a dull ache when stretched and his gait was somewhat unsteady, his legs not yet fully agile, he had long shed the feeble dying look he had when he first awoke. Through the cracks in the cabin's window thin rays of daylight seeped in. The straw-covered bed was dry and soft. Every morning and evening a goblin would arrive punctually with food, most often the little one named Ye. The little creature was not yet fully grown, as small in stature, with soft fluffy green fur. It carried a wooden bowl that had been polished to a fair smoothness, tiptoeing in as it held the bowl. Inside was warm meat soup, fragrant with the sweetness of wild potatoes and the aroma of roasted meat. You would gently place the bowl beside his hand, its round eyes curiously studying him for a moment. Seeing no hostility, it would then curl up on the haystack in the corner of the cabin, waiting quietly, and would take the bowl away only after he had finished eating. Life in the tribe was calm and routine. No killing, no plundering, no hunger or cold in the wilderness. The taut string of Colin's heart, strained for so long, gradually loosened in this simple little cabin. That night the darkness soaked into the entire tribe like thick ink. Outside the cabin the campfire glowed with warm yellow light, and the low murmurs of goblins mingled with the soft grunts of wild boars. The wooden door was pushed open gently, and Lin Ye stepped in, his footsteps light and soundless. He sat down on the haystack opposite Colin, his green eyes appearing exceptionally calm in the dim light, devoid of any aggression, only a peaceful scrutiny. "Let's talk." Lin Ye's thoughts echoed directly in Colin's mind, clear and steady, without any superfluous emotion. Colin looked up at him, leaning against the rough wooden wall, gently stretching his still stiff legs. His voice was a bit hoarse from the recent injury. "What do you want to talk about?" "The place you came from. What the outside world is like." Lin Ye's thoughts fell, and the cabin fell into a moment of silence, broken only by the crackling of the campfire outside the window and the soft rustle of wine through the thatched roof. Colin was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the darkness outside the window, as if recalling the familiar, bustling, and complex human world. His fingers unconsciously traced the straw beneath him as he slowly began to speak. The human domain is vast and chaotic, far from a monolith. It is split into numerous factions of varying sizes, among which 3 are the most powerful and influential. Colin slowly raised his hand, counting on his thin fingers, his tone carrying familiarity and helplessness. "Toward this land, to the far north, lies the Northern Duchy. There the land is perpetually covered in snow and ice, frozen, hard, yielding little crops. It is desperately poor, lacking resources, and life is extremely harsh. Yet it is precisely this environment that has bred a group of the toughest fighters. Under the Northern Duke's command are 5,000 elite cavalry, each a master horseman, fearless in battle. With long idle winters they train day after day, sharpening their blades. When the snow and ice begin to melt, their pent-up energy drives them southward for raids and expansion. They have never gotten along with the southern powers, and border conflicts have never ceased. Skirmishes large and small have raged for over a decade, the enmity deep." Lin Ye listened quietly, sitting upright, his green eyes slightly narrowed, committing every word to memory. He did not interrupt, only signaling with his eyes for Colin to continue. "To the southeast lies the Free City-States Alliance. It is a loose coalition of 12 city-states of varying sizes, each refusing to submit to the others. There is no unified monarch nor a proper army. But what they lack in unity, they make up for in wealth. Trade routes crisscross the land, goods gather in abundance, making it the richest region on the entire continent. The rule of the city-states is simple merchants' rule. The more gold coins one holds, the heavier their voice in the council. They do not fight their own wars, instead they hire mercenaries with money. It appears prosperous, but in reality it is strong on the surface and weak within." Colin paused here, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes, and added softly, "I grew up in the Free City-States. From as far back as I can remember, my eyes were filled with the constant flow of caravans, mountains of goods, and the scheming and deceit among merchants." Lin Ye's gaze fell on him, saying nothing, yet seeming to see through the past hidden in his words. Colin took a deep breath and continued. "To the southwest lies the Holy Light theocracy. It is the most troublesome and extreme of the 3 great powers. The entire nation worships the Holy Light, regarding it as the one and only truth. Anyone who does not believe in the Holy Light, whether human or other races, is branded a heretic. The Inquisition of the theocracy is even more fearsome than a regular knightly order. Those inquisitors hold the power of life and death, arresting, burning, imprisoning, all based on a single accusation of heresy, without need for evidence or reason. It is the most dreaded force across the continent. He raised a hand pointing to the wounds on his body that had not yet fully healed, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These wounds on me. I got them at the border. The theocracy and the Northern Duchy have been fighting for over half a year over the border trade routes and mining sites. The caravan I was with tried to take a detour, but we were ambushed by the chaotic troops. My companions died, while I was lucky to escape into the forest and barely survived. Lin Ye's eyes darkened slightly, and his thoughts rose slowly. How long have the theocracy and the Northern Duchy been fighting? Over half a year. Colin nodded, his tone firm. The two sides are evenly matched, neither has gained much advantage. They've taken a few fortresses, lost a few wastelands back and forth in a seesaw war. Yet neither is willing to stop first, both want to wear the other out. This war in the short term shows no end in sight. After finishing the three great powers, Colin turned the conversation to the smaller forces around them. Though these forces were inconspicuous, they were closer to the tribe and more directly concerned the safety of Lin Ye's tribe. He spoke with particular detail. Besides these three behemoths, there are many scattered small powers in the vicinity. Their territories are small, their strength limited, but each has its own way of survival. The closest to your forest is Solitary Mountain Fortress. That place is a den of mercenaries. No faith, no loyalty. Whoever pays the most gold coins gets their blades. They take any job from murder and robbery to escorting caravans. From the tribe heading northeast, you can reach it in about a day's journey. It's the force you need to be most wary of. Lin Ye silently memorized the name, Solitary Mountain Fortress, in his heart, his gaze sharpening as he etched this nearest thread into his mind. Further south lies Grave Valley Earl's domain. That's the territory of an old noble family long declined. It's a count's title in name only. The land is barren, the granaries empty, and they can't even muster a decent fighting force. Just an empty shell. Their territory also borders the forest, but they pose no threat. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they lack the strength. Then there's Three Rivers Town, a trading hub where merchants gather. It was also where I was originally headed. There are no strict rules there. As long as you have money, you can buy and sell anything. No one asks where your goods came from, and no one cares about your identity. It's the best place in the wilderness for trade. Anvil Fortress lies at the foot of the Western Mountains. It's a self-organized settlement of miners. They govern themselves, hold iron mines, and forge fairly decent ironware. They are reclusive by nature, unwilling to deal with outside forces, living only to guard their mines. They rarely set foot outside their territory. Besides these, there are a few scattered small villages hidden at the junction of the plains and the forest. The villagers only know how to farm and hunt. They have little combat capability and are not worth mentioning. They pose no threat to the tribe. Lin Ye's thoughts struck directly into Colin's mind, carrying a blunt inquiry. Besides humans, what other races exist? Colin frowned, rapidly scouring his memory, and blurted out all the alien races he knew. Dwarves live in the eastern Iron Ridge Mountains, which are full of mineral veins. Dwarves are born miners and smiths. Their iron tools are 10 times harder and 10 times sharper than human ones. But these stubborn fellows rarely leave the mountains except to trade a bit of grain and cloth with merchants practically cut off from the outside world. Beastmen live on the western wasteland. They were once a dominant power, fighting the Northern Duchy for 100 years. But they were crushed by the Northern Cavalry. Now only a few small wandering tribes remain with no food or shelter. Even if they still could fight, they are no longer a threat, just surviving in the wasteland. When it came to elves, Colin paused, his eyes full of longing. Elves are just legends now. The elders say they hide deep in the forest, are incredibly beautiful, practice magic, live for 1,000 years, never bother with the outside world, and no one has ever seen one in person. Lin Ye remained silent, quietly memorizing the information about dwarves, beastmen, and elves, his understanding of this world instantly becoming much clearer. Colin looked at him, his expression complex and intense, unable to help speaking. You goblins have a terrible reputation out there. I never imagined a goblin could build a tribe construct, wooden houses, farm, smelt copper, and be so orderly. When outsiders mention goblins, they treat you as. He trailed off, afraid to hurt Lin Ye. But Lin Ye's expression remained calm, his thoughts utterly composed. Beasts. Colin's face darkened, he nodded slowly. That was the outside world's definition of goblins, lowly, savage, wild animals to be killed at will. Lin Ye paid no heed to external prejudice, going straight to the core question: how much does the outside world know about this forest? Colin shook his head without a second thought. No one cares. Only woodcutters and hunters dare to go near the forest edge. No one dares to step into the deep. There are ferocious beasts, complex terrain, and you. In the eyes of those great nations, this is just a barren wasteland with no minerals or grain, not worth a second glance. The Holy Light theocracy set up an outpost at the border, just a few soldiers like a decoration. The Northern Duchy only drew a line and never ventured deep. In short, this forest is a place completely forgotten by the outside world. Lin Ye's green eyes flashed with sharp light, and he understood in his heart. So the outside world still doesn't know my tribe is here. Colin nodded emphatically. Absolutely not. You're hidden deep in the forest, not looting or causing trouble. Who could imagine a full-formed tribe in these wild woods? Lin Ye said nothing more. His eyes lowered, his aura terrifyingly heavy. No one could guess what he was thinking. Colin, seeing him silent for so long, couldn't help asking, "Why are you asking all this?" Lin Ye remained silent. Colin realized and quickly reassured him, "Afraid someone will attack. Don't worry. The Northern Duchy and the Theocracy are locked in a bitter war, all their forces tied up on the border. The free city-states care only about money and won't stir unless there's profit. The smaller factions are too cowardly. Even with 10 times the nerve, they wouldn't dare provoke you." Lin Ye raised his eyes, his green gaze fixed on him. "How do you know?" Colin choked, scratched his head. I guessed." Lin Ye didn't press further. He slowly rose, walked to the door, pushed open the wooden door, and the night wind ruffled his green hair. Gazing at the dark forest, he said calmly, in his heart, "You guessed right." Colin stood frozen, staring blankly as Lin Ye's silhouette vanished into the night. He had grown up in the merchant guild where the elders always said the more you know, the faster you die, and hiding secrets was the way to survive. But just now when Lin Ye asked, he had spilled everything without the slightest concealment. Was it because Lin Ye had saved him? Or because this tribe gave him a sense of stability he had long missed? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. Colin lay down on the haystack side. Anyway, he had decided to stay no matter how chaotic the outside world was. It had nothing to do with him. The night deepened. The tribe fell asleep, silence broken only by the chirping of insects. The next day at dawn, Lin Ye pushed open the door and said directly, "I want to trade with the outside world." Colin instantly woke up, thinking seriously. "Go to Sana Town. It's a trade hub. You can buy and sell anything and no one asks where the goods come from. As long as you don't blatantly steal or rob, everything is fine." Lin Ye looked at him. "You go for us." Colin stared at him for 3 seconds, gritted his teeth, and agreed, "All right." Colin immediately asked, "What do you want to trade for?" Lin Ye answered without hesitation, "Seeds." Colin was startled. "Seeds? The wheat and vegetables humans grow, anything edible. We only have wild yams, not enough to eat." Colin instantly smiled. "You know quite a bit. Sana Town has plenty of grain merchants. Wheat seeds, vegetable seeds, bean seeds, fruit tree saplings. If you have money, you can get everything." Lin Ye nodded and added an iron. Colin frowned. "Iron? Iron is expensive now. The Northern Duchy is at war. All iron tools are requisitioned, and the market price has tripled." Lin Ye looked at him. "How about trading with copper?" Colin paused, then burst out laughing. "Copper? Are you serious?" Seeing Lin Ye's expressionless face, Colin sobered, shocked. "Copper is far more valuable than iron. Iron is everywhere, but copper ore is scarce and hard to smelt. In the human world, copper ingots are hard currency. Anyone accepts them." Lin Ye narrowed his green eyes. "More valuable than iron? At least 10 times more." The next morning, as soon as Colin had packed, Lin Ye had people bring over a pile of copper ingots. Dozens of palm-sized ingots neatly wrapped in animal hide along with dried herbs and tanned rabbit skins stacked high. Colin's eyes went wide and he exclaimed, "You had so much copper hidden here." Lin Ye asked calmly, "Is it enough?" Colin took a deep breath. "Enough to buy half a grain shop. But we can't take it all. Too conspicuous. Take 3 or 5 pieces to test the waters, save the rest for later." He picked 5 small ingots, hid them at the bottom of his backpack, covered them with herbs and rabbit skins. Lin Ye also prepared dried meat and fresh water personally, escorting Colin to the tribe's fence. "Lung and Ji will escort you to the forest edge. Be careful on the rest of the way." Colin nodded. "I'm off." Then he followed the 2 goblins into the dense forest. Lin Ye stood at the fence, watching his figure disappear into the trees. Ye rubbed its little head against his hand, muttering that it was afraid Colin wouldn't come back. Lin Ye bent down, stroked its head, and said firmly, "He will come back." On the evening of the 6th day, just as it was getting dark, Long and Ji came running back like mad. Lin Ye was already waiting at the fence. He saw Colin emerge from the bushes, covered in mud, his backpack half empty, but his face beaming with joy. Lin Ye strode over. "How did it go?" Colin grinned, pulled out the items from his chest, and laid them on the ground: a small bag of golden plump wheat seeds, a small bag of bright green vegetable seeds, a bag of round bean seeds, and a shiny iron sickle. "Got everything." Lin Ye picked up the wheat seeds, opened the bag, saw the plump grains, and a light shone in his eyes. "How many copper ingots did you use?" "Just 2. One for the seeds and sickle, the other turned into this." Colin pulled out a few copper coins, jingling them in his hand. "This is human money. 1 copper ingot can exchange for over 100 coins. From now on, when you go out, just bring these." Lin Ye took the coins, ran his fingers over the patterns, and understood in his heart. "Did you find out about farming methods?" Colin immediately became serious. "Yes. Wheat is sown in autumn and harvested in summer. Vegetables can be eaten in a month, beans in 2 or 3 months. Lin Ye's eyes grew brighter. "Did you bring all the seeds?" "Wheat and vegetable seeds all here. Bean seeds next time." Colin lowered his voice. "Also, Sanha Town is in chaos. The Northern Duchy and the Free City-States have gone to war. Trade routes are cut. Merchants are hoarding goods. Iron prices have risen, but copper is even more valuable. The Holy Light Theocracy is also sending more troops trying to seize the opportunity. The Grey Valley territory is in panic. Lone Mountain Fortress is profiting. Both sides are hiring them, and the captain has recruited over 100 more. Lin Ye listened, was silent for a moment, then looked at Colin with approval. You've worked hard. Go rest. Tomorrow we'll discuss farming. Late at night, Lin Ye sat alone in his lair. Before him lay several bags of seeds glimmering faintly in the moonlight. This was the first step of his tribe toward the outside world. Colin left again. Lin Ye stood by the wooden fence, gazing at the figure as it vanished into the depths of the dense forest until it completely disappeared among the shadows of the trees. Before departing, he specifically pulled Colin aside. This time exchange more seeds. Wheat, beans, anything that can be planted, trade for them all. 10 copper ingots. Colin's eyes instantly widened, his voice rising several pitches. 10 ingots. Are you planning to empty the entire grain shop in Sana Town? Lin Ye raised his eyes to look at him, his tone as calm as water. If it's not enough, we'll move it next time. Just make a few more trips. Colin took a deep breath and ultimately said no more, turning to step into the vast sea of forest. The 10-day period had passed. Colin returned 3 full days later than expected. Lin Ye waited by the fence from dawn until the sun slanted westward. A goblin was the first to emerge from the forest, stepping hurriedly, his voice urgent. Chief, Colin is back. He's at the edge of the forest, and he's brought a large amount of supplies. Lin Ye raised his eyes, concise. Where is he? He didn't dare to enter the tribe directly. He said he hired porters to deliver the goods to the forest edge, all piled up there, asking us to go out and carry them. Lin Ye nodded slightly and raised his hand in a gesture. The goblin immediately turned and ran back. Before long, 20 goblins carrying rattan baskets followed him into the dense forest. Lin Ye waited quietly by the riverbank until nightfall, when the carrying party finally returned late. 20 goblins, each bearing a heavy rattan basket, their backs bent under the weight, moved step by step toward the tribe. Colin walked at the end of the line, leaning on a thick wooden staff, his legs trembling, exhausted nearly to the point of collapse. He staggered forward to Lin Ye, plopped down on the ground, and panted heavily for a long while before forcing out words. Chief, the goods have been exchanged. But the grain merchant didn't have enough stock, so I had to wait 2 full days. Lin Ye said nothing more, walking straight to the pile of rattan baskets to inspect. Wheat seeds, 30 bags. Bean seeds, 20 bags. Vegetable seeds, 10 small packets. And several baskets of entirely different items. 3 iron swords, 2 stiff bows, and 2 bundles of arrows. Lin Ye was slightly startled, turning to look at Colin. Having recovered his strength, Colin grinned with a hint of seeking credit. You said to prioritize seeds. After I finished exchanging, I still had plenty of copper ingots left, so I asked a contact of the grain merchant to get these. He pointed at the iron swords, his tone triumphant. Genuine goods from deserters of the northern border. 100 times better than the crude copper knives our tribe forges. Lin Ye picked up an iron sword. The blade was gleaming, the edge exuding a cold light. Truly a superior weapon. He then took up a stiff bow, lightly pulling the bowstring with his fingertips. The force was substantial, the elasticity excellent. The arrows come with 30 shafts. Use them sparingly, and they'll last for quite a while, Colin added from the side. Lin Ye put down the bow and asked, what about salt? Colin patted the large hemp sack beside him. I traded for 2 sacks, enough for the tribe to eat for over half a year. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then uttered 2 words, well done. Colin's smile instantly burst across his face. Lin Ye's gaze fell back to the seed bags. How much land can these plant? Colin pushed himself up from the ground, brushing off the mud on his clothes. Each bag of wheat seeds weighs 10 jin, and 1 bag can plant 1 mu. 30 bags make 30 mu. The same for bean seeds, 20 bags for 20 mu. Vegetable seeds are broadcast enough for several mu of vegetable plots. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. 30 mu of wheat, 20 mu of beans, several mu of vegetables, plus the original 20 mu of wild yams. Just enough to make up the farmland needed by the tribe. He looked at Colin, his tone firm. Rest for now. Tomorrow we start planting. The next day, just at the break of dawn, Lin Ye gathered all his subordinates on the open ground. 64 goblins squatted in a row, their dark little eyes fixed intently on the mound of seed bags before them, full of curiosity. Lin Ye raised his hand and pointed at Colin, his voice cold and unequivocal. From now on he will teach you how to farm. Whatever he says, do exactly as told. Do well, and you'll have meat. Make mistakes, and you'll have no food. The goblins blinked, then turned in unison to look at Colin. Colin felt his scalp tingle under their gaze, but he steeled himself and stepped forward, picking up an iron hoe and walking to the newly cultivated field. This is a hoe used to turn the soil. He lifted the hoe and drove it fiercely into the ground, digging out a neat hole. The goblins looked at each other, dumbfounded, completely unresponsive. Colin dug again, but still no one moved. Lin Ye raised a hand in a signal, and a few clever goblins immediately stepped out of the line and crouched beside Colin. Colin nodded, handed the hoe to one of them, held its little claw, and guided it to dig a hole, like this. That goblin blinked, then lifted the hoe itself and dug again crookedly. Though not neat, it still made a hole. Lin sighed with relief and laughed. Yes, that's it. That goblin became enthusiastic, digging one hoe after another into the soil. The other goblins, seeing this, also imitated him, clumsily picking up tools and learning. Lin then pointed to the seed bags. After turning the soil, dig a hole, place the seeds, and cover with soil. 3 seeds per hole. You go first. The leading goblin crouched down, dug a hole with its little claws, took out 3 wheat seeds, placed them in, and carefully covered them with soil. Lin nodded in approval. Good. 1, 2, 3. By the time the morning sun rose, the newly cultivated field was already filled with green figures, hole after hole, advancing methodically. Lin Ye stood by the ridge, watching quietly. Lin walked over and handed him a handful of wheat seeds. Chief, won't you give it a try? Lin Ye took the seeds, crouched down, dug a hole, placed the seeds, and covered them with soil, his movements swift and clean. As he stood up, gazing at the land that was beginning to show signs of life, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Wheat seedlings broke through the soil. 2 rows of tender green shoots stood neatly, swaying gently in the wind, full of vitality. Lin crouched at the edge of the field, staring at the green seedlings for a long time. Lin Ye walked over and crouched beside him. How is it? Lin pointed at the fields before him, his tone touched with emotion. 30 mu of wheat, 20 mu of beans, a few mu of vegetable plots, plus 20 mu of wild yams. Over 70 mu in total. But we need to clear more land. Lin Ye gazed at the lush green field, silent. Lin sighed softly, turned to look at him, his tone serious. We lack people. The campfire flickered, illuminating Lin's face. Among the crowd of goblins, this human face stood out strikingly. Lin Ye was silent for a few seconds, then spoke slowly. You're right. Lin waited for a moment, and when there was no further response, he couldn't help pressing. So what do we do next? Lin Ye raised his eyes to look at him, his gaze calm, but carrying an undeniable force. 64 is too few. We need more. Lin was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood. You want to recruit the gray-skinned goblin group. Lin Ye did not answer, his gaze falling on the copper ingots, iron sword seeds, and salt piles nearby. Lin followed his gaze and suddenly laughed, his smile filled with admiration. Chief, when I first arrived, I thought you were just a bunch of lucky beasts. Lin Ye looked at him. Lin continued. Now I realize that the truly lucky ones are probably those outside. The dense forest lay deep and silent, the ground carpeted with decaying leaves. Lin Ye led 30 goblins, traveling swiftly through the woods for half a day. The troops marched in 2 neat rows, their steps as uniform as a single being. At the front stood the veteran warriors, each with a cold steel blade at the waist and a copper spear strapped to their back. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a chill glow on the blades, a sight that struck fear into the heart. Lin followed closely behind Lin Ye, carrying a sack of grain on his back, not provisions, but a gift for the gray-skinned tribe. He kept stealing glances at the goblins marching in silence beside him, unable to suppress a silent awe. In all his time in the tribe, he had never seen such a disciplined formation. Not a single voice was raised, not a single creature strayed. Their steps crunched in unison over the fallen leaves, leaving only a soft rustle, a discipline far beyond any wild goblin. We have arrived. Lin Ye's cool voice echoed in his mind, and the troops came to an abrupt halt. Ahead lay a rocky slope scattered with a few gnarled trees, behind which black cave mouths gaped. Several small gray-green figures crouched at the cave entrances, peering out warily. This was the den of the gray-skinned goblins. Lin Ye raised a hand, and the 30 goblins instantly melted into the underbrush without a sound. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, not even a twig rustled. Lin crouched beside him, lowering his voice to ask, Chief, how do you plan to negotiate? Lin Ye flicked a glance at him, speaking with economy. You. Lin froze, his fingers stiffening. Me. You are a human. They have never seen one. If you step forward, they won't dare act rashly. Lin opened his mouth, then swallowed the words that had risen. He drew a deep breath, tightened the grain sack on his back, rose, and walked step by step toward the rocky slope. The gray-skinned goblins bristled instantly. The ones at the entrances leaped up, baring their teeth and letting out sharp shrieks. More little gray-green heads poked out from the caves, their black eyes fixed on this strange bipedal creature they had never seen, filled with wariness and menace. Cold sweat broke out on Lin's palms, but his face remained impassive. He stopped 20 paces from the cave, slammed the grain sack onto the ground, and deftly untied the mouth. Golden wheat spilled out, dazzling in the sunlight. Plump grains, their faint fragrance spreading in the air. The grayskins were all stunned. In their entire lives, they had only eaten wild vegetables, wild fruits, and gnawed on rotten bones. Never had they seen such a full sack of gleaming grain. Lin pointed at the wheat, then at himself, making an eat gesture. The grayskins exchanged glances, shrinking back, afraid to approach. Lin then pointed behind him to the bushes, gesturing many people. Then he pointed at his own eyes and finally let his gaze fall on the grayskins. The meaning was clear. I have a great army watching from behind. Don't try anything. The grayskins stirred restlessly, a cacophony of low growls rising and falling. Then a slightly larger grayskin paced out from the cave, its dark gaze sweeping over Lin before fixing on the sack of wheat. It was the Grayskin Leader. Lin took a deep breath, pointed at the wheat, then at the Grayskin Leader, and made a gift gesture. The Grayskin Leader was utterly bewildered. In the Goblin world, supplies were always seized, never given freely. It took a tentative step forward. Lin did not move. Another step, and Lin still stood still. The leader hurried to the sack, crouched, grabbed a handful of wheat, stuffed it into its mouth, and chewed vigorously. The sweet fragrance of wheat exploded in its mouth, 100 times better than wild fruit. It looked up sharply at Lin, its eyes now only filled with bewilderment. Lin pointed at the wheat again, then swept his gaze over all the grayskins, making a share the food gesture. The leader hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and roared into the cave. The next second, dozens of grayskins surged out, swarming around the sack, snatching the food ravenously, and the sounds of wolfish gulping filled the rocky slope. In the midst of the grayskins' frenzy, Lin Ye slowly rose from the underbrush. He said not a word, only stood silently at the foot of the slope. The 30 goblins followed like shadows, rising in silence and gathering behind him. Sunlight poured down, and the cold gleam of iron blades and copper spears merged into a chilling sheen. The veteran warriors stood at the front, their leather armor gleaming, swords aligned in neat rows. Behind them, the new recruits clutched their spears, small faces taut, striving to imitate the veterans' killing aura. No one spoke, no one stirred. They stood like a silent iron wall, their eyes fixed on the grayskins above, a pressure that suffocated the air. The sound of frantic grabbing ceased abruptly. A piece of wheat rolled from a grayskin's hand, bouncing far away. Another grayskin's mouth hung open, the half-chewed wheat forgotten on its tongue. They stared blankly at their kin below. Clad in tidy leather armor, wielding sharp iron blades and copper spears, bodies robust, eyes murderous. And then looked at themselves, wrapped in ragged animal hides, wielding worn stone clubs, ribs protruding, pitiful and disheveled. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. The Grayskin Leader stood frozen, the wheat slipping silently from its hand. It suddenly realized that the eyes of these goblins before it held none of the familiar emptiness and ignorance. Instead, there was a deep-seated sharpness that instinctively terrified it. Lin Ye stepped forward, walking toward the stone slope. The 30 goblins followed close behind, their steps rhythmical, crunching on the gravel, pressing closer and closer. The grayskins cowered, retreating. Some shrank back into the caves. Some hid behind their leader. And some simply collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. The leader forced itself to stand in front, baring its teeth in a fierce display, but it could not even open its mouth, its whole body shaking uncontrollably. Lin Ye stopped before it, towering half a head above his dark brown skin, making his gaze even colder. He stared straight into the Grayskin Leader's eyes, a gaze like ice. The leader felt its scalp crawl, the last vestiges of fierceness dissolving, not even a thought of resistance arising. Lin Ye slowly raised a hand, first pointing at the sack of wheat, then at the Grayskin Leader, and finally making a follow me gesture. The leader did not move. Lin Ye said nothing more, simply watching it in silence. Behind him, the 30 goblins stood motionless, their killing intent pressing down until the air itself seemed to freeze. This silence became the final straw that broke the Grayskin Leader's spirit. It looked at the gleaming wheat, then at the iron formation behind Lin Ye, then glanced at its own emaciated clan, and in an instant it understood. This was not a negotiation, it was a command. It slowly lowered its head, obediently baring the back of its neck, submitting in surrender. Lin, watching from the side, was stunned. It took him a long moment to recover, and he murmured in disbelief. That's it. Lin Ye glanced at him, his inner voice calm and flat. What else? Lin opened his mouth, then shut it, completely speechless. He remembered the merchants of the Free City who would spend half a year drinking, bickering, and scheming over a single deal. But this conquest was almost absurdly simple. He looked at Lin Ye, then at the disciplined goblin troop, and suddenly realized that his previous understanding of power had been far too shallow. Lin Ye paced among the grayskins, his gaze sweeping over each one. 43 in total, all emaciated with hollow eyes. But now in those hollow eyes there was a trace of awe, not because of the wheat, but because of the invincible troop they had just witnessed. He declared in a low voice within his mind. From today you are part of the tribe. There will be meat to eat and work to do. Those who disobey will have no food. The grayskins could not understand the words, but they understood the posture of their leader prostrating itself, and one by one they knelt in submission, not daring to resist. When the troop returned, dusk was falling. The gates of the tribal palisades stood wide open. Gobuling and Gabuji stood guard at the entrance, with the remaining goblins crouched behind, all watching the returning column. The new grayskins huddled outside the fence, their eyes wide as they took in the wooden huts, the pig pen, the green planting areas, a look of utter disbelief and bewilderment. They had never seen such an orderly place. Lin Ye stepped through the fence, turned back to the grayskins, and his cool voice echoed, "Come in." The grayskins did not dare move. The grayskin leader was the first to step inside, its head swiveling as it took in the neat wooden huts, the sprouting wheat seedlings, the pinned wild boars, and the patrolling sentries, utterly stunned. Only then did the other grayskins tremble forward, huddling at the base of the fence, not daring to advance further. Lin Ye ordered his men to bring out several baskets of wild vegetables and dried meat, piling them in the center of the open ground. Eat. The grayskins stared at the food, then at Lin Ye, still not daring to move. The leader once again took the lead, grabbing a piece of dried meat and shoving it into its mouth, wolfing it down. The remaining grayskins surged forward, instantly scrambling to fill their stomachs. Lin Ye watched silently, saying nothing. Lin walked up beside him and asked softly, "How do you plan to manage these new members?" Lin Ye thought for a moment, his voice calm. "The same as before. First fill their bellies, then put them to work. No work, no meat." Lin nodded in understanding, his gaze sweeping over the grayskins fighting for food, then toward the distant patrolling sentries, and he couldn't help asking, "How long until they become like our warrior squad?" Lin Ye did not answer immediately. After a moment, his voice slowly rose in his mind. "When they understand that they can have meat reliably without having to fight for it." Late night. The cave was utterly still. Lin Ye sat alone, his fingertips brushing together, and a pale blue system panel suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Detected total tribe population exceeding 100. Unlocked hidden mechanism layer 5, Clan Will. Clan resonance: when all members fight together, all recruited units gain 0.05 combat power. When assembled within 50 meters, the bonus doubles to 0.1. Leader appointment: can designate up to 10 clan leaders, granting them 0.1 exclusive combat power with independent command authority. Current tribe size 64, original 43, grayskins 107. Lin Ye combat power 1.051. 1 clan resonance passive activated. On the open ground, the gray-skinned ones had long been awake. More than 40 of them crowded under a hastily built wooden shed. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, they all lowered their heads in unison, full of deference. Lin Ye swept his gaze across them and landed directly on the gray-skinned chieftain. It stood half a head taller than its kind, with a more robust build and several old scars crisscrossing its body. Yesterday it had been the first to submit, and during the distribution of food it had been the most disciplined, letting its subordinates eat first while it ate last. Lin Ye walked up to it and tapped lightly with his fingertip. "Do you have a name?" The chieftain looked up at him, its eyes completely blank. Lin Ye lowered his gaze, studying the intersecting scars on its body, and spoke calmly. "Lai. From now on you shall be called Gabu Lai." The chieftain blinked its small eyes, though it did not grasp the deeper meaning. It obediently nodded. Lin Ye turned to summon Lin, then ordered someone to fetch Gabu, Yin, Gabu Jing, Gabu Lung, and Gabu Ji. After a moment, the 5 veteran subordinates and the newly appointed Gabu Lai crouched before Lin Ye. Lin Ye spoke, his voice not loud, but each word distinct. "You 6 are the chieftains of the tribe." Gabu Yin blinked, but remained silent. Gabu Jing scratched his head, utterly bewildered, having no idea what a chieftain meant. Gabu Lung and Gabu Ji exchanged glances, equally confused. Lin Ye softened his tone and explained bluntly, "A chieftain is someone who helps me manage people. My orders are passed down through you. What you say, others obey." Lin immediately chimed in from the side. "The chief's words you relay, your words the underlings follow." Gabu Yin finally understood and nodded emphatically. Gabu Jing echoed in agreement, and Lung and Ji quickly nodded as well. Lin Ye began assigning tasks one by one with clear responsibilities. "Gabu Yin, you oversee breeding. All the wild boars in the pen are yours." Gabu Yin replied in a deep voice. "Gabu Jing, you oversee craftsmanship. Bronze and iron forging tool making. That's your charge." Gabu Jing thumped his chest. "Gabu Lung, you oversee gathering. Wild vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs. All yours." Gabu Lung nodded to remember. "Gabu Ji, you oversee planting. The wheat fields, bean fields, vegetable plots. You take care of them." Gabu Ji's eyes lit up, and he quickly acknowledged. Lin Ye turned to Lin, his tone resolute. "You handle trade. Matters outside bartering. All yours." Lin grinned broadly. "Got it, I'll handle external affairs." Only Gabu Lai remained standing there, uneasy and unsure of what he was supposed to do. Lin Ye looked at him, his fingertip pointing toward the group of grayskins behind him. "Gabu Lai, you oversee the grayskins. All new grayskins who join the tribe are under your command." Gabu Lai was momentarily stunned, then nodded heavily, a newfound certainty gleaming in his eyes. In the evening, the setting sun dipped toward the treetops, dyeing the sky a warm orange. Golden rays filtered through the forest leaves, casting dappled shadows on the tribe's open ground, wrapping it in a gentle warmth. Lin, seeing the day growing late, called all 6 chieftains to the edge of the clearing. He cleared his throat and announced, "Let's have a meeting to discuss the arrangements for the grayskins tomorrow." Gabu Yin crouched at the front, twirling a tender blade of grass between his fingers, slowly placing it in his mouth to chew, his expression relaxed and composed. Gabu Jing leaned against a thick wooden post, arms crossed, eyes half closed, looking utterly at ease as he waited for instructions. Gabu Lung crouched on the other side, idly tracing patterns on the ground with his mind preoccupied with the gathering tasks. Gabu Ji sat next to him, his clothes and trouser legs still splattered with mud from the fields bearing the marks of labor. Gabu Lai, however, crouched the farthest away, his back to the others, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the gray skins in the wooden shed. He was constantly monitoring his kin, his eyes full of a protective, almost maternal fervor. Lin gave a light cough, breaking the silence. So, about the arrangements for the grayskins tomorrow, any thoughts? Speak up. The gathering fell silent for a moment. The goblins looked at one another, none willing to speak first. Lin waited for a while, then turned his gaze to the most composed one, Gabu Yin. Gabu Yin slowly finished chewing the grass blade, spit out the root, and spoke in a slow, raspy voice. There's a lot of work in the pig pen. I need a few capable ones to help feed the pigs and clean the pens. Lin nodded silently, noting it down, then turned to Gabu Jing. Gabu Jing thought for a moment, and said, the workshop area needs manpower. Making tools requires helpers. I need steady hands to come and learn from me. What counts as a steady hand? Lin pressed. Gabu Jing gestured with his hand, and said gruffly, someone who can pick up a stone and smash it down without hitting their own foot. That's a steady hand. Gabu Ji thought for a moment, then pointed at the grayskins squatting by the wooden shed in the distance. Today, I taught a grayskin how to plant. He learned pretty well. Pick a few more clever ones, and they can follow me to learn farming slowly. They'll pick it up eventually. Finally, Lin's gaze fell on Gabu Lai. After synthesizing everyone's opinions, he concluded, alright, here's the plan for tomorrow. Lai, you first divide the grayskins into groups. Each day send a few people to help each team. Those who work well and learn fast will stay with that team. The rest will stay with Lai, learning the rules and adapting to life in the tribe. The chieftains exchanged glances, no one raised any objections, and they all nodded. Lin stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, then it's settled. We'll follow this arrangement tomorrow. After the meeting, Lin watched Gabu Lai's back as he hurried toward the grayskins' wooden shed. He couldn't help but walk over to Lin Ye and murmur softly, he's quite protective of those grayskins, can't bear to leave them for a moment. Lin Ye didn't say a word, just quietly gazed in that direction. The warm orange sunset fell on him, his eyes calm and unruffled. After a moment, he thought to himself, having a sense of responsibility, knowing how to protect his people, that's a good thing. In the dead of night, the forest was utterly silent save for the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The tribe's goblins were long fast asleep, except for Lin's small wooden hut, where a faint candlelight still flickered. Lin lay over a crude wooden table, using the dancing flame of the tallow candle to keep his accounts in low light. Today's accounts were especially messy. The tribe had suddenly gained 43 more mouths. The consumption of grain, meat, and wild vegetables all had to be recalculated, every entry accounted for with precision. Yin said the wild boars in the pen are enough for a while. Ji said the wheat is still growing, harvest is far off. Lung's wild vegetables can last as emergency rations. The grayskins just arrived, can't expect them to work immediately, they need to be fed first. He muttered to himself, holding a rough quill pen, scratching out rows of crooked numbers on the coarse hemp paper ledger, leaving faint ink marks across the page. After writing for a while, he put down the pen, propped his chin in his hand, and stared blankly at the ledger. The candle flame flickered, casting an orange glow on his face that shifted between light and shadow, drawing his thoughts back to the past. He remembered when he was an apprentice in Free City, often staying up late like this to keep accounts. Back then the ledgers were exquisite, the ink and brushes refined, but everything he recorded was other people's money, other people's goods, other people's business. No matter how clearly he accounted for every entry, none of it had anything to do with him. It was all just to earn a meal, struggling to survive amidst the scheming and intrigue of the city. Now it was different. The ledger was still crude, but it recorded the tribe's grain, the tribe's pigs, the tribe's people. Every single entry was intimately connected to himself. He let out a soft laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a gentle arc. A tribe. The word felt strange, even coming from his own lips, but looking at the neat wooden huts outside, at the guards standing silently at their posts, at those green figures, it all felt far more reassuring than the chaotic streets and deceitful merchants of Free City. It gave him a greater sense of belonging. He picked up his pen and solemnly wrote a small line in the blank space of the ledger. Today received 43 grayskins, appointed 6 chieftains. The tribe is gradually taking shape. After writing, he stared at the line for a long time, his eyes full of satisfaction. Then he gently blew out the tallow candle and groped his way to the wooden bed covered with dry grass. The bed was a bit hard, the dry grass a bit prickly, but he had lived here for a long time and had grown accustomed to this rough comfort. Just before closing his eyes, he suddenly thought of Lin Ye's eyes. Those eyes were different from any other goblins. It wasn't a matter of skin color or depth. There was something hidden within them. It was something he had seen before in the eyes of the big merchants from Free City. Ambition, calculation. But in Lin Ye's eyes, beyond ambition, there was more steadiness, foresight, and a firm resolve to protect the tribe. A stark contrast to the greed of the city merchants. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but he knew that following such a leader and such a tribe the future would surely be bright. Oh well, no more thinking. Tomorrow he had to get up early and figure out the next trip to Three Rivers Town to trade supplies. Lin rolled over listening to the soft footsteps of the sentries outside and soon fell into a deep sleep. Jebuli walked at the very front leading the way. His steps were deliberately slow, often halting abruptly, as his nose twitched incessantly and his small head darted from side to side. It was not out of fear but rather a desperate effort to recognize the path home. Having left this forest for only a little over half a month, the wind carried the scent of freshly fallen leaves and wild beasts tearing apart the old traces ingrained in his bones. Even the trails he had once trodden with familiarity were now blurred by rampant green vines. After traveling for half a day, the impenetrable thicket suddenly opened into a clearing. A rubble-strewn slope lay before them, sparsely dotted with a few gnarled old trees, their shadows concealing several dark cave mouths. The cave entrances were haphazardly piled with withered branches for windbreak, and scattered about were gnawed, bleached animal bones, every last bit of marrow licked clean, remnants of the greyhide goblins' winters past. This was the former site of the greyhide tribe. Jebuli stopped abruptly at the foot of the slope. Lin Ye walked slowly to his side, following his gaze toward the cave. Within that fathomless darkness, there was nothing but emptiness, impossible to discern. The interior of the cave was far dimmer than the outside, yet it fell perfectly within the goblin's night vision. The ground was covered with a layer of tightly packed dry grass beneath, which lay hard-packed earth. In the corners were piles of debris, animal bones gnawed, and pitted stone tools worn to bluntness, and several scraps of coarse linen, ragged and torn, picked up from somewhere unknown. This was the home the greyhides had occupied for countless years. Jebuli stood in the center of the cave, his claws slightly curled. On the cave walls remained the scratch marks from his wetting claws. The dry grass still carried a familiar scent, mingled with sweat and the rancid smell of old animal hides, an odor etched into his bloodline. There was no trace of nostalgia in his eyes, only a heavy silence. Here lay the winters of starvation, the nights of being bullied by other tribes, the barbaric years before meeting Lin Ye, when he drifted aimlessly, merely surviving. Lin Ye did not disturb him. He turned to survey the surroundings, raised his hand to summon the panel, and activated resource scanning. Resource scanning. Lines of pale blue text appeared in his vision, and Lin Ye scanned them one by one. Vein detected. Location deep within the cave, approximately 5 meters down. Type copper or small scale. He glanced at it briefly and paid it no mind. The main tribe had already located a copper vein. This small reserve was nothing special. Lin Ye continued deeper into the cave, his feet sinking into the soft earth until he reached the innermost end. The panel's prompt lit up again. Special mineral detected. Type alum stone. Uses dye production, medicinal use, leather tanning, water purification. Hint: can be mixed with plant ash to make blue dye, calcine to produce alum for clarifying turbid water. Lin Ye crouched down and, using the faint light from the cave entrance, studied the rock wall before him. A thin layer of pale yellow-green powder adhered to a section of the stone wall. When he touched it with his fingertip, it felt as smooth as grease. He scraped off a bit and put it in his mouth. A sharp astringency first spread across his tongue, followed by an extremely faint, lingering sweetness. It was indeed alum stone. Jebuli crouched nearby, staring blankly, completely unable to understand what the chieftain was doing. In the past he had seen this stuff, but dismissed it as useless waste rock, never paying it any attention. Lin Ye stood up and continued wandering inside the cave. When he reached another corner, the panel flickered with a prompt again. Mineral detected. Type cinnabar vermilion. Uses red dye, medicinal use. Hint: can produce high fixation red pigment. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He crouched down and pried out several pieces of cinnabar embedded in the rock crevices. The ore was a dull crimson, not large in size, but enough to last for a while. Lin Ye carefully put away the cinnabar, then wrapped a large bundle of alum stone and placed both into the wrought tin basket on Jebuling's back. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Ye signaled Jebuli to continue leading the way to survey the terrain around the former site. Jebuli pointed to a distant low-lying area, gesturing and making short cries. There was a water source over there. Lin Ye followed him, and within a quarter of an hour a clear creek came into view. The creek water was so clear that the smooth pebbles at the bottom were visible. Several small, fine-scaled fish flicked their tails and darted into crevices. This was an underground spring seeping from the mountain fissures, flowing year-round. Lin Ye crouched down, cupped some spring water, and tasted it. The water was crisp and pure, with no trace of off-flavor. He walked a few steps downstream, and the panel flashed a prompt again. Clay deposit detected. Location 50 meters downstream of the creek. Type high-quality pottery clay. Lin Ye nodded, slightly committing this spot to memory. After taking another dozen steps, the panel's prompt lit up once more. Wild indigo plant detected. Uses can extract blue dye. Hint: when combined with alum stone, it significantly enhances fixative effect. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Indigo plant. The very one that could be used with alum stone to make blue dye. He crouched down looking at the clump of dark green-leaved wild grass before him. He casually tore off a leaf and crushed it. A clear blue instantly stained his fingertips. Lin Ye decided to dig up the entire clump of indigo plant's roots and carefully placed it into the rattan basket. Returning to the cave entrance, Lin Ye paced slowly around the rubble slope for a thorough inspection. He brushed the dust off his hands and straightened up. This place could definitely be developed into a secondary outpost. On the way back, the sky gradually darkened. Jebuli walked at the very front, his steps much lighter than on the way there. He didn't understand why the chieftain cared so much about those stones and weeds, but he could clearly sense that the chieftain was in an excellent mood today. If they could trade dyes for human supplies. He looked down at the panel, and a new prompt slowly appeared. New discovery: gray hide, old territory. Copper or small open pit beneath the rubble slope accessible for direct mining. Alum stone deposit deep inside the cave usable for dye, leather, tanning, water purification. Cinnabar deposit corner of the cave usable for red dye. Wild indigo plants along the creek bank for extracting blue dye. Water source tributary of an underground river flowing year-round. Clay deposit downstream of the creek, high-quality pottery clay. By the time they returned to the tribe, night had completely enveloped the forest. Kellen was leaning against the wooden fence waiting. When he saw their figures, the tension on his face visibly relaxed. I thought you were going to spend the night in the mountains. Lin Ye didn't reply. Instead, he handed the bundle of alum stone to him. Kellen took it, turned it over several times, and looked utterly puzzled. What's this? An ordinary stone. Alum stone. It can be made into dye used for tanning leather and purifying water. Kellen paused, then his eyes widened. You even recognize this stuff? Lin Ye ignored him and took out a few pieces of dark red cinnabar. Kellen's eyes lit up instantly. He cradled the cinnabar, rubbing it repeatedly, his voice rising several pitches per million. This is a hot commodity. Dye workshops and pharmacies in the city would kill to buy it. It's outrageously expensive. Lin Ye looked at him. Valuable. Of course it's valuable. Dyeing red cloth, making ink pads, medicinal use. Everything needs it. Kellen's excitement grew. Where did you get so much? Lin Ye didn't answer. Instead, he took out several indigo plants' roots and soil still attached from the rattan basket. Kellen followed him closely, muttering incessantly, alum stone, vermilion, indigo plants. You've completely stripped that patch of the Greyhides mountain, haven't you? The 5 wooden sheds of the outpost had been completed, standing crooked yet sturdy upon the rocky slope, embraced by the dense forest and wafting with wisps of smoke. Lin Ye stood atop the slope, gazing down at the bustling gray-skinned creatures below. Some swung crude stone axes at trees, the blades striking the trunks with muffled thuds, the others hunched over, carrying jagged boulders on their backs, inching slowly toward the sheds under construction. Yet others crouched on the ground, kneading mud and firmly smearing the sticky clay onto the wooden frames. Goblin perched upon a protruding rock, supervising the work. His copper bell-sized eyes swept across every figure, and whenever someone moved sluggishly, he would hunch down and let out a sharp, curt cry, causing the offending goblin to immediately quicken their pace. Lin Ye did not linger, turning instead toward the stream. The clear brook wound its way through the forest where Goblin crouched on the bank, his small form curled up before him, a pile of grayish-green alum stones. He clutched a grinding stone, repeatedly polishing the alum fine powder, sifting down into the clay pot. His face was streaked with charcoal and stone dust, patches of black and white, yet he remained absorbed in his work, unaware even when Lin Ye approached beside him. He pointed to the 2 clay pots beside him, one filled with murky yellow water, its surface drifting with dead grass and mud foam, the other clear and transparent, the small stones at the bottom visible as clearly as day. Leader, this one. He indicated the clear water pot, and a small pile of pure white powder beside it, his tone barely concealing his excitement. From burning the alum stone. Add it and stir it around, wait a while, and the water clears up. Lin Ye pinched a bit of the white powder, its texture fine and smooth beneath his fingertips, a glimmer of approval flickering across his gaze. Can you make more? Goblin nodded vigorously, then deftly turned to point at the empty space behind him. There a miniature earth kiln had been newly constructed, its palm-sized opening still trailing wisps of smoke. Beside it lay a small mountain of alum stones, some burned white, others still in their raw state, all fruits of his repeated experimentation. Lin Ye nodded and turned toward the other end of the outpost. Colin had already built a simple stone stove with stacked rocks, its flames crackling vigorously. A clay pot bubbled atop it, releasing a peculiar scent, mingling vegetation with minerals. Several gray-skinned creatures crouched by the stove, necks stretched long, their round eyes fixed intently on the pot's mouth, filled with boundless curiosity. As Lin Ye approached, Colin looked up and caught sight of him. He immediately broke into a triumphant grin, the cold dust on his face shaking along. Leader, we did it. He lifted an old beast hide and unfolded it, revealing a patch of brilliant crimson, a color rich and lustrous, nothing like the pale tints achieved with wild fruit juices of old. Nor would it darken or fade no matter how long it sat. Cinnabar ground to powder boiled with alum. Colin proclaimed, waving the hide proudly. It doesn't fade, can't even wash it out. With that he picked up another piece of pale blue hide, its color evenly clean and refreshing. Indigo grass, soaked, also requires alum. The batch without alum. Wash it once, and the color comes right off, utterly useless. Lin Ye accepted the blue hide, his fingertips brushing across its smooth surface. The dye had permeated the hide's texture firmly and evenly. It'll do. He spoke calmly, his tone concealing acknowledgement. Colin's grin widened as he crouched back by the stove, watching over the clay pot and continuing to boil the dye. Just as things had settled, a gray-skinned creature came running up, its rough claw tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve, babbling, and pulling him downstream along the brook. 50 paces downstream, the riverbank's cross-section revealed a thick layer of grayish-white pottery clay, standing nearly half a person's height, its texture fine and free of sand or grit. Several gray-skinned creatures wielded wooden shovels to dig large clods of mud, sifting down. Others carefully stacked them, even sweeping the finest particles into vine baskets, unwilling to waste a single speck. Lin Ye crouched down and pinched a piece of the clay, its texture dense and soft, holding together firmly when rolled into a ball. First-rate material for pottery. He stood and surveyed the flat land around him, where Goblin had somehow followed, and stood silently at his side. Lin Ye pointed to that open stretch of ground, his tone resolute. Build a kiln here. Goblin nodded emphatically, then turned to arrange for the gray-skinned creatures to prepare stones and timber for the kiln's construction. Elsewhere, Goblin had finished burning another kiln of alum. The freshly emerged powder was whiter and finer than before, not a trace of impurity. Goblin cradled the clay pot, his eyes shining like stars, and respectfully presented it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took a small pinch of alum and walked to the stream, scooping up a pot of freshly stirred muddy water, its surface thick with mud foam. He sprinkled the alum into the water and picked up a thin stick to stir gently. The surrounding gray-skinned creatures gathered close, eyes wide with bated breath, not daring even to breathe loudly. Within moments, the mud and sand in the water began to coalesce and settle. The turbid stream grew clearer by degrees. In half an incense stick's time, a thick layer of sediment had accumulated at the pot's bottom, the water above crystal clear, down to the smallest stone at the bottom visible as clearly as before. A gray-skinned creature couldn't help but let out a cry of wonder, pointing at the clear water pot and chattering excitedly to his companions, filled with shock and reverence. Lin Ye handed the clear water to the nearest gray-skinned creature, who received it with both hands, carefully examining it, sniffing it, then tentatively sipping a mouthful. The water was cool, sweet, and pure, utterly devoid of the muddy taste of old. It paused, then quickly took another sip, immediately looking up to babble excitedly to its companions. The other gray-skinned creatures swarmed around, each taking a sip, drinking the pot entirely dry. After finishing, they crouched on the ground, staring at that pile of alum powder, their eyes blazing with fervent light, as if gazing upon the most precious treasure in the world. Evening fell. Lin Ye gathered the several leaders together. Colin crouched on the ground, scratching lines with a branch, reporting on the outpost's affairs. Goblin crouched nearby, listening quietly, occasionally nodding. Lin Ye interrupted him. From now on, all drinking water must be boiled. The stream water isn't clean. Drinking it causes diarrhea. He turned to look at Goblin. Make more alum. Place a pot beside each water pit. Tell the tribe, whenever the water turns cloudy, add alum. Once it's cleared, then boil it before drinking. Goblin nodded vigorously, keeping the leader's instructions firmly in his heart. Dusk gathered, darkness soaking through the entire mountain forest like spilled ink. Lin Ye sat upon the dry grass pile in the lair. Colin crouched beside him, keeping accounts by the faint moonlight filtering through the cave entrance, the tip of his writing instrument tracing delicate marks across the beast hide. The outpost's alum reserves are ample. We've dug several baskets of pottery clay, and we've stockpiled a batch of dye. We can trade with the humans for supplies next month. Colin reported in a low voice, each entry checked with meticulous care. Lin Ye listened quietly, his fingertips gently stroking the dry grass in his palm, saying nothing. Colin finished the last entry, closed his account book, and stood up, brushing off the grass clippings. Then he suddenly sighed. The only problem is the road is too rough. A round trip takes half a day, and transporting goods is even slower. If only we could pave a level road. Seeing Lin Ye glance over, he hastily waved his hand with a smile to smooth things over. I was just speaking off the cuff. Who says roads are easy to build? Leader, get some rest. With that, Colin turned and withdrew. Silence returned to the lair once more. At the outpost, 3 more wooden sheds had been erected. The alum kiln and pottery kiln fired in turns, their mouths exhaling wisps of azure smoke throughout the day. By the stream, freshly dyed animal hides hung in neat rows. Bright reds and lustrous blues draped over branches, looking from a distance like a patch of colorful mushrooms sprouting from the forest, impossible to miss. Lin Ye paused on the rocky slope for a moment, then turned and headed back toward the tribe. The path underfoot grew worse with every step. Though the trail he had trod before was packed firm, it remained winding and rugged. Every detour still there, every incline still steep. Vines in the woods had run wild, tangling stubbornly around his ankles. Every few steps he had to bend down and tear them away, a grinding nuisance. It took a full half-hour before he finally left the outpost's territory behind. Standing atop the ridge and looking back, the rocky slope had long been swallowed by the dense forest without a trace. The path he had just walked curled through the wild woods, twisted and crooked like a tangled rope, shabby and hard to traverse. He narrowed his cold eyes and continued onward. Returning to the tribe, the daylight was still young. Lin Ye did not head to his den, but went straight to the craft district to find Gabu. Gabu was crouched on the ground, whittling wooden sticks surrounded by a pile of finished pieces in varying thicknesses. Seeing Lin Ye approach, he immediately stopped and rose respectfully. Chieftain. Lin Ye bent down, picked up a stick, and weighed it casually in his hand. The road to the outpost is impassable. Gabu froze for a moment, then followed his gaze into the dense forest. Yes, Kalin said, a trip takes most of a day. Lin Ye tossed the stick back to the ground, his tone brooking no dissent. Build a road. Gabu scratched his head, bewildered. Build a road. To the outpost. Lin Ye nodded, concise as ever. Pick your men and go build it. The next morning, Gabu selected workers in the tribe's open square. He paced back and forth before the line, his eyes picking them apart. The old wouldn't do. Too slow, the skinny wouldn't do. Too weak to carry, the dull-witted, even less so. They couldn't follow orders. After a round of scrutiny, 20 sturdy men were chosen. 10 elder tribesmen skilled at felling trees and clearing obstacles, 10 new members strong of build and adept at hauling. A balanced mix. The elder goblins carried stone axes, the sturdy ones bore vine baskets on their backs, the line standing in perfect order. Gabu stood at the front and bellowed, follow me. Cut trees, haul rocks, dig earth. Finish the work and there's meat to eat. As the team set out, Lin Ye stood by the fence watching them go. Kalin sidled up, brow furrowed. Chieftain, are 20 enough? I know that trail. Dense woods and mired mud, a hard road to build. Lin Ye's gaze stayed calm. He said nothing. Some things you only know once you do them. Day 1. Gabu led the team deep into the forest before being brought to a halt. Where was the road? Nothing but a faint footpath, walls of dense undergrowth on both sides, branches rising above their heads so thick that even sunlight couldn't squeeze through. Gabu stared at the thicket, gritted his teeth, and roared, cut. 20 stone axes swung at once, the sound of chopping shaking leaves loose from the trees, splinters flying everywhere. Lin Ye crouched to the side watching for a full half-hour, yet the team had advanced barely 20 paces. Gabu ran over, drenched in sweat, several bloody scratches on his arms, panting. Chieftain, the trees are too dense. 20 men can only clear 2 li a day at best. Lin Ye raised his eyes to look at him, his expression utterly calm. No reproach, no urging. Yet it made Gabu fall silent instantly. He scratched his head, turned, and ran back to the team, shouting even harder than before. Day 3. On the third day, a mudflat blocked the way. Calling it ground was generous. It was a stretch of black, reeking mire. One step in, and you sank to the calf. Rotting leaves soaked in the sludge, the stench so pungent it made your head spin. Gabu crouched at the edge, staring for a long moment, then suddenly roared, haul rocks. Pave it. The gray-skinned goblins hauled stones in turns, hurling them into the mud one trip after another. Each rock vanished with a dull plop, swallowed whole, without so much as a ripple. Keep going. Trip after trip, a dozen, 2 dozen, 30. Only after throwing in over 100 stones did the surface finally show scattered rock tips. Treading on them was unsteady, but at least there was footing. Gabu wiped the mud and sweat from his face and rasped, move. 20 grayskins crossed the mire, tottering step by step on the stone tips. Lin Ye stood behind, watching in silence throughout. Day 7. On the 7th day, a long slope loomed ahead. Not steep, but stretching endlessly out of sight, covered in trees that blocked the way entirely. Gabu craned his neck and stared for a long while, then asked Lin Ye cautiously, Chieftain, should we go around? Lin Ye said nothing, merely fixing his cold gaze on the long slope. Go around. Detour after detour, the road would never get built. Gabu understood at once, gritted his teeth, and gripped his axe tight. Cut. The grayskins climbed the slope with axes in hand, felling trees and tamping earth underfoot. One chop, one step upward, gnawing their way toward the summit bit by bit. After a full day, a swath of trees lay fallen, yet the team had only climbed halfway up. As evening fell, all 20 grayskins collapsed on the ground, too exhausted even to catch their breath. Lin Ye crouched at the foot of the slope, gazing up at the long rise, his eyes burning with resolve. No going around, only through. Day 15. On the 15th day, the long slope was conquered. 20 goblins stood atop the ridge, gazing out at the gently sloping woodland below, sparse trees, and in the distance the rocky slope, the wooden sheds, and the smoking kiln mouths, all clearly visible. Gabu's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed ahead. Chieftain. The outpost. It's right over there. Lin Ye followed his gaze, and the cold line of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Do we keep building the road? Gabu Su pressed. Lin Ye lowered his eyes, looking at the rough-cut path beneath his feet, pitted yet solid. He raised his gaze to the dense forest, his tone resolute. Build it all the way to the outpost. Day 23. On the 23rd day the road was open. The rough-hewn path running straight to the foot of the rocky slope was finally complete. Gabu Lai stood on the slope with his grayskins staring at the mud-caked yet straight-backed tribesmen below, frozen in place. Gabu Su burst out of the column and scrambled up the slope. Midway up his feet slipped, and he fell hard, tumbling to Zhang before stopping. Without so much as a grunt he picked himself up, slapped the mud off, and charged onward. Reaching Gabu Lai he gasped raggedly, the road. It's through. Gabu Lai looked down at the path beneath his feet. Stone foundations, packed earth filling the gaps, hard underfoot, 10 times better than the old mire of a trail. He paused for a moment, then raised a rough, massive hand, and clapped Gabu Su hard on the shoulder. This was recognition from a warrior. Gabu Su stood stunned for a beat, then broke into a foolish grin. Gabu Lai turned and let out a shout, and the goblins immediately charged down the slope to begin hauling supplies. That evening the first batch of goods was carried back to the main tribe. Several baskets of gray-green alum stone and dark cinnabar piled to the brim, bundles of animal hides, red and blue vivid and color-fast top-grade merchandise, and a small jar of pure white alum, the finest piece Gabu Jing had just fired. Lin crouched before the pile of goods, eyes squinted shut with glee, tallying away. Chieftain, with all this we can trade for plenty of salt cloth, even iron tools. Lin Ye squatted down, picked up a piece of alum stone, and set it back down. Listening to Lin's chatter, he said nothing, turned, and walked back toward his den. It was a full 7 days before Green returned. Lin Ye stood by the tribal palisade each day, gazing silently toward the deep forest. Twilight crept over the mountain woods, and the evening wind, carrying the earthy scent of vegetation, brushed past his shoulders. On the 8th day, just as the sunset was about to sink behind the treeline, a gaunt gray figure finally emerged from the forest. It was Gabu Long. Covered in leaves and mud, gasping for breath, he rushed before Lin Ye and bowed deeply. Chief, Green is back. He's at checkpoint No. 3, and he brought back a huge shipment of goods. Checkpoint No. 3 was a hidden valley at the forest's edge, only half an hour's walk from the tribe. 2 crude wooden shelters stood at the valley entrance, guarded by 5 sentries year-round, who specifically received supplies from external caravans. Porters dared only to deliver goods to the valley entrance before turning back. The sentries would take custody, then wait for tribal members to transport them onward. A thoroughly secure arrangement. Lin Ye nodded slightly and beckoned 5 sturdy goblins to follow. Accompanied by Gabu Long, he slipped into the dense forest. The newly built earthen road was smooth and firm. As night deepened, only the soft sounds of footsteps on soil broke the silence. By the time they reached the valley, darkness had fully descended, with only a dim yellow glow emanating from within the wooden shelter. Green was huddled in the corner, a mountain of wrought tin baskets piled before him, stuffed to the brim, every gap tightly sealed. At the sound of approaching footsteps, he struggled to his feet, leaning against the earthen wall to keep his balance. Days of relentless travel were carved into his face, sunken eye sockets and cracked, peeling lips. Chief, the goods. We traded for them. Lin Ye stepped forward to the baskets and lifted the top wrought tin cover. Ironware. The entire load consisted of iron. Iron axes, iron sickles, iron hoes, all neatly stacked. Beneath them lay several bundles of iron bars, gleaming with cold light, heavy and dense. Lin Ye picked up an iron axe at random, running his fingertips along its keen edge. It was well balanced, far lighter than the cumbersome bronze axes. He tapped it lightly against a nearby stone, and brilliant sparks instantly sprang forth. Green leaned against the wall, panting heavily. All the armories in Sanha town have been sealed. The Northern Territory and the city-states are at war, and the military has requisitioned every piece of ironware. Not a single weapon could be acquired. These farming tools were salvaged from grain merchants through connections. They claim they're farming implements, but they're actually forged from scrap iron pots and plows. Lin Ye said nothing, picking up another iron bar and running his fingers along its icy surface. These bars are smithy scraps traded for copper ingots, Green said, pointing to the bundles with a hint of pride. The blacksmith saw the purity of our copper and gave us a few extra bars as a bonus. Lin Ye looked up at Green's haggard face and said calmly, well done. Green grinned, his rigid frame instantly going limp. He slid down the wall and sat heavily on the ground, eyelids drooping. Exhausted from days of travel, negotiation, and guarding the cargo, every ounce of his strength had been drained. Gabu Lung immediately signaled the goblins he brought, who set to work loading the cargo. Each of the 5 goblins hoisted a basket onto his back and set off along the new earthen road toward the tribe. The baskets were heavy, bending their spines slightly, but their steps remained steady. Lin Ye walked at the rear of the procession, an iron bar clenched in his palm, weighing it thoughtfully as he moved. Lighter than copper, yet far harder. They did not arrive back at the tribe until well past midnight, when even the stars and moon had vanished behind clouds. Lin Ye felt no sleepiness and headed straight for the workshop district, the iron bar in hand. A faint ember's glow still burned beside the earthen furnace. Gubu Jing was dozing there, his head nodding repeatedly. Startled awake by the sound of footsteps, he rubbed his eyes and rose to his feet. When he saw the iron bar in Lin Ye's hand, his cloudy eyes instantly brightened, and he leaned in to stare fixedly. Iron. Lin Ye nodded and placed the bundle of iron bars on the ground. The sharp metallic clatter echoed through the workshop district. Can you forge weapons from this? Gubu Jing lifted an iron bar, testing its weight, then drew his bronze knife to compare. His brow furrowed. Iron is lighter than copper, but significantly harder. Lin Ye nodded. He already understood iron's properties. Gubu Jing held the bar up to the furnace's remaining glow and spoke gravely. The fire isn't hot enough. Our bronze smelting furnace simply cannot reach temperatures high enough to melt iron. Lin Ye knew this all too well. Copper's melting point was low enough that the earthen furnace could barely manage it. But iron's melting point was far higher. The furnace could at most redden the bar. Turning it into molten iron was impossible. He squatted on the ground and stared at the pile of iron bars for a long time, then summoned both Green and Gubu Jing to the furnace. All the traded ironware lay spread before them. Farming tools and iron bars sorted by type, gleaming with cold, unyielding luster. Green assumed Lin Ye intended to smelt and recast everything and opened his mouth to object. But Lin Ye's voice came first. Keep the farming tools. Do not melt them. Lin Ye pointed to the bundles of scrap iron bars. Smelt these. Gubu Jing crouched, examining the bars carefully, comparing them again with his bronze knife, and shook his head. The fire is still insufficient. They cannot be melted. Lin Ye raised his gaze, speaking with certainty. Modify the furnace. The furnace modification project lasted a full 3 days. Gubu Jing led the workshop goblins to completely dismantle the old earthen furnace, dig the chamber deeper, widen the air inlets, and then carve hardwood and tan animal hides overnight to construct a dual-person bellows. 2 goblins pulled in unison, forcing fierce wind through the intake channel into the furnace chamber. The flames surged upward instantly. On the evening of the 3rd day, the new furnace was tested. Turbulent flames roared within the chamber, tongues of fire and cinder ash licking nearly half a foot high. The temperature more than doubled that of copper smelting, making the skin burn even from several paces away. Gubu Jing tossed an iron bar into the furnace with tongs, and 2 goblins took turns operating the bellows without pause. 1/4 hour passed. 2, 3. The iron bar glowed crimson throughout, resembling burning charcoal, yet showed no sign of melting. Gubu Jing retrieved the bar, inspected it, and hurled it back into the furnace, adding more charcoal and pumping the bellows. Another 3/4 hours elapsed, but the bar remained merely red-hot, nowhere near liquefying. He stopped, wiped soot and sweat from his face, and sighed. The fire is still not enough. That night, Lin Ye sat on a pile of dry straw in the nest, staring blankly at the iron bar that had cooled after being heated red. If it could not be melted, what then? Suddenly, Green's words from that day echoed in his mind. Iron pots and plows repurposed. Repurposed. Not melted and recast, but heated and hammered, forcibly reshaped. The path suddenly became clear. At dawn the next day, Lin Ye went straight to the workshop district and found Gubu Jing. No more melting. Heat it red. Hammer it. Gubu Jing froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. He had never considered such a method. Soon beside the workshop district, a crude anvil stand was erected. A hard bluestone slab embedded in the earth, its surface ground smooth and flat, serving as the most primitive iron anvil. Gubu Jing threw an iron bar into the furnace, pumped the bellows until it glowed red, then quickly extracted it with tongs and struck it forcefully against the bluestone anvil. Clang! A stone hammer fell, sending sparks flying in all directions as scalding iron flakes scattered. Clang! Another strike, and the iron bar began to deform slightly. Clang! The 3rd blow flattened the bar, spreading it into a sheet-like shape. Heat red, flatten. Heat red again, flatten again. After a dozen or so cycles, the iron bar finally began to resemble a proper iron plate. Gubu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clamped another bar and thrust it into the furnace. But things did not go smoothly from there. The 2nd bar was heated too long, by the time it was withdrawn it had grown soft and misshapen. 1 strike split it cleanly in 2. The 3rd bar had perfect heat, but the force was uncontrolled. The plate thickened on one side and thinned on the other, snapping apart after a few more blows. On the 4th attempt, Gubu Jing changed his angle. As he hammered, a bulge formed in the center of the plate, refusing to flatten no matter how hard he struck. It grew increasingly warped until it was ruined. The 5th bar required an apprentice to help hold it steady. But the apprentice's hand trembled, and the glowing bar dropped to the ground, coated in mud and debris. On the 6th attempt, a shape was finally achieved. Gubu Jing, overjoyed, quenched it in water. With a sharp hiss, he retrieved it, and found a fine crack running along the blade. The 7th, the 8th, bar after bar was heated red, hammered, deformed, and ultimately discarded as misshapen scrap. The scrap iron plates piled higher and higher on the workshop floor. Gobu Jing's initial excitement gradually gave way to frustration, then to numb resignation. He squatted beside the mound of rejects, turning a freshly cracked bar over and over in his hands, muttering, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Lin Ye crouched beside him, also gazing at the scrap. Not a single usable piece. 3 days later, Lin returned from Sana Town with news. "There's an iron mine near Tianjin Fortress. Rumor has it the ore was mined from the mountains and is of excellent quality. But they won't sell it." Lin Ye looked at him. "Why?" Lin shrugged. "They need it themselves. Besides, the miners at Tianjin Fortress don't get along with anyone. Even buyers from the Northern Territory can't procure anything from them." Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. "Can it be traded for?" Lin thought for a moment. "I don't know. We'd have to try. But they're difficult to deal with. The miners govern themselves, scorn rules, and recognize only the hammer." Lin Ye nodded. "Understood." Lin returned to find Lin Ye crouching in the workshop district, staring intently at the pile of scrap iron at his feet, lost in thought. 7 or 8 smashed implements lay scattered across the ground in chaotic disarray. Some cracked, some snapped, and some melted into unrecognizable puddles of iron slag. Gobu Jing crouched beside him, his face streaked black and white with charcoal ash, his eye sockets sunken in a ghastly way, the unmistakable look of someone who had not slept in nights. Still brooding over this scrap iron, Lin Ye slowly raised his head and looked at the approaching Lin. "Any news from Tianjin Fort?" Lin shook his head. "Nothing new. But this trip to Sanha Town, I picked up a different trick from the old blacksmith." Lin Ye immediately rose to his feet. "Speak." Lin crouched down, picked up a thin flake of iron slag, and toyed with it between his fingers as he spoke slowly. "The old blacksmith said that in ancient times people didn't need a furnace as big as ours to smelt iron. They just dug a pit in the ground, ringed it with stones, and used leather bags to blow air. Iron could still be smelted that way." Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. "A pit, eh? Right." Lin nodded. "He called it bloomery iron. The furnace doesn't need to be too hot. What comes out is a spongy iron bloom. You pound it repeatedly while it's hot to knock the slag out, and then it's usable." Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then turned and walked toward the open ground beside the workshop district. Lin hurried after him. "Where are you going?" "To dig a pit." The open ground beside the workshop district was flat with soft soil, an absolutely perfect spot. Lin Ye crouched down, scraped the earth beneath his feet with his bare hands, then looked up at Gobu Jing. "Call a few men over and dig a pit." Gobu Jing was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. An hour later, a shallow pit as wide as a bull's mouth had appeared on the ground. Lin Ye had several large stones brought over and arranged around the pit's rim as the furnace wall. He then told Gobu Jing to dig up clay, mix it into mud, and seal every gap between the stones. The inner wall of the pit was also coated with a thick layer, leaving only a small vent hole on one side. Lin crouched nearby watching and could not help muttering this. "This crude contraption can actually smelt iron." Lin Ye ignored him. He simply had someone bring over the prepared charcoal and the bundle of iron bars left over from the previous batch, a scant fewer than 10 all remnants that had not been used in the last experiment. He picked up an iron bar, weighted in his hand, and said in a low voice, "We'll use these for the trial." Then came the lighting of the fire. First dry kindling was added and ignited, then charcoal was piled on to build a roaring blaze. After that, alternating layers of charcoal and iron bars were fed into the pit. Lin Ye picked up the leather bellows Lin had brought back from Sana Town, originally a hunter's implement perfectly suited for use as a blowing tool. He inserted the bamboo tube into the side vent and began squeezing the leather bag with force. Whoosh whoosh. A gale rushed into the furnace chamber, and the flames instantly leaped several inches high, crimson tongues of fire licking madly at the pit walls. Lin Ye worked the bellows for an hour until his arms were sore and numb, then Gobu Jing took over. Gobu Jing lasted an hour, then Gobu Long. After Gobu Long came the goblins of the workshop crew. They took turns, never stopping the blast for even a moment. The fierce fire in the pit burned blazing red, occasionally spitting out tiny sparks. It was a full 3 hours before Lin Ye raised his hand to call a halt. He used a wooden stick to rake the contents out of the furnace, a lumpy black mass mixed with ash and unburned charcoal. Lin Ye clamped it with the stick and set it on a flat stone slab. Gobu Jing leaned in, his face full of doubt. This is iron." Lin Ye said nothing. He seized the stone hammer and struck down hard. Clang. With the first blow, a few bits of slag fell away. With the next, more impurities flew off. After a dozen consecutive hammer blows, the black mass shrank smaller and smaller until only a dark gray, hard lump remained. Its surface was pitted and uneven, but it was unmistakably iron. Lin Ye picked it up and weighed it in his hand, solid, heavy, and hard. He handed the iron lump to Gobu Jing, who cupped it in both hands and turned it over and over. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his voice trembled. "It worked. It worked." Lin Ye nodded slightly. "It worked. But the iron produced in this first smelting was pitifully little. no bigger than a thumb, not even enough to forge an arrowhead. Lin Ye immediately had more pits dug, this time 3 at once. All 3 earthen furnaces were lit at the same time, with everyone taking turns working the bellows while iron bars were fed into the fire one by one. The second trial yielded a slightly larger lump of iron, but it was full of impurities inside, and after hammering still ended up as only a small piece. In the third trial, one furnace's temperature went out of control, and the iron bar melted directly into molten metal, mixing into the charcoal ash and becoming completely ruined. In the fourth, the bellows blew too fiercely, cracked the furnace wall, and the entire pit collapsed. Then came the 5th, 6th, 7th attempts. Lin crouched to one side watching them struggle again, and could not help muttering, "This is way too much work." Lin Ye seemed not to hear. He crouched by the furnace, staring fixedly at the flames in the chamber, replaying every step in his mind: charcoal, iron bars, airflow, temperature, time. If any single link went wrong, the iron would not come out, but if every link was right, the iron would take shape. Iron bar after iron bar was fed into the fire, hammered and tempered, until at last only 2 bars remained from the bundle. On the 8th attempt, Lin Ye instructed Gobu Jing to lay a thick layer of charcoal on the pit bottom first, then place the iron bars, cover them with more charcoal, and finally cap the top with a thin layer of earth, leaving only a few small holes for smoke to escape. The blast absolutely could not stop. Several people took turns squeezing the leather bellows without a single moment's rest. After 2 hours, Lin Ye ordered the fire extinguished. Scraping away the furnace earth, they found a red-hot mass of sponge iron lying beneath, several times larger than any of the previous 7 results. Lin Ye used the wooden stick to lift the sponge iron out and set it on the stone slab. Gobu Jing immediately swung the stone hammer and pounded it with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. Iron slag flew, sparks scattered in all directions, and the ringing blows made the very air tremble. After more than 20 strikes, the sponge iron was hammered into a neat iron block the size of a fist. Gobu Jing picked up the iron block with tongs, examined it closely against the light, then handed it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it. The surface was smooth with no major cracks, and when tapped lightly it rang with a clear, pleasing note. He weighed it in his hand, tapped it again, then turned and walked over to a sapling as thick as an arm. Raising the iron block, he slammed it down with brutal force. Boom! A deep gash split open in the trunk. Lin Ye looked down at the iron block, still perfectly intact without deformation or cracking. He turned around, looked at the 3 earthen furnaces, then at Gobu Jing and Gobu Lung, their faces smeared with ash and drenched in sweat, and at the goblins of the workshop crew. In a low voice he asked, "How many iron bars are left?" Gobu Jing rummaged through the bamboo basket and replied 2. Lin Ye gave a slight nod. "Keep them. We'll try again another day." That evening, Lin walked over to Lin Ye and handed him a piece of dried meat. Lin Ye took it, chewing slowly while gazing at the earthen furnaces that still radiated lingering warmth. Lin crouched down and lowered his voice. "As for Tiezhan Fort, I found a way in." Lin Ye turned to look at him. Lin continued, "Lumu let it slip in private. They won't die." Lin Ye said nothing, waiting for the rest. The miners of Tiezhan Fort spend all day digging ore and forging iron, and what they lack most is food. Outside grain merchants are willing to trade grain for iron, but iron ore is too heavy and difficult to transport. They'd like to smelt the ore into iron tools, and then trade those for grain, but they are afraid the people of the northern frontier will deliberately make trouble. Lin paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lumu said dye is hard currency in Sana Town. A single small jar of red dye can be traded for several sacks of wheat, far more worthwhile than forging iron tools. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Exactly, Lin nodded. The miners don't lack iron, they lack food. Our dye is a treasure that can be traded for grain. Lin added, "There's one more thing. Tiezhan Fort is nominally under the jurisdiction of the northern frontier, and every year it has to hand over a batch of iron tools as tax. The tax collector from the northern frontier nitpicks endlessly, complaining that the tools are too thick or too thin, clearly trying to line his own pockets. Lumu said that as long as a few bolts of dyed cloth are sent over, the officials in charge will immediately become courteous." Lin Ye looked straight at him. "So our dye works on both ends. It can both trade for grain and smooth over connections." Lin rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Lumu said that as long as the dye's color is right, they'll take as much as we have. Lin Ye stared at the earthen furnaces, still glowing red, silent for a long moment, then slowly nodded. "Bring a few jars of red dye. Let's test the waters first." On the 7th day, Lin Ye stood in the workshop district looking at the finished products. Before him, an iron knife, 5 iron arrowheads, and several iron nails. Gobu Jing crouched off to the side, swinging the stone hammer to forge the last piece of iron. Gone was the fumbling clumsiness of the previous days. Now he struck a few blows, checked the piece, turned it over, his movements methodical and utterly skilled. Lin Ye walked over and crouched down beside him. "Is this all?" Gobu Jing nodded. "Only 2 iron bars are left." Lin Ye said nothing, picking up the iron knife to examine it. The blade was crooked, uneven in thickness, and its edge was nicked, but there was no denying it. This was a true iron knife. Colin trailed behind, followed by two gray-skinned creatures, each carrying a heavy basket on their backs. They took 3 steps and rested for 2, their backs bent so low they could barely straighten up. Colin himself was utterly disheveled, caked in mud with several bloody scratches from tree branches across his face. His clothes were torn and tattered, and the exposed skin was sunburned a deep red. Lin Ye hurried over. As soon as Colin saw him, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It took him a long moment to squeeze out a few words. "Chief, it's done." Lin Ye didn't say a word. He walked over to the 2 gray-skinned creatures and lifted the basket lids. The baskets were crammed full of gray-black iron ore, each piece neatly stacked, the heavy weight distorting the wicker baskets. The largest piece was about the size of a human head, sharp-edged, reflecting a dull metallic sheen in the twilight. 1 basket. 2 baskets. Lin Ye crouched down, picked up a piece, and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, and the fractured surface glinted with fine bright specks. He exchanged it for another piece, examined it against the last light of day, and placed it back. He looked up at Colin. Colin grinned. Exhausted as he was, the smile was genuine. Leaning against a tree trunk, he tilted his head back and drank water for a long while before speaking. 3 jars of red dye for 1 basket, 6 jars for 2. Old Rum said that's the best price they've ever offered an outsider. He also said they want blue dye too, but they need to see the goods first. Lin Ye nodded. Good work. Colin waved a hand and closed his eyes, too exhausted to move a single finger. The next morning, Goblin Jing saw the 2 baskets of iron ore, and his eyes went wide instantly. He crouched by the baskets, pulling out each piece one by one, turning them over and over, examining the fractures against the light, testing hardness with a copper knife, even bringing them to his nose to sniff. Several goblins from the crafting team gathered around, their necks craned like geese. Lin Ye walked over and crouched beside him. How long will it last? Goblin Jing thought for a moment, then pointed to the scrap iron pile near the workshop. Chief, this ore is much better than iron bars. The iron smelted from it can make more than a dozen blades. Lin Ye stared at the 2 baskets of ore, silent. Goblin Jing added, but we need to test it. Last time forging iron bars wasted over a dozen before we got 1 blade. This time with a new method, we'll have to start from scratch. Lin Ye nodded. Take your time, no rush. Goblin Jing fired up the furnace that very day. He picked out the best pieces of ore, smashed them into walnut-sized chunks, and layered them with charcoal in the bloomery pit. For goblins took turns working the bellows, the furnace roaring with flames that leaped higher than a man. Lin Ye crouched nearby for an entire hour. After an hour, Goblin Jing opened the furnace and used tongs to pull out a lump of black spongy iron, rough and bumpy, mixed with charcoal ash and unburned slag. He placed the iron on a stone slab and swung a stone hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike knocked off a fragment, another strike, another piece fell. After more than 20 strikes, the lump shrank until it was just a gray-black iron nugget smaller than a chicken egg. Goblin Jing turned it over and over, examined it, then handed it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it, weighed it. Dense and hard, far more compact than the iron from bars. It's done. Goblin Jing nodded, a smile finally breaking across his face. Chief, this method works. He glanced back at the pile of ore, his eyes gleaming, but it wastes a lot of material. The next day, he fired up another furnace. This time the furnace burned longer, and the bellows goblins were relieved twice. When they opened the furnace, the iron inside was a size larger than yesterday, about the size of a fist. Goblin Jing's eyes lit up. He pulled it out and began hammering. After just over a dozen strikes, the iron block split in 2. He stood frozen, staring at the 2 halves for a long time, unable to speak. On the 3rd day, he tried again. But the heat wasn't controlled properly. It burned too long, and the ore melted into a pool of molten iron that flowed into the charcoal ash, completely wasted. On the 4th day, the bloom iron was larger than the first time, but when hammered, a bulge formed in the middle that wouldn't flatten, and eventually it grew more and more crooked until it was ruined. Goblin Jing crouched by the scrap pile, his face streaked with black and white, his eyes sunken deeper. Lin Ye walked over and crouched beside him. Take it slow. Goblin Jing looked up at Lin Ye. Chief, the first time it worked. Why not after that? Lin Ye said nothing. Goblin Jing lowered his head and continued fiddling with the broken iron pieces. In the past few days, Colin had been idle instead. Once the trading was done, the dye delivered, and the ore transported back, he had nothing left to do. Lin Ye often saw him sitting blankly at the door of his wooden hut or crouching by the workshop, watching Goblin Jing hammer iron, or flipping through the tattered ledger filled with notes. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Ye passed by his hut and saw him sitting alone at the doorstep, clutching a piece of dried meat, but not putting it into his mouth for a long time. Lin Ye crouched beside him. What's on your mind? Colin was startled for a moment, then came to his senses. Nothing. Lin Ye didn't press further, just crouched there quietly. Colin was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke. Chief, back in the city-state, all I ever thought about was making more money, climbing higher, making those who looked down on me regret it. Lin Ye looked at him. Colin tore the dried meat in half and handed him 1 piece. But now, I don't think about that much anymore. Lin Ye took the meat, held it in his hand, without eating. Colin continued. When I first came I was terrified. I thought I'd never survive. Later I thought I could survive, but I didn't want to stay. Then I thought staying was fine since I had nowhere else to go. He paused, but now, I'm not staying because I have nowhere else to go. Lin Ye remained silent. Colin gave a faint smile. I can't explain it clearly. It's just that. This place has become home. Lin Ye stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed. The meat is burnt. Colin was taken aback, then burst out laughing. You roasted it yourself, and you're blaming me. Goblin Ling returned when the sky was already pitch black. He hurried to Lin Ye and lowered his voice. Chief, those people are back. Lin Ye looked at him. Still 4 all on horseback. They stopped on the slope for about half an hour, then headed north. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Did you see who they were? Goblin Ling shook his head. Too far, couldn't make out. But one of them had something shiny on him. Shiny. Not leather armor. Iron armor. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed instantly. Iron armor, cavalry, reconnaissance, observation. Colin interjected. Could it be people from the north? Lin Ye said nothing. Goblin Ling added. Could also be from the theocracy. They have cavalry too. Lin Ye stood up, walked to the fence, and gazed at the dark, somber forest outside. Keep watching. If they come again, note where they go. Goblin Ling nodded, turned, and vanished into the night in an instant. The next morning Lin Ye summoned Goblin Yin. Goblin Yin was the head of the livestock team and the former leader of the hunting team. Though he spent his days raising pigs, now his hunting skills were still sharp. Lin Ye handed him the newly forged iron blade from Goblin Jing. Train the hunting team with this one first. Whoever is the best fighter gets to use it first. Goblin Yin was taken aback as he took the blade. Chief, just one. Lin Ye looked at him. Wait until the ore is smelted into iron for the rest. First train someone who knows how to use the blade. Goblin Yin nodded and left with the blade. Soon a crowd gathered in the open space. Goblin Yin handed the iron blade to the sharpest hunter and had him chop at a wooden stake while the others crouched and watched. One goblin grumbled in discontent. Goblin Yin immediately had him take a copper blade and spar with the hunter holding the iron blade. Within 3 moves the copper blade was knocked flying. The goblin picked up his copper blade, returned to his spot obediently, and dared not utter another word. The wind from the depths of the dense forest carried a damp, earthy smell. As it swept over the workshop area, it stirred up a fine spray of iron filings. Lin Ye stood with his hands behind his back beside the iron furnace, quietly watching Gobu Jing swing his hammer to forge iron. The ore obtained from Tiezhen Fort after repeated smelting had yielded several rough but solid pieces of sponge iron. Gobu Jing, bare-chested, raised his thick arms high. The heavy iron hammer whistling through the air struck the red-hot iron block, sending sparks flying and crackling. He was attempting to forge a second blade. Several discarded iron scraps lay scattered on the ground, their edges uneven, obvious traces of repeated trial and error. Lin Ye did not urge him. He simply watched quietly. The craftsmanship of the Gobu tribe was gradually being shaped by his hands. Just then the sound of rapid footsteps came rushing from outside the forest. Gobu Lung burst out of the forest like a gray-green shadow, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Instead of rushing straight to Lin Ye, he staggered to the tribal fence, gripping the wooden stakes with both hands bent over and gasping for air, as if he had just escaped from the jaws of death. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly stood up and walked over. What's wrong? His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Gobu Lung raised his head, his small eyes filled with fear. His trembling fingers pointed deep into the forest, his voice shaking and almost out of tune. Over there. A fight has broken out. So many people. And so many gnolls. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his dark pupils. How many? I can't see clearly. At least a dozen. The gnolls are even more, a dense swarm. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds, uttering no unnecessary words. Lead the way. With that command, Gobu Lung dared not delay and immediately turned to plunge into the forest. Lin Ye followed closely, bringing only Yin and 3 other most elite Gobu warriors. The group moved swiftly, threading quickly through the dense woods. After about half an hour, the clamor became clearer. The clang of iron, shrill screams, the fierce howls of gnolls, desperate cries of humans. All kinds of sounds mingled together, echoing in the empty valley, thick with the smell of blood. Lin Ye abruptly raised his hand. The men behind him immediately dispersed, crouching silently into the thick bushes, holding their breath, leaving only pairs of vigilant eyes visible. Ahead lay a long, dry stream gully. Now this gully had become a brutal battlefield. At the bottom, the fighting was savage. A dozen or so humans were clearly divided into 2 groups. Several at the front wore sturdy leather armor and wielded long blades, their moves steady and ruthless, clearly guards seasoned in combat. The ones behind, dressed in coarse cloth and holding only carrying poles and wooden sticks, huddled together, trembling with fear, obviously hired porters. At their feet lay a dozen bulging large sacks. The sack openings had come loose, spilling white, glittering coarse salt that glinted sharply in the dim light. Encircling them were a group of ferocious, gray-furred gnolls. At least 15 or 16, each one so thin their ribs protruded therefore matted and dirty, their eyes blood red, and low growls rumbling from their throats. Some held crude stone axes, others were barehanded, yet they were all ferocious, lunging at the humans with reckless abandon. On the gully floor 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered in disarray. There were humans and gnolls alike. Blood stained the cracked earth, the smell pungent. A leather-armored guard was tackled by 2 gnolls, a sharp stone axe slammed into his head with a dull thud, killing him instantly. Elsewhere, 3 gnolls cornered 2 porters. Their fangs bit through necks, blood splattering. The porters didn't even have time to scream before collapsing limply onto the salt sacks. Among the crowd, a leading guard stood out. He stood at the very front, holding a long black bow that was a full span longer than an ordinary hunting bow, its body taut, exuding a heavy, condensed power. The bowstring twanged softly. An arrow pierced the air, and the foremost gnoll fell with a thud, the arrow deeply embedded in its skull. Another arrow. Another gnoll howled and collapsed. In the quiver on his back, 7 or 8 long arrows with white fletching remained, their shafts perfectly straight, clearly of superior quality. But the gnolls were simply too many. He had just shot down 2 when 3 more charged fearlessly. The guards fought desperately, blades flashing wildly, but still couldn't hold back the tide of beasts. The porters wailed and cried, completely losing their will to resist. Soon the archer fired his last arrow. His eyes hardened, and without hesitation, he drew the long blade at his waist, let out a roar, and charged straight into the fray. Lin Ye remained crouched in the bushes, not having fired a single arrow. He was like a lurking hunter, coldly observing the slaughter before him, quietly waiting for the perfect moment. A gnoll fell. Another human guard died. 3 more gnolls fell. On the human side, only 3 guards remained, all wounded and in a terrible state. One had his arm torn to shreds, blood and flesh obscene, unable to stop the bleeding. Another had taken an axe to the leg, slumped on the ground, barely able to swing his sword in self-defense. Even the strongest archer was covered in blood, impossible to tell if it was from the enemy or himself. The porters fared worse. Dead or wounded, only 2 remained huddled behind the salt sacks, trembling, without even the courage to raise their heads. As for the gnolls, 5 or 6 remained. They formed a circle, staring at the last 3 humans, growling threateningly, ready to launch the final assault. The archer knew there was no retreat. He let out a fierce shout, raised his blade, and charged forward. 2 gnolls lunged at him. His blade flashed, cutting down one, but the other instantly pounced on him. Man and beast rolled to the ground, grappling. Seeing this, the remaining gnolls immediately swarmed in. Now, in the bushes, Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. He slowly raised his bow. Swoosh. The first arrow precisely struck the back of the gnoll that was charging at the wounded guard. The beast stiffened, fell forward, and lay still. Swoosh. The second arrow flew straight into the body of the gnoll grappling with the archer. It twitched twice, then its large body slumped down limply. Swoosh. The third arrow shot through the air, precisely piercing the neck of the last gnoll charging at the porters. The sharp arrow tore through flesh. The beast let out a short howl, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and went still. In an instant the battle was decided. The gully fell completely silent. Only the soft rustle of wind over the bodies and the thick, inescapable smell of blood remained. Lin Ye put away his bow, slowly rose from the bushes, and stepped into the dry gully. Yin and several Gobu warriors followed closely, gripping their long blades, scanning their surroundings warily. Over 20 corpses lay scattered on the ground, humans and gnolls intermingled in a shocking sight. Lin Ye walked over to the archer and slowly crouched down. The man lay on his back in a pool of blood, a deep claw mark on his chest visible to the bone, with blood still seeping out. His eyes half open, his unfocused gaze fell on Lin Ye. His lips quivered slightly, but he could no longer make any sound. Lin Ye looked down at him calmly. After a few seconds, the man's eyes lost all luster, his body went limp, and he breathed his last. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then reached out and pulled the black longbow from his hand. The bow was smooth and warm, made of some unknown hardwood, heavy and substantial. The bowstring was made of pure ox sinew, taut and powerful. He casually drew it to test, and was immediately struck by its astonishing power, far stronger than his previous bow. He slung the black bow over his back, then took the remaining arrows from the man's quiver. 3 arrows with straight shafts and white fletching of excellent quality. Yin, standing nearby, had already fixed his gaze on the pile of sacks, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Chieftain, how much salt is this?" Lin Ye stood up, walked to the sacks, and roughly counted. 12 full sacks of varying sizes. He opened a few at random. Inside were uniformly grained white salt, its purity far exceeding the coarse salt previously boiled by the Gobu tribe. Beside them lay several packs containing dried food, heavy chunks of copper ingots, and strings of scattered copper coins. In addition, there were 2 well-forged long blades, sharper and heavier than ordinary guards' weapons. Truly superior tools. Lin Ye raised his eyes, swept a glance over the chaotic battlefield, and said in a calm, clear voice, "Take everything back." "Yes, They found a hidden cave nearby, moved the 12 sacks of salt inside one by one, carefully covered them with dead branches and leaves, and took only what they could carry for now, leaving the rest for later retrieval. As for the dead archer, Lin Ye gave him one last look and said indifferently, "Bury him." Salt. Hauled for the better part of a day. 12 sacks, over 800 caddies, all stacked into the tribe's granary before nightfall. Colin crouched in the open yard, tallying records on bone shards. As he counted, a grin split his face from ear to ear. "Chieftain, this salt is enough for the whole tribe for a year. If we ration it carefully, it'll last a year and a half. Easily." Lin Ye didn't answer. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood in the crafting district staring at the pile of iron knives before Gorbjin. 9 knives. 2 fine, 7 ordinary. Gorbjin clutched the finest blade, turning it over in his hands for a long while, then weighed the iron ore in his palm. "Chieftain, this knife is far better than anything we can forge ourselves." Lin Ye took the blade. The edge was thin, properly quenched. He flicked it with a fingertip, a crisp, clear ring. "Can you replicate it?" Gorbjin nodded, then shook his head. "I can make it, but not this well." Lin Ye set the knife down casually. "Use these for now." Evening. Gorbin and Gorbli arrived one after another. Lin Ye then turned to Gorbli. "What about the gray hides?" "3 tough ones," Gorbli said in a low voice. "Gray 7, gray 15, gray 26. Lin Ye counted silently. Gorbin 4 veteran hunters, Gorbli 3 gray hides. 9 in total, adding himself a full 10. Enough. The next morning, 9 goblins crouched in the open yard, not daring to breathe loudly. Lin Ye walked slowly before them. His gaze swept across every face, his voice cold and resolute. "You 9 from today onward are the tribe's war fighters. Not ordinary soldiers, elite war fighters." The yard fell dead silent. The 9 snapped their heads up, disbelief blazing in their eyes. Lin Ye looked at Gorbin and Gorbli. "You 2 keep your original names." The 2 bowed in acceptance. Lin Ye turned to the remaining 7. He pointed with his fingertip, moving from left to right. "You, Blade 1. You, Blade 2. Blade 3, Blade 4, Blade 5, Blade 6, Blade 7. 7 designations, Blade 1 through Blade 7, all lowered their heads in unison. The crafting district. 9 knives laid out in a neat row. Lin Ye picked up the 2 fine war blades. One he tossed to Gorbin, the other to Gorbli. Captain and Vice Captain wield these blades. The 2 caught them steadily, but their hands trembled as they gripped the hilts. Wild joy in their eyes, impossible to hide. The remaining 7 ordinary knives. 1 for each, Blade 1 through Blade 7. 9 blades, not a single one off, perfectly matching all 9 men. Fine steel for fine warriors. Lin Ye still wasn't satisfied. He crouched beside Gorbjin and pointed at his own chest. "Iron armor to protect the heart, made of iron." Gorbjin blinked, then thumped his chest. "Can do. Just needs a few tries. Make 3 first," Lin Ye said. "For me, Gorbin and Gorbli." 3 days later. 3 crude iron armors were laid before Lin Ye. Calling them iron armor was generous. Just iron plates stitched onto leather. 1 plate on the chest, 1 on the back, barely shielding the vital spots. Rough edges, soft, iron heavy, and clumsy to wear. But better than nothing. Lin Ye put 1 on, then tossed the others to Gorbin and Gorbli. The 2 donned them and slapped their chests, grinning wide. "Chieftain, with this a blow won't kill us." Lin Ye turned and called over Colin. "The warfighters' rations, separate accounting." Colin was taken aback. "How separate?" Lin Ye fixed his gaze on him. 3 meals a day, meat at every meal, dried rations in full supply. Colin calculated on his claws, then nodded firmly. "Enough. The meat hogs can cover it, and if the hunting team works harder, it's absolutely sustainable. The hunting team focuses solely on hunting. The best meat goes to the warfighters first." "Understood." That evening, the scent of roasted meat surged into the sky over the tribal grounds. A huge basket of roast pork sizzling with oil, charred and fragrant. Snow-white salt sprinkled freely. Golden wheat cakes, 2 per man, all they could eat. This was the first exclusive meal of the Blade Fawn warfighters. Blade 1 stared at the roast meat, frozen for a long moment. Blade 2 grabbed a chunk, directly tearing off a huge bite, burning his mouth, yet refusing to spit it out. Blade 3 and Blade 4 wolfed theirs down. Blade 5 of Greyhide origin first broke off a piece of meat and handed it to Blade 6 and Blade 7. The 2 young Greyhides clutched the meat, inhaled the aroma, and their eyes instantly reddened. Tears fell onto the meat, but they didn't bother wiping them away. Heads down, they devoured it. Not far away, the common soldiers crouched by the fence, craning their necks to watch. The sound of swallowing could be heard dozens of steps away. Envy, jealousy, but no one dared to make a sound. This was the privilege of the elite. A privilege earned with their lives. Dawn broke. The 9 war fighters stood in formation. Meat soup, wheat cakes, roast meat, set before them. Treatment the common soldiers couldn't even dream of. After eating their fill, Lin Ye pointed at the dirt road beyond the fence. "Run. Run to the outpost, turn back, full speed, no stopping." Gorbin didn't say a word. He charged out first. Blade 1 through Blade 4 followed close behind. Gorbly led Blade 5 through Blade 7 holding the rear. Not a single man fell behind. An hour later the 9 rushed back into the tribe drenched in sweat, chests heaving like drums. Rest for a quarter hour. Drink water. Barely recovered Lin Ye pointed at the wooden posts. Blade drills, 500 strikes each. Only after finishing can you eat the next meal. Gorbin stepped forward first and brought his blade down. Blade 1, Blade 2, Blade 3, Blade 4 followed in turn. Every strike landed on the same spot. A post as thick as a bowl snapped in no time. On the other side, Gorbly stared at Blade 5, Blade 6, and Blade 7, brow deeply furrowed. All three of you strike one post together. You're a team, not scattered fighters. The three snapped out of their daze and swung their blades side by side. The post split with a crack. Training day 2 before dawn, the war fighters had already assembled. No running today. Physical conditioning. Lin Ye pointed at the newly dug pit. Squat jumps, 150 reps all of you. The 9 jumped into the pit up, down, again and again. At 50 reps Blade 6 legs were shaking. At 100 Blade 7 collapsed into the pit and couldn't get up. Gorbly hauled him up with one hand and snapped coldly. Keep going. The meat wasn't free. At 130 Blade 6 stumbled, Blade 5 reached for him and the two tumbled together. Get up on your own. Gorbly watched coldly. Waste doesn't deserve meat. The two leaned on each other, staggered to their feet. Gritting their teeth, they finished the last 20 reps. Training ended. The 9 lay sprawled on the ground, aching all over. Yet not one complained. The common soldiers in the distance had gone utterly silent. They finally understood. Elite status isn't earned by eating. It's forged by training, by fighting. Training day 3, Lin Ye gave the order. Tactical sparring, 3 on 3. Real fighting, no holding back. Gorbin led Blade 1 and Blade 2. Gorbly led Blade 5 and Blade 6. 6 men faced off. Charge. Gorbin's trio moved in a triangular formation, seamless coordination. Blade 1 held the front, Blade 2 flanked from the side. Blade 5 and Blade 6 by contrast fought each on their own, falling into chaos. Within moments they were crushed in defeat. You lost. Gorbin sheathed his blade. Gorbly walked before the two, his voice like ice. Know why you lost. Your comrades, not lone wolves. Coordination, teamwork. That's what makes a war fighter. Blade 5 and Blade 6 clutched their blades, heads lowered. In their eyes a defiant fire began to burn. Day 5. Running, jumping, cutting, sparring. Hellish training day after day. The 9 were covered in bruises, cuts, and welts. But their eyes grew sharper and sharper. Wildness was ground into discipline. Scattered fighters were forged into death warriors. On the morning of the 6th day, Colin carried over another basket of meat and called out loudly. The chieftain says you've performed well. Extra rations today. Blade 2 tore at his meat, then suddenly looked toward the common soldiers in the distance. What do they eat? Colin fell silent and said nothing. Blade 2 lowered his head and took a savage bite of meat. He understood. This privilege was earned with their lives. Lin Ye approached. Behind him followed Gorbling, who had returned from scouting. Have you mapped out the Jackalmen's den? Gorbling bowed. Mapped it out. 3 entrances, 1 large, 2 small. The big entrance holds the male jackals, the small ones hide the females and pups. Lin Ye gave a slight nod. Turning, he walked toward the open yard. The 9 war fighters were crouched on the ground, polishing their war blades. The edges gleamed with a chilling light. Lin Ye stood before them. After a moment of silence he spoke. From today onward, you are the tribe's first elite war unit. The name, Blade Fawn. He looked at Gorbin. Gorbin, captain of the Blade Fawn. Gorbin rose with a thunderous motion, gripping his blade, chest out, yes. Gorbly, vice captain of the Blade Fawn. Gorbly dropped to one knee, his voice booming like a bell, at your command. Blade 1 through Blade 7 rose together. The hands gripping their blades bulged with veins. Before dawn the 9 men of Rin Ye crouched in the open ground waiting. Goblin was sharpening his blade, stroke after stroke, the sound rasping softly. Jebuli crouched beside him, staring blankly at the edge of the forest. Rin 1 through Rin 4 leaned together, eyes closed, resting. Rin 5, Rin 6, and Rin 7 sat farthest away, none of them speaking, but their hands never left the hilts of their blades. When Lin Ye walked out, the 9 men rose at the same time. He said nothing, only glanced toward the west. Jebuling emerged from the forest and ran to his side. Chief, I've scouted everything. 3 cave mouths. The big one holds 17 males, the 2 small ones hold 23 females, and there are 30-odd pups. Lin Ye nodded. Rin Ye, move out. After walking 4 hours, Jebuling stopped and crouched behind a clump of bushes. Ahead lay a stretch of rocky hummocks, gray-white stones piled into small hillocks. The crevices between the rocks were pitch black, their depths impossible to judge. The largest cave mouth was beneath a cliff. At its entrance were piled bones and dry grass, and a few young gnolls were tussling outside. Jebuling lowered his voice. The big one, the males are all inside. With the sun this warm, they're probably sleeping. Lin Ye stared at the cave mouth for a while, then turned. Rin 1 through Rin 4 blocked the small caves. Rin 5 through Rin 7 followed Jebuli and guard the perimeter. Goblin, you come with me into the big cave. The 9 men scattered, moving as lightly as shadows. Lin Ye took the hardwood bough from his back and drew an arrow. Inside the big cave was very dark, but goblin eyes could see clearly. The passage was narrow stone on both sides, the ground covered in dry grass and bones. The reek stung the eyes. After a dozen or so steps, the space abruptly opened up, a natural stone chamber. On the ground, more than a dozen gnolls lay sprawled in a heap, snoring loudly. Lin Ye stopped and raised his hand. Goblin gripped his blade, standing beside him. Lin Ye pointed at the largest one in the deepest part. Dark gray for a body, a full circle bulkier than the others, likely the leader. Then he pressed his hand down. The arrow left the string. Swoosh. The iron arrow slammed into the leader's neck. It didn't even let out a cry, twitched twice, then went still. The remaining gnolls were startled awake. Before they could even open their eyes, Goblin had already charged in. One stroke, a gnoll that had just scrambled up lost its head. Another stroke, another gnoll collapsed, clutching its neck. Lin Ye set down his bow, drew his blade, and followed. The stone chamber fell into chaos. Some gnolls ran for the cave mouth, some grabbed stone axes to fight, some shrank into corners trembling. But the cave mouth was already sealed by Rin 5 and the others. Rin 5 held the entrance. The first gnoll that charged out was slashed down head-on. Rin 6 and Rin 7 stood on either side and cut down the second and third as well. Inside the stone chamber, Goblin went berserk. He hacked forward stroke after stroke, every swipe drawing blood without blinking. Lin Ye followed behind, finishing off the half-dead and blocking the escape routes. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 17 males lay flat. Goblin stood in the center of the chamber, soaked in blood, panting heavily. He lowered his head to look at his blade. Blood was still dripping from the edge. Lin Ye walked over and patted his shoulder. Let's go to the small caves. Inside the 2 small caves, the females and pups huddled together, shivering. Rin 1 and the others guarded the entrances, not going in, just surrounding them. Lin Ye walked up to the cave mouth and looked in. More than 20 female gnolls clutching 30-odd pups were squeezed into the deepest corner. Some were trembling, some whimpering, some baring their teeth to shield the pups, but none dared charge out. Lin Ye stood at the entrance, unmoving. He looked at the females, at the pups, silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Submit or die. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly throughout the cave. The females could not understand his words, but they understood his tone. The old one at the very front, gray-white fur guarding 3 pups, let out a low growl from her throat, bared her teeth, trembling, but did not retreat. Lin Ye looked at her and repeated himself. Submit or die. He raised his hand and pointed toward the dead males behind him. The females followed his finger. In the light coming through the cave mouth, they could see the corpses lying among the stones. The growling ceased. Lin Ye said no more, only stood at the entrance and waited. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. The old one finally moved. She slowly lowered her head, exposed the back of her neck, and crawled out step by step. The 3 pups behind her followed, also lowering their heads. Lin Ye stepped back to clear the entrance. The old one crawled out, crouched on a nearby rock, head bowed, not daring to look at him. Then the second, third, fourth. All 23 females and 37 pups crawled out. Some kept their heads low, some still trembled, some looked back at the black cave, but not one resisted. Lin Ye stood to the side, watching each one pass. Lines flashed across his panel one by one. Detected foreign race voluntarily submits. Incorporation successful. Current loyalty 41 to 53. Incorporation complete. The 9 of Rin Ye gathered around, watching the gnolls line up and head toward the tribe. Rin 5 sidled over and asked Goblin in a low voice, Captain, can we trust them? Goblin glanced at him and said nothing. Lin Ye walked over and stood before them. Whether we can trust them is a matter for later. He looked at the gnolls, backs paused. Right now they are people of the tribe. The trip back was slow. The females dared not walk fast, and the pups had to be carried every few steps. The men of Rin Ye took turns carrying the pups, exhausted and sweating, but no one complained. Halfway back, Lin Ye suddenly stopped. He looked back in the direction they had come from. The rocky hummocks were no longer visible, hidden by the trees. He turned and continued walking. By the time they returned to the tribe, dusk was falling. Lin stood by the palisade, staring at the line of female gnolls and the pups filling the ground, his eyes wide. Chief, this. How many is this? Lin Ye said nothing and walked inside the palisade. Lin followed behind, counting as he went. 23 females, 37 pups. Plus the ones we took in before. The population must be over 200. That night Lin Ye called Lin over. Take stock. Lin opened the ledger. 107 from the old tribe, 43 from the Greyhides, plus the 23 females and 37 pups brought back today total. He calculated. 210. Plus you 211. Lin Ye nodded. Lin continued, 23 females. In a few months they can give birth to another batch. 37 pups. After a year they'll be able to work. Lin Ye was silent. Lin closed the ledger and suddenly smiled. Chief, we're finally starting to look like something now. The tribe's population surged, and grain instantly became a matter of life and death. Lin spread the hide ledger before Lin Ye, who glanced at it faintly and immediately grasped the dire predicament. 231 mouths to feed, yet only 100 mu of land. Even if the hunting party risks their lives venturing deep into the mountains cannot keep pace with consumption. We simply cannot sustain this for long. Lin Ye remained silent, exuding a calm, but heavy oppressive aura. Lin turned another page in the ledger and added, the 60 newly arrived Chai Ren have not done a single stitch of work. They have been freeloading since day one. The female Chai Ren are under Gobu whose supervision learning our customs, but they will be of little use in the fields for quite some time. Lin Ye rose to his feet and walked slowly toward the tribe's wooden palisade. In the distance, huddled within a crude new wooden shed, were the recently captured Chai Ren, 23 females and 37 pups. Some shrank into trembling balls of fear, while others peered through the wooden slats with cautious curiosity. Several female Goblin crouched by the shed, gesturing animatedly, as they patiently taught the newcomers to abide by the tribe's rules. Lin Ye stood quietly for a moment, then turned and returned, summoning Gobu Su directly. The land reclamation efforts are now entirely under your command. In 3 months I expect to see 300 mu of new arable land. Gobu Su froze on the spot, his round eyes widening in shock. Chief, 300 mu. That scale of work is enormous. We don't have anywhere near enough hands. Lin Ye's gaze fell lightly upon him, commanding respect without a hint of anger. The regular Goblin soldiers and all the Chai Ren are under your direct command. Use whomever you have. I only care about the land. Gobu Su's throat bobbed as he swallowed his doubts, nodding firmly to accept the order. The first month, the reclamation operation officially commenced. 70 regular Goblin soldiers and 23 female Chai Ren were all marshaled by Gobu Su to the wastelands beyond the tribe's perimeter. In the dense forest to the east, the dull thud of axes striking trees rose and fell in succession, sturdy trunks toppling one after another. On the slopes beside the river, the crowd wielded hoes to break the compacted earth, gradually plowing open the barren land. The newly exposed black soil was rich and fertile, driving everyone to till with full force, sparing not a single moment. Gobu Su led the construction crew, overseeing operations from dawn till dusk. He ran back and forth, allocating manpower and supervising progress, his entire body caked in dust with not even a moment's respite. At the close of the first month, Lin rushed over, clutching the ledger, his tone brimming with delight. Chief, we have claimed 100 mu of new land. 40 mu to the east, 30 by the river, 30 on the slopes. Combined with the original 100 mu of older fields, we now possess 200 mu in total. Lin Ye nodded slightly, saying little as usual. The first clearance. The scouting Gobu Lung returned dusty and weary from his journey. Crouching on the ground, he sketched a rough route with a tree branch. Chief, a day's march eastward reveals a den of daijings. Over 20 in total, including males, females, and pups. Lin Ye rose immediately and issued a grave command. Rinya, move out. Rinya was the tribe's elite squad, renowned for their swift maneuvers and formidable combat prowess. Upon hearing the order, they instantly donned their gear and assembled, following Lin Ye without delay. After traveling swiftly through the mountain forest for 2 hours, the group stealthily approached the daijing den. Over a dozen daijings were sunbathing outside the cave entrance, their gray-green skin wrinkled, their frames small and emaciated, completely unguarded. After observing from behind a thicket for a moment, Lin Ye issued a direct command: execute all the males. Bring the females and pups back alive. Gobu Yen received the order and led his team forward like ghosts. In merely 15 minutes, all the male daijings were eliminated. Deep within the cavern, 7 female daijings huddled in a corner, clutching 13 pups, trembling with terror in their eyes. Standing at the cave mouth, Lin Ye's voice was cold and resolute: submit or die. Faced with this stark choice between life and death, the daijings possessed no will to resist. The first female crawled out, tremulously bowing her head to expose the nape of her neck in a gesture of submission. Then came the second, the third. All 7 females and 13 pups were escorted back to the tribe. Back at the tribe, Lin immediately recorded the tally. 7 daijing females, 13 pups. The tribe's total population has risen to 251. Lin Ye cast a glance at the timid daijings and quietly ordered, assign them to the reclamation team as well. Gobu Su acknowledged the command and incorporated the daijings into the labor force the very next day. The second month, the reclamation force swelled to 100 members. With 70 regular Goblin soldiers, 23 Chai Ren, and 7 female daijings, the shortage of manpower was resolved and land clearing efficiency skyrocketed. The workers rose before dawn and returned after dusk, heads bowed in diligent labor, transforming patch after patch of barren wasteland into orderly, fertile fields. At the close of the second month, Lin reported again, his tone confident. Chief, we have reclaimed another 100 mu this month. 40 mu to the east, 30 by the river, 30 on the slopes. The goal of 300 mu of new land has been achieved. Combined with the old fields, we now possess 300 mu in total. Lin Ye gave a slight nod, his expression as calm as ever. The second clearance. Gobu Lung hurried over once more, panting heavily as he reported. Chief, a day's march westward conceals several scattered Gobu Lin dens. These are untamed wild Gobu Lin roaming in packs of a dozen or so, numbering roughly 30 to 40 in total. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening slightly. Wild Gobu Lin. Exactly. They lack a unified leader and dwell scattered throughout the mountains and forests. They will be quite easy to subdue. Gobu Lung hastily added. Without further words, Lin Ye rose and issued the command, Rin Ye, move out. In the western mountains and forests, the wild Gobu Lin dens were hidden with extreme concealment. Some inhabited tree hollows, others sheltered in rock crevices, while some simply nested within thickets of bushes. Leading the Rin Ye squad, Lin Ye systematically cleared and subdued each group. The first group of 11, 6 males, 5 females, no pups, all knelt in submission. The second group of 13, 7 males, 6 females, 4 pups, all knelt in submission. The third group of 9, 5 males, 4 females, no pups, all knelt in submission. The fourth group of 7, 4 males, 3 females, 2 pups, all knelt in submission. Over 5 days, 40 wild Gobu Lin were successfully subdued, 22 males, 18 females, and 6 pups. Ku Lin's fingers grew sore from tallying, and upon finishing the population count, his voice trembled with excitement. Chief, the tribe's total population has reached 297. At the end of the second month, the newly subdued wild Gobu Lin were quickly allocated. The males were assigned to the regular troop and followed the main force into the fields for reclamation. The females were sent to Gobu Hu to learn tribal customs. As for the pups, they mingled with the Chai Ren and Daijing Young, romping freely across open grounds, bringing considerable vitality to the tribe. The reclamation force expanded once more, with the regular Gobu Lin soldiers increasing from 70 to 90. Combined with the Chai Ren and Daijings, the workforce totaled a substantial 120, pushing the land clearing pace to a new level. The third month. During the third month, the land reclamation efforts continued with relentless momentum. The 120 workers were scattered across the riverbank, the eastern woodlands, and the slopes. Fields brimmed with bustling figures, hoes rising and falling ceaselessly until the barren wasteland was thoroughly transformed into fertile cropland capable of growing grain. In mid-March, Gobu Lung brought fresh intelligence. Chief, a 2-day march northward reveals a den of Chai Ren. Over 20 strong, including males, females, and pups. Lin Ye led the Ren Ye squad on another expedition. 3 days later, they returned in triumph, adding 8 female Chai Ren and 11 pups to the tribe. Ku Lin excitedly recorded the tally. 8 female Chai Ren, 11 pups. The tribe's total population stands at 316. The newly arrived female Chai Ren were immediately integrated into the reclamation team, thrown straight into labor. At the end of the third month, Ku Lin clutched the ledger, his hands shaking with excitement. He jogged all the way to Lin Ye's side, his voice quivering. Chief, all data has been fully tabulated. Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked at him. 112 regular Gobu Lin soldiers, a dozen key figures like Gobu Yin, and 9 Ren Ye squad members. 31 female Chai Ren with 48 pups. 7 female Daijings with 13 pups. 18 female and 22 male wild Gobu Lin plus 6 pups. Ku Lin took a deep breath and announced the final figure. The total population is 316. Including you, Chief, we number 317. Lin Ye listened in silence, offering no comment. Ku Lin immediately followed up with the arable land report. Over 3 months of reclamation, we have cultivated 300 mu of new land. 80 mu by the river, 120 mu to the east, 100 mu on the slopes. Combined with the original 100 mu of old fields, we now possess 400 mu in total. Lin Ye finally gave a slight nod. The tribe now numbered 457. When Colin finished reading the figure from the account book, he paused for 3 seconds, stunned. He flipped back to the first page and recalculated, only to confirm the sum was correct. 300 goblins, 93 wolfmen, 27 gremlins, 9 blade-tooth warriors, 16 leaders. Young ones. He turned the page, his voice faltering slightly. 201 younglings, 62 born just last month alone. Lin Ye remained silent, standing by the fence and watching the younglings scampering across the open ground in the distance. The sun had just risen, and the clearing was already alive with activity. Green-skinned younglings made up the majority, interspersed with grayish-brown wolfman pups. A few gremlin children, the smallest of all, trailed behind, stumbling and lagging as they struggled to keep pace. One wolfman pup tripped while running and let out 2 mournful howls on the ground. A nearby goblin youngling rushed over to help pull him up, but when that proved impossible, simply squatted beside him in companionship. Further off, several female wolfmen crouched at the entrance of a wooden shelter, watching the cluster of younglings. Lang Yi held her own offspring, a small green pup, cradled against her chest as it gnawed contentedly on her finger. She gazed downward, her expression unreadable. Di stood nearby, her attention fixed anxiously on her gremlin child, the only one of her kind she had ever born. The tiny gremlin was nestled against a wolfman pup, both of them huddled together basking in the sun until they drifted off to sleep. Lin Ye observed them for a moment before turning and making his way back. The cultivation plots by the river continued to expand outward. Gobu Su led over 100 workers heading to the fields before dawn and returning only after sunset. The laborers were divided into 3 groups, one felling trees in the eastern woods, another tilling soil along the riverbank, and a third gathering stones from the hillside. Lin Ye had visited the site once. The field teemed with workers, goblins, wolfmen, and gremlins laboring side by side. Lang San dug faster than anyone, her stone hoe swinging with formidable force, while several gremlins trailed behind to collect the rocks she unearthed. D.E. followed nearby, turning the soil with deliberate slowness and care, ensuring every inch was worked twice. Gobu Su jogged over, wiping perspiration from his face. Leader, at this rate we'll clear another 30 acres by next month. Lin Ye nodded. He glanced toward the tree line, where freshly cut trunks were stacked in piles awaiting transport for shelter construction. Further still figures tended to controlled burns, thick smoke billowing skyward. With more people came more complications. On the first day, wolfmen and gremlins came to blows over food. The altercation stemmed from a piece of meat that had fallen to the ground, both females reaching for it simultaneously before the dispute escalated into scratching and fighting. The wolfman's superior strength pinned the gremlin to the earth, while the smaller creature screamed and clawed at her hair. A circle of onlookers formed around them, but no one intervened. The following day, 2 goblin conscripts clashed over who had cut in line. One accused the other of pushing ahead. The denial turned into shouting, then physical violence as they rolled on the ground exchanging blows until Rin Wu separated them with a grip on each and tossed them apart. On the 3rd day, a youngling came running to Gobu, who in tears claiming someone had pushed them. Looking down, Gobu, who saw the small wolfman child with tear-filled eyes pointing behind them at a gremlin youngling. The tiniest one, the same little one usually kept close during sleep. The gremlin youngling stood frozen behind them, unable to articulate what had happened. Lin Ye summoned the several leaders. He crouched on the ground with Gobu Yin, Gobu Lai, Gobu Su, Gobu Jing, Gobu Lung, Gobu Hu, and Colin arranged before him in a line. Separate cooking stations for each group, goblins, wolfmen, and gremlins, each with their own. Appoint a leader to oversee each, distribute rations by headcount, and penalize anyone who takes more than their share. Colin recorded the order and asked where the leaders should come from. Lin Ye glanced toward Gobu Lai. For the wolfmen, Lang Ye. For the gremlins, D.E. Gobu Lai nodded. Lin Ye then turned to Gobu Hu. The younglings will be raised together regardless of race. They will all belong to the tribe. Gobu Hu hesitated. Leader, the gremlins' young are so small, while the wolfmen's are so untamed. How can they be raised together? Lin Ye regarded her silently. You oversee it. Gobu Hu opened her mouth to respond, but said nothing. That afternoon, 3 large wooden basins appeared in the clearing. Goblin younglings occupied one basin, wolfman younglings another, and gremlin younglings a third. Though there were far too few gremlins, only a dozen or so Gobu, who directed them to join the wolfman's basin for feeding. The wolfman younglings resented the intrusion. Larger than the gremlins and accustomed to bullying the smaller ones, they watched with hostility as the odd green and gray newcomers squeezed into their basin, provoking the larger pups to bare their teeth and snarl. The gremlin younglings huddled together in fear, the smallest breaking into tears that fell like rain. Gobu Hu approached and slapped the head of the fiercest wolfman pup. Growl again, and there'll be no food. The wolfman pup lowered its head sullenly, eyes red but silent. The smallest gremlin continued weeping as a nearby wolfman pup hesitated, then reached out to pull the creature closer, awkwardly patting its head with a paw. The crying ceased. Gobu Hu crouched nearby, observing in silence. Gobu Yin returned from outside, with several wolfmen trailing behind him. Lang Shi, Lang Shire, Lang Shirjo, along with the newly selected Lang San Shi and Lang San Shire, 5 young females, lean but with bright eyes. Having completed several runs with the hunting party, they moved twice as fast as the goblins and possessed keen noses capable of detecting rabbits hidden within the grass. Lin Ye gave them a measured look. Have them follow. Gobu Yin nodded. 3 days later, the hunting party returned, dragging a massive wild boar. Lang Chi stood bloodied beside Gobu Yin as he distributed the meat. The wild boar was carved into portions and handed out by head count. When her turn came, she took the meat without eating it, examined it briefly, and tucked it away against her chest. Gobu Yin approached and patted her head. Lang Chi looked up at him without flinching. Nearby, Lang Shire received her portion and immediately tore into it, chewing with growing delight as her eyes lit up. Good, Gobu Yin asked. Lang Shire nodded and tore off another piece. Gobu, who constructed a shelter behind the female quarters dedicated to caring for the younglings. The structure was modest, wooden frame with thatched roofing, providing shade and rain protection. Inside, over 100 younglings of varying sizes and colors pressed together. An elderly goblin former conscript sat at the front attempting to recount tales, his speech halting, but the younglings captivated nonetheless. Back then the leader was only this tall, the old goblin gestured. Not much taller than you. We were merely a dozen crammed into a crumbling cave. Lin Ye crouched outside the shelter, peering through gaps in the thatch. Her green youngling sat at the front, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, utterly absorbed. Ye stood nearby, anxiously watching her gremlin child, the only one of her kind she had ever raised. The tiny gremlin was sandwiched between two wolfman pups, flanking him, protectively clutching at their fur as he huddled close. Gobu, who approached and crouched beside them. Tomorrow you come learn as well. Lin Ye paused. Learn what? Gobu, who gestured toward the younglings inside. To learn how to be part of the tribe. The following day, Lin Ye stood before hundreds of tribal members arranged by clan. Goblins on the left, wolfmen in the center, gremlins on the right. Behind them, the younglings huddled, chaotically held in check by Gobu, whose stern gaze. Lin Ye spoke, his voice quiet, yet carrying to every year. From now on, each clan maintains separate provisions and affairs. Resolve disputes through your own leaders, then call in if needed, and finally come to me. When clearing the new land to the east, trouble arose. Just as Gobu Su ran to report the news, Lin Ye was in the workshop area, watching Gobu Jing forge iron. The newly forged blades had just been quenched, their edges gleaming. Chief, there's a nest of goblins over there occupying the land we need to clear. Lin Ye looked up. How many? Gobu Su gestured. 40 or 50 with males, females, and young. As soon as our people approach, they hide behind trees and throw stones. Several of the wood gatherers have been hit and injured. Lin Ye stood up. He called over Gobu Yin and Gobu Lai. Rin Ye, go clear them out. Gobu Lung led the way with Rin Ye and 8 others following behind. After walking for 2 hours, a gentle slope appeared before them. On the slope, a few crooked trees grew sparsely, and behind them hid a group of short gray-green figures, craning their necks to look this way. Lin Ye crouched behind the bushes, staring at the gentle slope. 47 in total. Over 20 males, a dozen or so females, and the rest were young. The males guarded the slope, clutching stone axes and sharpened wooden sticks, their eyes scanning around. Gobu Yin leaned in and lowered his voice. Chief, there are traps. Lin Ye also saw it. The bushes in front of the slope were off. Some vines had been deliberately pulled, and the fallen leaves were piled too thickly with fresh soil exposed at the edges. He raised his hand and pressed it back slightly. Ren air circle left. Ren San Ren C circle right. Gobu Lai leads. Ren Wu Ren Lu Ren Chi press from the front. Wait until they make a move, then go. The 9 dispersed, moving as silently as shadows. Ren Ye had just reached behind the large stone on the left when his foot stepped into emptiness. A trap. A pit half a man deep with sharpened stakes at the bottom. He reacted quickly, rolling sideways. The stake scraped past his ribs, tearing the flesh, and blood gushed out immediately. He gritted his teeth and stayed silent, pressing his hand firmly over the wound, dragging himself away from the pit. On the right, Ren San also triggered a trap. A vine tripped his ankle and the entire ground suddenly sprang up. It was a net woven from vines wrapped with stones falling down over him. Ren San was stunned by the impact, struggling to crawl out. Ren Si rushed over, cut the net ropes with one slash, and dragged him out. Damn it! Ren Si cursed, glancing back at the slope. The goblins had already noticed. A dozen males charged out from behind the trees, howling as they rushed down. They clutched stone axes, wooden clubs, and some held sharpened bones. Gobu Lai stood up and roared. Charge! Ren Wu Ren Lu and Ren Shi followed him, charging out with 3 blades crashing into the goblins. The first goblin was cut down by Gobu Lai with a single slash, its stone axe flying from its hand. The second lunged at Ren Wu stabbed it in the belly, and when he pulled out, blood splattered his face. Ren Lu was surrounded by 2 goblins, a club slammed into his shoulder. He grunted, then swung back and sliced off one's head. Ren Shi didn't charge at the front. He stayed behind Gobu Lai, focusing on finishing off any that slipped through. A goblin lunged from the side. He stabbed it in the kidney and kicked it away. Lin Ye stood up from behind the bushes, his bow already drawn. Whoosh! A goblin charging at Ren Wu with a club fell instantly, an arrow piercing through its skull from behind. Whoosh! Another goblin trying to flee was hit in the thigh and collapsed. Ren Ye stood up, holding his wound, gripping his blade with his left hand, his right hand useless. He swung his blade again and again, aiming for vital spots, blood splattering all over him. Ren San crawled out of the net, still dazed, following behind Ren Si, stabbing forward repeatedly. The goblins began to flee. The males ran, the females screamed and scrambled into the cave. The young huddled together, too frightened to cry. Gobu Lai chased after them, cutting down 3 slow ones with a single slash each. The rest scurried into the cave and dared not come out. Lin Ye put away his bow and walked to the cave entrance. The cave was pitch dark. A dozen or so females and young were huddled in the very back, trembling, not daring to breathe loudly. He stood at the entrance, not entering. Any male still alive? Gobu Yin checked around and reported 21 males, all killed. Lin Ye nodded. He turned to the cave and spoke, submit or die. The goblins inside didn't understand the words, but they understood the tone. The first crawled out, head low, exposing its nape. Then the second, the third. 16 females and 23 young, all taken away. Rin Ye, holding his wound, walked at the very back of the line. Blood seeped through his fingers, dripping onto the ground. Rin San was still dizzy, staggering every few steps, and Rin Si supported him. Rin Lu's shoulder was swollen badly, but he could still walk. Goblin Leader was covered in blood, some goblins, some his own, uncertain if he was injured. Lin Ye walked up to Rin Ye, glanced at his wound. Go back and let Goblin take a look. Rin Ye nodded, saying nothing. Back at the tribe, Kalin was dumbfounded again. Chief, this. Another 39. He opened his ledger, his hands trembling. Adding to the previous, the total population. 496, Lin Ye said. He looked at Rin Ye. Go treat your injuries first. Rin Ye, holding his wound, walked toward Gobu, who was already waiting at the door, clutching a handful of herbs, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen. Rin Ye said nothing, walked over, and sat down. On the third day, Lang Ye was reported. The one who reported her was Lang Chi, the one who went hunting with the hunting party. Lang Chi stood in front of Lin Ye, pointing at Lang Ye, chattering a bunch of gibberish. Lin translated on the side. She says Lang Ye is biased. Every time she divides the meat, she gives more to her own cubs and less to others. Lin Ye looked at Lang Ye. Lang Ye lowered her head, silent. Lin Ye was quiet for a moment. From today, meat distribution is under Lin's management. Each kitchen only cooks, not distributes. Lang Ye looked up, startled, then nodded. On the fifth day, Ye had trouble. Ye couldn't control her people. Several goblins under her had secretly hoarded food, hiding it under a wooden shed, and were discovered by Gobu. Lin Ye dragged those goblins out, crouched in the open ground, surrounded by hundreds of people. He spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone heard clearly. Those who steal food get no food. 3 days. The goblins lowered their heads, not daring to move. Ye stood nearby, her face flushed bright red. Lin Ye glanced at her, saying nothing. On the 7th day, trouble broke out in the cub's shed. A jackalman cub larger than the others bullied the smaller ones every day. Today he pushed down a goblin cub, tomorrow he snatched food from a goblin cub. Gobu scolded him several times, but he wouldn't listen. Lin Ye went. He crouched in front of that jackalman cub, staring at him. The cub felt uneasy under his gaze and shrank back. Lin Ye spoke. If you bully the small ones again, no food. If you hit, you'll be hit back. The cub was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The goblin cub beside him, the one who was always bullied, suddenly stood up, walked in front of him, pointed its little claw at him, and chattered a few words. Lin Ye didn't understand the words, but he understood the meaning. It meant, if you bully me again, I'll hit you too. The jackalman cub lowered its head and said nothing. When Gobu Lung returned from outside, it was almost dark. He ran to Lin Ye, his expression troubled. Chief, those people are back. This time not 4, but over a dozen. Lin Ye looked at him. They set up camp outside the forest with tents and campfires. During the day, they sent 3 scouts inward, reaching near our last setup at point 3. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Did they find anything? Gobu Lung shook his head. We didn't let them get close. Rin Shi led some people to lead them away. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Keep watching. At night, Lin Ye walked to the wooden shed of Rin Ye and the others. Rin Ye was lying down, his wound already bandaged, the smell of herbs strong. Rin Sen leaned against the wall, still dizzy. Rin Lu's shoulder was swollen and shiny, but he was in good spirits. Gobu Lai was also there, the blood on him already wiped clean, with several fresh wounds on the exposed skin. Lin Ye looked around, saying nothing. He turned to walk out. At the door, Rin Ye suddenly spoke. Chief. Lin Ye stopped. Rin Ye looked at him, opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it. Lin Ye didn't look back, continuing to walk. Moonlight spilled over the open ground. The newly arrived goblins crowded into the wooden shed, squeezing together with the jackalmen. Soft snoring came from the cub's shed. Lin Ye stood at the entrance of the nest, gazing at the dark, heavy forest in the distance. Gobu Lung said those people were still there. He turned and walked back into the nest, leaning against the hay. No rush. First, let's see what they intend to do. Rin Ye lay in the wooden shelter for several days. The wounds had scabbed over, but any movement still sent pain shooting through his body. Gobu changed the dressings every day, the pungent herbal medicine scent permeating the entire shelter. Rin San's mind had long since cleared. After the swelling in Ren Lu's shoulder subsided, he could swing a blade again. Lin Ye came to visit once, standing at the doorway without entering. When Rin Ye saw him, he tried to sit up, but was stopped by Lin Ye's raised hand. Focus on recovering. A day later, Lin Ye summoned Gobu Yin and Gobu Lai. The blade fong needs to expand. Gobu Yin paused, stunned. By how much? Lin Ye gazed at him. We have 7 now. Recruit 15 more to make 22. Lin Ye nodded. Select from the miscellaneous soldiers. Those who can fight, run fast, have sharp eyes, steady hands. Take them all. Gobu Jing led over 30 men, fighting from dawn until dusk. The furnace fires burned day and night, the clang of hammers ringing from sunrise to moonrise. The first batch to be forged was blades. 22 new blades plus the chipped ones that needed reforging, over 30 in total. Iron ore was hauled from the warehouse, piled into small mountains. Gobu Jing personally tended the furnace, watching the fire and calling for more charcoal. His apprentices took turns swinging the hammers, beating the iron blanks in a shape blow by blow. On the 10th day, the first batch of blades emerged from the fire. 20 new blades, their bodies gleaming, edges sharp as can be. Gobu Jing picked one up, examined it against the light, then tested the blade's edge with his finger and nodded. Send them to the Blade Fong. The selection took 3 days. Over 100 miscellaneous soldiers stood on the open ground. Goblins, gnolls, and goblins crowded together. Gobu Yin and Gobu Lai walked among them, examining each candidate. Those who can fight, step forward. Those with great strength, step forward. Those who run fast, step forward. Those with sharp eyes, step forward. In the end, over 30 stood out. They filtered further. Those who lost in sparring were eliminated. Those who were slow in races were eliminated. Those who were off target in stone throwing were eliminated. Finally, 15 remained. Numbered Rin 8 through Rin 22. Combined with the original Rin 1 through Rin 7, they numbered 22 in total. Lin Ye gathered the 22 on the open ground, crouching in 2 rows. He looked at each one, then spoke. You are the Blade Fong. Not miscellaneous soldiers. You are the blade of the tribe. No one spoke. Lin Ye began assigning roles. Scouts. The fastest runners, those with the sharpest eyes, those who can hide and observe, step forward. Rin 7 was the first to step out. He was the best at hiding among the veterans. Then Rin 16 and Rin 17 stepped forward. 2 selected from the new recruits. 3 in total. Lin Ye pointed at Rin 7. You lead the scout squad. Go out to scout the terrain, watch for enemies, stay hidden. Rin 7 nodded. Archers. Those with good eyesight, steady hands, step forward. Rin 5 was the first to step out. He was the most accurate archer among the veterans. Then Rin 9, Rin 10, and Rin 11 stepped forward. 3 selected from the new recruits. Rin 15, Rin 18, Rin 19, and Rin 21 stepped forward, also selected from the new recruits. 8 in total. Lin Ye pointed at Rin 5. You lead the archer squad. In battle, shoot soldiers, shoot horses, shoot anyone trying to flee. Rin 5 nodded. Warriors. Those who can fight, those who dare charge forward, everyone else qualifies. Rin 1 stepped out, Rin 2 stepped out, Rin 3 stepped out, Rin 4 stepped out, Rin 6 stepped out. Rin 8, Rin 12, Rin 13, Rin 14, and Rin 22 stepped forward. 10 in total. Lin Ye pointed at Rin 1. You lead the warrior squad. Charge at the front, cut down enemies. Rin 1 nodded. Medics. Those with steady hands, those who have learned bandaging, step forward. No one moved. Lin Ye scanned the group, then pointed at Rin 20. You step out. Rin 20 was the youngest of the new recruits. He rarely spoke, but Gobu, who had mentioned he had steady hands and had changed dressings for wounded soldiers before. Rin 20 stepped forward, head lowered. Lin Ye looked at him. In battle, if someone is injured, you handle it. Get your supplies and medicine from Gobu, who. Rin 20 nodded. The 22 were all assigned. The furnace fires in the crafting district never stopped. The second batch being forged was arrowheads. 8 archers, each needing at least 20 arrows, 160 arrows total. That would take quite a while to forge. Gobu Jing divided the work among 5 furnaces running simultaneously. Iron bars were heated red-hot, hammered into arrowhead shapes, then quenched and sharpened. After several days, the first batch of arrowheads came out. 160 neatly stacked in wooden crates. Gobu Jing delivered them personally to Rin 5. Rin 5 took the crate and opened it. He stared for a moment, then looked up. Enough. Gobu Jing nodded. Use these first. If you need more, we'll forge more. On the scout squad front, Rin 7 led Rin 16 and Rin 17, weaving through the forest, learning to hide, read footprints, and avoid detection. After a whole day, all 3 were covered in mud. On the archer squad front, Rin 5 led the 7 others, practicing archery against grass targets. The new recruits were clumsy. If they hit 3 out of 10 shots, that was considered good. Rin 5 didn't scold them. He just had them practice over and over from morning until night. On the warrior squad front, Rin 1 led the 9 others, practicing chops against wooden stakes. One chop after another, every swing packed force. Rin 1 led by example, switching to a fresh stake whenever one broke, not stopping until night fell. On the medic front, Rin 20 sat alone in the shelter, flipping through the herbal medicine notes Gobu, who had given him, smelling and memorizing each one. Gobu Jing obtained the finest hardwood from Gobu, Su splitting it into planks, shaping them into shield forms, then covering them with 3 layers of beast hide. 10 shields, enough for the warrior squad. On the day the shields were finished, Rin 6 came to collect them personally. He picked one up, tested its weight, then slammed it against a wooden stake. The stake trembled, but the shield was unharmed. He grinned. Fine goods. Chieftain, we've newly opened 50 mu of farmland. Total cultivated land now reaches 570 mu. Lin Ye nodded. Gobu Lung returned from outside and squatted on the ground, drawing several lines. Chieftain, those people are still there. Their camp hasn't moved, but every day they send scouts deeper in. The farthest they went was less than 2 li from point 3. Lin Ye studied the lines on the ground. Have they discovered anything? Gobu Lung shook his head. We didn't let them get close. The scout squad is watching. The moment they approach, we lead them away. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Continue watching. At night Lin Ye walked to the edge of the training ground. The 22 were still training. The scout squad crouched motionless in the shadows. The archer squad shot at grass targets under the moonlight. The warrior squad continued chopping wooden stakes. Rin 20 the medic squatted nearby, clutching a handful of herbs watching the training. The fires in the crafting district still burned. The clang of hammers echoed from the distance, intermittent and ceaseless. Gobu Yin stood in the center, his face expressionless, but his grip on his blade was tight. Gobu Lai walked over and stood beside Lin Ye. Chieftain, it's almost ready. Lin Ye said nothing. Gobu Lai spoke again. In another month, they'll be ready to fight. Lin Ye gazed at the silhouettes still training, then nodded. A month passed, and the blade teeth had completed their training. 22 warriors stood upon the open ground, blades honed and arrows nocked. Gobu Yin stood at the front, while Gobu Lai crouched beside him, scratching the final battle formation into the earth with a branch. Lin Ye approached and cast his gaze upon them. Scout team, go out and watch them. Everyone else wait for news. Rin Shi nodded, then led Rin Shirlu and Rin Shichi into the forest. The scout team crouched in the woods for 3 days. On the first day, they crept to within 200 paces of the enemy's camp, lying motionless behind a thicket of shrubs. Rin Shi counted them. 15 men, 10 tents, 5 horses tethered at the camp's edge. 2 sentries stood guard, one to the east, one to the west, meeting to exchange words when changing shifts. On the second day, they drew closer. Rin Shirlu noted the changing of the guard. A rotation every 2 hours, more vigilant at night, slack during the day. Rin Shichi sketched a crude map, lopsided but clear enough to show the tent positions, the hitching posts, and where the weapons were stored. On the third day, Rin Shi followed a man who rode out. He discovered they had moved deeper toward the forest, stopping on a hillside to peer long into its depths before returning. At dawn on the fourth day, Rin Shi returned to the tribe. He spread the map upon the ground and pointed as he explained to Lin Ye. Leader: 15 men, 5 horses, 10 tents. 2 sentries, slack by day, vigilant by night. The weapons are stored in the large central tent guarded. Lin Ye studied the map in silence for a moment. Tonight we strike. The night had fallen moonless. Rin Shi led the way and 22 warriors followed their footsteps, as light as clouds. Gobu Yin walked in the center of the column with Gobu Lai crouched at his side, scanning the terrain as they moved. After 2 hours, Rin Shi halted and pressed himself to the ground. 50 paces ahead lay the enemy's camp. The tents loomed in ghostly silhouettes, a bonfire burning bright at the center, its flames casting dancing shadows across the surroundings. Lin Ye lay at the very front, eyes fixed upon the camp. He raised his hand and gestured backward. The scout team dispersed, slipping toward both flanks. The archery team crawled forward 20 paces to find their firing positions. The warriors crouched at the rear, those with shields gripping their defenses tightly, standing at the front. Lin Ye brought his hand down sharply. Whiz! Ren Wu's first arrow flew forth, and the eastern sentry crumpled. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 8 bows sang in unison, and the western sentry, still struggling to rise, was pierced full of arrows. Charge! The warriors burst from the shadows. Those with shields led the assault, shields locked together, ramming into the tents. Chaos erupted within the tents. A bare-chested man burst out, only to be cut down by Ren Ye's blade, meeting him head-on. Another seized his sword to fight back, only to be knocked to the ground by the shield-bearers, finished by warriors behind. One fled toward the hitching post, desperate to mount and escape, but Ren Air's arrow struck his thigh, sending him sprawling. Ren Lu led several shield-bearers crashing into the largest tent where the weapons were stored. The guard inside had just grabbed his blade when the shield sent him flying. Ren Lu brought a wooden club down upon his skull. He had left his sword behind and improvised with a branch, and knocked him unconscious instantly. Lin Ye stood at the camp's edge, picking off targets 1 arrow at a time. A man trying to flee felled. One raising his bow felled. One who had ducked inside a tent. When he finally emerged, Ren Chi had already slit his throat from behind. A quarter hour later, the camp fell silent. Ren Yi surveyed the battlefield. 14-15. He counted twice. Leader 14. One escaped. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Which direction? Ren Shi emerged from the shadows, his expression grim. North. I chased him for 2 miles, but couldn't catch up. He had a horse. The remaining 14-12 dead, 2 taken alive. 1 shot in the thigh, 1 knocked unconscious. 4 horses remained tethered where they stood, undisturbed. Ren Yi continued the inventory. 14 iron swords, 7 bows, 3 bundles of arrows, 8 leather armor pieces, 2 iron armor pieces, 4 horses, and also. He nudged a bundle on the ground with his foot, coins clinking inside. Lin Ye said nothing. He walked to where the 2 prisoners sat. The interrogation lasted through the night. The one shot in the thigh couldn't hold on and died before dawn. The survivor's name was Tua Mu, a minor officer of this company. He said they were garrison soldiers from Stonebridge Fortress on the northern border. Stonebridge Fortress was a small stronghold home to over 100 civilians. With 30 garrison soldiers, 13 cavalry, and more than 20 servants, the total population reached about 150. 3 months ago, the fortress lord first sent 4 men riding in to scout ahead. Those 4 returned saying there was smoke in the forest, woodcutting, and footprints. Only then did the fortress lord dispatch our 15 men to camp outside the forest and probe inward slowly to see what lay within. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. After a month of scouting, Tuamu continued, they only saw smoke, footprints, and trees that had been cut. Never daring to venture deeper, circling only at the edges. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. The one who escaped, what was his name? Tuamu hesitated. Cole. He was a distant relative of the fortress lord, the best horseman. He escaped, so he'll definitely report back. Lin Ye rose to his feet. How many garrison soldiers does Stonebridge Fortress have? Tuamu considered. 30 garrison soldiers, 13 cavalry, 20-odd servants. Plus the civilians in the fortress, over 150 in total. The fortress lord's name was Walden, an old knight who had seen battle. Lin Ye nodded. Lock him up. When the sun rose, the blade teeth had withdrawn 2 miles away. Colin finished tallying the spoils, his face wreathed in smiles. Leader 14 iron swords, 7 bows, 3 bundles of arrows, 8 leather armor pieces, 2 iron armor pieces, 4 horses, and a bag of coins. Lin Ye walked on in silence. After a while he stopped suddenly. Take the horses back. Have Gabu Su build a stable. Distribute the swords and arrows. Give the leather and iron armor to the warriors. Save the coins. Colin nodded. When they returned to the tribe, night had already fallen. The open ground teemed with people. News of the blade teeth's victory had spread, and they had gathered to see the horses, the swords, the armor. Ren Yi walked at the front, blood still staining his clothes, but his eyes shone bright. Ren Ershi squatted at the entrance of a wooden shed, clutching herbs in his trembling hands. That night he hadn't been needed, but his hands still shook. Gabu Yin walked to Lin Ye's side. Leader Ren Shirsi took a blade to the arm, and Ren Ershier was struck in the leg by an arrow. Neither is serious. They'll heal with rest. Lin Ye nodded. 10 days later, Colin came running to Lin Ye with a troubled expression. Leader Gabu Lung has returned with news. Lin Ye looked at him. Gabu Lung entered and crouched to draw several lines on the ground. Leader, there's movement at Stonebridge Fortress. After Cole escaped back, the fortress lord sent men north toward Froststone City. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Froststone City. Colin explained from the side, the capital of the Northern Duchy. The Duke resides there. Gabu Lung nodded. They've sent a message. The news Cole brought back. The fortress lord didn't dare bear the responsibility alone, so he reported it to the Duke. Lin Ye stood slowly, his expression unreadable. The camp's dying embers cast long flickering shadows across the blood-soaked earth, bearing silent witness to the night's brutal reckoning. Lin Ye studied the crude map one final time, committing each detail to memory before folding it carefully and tucking it into his belt. The warriors moved through the forest with practiced silence, each step deliberate, each breath controlled. The hunters who had become the hunted's worst nightmare. Tuamu's words hung heavy in the cold night air. A fortress lord, an old knight, 150 souls waiting to learn of this massacre. The 4 horses whinnied softly as they were led away, their breath forming clouds in the frigid darkness. Somewhere to the north, a rider pushed his exhausted mount through the night, carrying news that would shake the foundations of the Northern Duchy. Lin Ye's gaze swept across his warriors, bloodied, weary, but unbroken. Each one forged anew in the crucible of battle. The shadow of war stretched across the northern frontier, and the name Blade Teeth would soon echo through stone halls and council chambers alike. Froststone City, the capital of the Northern Duchy, sat upon a mountain of stone, its gray-white walls climbing from the base to the summit, where the Frostwolf banner flew at the highest point. 8,000 souls inhabited the city, and each day caravans of merchants, farmers, and soldiers crowded through the gates until passage was nearly impossible. The Duke's castle crowned the mountaintop, built of stone, cold and unyielding, much like the character of the city. The messenger sent by Walden waited at the castle gate for what felt like an eternity before finally being led inside. The Duke sat at the head of the chamber, in his 50s, a blade scar running from his brow bone down to his chin. He gripped a piece of roasted meat in his hand, chewing slowly while his eyes fixed upon the messenger kneeling on the ground. The messenger was a soldier from Stonebridge Keep who had ridden for 5 days, having changed 2 horses along the way, yet his legs still trembled. Speak. The messenger swallowed hard and recounted everything that Cole had brought back. There was smoke in the forest, traces of felled trees and footprints. 15 men had been sent in, but 14 never returned. Only 1 escaped on horseback, claiming those things carried blades and bows, moved with organization, and did not behave like beasts. The Duke chewed his meat in silence. Beside him stood an elderly man in gray robes, gaunt as a bamboo stalk, yet his eyes were remarkably sharp. He was the Duke's advisor, having served for decades and had witnessed countless scenes. Is that all? The old man asked. The messenger kept his head lowered. That is all, Cole said. Those things don't seem like beasts. They seem like people. A brief silence fell over the council chamber. The Duke tossed his bone onto a plate, rose, and walked to the window. Goblins, he said. The old man approached his side. My lord, do you believe it? The Duke did not respond. Beyond the window the sky hung heavy and gray, and in the distance one could make out the direction of the forest. After a moment he turned around. Summon the Intelligence Bureau. Let them investigate what is truly happening in those woods. 3 days later a stack of parchment was placed before the Duke. The bureau director was a balding middle-aged man who spoke quickly and urgently. My lord, we have confirmed it. 3 months ago Stonebridge Keep indeed dispatched 4 men inside. They saw smoke, saw traces of felled trees, and also saw something moving. They dared not approach and returned. The Duke flipped through the stack of papers. What of the 15 men afterward? The director paused. They were killed. 14 did not return, only 1 escaped. He said those things had blades and bows and knew how to set ambushes. The Duke looked up. How many? The director shook his head. We do not know. But from their campsite to where the incident occurred, it would take 2 hours on foot. Those things could have crept in under cover of night and slaughtered 15 soldiers, leaving only 1 survivor. He did not finish, but the meaning was clear. The Duke remained silent for a moment. Had that forest ever been patrolled? The director consulted another stack of papers. No. It was too dense, no one entered. Only border hunters occasionally circled the periphery and never ventured deep. The Duke nodded. Understood. You may go. Though the Duke gave no orders on how to handle the matter, the news could no longer be contained. When the messenger entered the city, tavern patrons had already seen him. The Intelligence Bureau investigated for 3 days, yet there were always a few with loose tongues. By the 7th day, rumors began circulating in the taverns of Froststone City. Have you heard? There are things in the forest. What kind of things, eh? Goblins. Goblins that fight wars, with blades and bows, having killed dozens along the border. Dozens. I heard it was only 15. 15. Those were the first wave. Over 100 died in the second. Over 100? Who told you? I heard it anyway. The more absurd the tale grew, the more people believed it. Half a month later the news reached St. Light City. In the underground secret chamber of the Inquisition, candlelight was dim. The Cardinal Bishop sat in his chair, facing a figure in black who knelt before him. News from the Northern Territories. Yes, my lord. It came from Froststone City. In the forests along the northern border, there is a group of goblins. The Cardinal Bishop furrowed his brow. Goblins? Not ordinary goblins. They carry blades and bows and are organized. The Northern Territories sent 15 men in, and only 1 escaped. The chamber fell silent for a few seconds. The Cardinal Bishop stood and walked to the golden sun emblem on the wall. Corrupt creatures. When did they learn to do this? The man in black kept his head bowed. My lord, shall we send someone to investigate? The Cardinal Bishop remained silent for a long time. Watch them for now. Wait for the Northern Territories to make their move. With their people dead, they will not ignore this. In Freeport City, within the Merchants Guild, on the 3rd floor in the largest room, several merchants sat gathered around a table. The latest news from the north lay spread across the table. Goblins, with blades and bows, and capable of ambush. The speaker was a corpulent man dressed in a deep crimson silk robe, his fingers adorned with gemstone rings. The news has spread like wildfire in the north, said a thin man beside him. 14 died at Stonebridge Keep, and 1 escaped back to deliver the message. The Duke already knows. The fat man laughed. And what does that matter? He is at war with the Holy Nation. Can he spare troops? Another merchant spoke up. Whether the North deals with it or not, this is an opportunity. Those goblins have blades and bows, so they must have iron. If they are organized, they certainly have something to trade. The fat man nodded. Send someone to investigate. Do not approach too closely, scout first. By the time the news reached 3 Rivers Town, the tavern was in an uproar. Goblins. Those things can fight. Nonsense. My cousin serves at Stonebridge Keep. He says it's true. Over a dozen died, all hacked apart by blades. Blades. Where would goblins get blades? I don't know, but they're said to have bows as well, deadly accurate. The old hunter took a swig of wine and huffed. I've hunted for 30 years and seen hundreds of goblins. They are nothing but beasts, looting, stealing, breeding in droves. You're telling me they can fight? I'll never believe that. Then don't believe it. Stonebridge Keep believes it. The young hunter said, what if it's true? If those goblins truly can wage war, won't the border be thrown into chaos? The old hunter glared at him. If chaos comes, it's none of your concern to worry about. Drink. Count Greyvale sat by the hearth, a blanket draped over his legs. He was too old, so old that even standing was a struggle. Opposite him stood a young knight. My lord Count, have you heard the news from the north? The old count nodded. I have. Goblins waging war. Heh. The young knight frowned. My lord, we are closest to those woods. If those things wanted trouble, they would have come long ago, the old count interrupted. The fact they haven't means they seek no trouble. He coughed a few times. Wait and see. The north will move. Miners crouched by the cave entrance, smoking and chatting about the strange events recently reported. I heard dozens died in the north, killed by goblins. Nonsense. If goblins could kill people, pigs would climb trees. An old miner spoke slowly. I did hear that Stonebridge Keep sent 15 men in, and only one escaped. Those beside him paused. Is that true or false? The old miner took a puff of his pipe, and said nothing. He gazed at the dark looming forest in the distance, his eyes narrowing. Castle Lord Walden stood upon the castle walls looking toward the distant forest. Cole stood beside him, head bowed. My lord, I failed to hold the line. Walden waved his hand. It is not your fault. The fact you escaped is skill enough. Cole paused in surprise. Walden stared at the forest in silence for a long while. The Duke already knows. He will send someone. Cole looked up. Send troops. Walden nodded. It is only a matter of time. The Duke summoned the Intelligence Bureau Director. What do you intend to do about that forest? The director thought for a moment. My lord, we are at war with the Holy Nation and cannot spare troops. But we cannot ignore it. The Duke looked at him. Speak. The director leaned forward. Send scouts first to determine how many there are, where they are, and what they have. Once the war is over, dealing with them will not be too late. The Duke was silent for a moment, then nodded. See to it. Lin Ye stood by the fence, gazing at the dark forest in the distance. Goblin crouched nearby and whispered in a low voice, Chief, there has been no movement from the north these past few days. Stonebridge Keep has not sent anyone. Lin Ye remained silent. He knew the news had already been sent out. Now all that remained was to see how the northern territories would respond. Holy Light City. In the secret chamber beneath the Inquisition, candlelight flickered, casting shifting shadows on the golden sun emblem on the wall. 7 people sat around a long table. 2 more than last time, having arrived upon hearing that there's something in the forest. The cardinal sat at the head of the table, a dispatch from the northern border before him. He had read it 3 times, his fingers tapping lightly on the parchment. Finished reading. Several nodded. A portly bishop in charge of logistics spoke first, his voice slow and deliberate. Over a dozen dead in the north. Goblins. With blades, bows, and organization. A younger bishop interjected, over a dozen. I thought only one made it back. Over a dozen, the portly bishop replied, glancing at him. 15 went and 14 didn't return. Only one escaped to deliver the news. Silence fell over the table. A man in black robes at the far end spoke. He was the chief investigator of the Inquisition, in his 50s, with deep lines etched into his face. Your Eminence, I've been into that forest before. The cardinal looked at him. Speak. The chief investigator cleared his throat. I went with a team last year. We rode in from the edge, but the horses could only go so far. The forest grew too dense, we had to proceed on foot. It took a day and a half to reach the place where we'd seen smoke before. He paused. The canopy was so thick it blocked out the sun. The ground was covered in rotting leaves and mud sinking to your shins with every step. In some places we had to squeeze through sideways. And the insects, mosquitoes, flies, ticks. Within 3 days we were all feverish. The younger bishop frowned. Then how can we fight? The chief investigator looked at him. It's not easy. Horses can't go and supplies can't be hauled in. Men have to walk a day and a half just to reach the spot, and by then they're exhausted. And then what? Those creatures hide in the shadows and shoot arrows while we're exposed in the open. The portly bishop asked, can't we just burn it down? The chief investigator shook his head. The forest is too damp, it won't burn. Even if it did, wouldn't they just run? The younger bishop said, then send more men, cut a path through the trees. The chief investigator shook his head again. How would we supply 3,000 men? Carried on our backs. By the time we reach the spot, they'll be hidden, and we'll be in the open. That's not a battle, it's a suicide mission. The chamber fell silent again. The cardinal tapped the table. So what do you propose? No one spoke. After a long silence, the chief investigator said, Your Eminence, it's not impossible, just difficult. That forest is their territory. When we go and they come out, they could wear us down through attrition. The cardinal looked at him. Are you suggesting we do nothing? The chief investigator shook his head. Not nothing, but we can't attack head on. The portly bishop said, then let the northern border act first. They lost people, they won't ignore it. The younger bishop sneered. The northern border. They've been at war with us for 2 years. Would they help us clear out goblins? The portly bishop glared at him. Who said anything about them helping? They'll fight on their own. After they've dealt with it, we'll see. The cardinal raised a hand to silence them. He looked at the chief investigator. You say we can't attack head on. Then how? The chief investigator thought for a moment. Besiege. Seal the forest's edge, don't let them out. They'll have to emerge eventually. To forage, to search for supplies. When they do, we capture the stragglers, interrogate them about what's inside. The younger bishop frowned. Besiege. How long would that take? The chief investigator looked at him. I don't know, but it's better than walking into a death trap. A tall, thin bishop suddenly spoke. He was in charge of logistics, usually quiet, but today he broke his silence. Have you considered why those goblins can survive in that forest? Several people turned to him. The forest is dense, the paths treacherous, infested with insects and vermin. Half of our men would fall ill within 3 days. How do they survive? The chief investigator said, they belong to that forest. They're different from us. The tall bishop nodded. Exactly. They're different. So using the tactics we'd use against ordinary goblins won't work. He looked at the cardinal. Your Eminence, I suggest we don't rush into battle. The northern border already has people watching them. Let them keep watch. We'll send our own from the other side. Both sides monitor them and see what those creatures intend to do. The younger bishop said, watch until when? The tall bishop spread his hands. Until they come out on their own. Or until the northern border makes a move. The cardinal was silent for a long time. He stood and walked to the map on the wall, his eyes fixed on the green area marked Eternal Twilight Forest. The northern border already has eyes on them. He turned. We'll send people too. From the south, find a spot to set up camp, keep watch. See how many of them there are, how big they are, and whether there's anything else. The chief investigator asked, Your Eminence, until when? The cardinal looked at him. Until the northern border makes a move. Or until they come out on their own. Several nodded. Word had already spread. In a tavern, a few men huddled together murmuring. Heard the news? Over a dozen dead in the north, killed by goblins. Goblins? Those things can kill. They had blades and bows, and they set ambushes. 15 went in, only one escaped. A nearby man scoffed. If those things could fight, I'd be flying. A portly merchant shook his head. I heard the northern border has people watching them. Our church state sent people too. Really? Don't know. Just rumors. They fell silent for a moment. In the corner, a man in gray robes sat with his head bowed, slowly drinking his wine. He listened to the others, but said nothing. He finished his drink, placed a few copper coins on the table, stood, and walked out of the tavern. Outside, night had fallen. He glanced back once, then vanished into the darkness. Jebuling returned from outside and crouched down, drawing a few lines on the ground. Chief, there are people on the south side too. Lin Ye looked at him. Not from the north. Different clothes. No horses. They set up 2 shelters at the forest's edge, staring in all day. Lin asked, how many? Jebuling thought for a moment. 7 or 8. They don't dare come in, just watch from the edge. Lin Ye fell silent. Church state. Lin was startled. Why are they here too? Lin Ye didn't answer. He stood and looked toward the south. No rush. Let them watch. The Grand Duke summoned the Director of Intelligence. Any movement in the south? The director nodded. Yes. The Church of Holy Light also sent people. They're watching from the south. The Grand Duke narrowed his eyes. What do they want? The director shook his head. Unknown. They may be waiting for us to make the first move. The Grand Duke was silent for a moment. Keep watching. We'll deal with it after the war is over. Spring passed and summer arrived. Colin crouched before Lin Ye, clutching the ledger, and began to read item by item. Chieftain, the tally is complete. Lin Ye gazed at him. Total population, 983. That's 489 more than 3 months ago, all newborns. Colin paused, then continued reading. Goblins, 651. Gnolls, 187. Hobgoblins, 58. Renya, 22. The chieftains are not included. Lin Ye remained silent. 983. 3 months ago it was 494. It had doubled. He looked toward the distant nursery shed where countless tiny heads bobbed in a sea of chaos. Cries, laughter, and shrieks merging into a cacophony that throbbed in his skull. Colin closed the ledger and sighed. Chieftain, food is running short. 570 mu of land can only feed about 140 mouths. The remaining 800 and more rely on hunting and foraging. The hunting parties head out daily, but bring back less and less. G says the edible wild herbs are nearly exhausted. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Can we clear more land? Colin shook his head. All arable land is already under cultivation. Beyond this, the northern territories and the Holy Kingdom have their eyes on those areas. The moment we start clearing, they'll notice. Lin Ye rose and walked toward the fence. In the distance at the edge of the dark forest, watchers lurked both to the north and south. He knew. On the night of the 7th day, a torrential downpour poured. The sentry burst and drenched and pale. Chiefed in the south, many people. Lin Ye shot to his feet. How many? Can't see clearly. A dark mass, at least 40 or 50. Lin Ye rushed out of the den. The rain lashed his face with stinging force, but he paid no heed. The Renya had already assembled in the clearing. 22 of them, blades drawn, bows strong. Go by and charged over. Chieftain, they sneaked in through the rain. The scouts just spotted them only 3 li away. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. A stormy night. Poor visibility, muffled sounds. The perfect time for a surprise attack. Archers on the palisade. Warriors split into 3 squads. Ran E on the left flank, Renair on the right, Renlu with the shield bearers holding the front. Scouts spread out and watched the flanks and rear. The Renya dispersed, moving with the fluidity of countless drills. Lin Ye unslung the hardwood bough from his back and climbed the watchtower. The enemy arrived faster than anticipated. The moment Lin Ye steadied himself on the watchtower, the first wave of silhouettes surged out of the rain curtain. Not a dozen, but over 40. Clad in black blades raised, they howled as they charged the palisade. Behind them, archers hid among the trees, loosing arrows from the shadows. Release! Renwu bellowed, and 8 bows let fly simultaneously. The arrows sliced through the rain, and the foremost 5 or 6 attackers crumpled to the ground. but the rest had already reached the palisade. Some climbed on each other's shoulders, others hacked at the stakes with axes, and a few hurled torches over the fence. The rain drowned the flames, but they didn't care. Ren Lu led the shield bearers to block the breach. The first wave poured in, and the shield bearers met them head-on, ramming into the bodies with their shields while the warriors behind stabbed with their blades. Some were sent flying, others were pierced through, but the rear ranks trampled over the fallen and kept coming. Lin Ye stood on the watchtower picking off targets one arrow at a time. A man raising a blade felled. A man trying to flee felled. A man clambering over the palisade felled. But there were too many. Lin Ye on the left flank was entangled by 3 foes. He cut down one with a single stroke, parried a second, but the third slashed his arm. Blood gushed instantly. He didn't cry out. Instead, he reversed his blade and drove it into the man's belly, then finished off the second with another strike. Renaer on the right flank fared worse. 4 black-clad men surrounded him. He felled 2, but a third slashed his shoulder, and he dropped to one knee. Renba charged over, stabbed the attacker in the back, and dragged Renaer backward. Ren Lu's shield bearers held firm against the frontal assault. Their shields were scarred with cuts, 3 were wounded, but none retreated. Ren Lu's blade was chipped. He discarded it, snatched a stone axe from the ground, and continued the fight. The rain lashed their eyes, the ground beneath them a quagmire of mud. None could tell if it was rain or blood. They only knew to swing and strike, and when one fell, another rose to take their place. Gu Yuli crouched behind Ren Ye, shouting amidst the chaos. Left 3, right 2. Ren Shi flanked them. Ren Shi led 2 scouts to circle around and creep up behind the enemy archers. The 3 moved in utter silence, dispatching 5 archers with a single blade stroke each. The remaining archers caught on and fled. Ren Shi pursued, burying his blade into the back of the last one. The battle lasted half an hour. When the final black-clad figure fell, the Ren Ye could barely stand. The rain ceased. A pale light emerged on the horizon. Lin Ye descended from the watchtower, his legs giving way beneath him, nearly causing him to fall. He looked down and saw a gash on his thigh. He had taken a wound at some point, and blood had soaked through his trousers. Ren Ye leaned against the palisade, his arm still bleeding. Renaer lay on the ground, supported by others, with a shoulder wound so deep it exposed the bone. Ren Lu sat on the ground, drenched in blood. His own or others, no one could tell. Renaer crouched beside Renaer, hurriedly bandaging him. With insufficient herbs, he tore strips from his clothes to plug the wound and bound it tightly with vines. Gu Baiyan approached, his face ashen. Chieftain 5 are dead. Lin Ye looked at him. Ren Jiu, Ren Shi, Yi, Ren Shi, Wu, Ren Shi, Ba, Ren Air Shi, Yi, they're gone. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. How many wounded? Gu Baiyan surveyed the scene. Ren Yi severely wounded. Ren Air severely wounded. Ren Sen lightly wounded. Ren Si lightly wounded. Ren Lu severely wounded. Ren Shi lightly wounded. Ren Ba lightly wounded. Ren Shi Air lightly wounded. Ren Shi Sen severely wounded. Ren Shi Si lightly wounded. Ren Shi Lu lightly wounded. Ren Shi Chi lightly wounded. Ren Shi Jiu lightly wounded. Ren Air Shi, he's fine. 22 people, 5 dead, 4 severely wounded, over a dozen lightly wounded. Only 7 or 8 could still stand. Lin Ye walked to the bodies of the black-clad attackers, crouched, and turned one over. Embroidered on the chest was a silver sun emblem. The Holy Kingdom. He rose and surveyed the carnage. 3 survivors remained. 2 were severely wounded, 1 lightly wounded, all tied up in a wooden shed. Colin interrogated them through the night. They were from the Holy Light Kingdom, but not sent by the Inquisition. They belonged to an extremist faction called the Purification Brotherhood, a warmongering group within the kingdom. Having heard of filth in the forest, they had gathered over 40 men and sneaked in under cover of the storm, hoping to earn a great merit. How did you know we were here? Colin asked. The lightly wounded prisoner raised his head. We watched for 2 months. We knew your general location. But we didn't dare approach, afraid of being discovered. Colin looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Lock them up. Keep them. That afternoon, Ren Jiu, Ren Shi, Yi, Ren Shi, Wu, Ren Shi, Ba, and Ren Air Shi, Yi were buried at the edge of the forest. 5 graves side by side. Gu Baiyan stood by the graves, head bowed. Ren Yi was supported by others, his arm wrapped in bandages, his face deathly pale. Ren Air lay on the ground, unable to move, staring at the graves, tears streaming down his face. Lin Ye stood at the front, gazing at the 5 graves, silent for a long time. He wanted to say something, but his lips parted and no words came. Finally, he turned and walked back. After a few steps, he stopped abruptly. Write down their names. Colin nodded. Night. Lin Ye sat in the den, while Ren Air Shi dressed the wound on his leg. Ren Air Shi's hands were steady, but his eyes were rimmed with red. After finishing, he stood up, head lowered. Chieftain, I'm useless. Lin Ye looked at him. You saved Ren Air. Ren Air Shi was taken aback. I couldn't save Ren Jiu. Lin Ye said nothing. Holy Light City. In the underground chamber of the tribunal, the candlelight was dimmer than usual. 9 people sat around a long table. 2 more than last time. Both newcomers had rushed through the night after hearing about the Purification Brotherhood's disaster. The red-robed archbishop sat at the head of battle report from the border freshly delivered before him. He had read it 5 times already, and each time his expression grew grimmer. 43 men went out. Only 7 returned. 7. The messenger knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling. His clothes were stained with mud and blood, whether his own or someone else he could not say. And my lord. They weren't beasts. The red-robed archbishop stared at him. Speak. The man swallowed hard, his voice shaking. They had swords, bows, shields. And they formed ranks. We had barely reached the fence when arrows came flying at us. Brothers fell one after another. Then they charged out wearing iron armor, wielding blades, cutting down everyone they saw. He paused, tears streaming down his face. 36 brothers, and only the 7 of us made it back. The red-robed archbishop fell silent for a long moment. He waved his hand. The man was led away. A dreadful silence settled over the chamber. The stout archbishop spoke first, his voice hoarse. My lord, 43 men, 36 dead. Including those who died in the Northern Territory, the things in that forest have killed nearly 60 people already. The young archbishop clenched his teeth. What in the hells are those things? They are filth. Enemies of the holy light. The investigator raised his head, the wrinkles on his face deeper than before. My lord, I warned you long ago. That forest is impassable. 43 men and 36 died in a single night. The red-robed archbishop finally spoke, his voice low. Who ordered them to go? The stout archbishop lowered his head. The Purification Brotherhood. They acted on their own. We couldn't stop them. The red-robed archbishop slammed the table. Couldn't stop them? What good are you then? No one dared speak. The investigator remained silent for a moment before saying, My lord, this is not the time for recriminations. 36 dead. The news won't stay buried. The Northern Territories will learn of it soon, and so will the city-states. The red-robed archbishop looked at him. What are you suggesting? The investigator said, We need to think clearly about what comes next. The stout archbishop spoke first. Fight. With what? The forest can't be entered. Going in is suicide. 43 went in, 36 never returned. Send 400. The young archbishop gritted his teeth. 4,000. How do we transport supplies? More die from sickness than from battle. The young archbishop said. And just let it be. Let that filth continue breeding in the forest. The investigator shook his head. Not an action. But we cannot attack head-on. He turned to the red-robed archbishop. My lord, I suggest deploying more men to seal off the southern edge of the forest. They will have to come out eventually. When they emerge to forage or seek supplies, we capture a few alive and find out what's inside. Then we devise a plan. The young archbishop scoffed. Seal it. For how long? What if they don't come out? The investigator looked at him. That would still be better than sending another 400 men to their deaths. The stout archbishop sighed beside them. The Northern Territories are watching too. They've lost fewer men, but they'll certainly not let this go. He suggested we let them strike first. The young archbishop said, Wait. How long do we wait? Those things multiply every day. When they finally emerge, will we even be able to fight them? The chamber erupted in argument once more. The red-robed archbishop rapped the table. Enough. Everyone fell silent. He looked at the investigator. The red-robed archbishop rapped the table. Enough. Silence fell over everyone. He fixed his gaze on the investigator. You mentioned before that the forest is infested with insects and rodents, that anyone who enters falls ill. Is there a solution? The investigator considered. There is. Thick clothing, medicinal salves, rotating personnel, limiting exposure time. But to encircle the entire forest, we'd need far too many men. The red-robed archbishop was silent for a while. Reinforce the ranks. Establish sentry posts every 5 li along the southern perimeter, rotating the watch. Inform everyone below. Stay away from the forest, no unauthorized actions. He paused. Anyone who dares act like the Purification Brotherhood did. His voice trailed off. You know the consequences. Several men nodded. Lin Ye stood in the open ground surveying the wounded Blade Teeth warriors. Blade 1 lay in the wooden shelter, his arm wounds bandaged though his face remained pale. Blade 2 lay beside him, a deep gash on his shoulder revealing bone. He couldn't move. Blade 6 leaned against the wall, thick bandages wrapped around his leg, eyes closed in rest. Those who could stand numbered only 4: Blade 5, Blade 10, Blade 20, and Blade 22. Over 200 common soldiers gathered in the open area. Goblins, gnolls, and hobgoblins crowded together in a disheveled mass. Gobu Yin and Gobu Lai walked among them, examining each one. Those who can fight step forward. Those with strength step forward. Those who are swift step forward. Those with sharp eyes step forward. After a full day of selection, they had chosen 50. Lin Ye stood before them, studying each face. They were all new, young, bright-eyed, clutching their newly issued blades. Lin Ye spoke. The old Blade Teeth numbering system is discontinued. From now on, you are the Fong Squad. He pointed to the first one. Fong 1. Then to the second. Fong 2. Fong 3, Fong 4, Fong 5. All the way to Fong 50. 50 warriors, each assigned a new number. Lin Ye spoke. The old Blade Teeth numbering is hereby discontinued. From today forward, you are the Fong Squad. He pointed to the first warrior. Fong 1. He pointed to the second. Fong 2. Fong 3, Fong 4, Fong 5. All the way to Fong 50. 50 warriors, each assigned a new designation. Gobu Yin stood nearby watching silently. Lin Ye turned to face him. You lead them. Gobu Yin nodded. Ko Lin found Lin Ye, his expression troubled. Leader, our food supplies are running tight again. The hunting parties have to venture farther each time, and what they bring back keeps decreasing. Ji says the nearby wild vegetables are nearly depleted. Lin Ye said nothing. He rose and walked toward the fence. In the distance, the untouched forest loomed, its canopy blocking out the sky. Gobu Su followed, gazing in the same direction. Leader, that forest. No one has ever touched it. Lin Ye looked at him. Why? Gobu Su scratched his head. Gobu Su scratched his head. The trees are too dense, roots too deep, rocks everywhere. Before there were too few of us to chop through. Now with more people. Lin Ye nodded. Take some people to scout it out. Gobu Su led a few construction crew members into the forest. After walking for half a day, they stopped on a gentle slope. The trees were so thick they could barely squeeze through. The ground was carpeted with rotting leaves, soft and yielding beneath their feet. But beneath the leaf litter the soil was black. Gobu Su crouched down, scooped up a handful of earth, sniffed it, then tasted it. He looked up, eyes brightening. Leader, this soil is fertile. Even better than the plot by the river. Gobu Su crouched down and picked up a handful of soil, smelling and tasting it. His eyes lit up. Leader, this soil is rich. Far better than the field by the river. Lin Ye crouched down and picked up a handful of soil himself. It was dark and oily, sticky between his fingers. He stood and surveyed the surroundings. Tightly packed, trees one pressing against another. How much can be cleared? Gobu Su considered. Walking around this area takes half an hour. If we clear it all, we'd have 200 or 300 mo. Lin Ye nodded. Clear it. Lin Ye nodded. Clear it. Gobu Su hesitated. Leader, this forest is difficult to clear. It'll take a long time to chop through. Lin Ye looked at him. We have the people. We have the people. The next morning, over 100 workers shouldered axes and marched into the forest. Goblins, gnolls, and hobgoblins mingled together, hacking away at the ancient trees, one stroke after another. Tree after tree crashed to the ground with thunderous roars. The sunlight, long blocked by the canopy, gradually broke through, spilling onto the black earth below. Ko Lin stood beside them, keeping accounts. For the first time in a while, a smile appeared on his face. The bonfire in the cave had long burned down to cold ashes, and Lin Ye sat there motionless throughout the entire night. A beast-skin ledger lay spread on the rough stone table, the charcoal-written numbers dried to a dark hue, yet they crawled and gnawed within his mind like countless black insects with slender legs, unsettling his spirit. 978 clan members. 570 mu of meager land. 600 gene of precarious stored grain. He gripped the charcoal stick and recalculated 3 times, his knuckles turning white, yet the result remained precisely the same. Reclaiming wasteland was no longer an option. Even if he exerted every effort from this moment, cultivating 100 mu of barren land monthly, it would barely sustain an additional 100 people over an entire year. But his tribe. Lin Ye abruptly rose the stone bench, scraping against the ground with a piercing sound as he strode out of the damp cave. Outside, the moonlight blazed brilliantly, silver radiance pouring through the forest like flowing water wrapped in a cool nocturnal mist. The young creature shelter, constructed from coarse vines and beast hides, echoed with delicate, dense snoring, occasionally punctuated by soft, mumbled dream talk that resonated distinctly through the silent night. He approached slowly, standing at the shelter's entrance and peering inside. There were over 500 young creatures alone. Over 500. Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes, his heart seeming gripped by an invisible hand, tight and aching. He had long calculated this brutal account. The tribe held 164 adult females, 96 goblin females, 50 jackal wolf females, and 18 gnome females. Each could bear 3 litters per year with at least 4 to 5 offspring per birth. 1,800 newborns could be born in a single year. This wasn't estimation or speculation, but unshakable numbers one could count precisely on their fingers. But what of cultivatable land? Lin Ye's eyes snapped open, fixing once more on the sleeping young ones. Soft, warm, huddling together in an endearingly innocent mass, yet each one was another mouth demanding sustenance. Over 500 mouths, each needing grain to fill them. In 3 months, these 500 would become 800. In half a year, they'd skyrocket to 1,500. He couldn't sustain them. This dark forest couldn't sustain them. The entire tribe's territory couldn't contain this population explosion, flooding like a catastrophic deluge. He suddenly recalled those savage legends circulating through the human world. Why did everyone regard goblins as an inexterminable plague? Not because they were fierce fighters, not because they were savage beasts, but because they reproduced with devastating abundance. You kill 100 today, tomorrow they birth 200. You annihilate 1 tribe today, next year they'll return 3 tribes. This wasn't about military might. It was an overwhelming deluge, an apocalyptic catastrophe, crushing all in its path. Lin Ye stood beneath the frigid moonlight, gazing at the young ones in the shelter silent, for a full half-incense duration. Eventually he turned back, toward the cave, each step heavy, as if laden with lead. They couldn't wait any longer. Waiting meant only one fate for the entire tribe, death by starvation. The next morning, before the morning mist could fully dissipate, Lin burst urgently into the cave, his face etched with anxiety. "Leader, our food reserves won't last. We have supplies for barely 3 or 4 days at most." Lin Ye lifted his gaze, eyes dark as a fathomless abyss. "How about the hunting party?" Lin vigorously shook his head, voice steeped in helplessness. "The hunting party ventured out all day yesterday, risking life and limb, and only brought back 2 deer, 3 wild boars, and a few rabbits. The haul seemed substantial, but divided among over 900 mouths, 1 bite per person, and it was gone. The storage scraped clean, nothing left." He paused, adding, "Wolf 7 also noted that forest game has genuinely decreased. Not absent, but our people are too many. The hunting speed simply can't match the eating pace." Lin Ye lowered his gaze, fingertips drumming softly on the stone table, falling into thoughtful silence. Gathering team. Ji also reported that nearby wild vegetables and fruits have been nearly exhausted. Foraging further would not only be dangerous, but would destroy next spring's renewal. Lin Ye nodded slowly, the final trace of hesitation in his eyes dissolving completely. He immediately summoned Lin, closer, voice cold and resolute. "Go to Sana Town. Find the grain merchant." Lin hesitated briefly, instinctively asking, "Leader, our dyes. Those were the tribe's most valuable hard currency." Lin Ye cut him off directly, tone brooking no argument. "Take all the dyes, ironware, and hides. Exchange for as much grain as possible." Lin quickly nodded, then asked nervously, "What should I say if the grain merchant asks where these came from?" Lin Ye fixed him with a sharp, piercing gaze. "Just say they're from the forest. Don't say more." Lin's heart tightened as he agreed, turning to leave. At the doorway, Lin Ye's voice rang out again, stopping him. 3 days. At most 5. Whether you exchange for grain or not, you must return." Lin stared momentarily, then vigorously nodded, disappearing quickly into the morning mist. After Lin departed, Lin Ye immediately summoned Goblin. "Go investigate Stonebridge Fortress again." Goblin immediately bowed respectfully and began reporting. "The prisoner from last time mentioned 30 fortress soldiers, 13 cavalry, over 20 servants, and more than 100 civilians. What does the leader want to investigate this time?" Lin Ye contemplated briefly, speaking each word with precision. "The grain storehouse's exact location. Guard shift timings. The nighttime torchlighting patterns." Goblin dared not delay, acknowledging and silently slipping into the dense forest. 3 days later, Lin returned. Covered in dust, his expression terrible, he sighed upon entering the cave. "Leader, the grain merchant drove the price down ruthlessly. A jar of red dye would only exchange for 2 bags of wheat. Ironware, they said, was too heavy, refusing outright. Hides they did accept, but at rock-bottom prices." Lin Ye regarded him, voice level. "How much did you bring back?" Lin, face full of defeat, head hanging, "Just 10 bags of wheat. Barely enough for the tribe for 3 days. He quickly added, "I begged them repeatedly, wanting more, but they said the border was at war, their own grain scarce, refusing to budge." Lin Ye nodded lightly, voice unruffled. "Understood." Only his hand hanging at his side, quietly clenched into a fist. 5 days later, Goblin also returned. Entering the cave, he squatted, immediately grabbing a twig to quickly sketch on the muddy ground, soon rendering a simple terrain map of Stonebridge Fortress. "Leader, I've fully investigated Stonebridge Fortress." Lin Ye bent down, studying the lines on the ground. "The fortress walls aren't high, just stone stacked about a person's height. 30 fortress soldiers total, divided into 3 rotating shifts, 12 during the day, 10 at night, 8 resting. 13 cavalry stables on the fortress's east side. The grain storehouse sits right in the fortress's center, the largest stone building." Goblin paused, expression growing grave. "More importantly, they seem to have detected our movements. Guard numbers have increased by half, and torches burn all night, defenses extremely tight." Lin Ye stared at the terrain map, silent for a long moment. "How many would we need to take it?" Goblin frowned, calculating. "Direct assault would require at least 100. The walls are hard to scale, and they have cavalry. When they charge, we can't gain any advantage." Lin Ye lifted his gaze, eyes sharp as blades. "What about a nighttime raid?" Goblin's eyes instantly brightened, slapping the ground. "Cavalry are completely useless at night. The fortress soldiers will be deep asleep. We sneak and quietly kill the sentries first, then set fires to create chaos." Before he could finish, Lin Ye raised his hand, cutting him off. It settled. Night hung like ink, cold moonlight bathing the tribe's clearing, and Lin Ye's solitary silhouette. Standing in the moonlight, the image of those 500 sleeping young ones in the shelter flooded his mind again. In 3 more months, that number would double. Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing gently. They had to fight. This wasn't a choice. It was the only path to survival from certain doom. 3 days later, they would strike. Before nightfall, the clearing was already packed with figures. All adult male goblins. 236 of them crowded together in a tight cluster. Some held iron blades, some gripped bronze spears, some raised stone axes, while others clutched wooden clubs and sharpened sticks. Anything that could serve as a weapon was brought out. No one spoke. Only the occasional clink of weapons colliding and the sound of heavy breathing broke the silence. Goblin stood at the front clad in captured iron armor, his blade already unsheathed. He swept his gaze over the crowd, some tense, some bewildered, some gripping their farming tools with trembling hands. He turned to look at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stepped forward and stood before them, 236 pairs of eyes fixed on him. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet every word reached each ear. Tonight we attack Stonebridge Fort. Silence. They have grain there. Win, and we all eat. Lose. He paused. Lose, and there is no tomorrow. Still silence. Lin Ye pointed at Goblin. You follow him. When he says charge, you charge. When he says retreat, you retreat. Goblin took a step forward. Lin Ye then pointed at Jebuli. He commands the rear. Anyone who flees he kills. Jebuli nodded. Lin Ye cast one last look at the crowd. Move out. Night had fallen moonless. 236 figures formed a long column marching north. The scout team led the way. Rin Shi, Rin Shirlio, and Rin Shichi at the forefront, their footsteps so light they were nearly soundless. Behind them came the warrior squad, the archer squad, and the ragtag farmers clutching their tools. No one spoke. Only the rustle of leaves underfoot and the occasional clink of weapons. After 2 Shurchen, Rin Shi ran back. Chief 5 li ahead lies Stonebridge Fort. Lin Ye raised his hand, and the column halted. He called Goblin and Jebuli to his side. The silhouette of Stonebridge Fort loomed faintly in the darkness. The walls were not tall, built of stone with torches planted atop, casting a small pool of flickering light. Lin Ye stared at the glow, silent for a moment. Archer squad advanced to 50 paces from the wall. Warrior squad splits into 3. Rin Yi leads the left, Rin Air the right, Rin Lu leads the shield bearers to the front. The tool wielders follow the warriors, charging once the wall falls. Goblin nodded. Lin Ye turned to the scouts. How many sentries? Rin Shi lowered his voice. 2. One on the east wall, one on the west. Both awake. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. The west sentry goes to Rin Shirlu and Rin Shichi. The east one Rin Shi handles personally. Once the sentries are down, archers loose first, targeting the night watch. After 3 volleys, warriors charge. They nodded and dispersed. Rin Shi crept along the wall's base toward the east. The sentry leaned against the wall, cradling his blade, his head bobbing. Not quite asleep. Rin Shi crouched in the shadows, watching, waiting. After half a coup, the sentry shifted, turning his back to the wall, glancing into the fort. Rin Shi moved. In a single stride, he lunged, one hand clamping over the mouth, the other drawing the blade across the throat. The sentry didn't even manage a cry, slumping limp in his arms. At the west wall, Rin Shirlu and Rin Shichi struck simultaneously. Rin Shirlu approached from the left, Rin Shichi from the right. The sentry facing the torch squinted against the glare, utterly unaware of the figures in the dark. Rin Shirlu arrived first, driving his blade into the sentry's lower back, then Rin Shichi followed with a slash across the throat. Both sentries fell within a breath. Rin Shi raised his head, waving into the darkness. The archer squad crept to 50 paces from the wall. Rin Wu led Yalu, Yachi, Yaba, and 4 recruits. 8 goblins crouched in the grass, arrows nocked, aimed at the fort. 6 guards were on night watch, huddled in threes by the fire, dozing. Rin Wu raised his hand and sliced downward. Swish, swish, swish. 8 arrows flew simultaneously. 3 guards fell with a thud. The remaining 3 caught off guard, didn't react before the second volley arrived. 2 dropped, 1 clutched his thigh, screaming. Swish, swish, swish. The third volley silenced even the screamer. The fort erupted into chaos. Men burst from the buildings, bare-chested, weaponless. Some grabbed arms and rushed to the walls, others sprinted for the stable to mount horses. Charge. Rin Yi led the left wing. Over 20 goblins scaling the east wall. The wall was low, easy to climb. The first warrior to drop inside barely landed before a fort guard charging from the shadows slashed his shoulder. He didn't utter a sound, swinging back to drive his blade into the man's belly. Both collapsed together. The goblins behind poured over, trampling their bodies to push forward. One goblin, just landing, found himself facing 2 guards. He raised his blade to parry, was knocked back by the first strike, then a second blow cleaved his neck. Blood sprayed, and he crumpled. A third goblin, tripping over the fallen corpse, was cut down with a slash to the back before he could rise. But the goblins kept coming. Rin Air led the right wing, scaling the west wall. This side fared better. The sentries were already dead, and only a few guards just emerging from the barracks met them. One guard charged Rin Air, who sidestepped and swung back, slashing the man's back. He let out a scream and collapsed. Another guard rushed from the side. Rin Air, unable to turn in time, took a gash across his arm. Blood welled up, but he didn't grunt, spinning and driving his blade into the man's gut. The shield bearers charged from the front. With no wall to scale, they rammed the fort gate directly. The door wasn't barred. It burst open on impact. As it swung wide, a spear thrust from within, piercing the chest of the lead shield bearer. He looked down at the shaft, then crumpled. Ren Lu surged in with his shield, slamming it hard into the spear wielder's face. The man's nose shattered, blood erupting as he toppled backward. But more guards awaited inside. Ren Ye's left wing collided with 5 of them. The leader, clad in leather armor, raised his blade and struck. Ren Ye dodged, countering with a slash across the man's neck. Blood sprayed, splattering Ren Ye's face. The remaining 4 lunged, and Ren Ye's goblins met them head-on. The clash of steel screams and the ring of weapons merged into a cacophony. A goblin cornered by 2 guards took a cut to the leg and dropped to his knees, then a second blow struck his head. Another goblin run through the belly, curled up on the ground, clutching his wound, blood bubbling from his mouth. Ren Ye cut down one foe, spun to parry a second, took a gash on his arm. Blood streamed. He gritted his teeth and drove his blade into the attacker's gut. Ren Ye's right wing stormed the stable. The horses spooked, screamed, and bolted wildly. Several would-be riders were knocked askew by the panicked beasts. One rider, just grabbing his reins, took a slash across his shoulder from Ren Ye, screamed, released his grip, and was trampled under hooves. Another rider charged Ren Ye, who couldn't dodge in time, and took a cut to his shoulder. He grunted, then stabbed back into the man's chest. The stable descended into pandemonium. Men trampled by horses, horses slashed by men. A goblin was flung by a horse into the wall, his head lolling silent. Another was crushed under a hoof, blood trickling from his mouth, eyes rolling white. Ren Lu's shield bearers held the line under the frontal assault. Their shields were scarred with blade marks. 3 were wounded, but none retreated. Ren Lu's blade had dulled from the fighting. He discarded it, snatched up a stone axe, and continued his onslaught. A guard charged, and Ren Lu buried the axe in his skull. The man dropped, gray matter splattering the ground. Another guard rushed from the side, slashing a shield bearer's arm. The goblin's arm was severed, his blade clattering to the ground, but he didn't cry out. With his remaining hand, he grabbed the guard's leg and dragged him down. The goblins behind swarmed in, cutting him down in a frenzy. Lin Ye stood atop the fort wall, picking off targets 1 arrow at a time. A guard drawing his bow was struck in the chest and fell. One trying to climb over the wall took an arrow to the thigh and tumbled off. Another racing for the stables was hit in the back and sprawled face first. But there were too many. In the darkness, the sounds of slaughter blurred friend and foe. A goblin wielding a hoe, cornered by 2 guards, had his tool knocked away, took a blow to the head and dropped. Another, armed with a club, was run through the belly, crumpling to the ground as he clutched his wound. Ren Ye's goblins had lost half their number. He was drenched in blood, his own or others. He couldn't tell. He just kept swinging, advancing step by step. Ren Ye, surrounded by 3 guards, bore a fresh wound on his arm. Clenching his jaw, he parried blow after blow, retreating as he fought. Only 3 of Ren Lu's shield bearers still stood. Their shields were cracked, some split clean through. Lin Ye leaped down from the wall, drawing his blade as he plunged into the thick of the fight. A guard was about to strike Ren Shirlyo's back. Lin Ye drove his blade into the man's lower back. The guard screamed and collapsed. Ren Shirlyo glanced back, said nothing, and pushed forward. Lin Ye charged ahead, and another guard rushed at him. He sidestepped and cut the man's neck. Blood sprayed, splattering his face. He wiped it away and continued onward. The last guard was cornered at the granary entrance. 7 or 8 goblins surrounded him, blades, axes, and hoes swinging in unison. He cut down one, but another ran him through. He dropped to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. He still tried to raise his blade, but a hoe slammed into his skull. He fell motionless. The battle was over. Lin Ye stood in a pool of blood, gasping for air. Bodies lay everywhere. Fort guards and goblins intertwined, sprawled in heaps. Ren Ye leaned against the wall, drenched in blood, his blade fallen at his feet. Ren Ye sat on the ground, clutching a shoulder wound, blood seeping through his fingers. Ren Lu's shield was shattered, discarded beside him. He sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Of the goblins who had wielded tools, fewer than half remained. Some crouched on the ground sobbing. Others stared blankly at the bodies of fallen comrades. A few looked at their own hands, dazed. The torches still burned, crackling softly. No one spoke. Only the sound of flames and heavy breathing filled the air. Moonlight bathed the clearing in a pale, ghostly glow. Dawn broke. Stonebridge Fortress lay silent as a graveyard. Lin Ye stood beneath the fortress wall, gazing at the bodies scattered across the ground. Fortress soldiers, cavalry servants, and goblins lay tangled together, their blood turning the earth black. The morning breeze carried a heavy scent of iron rust biting at the throat. A crow on the battlement cawed twice, then settled back onto the crenel, tilting its head to peer downward. Goblin approached, his footsteps squelching in the bloody mud. He was drenched in blood, his face deathly pale, with crimson threads webbing across his eyes like a spider's silk. Leader, the count is complete. Lin Ye looked at him. 57 of ours are dead. 23 severely wounded, over 40 with minor injuries. Ren Ye took a blade to the stomach, his intestines nearly spilling out. Ren Lu had his leg pierced clean through. Both are now lying helpless. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. His throat bobbed. And the enemy. All 30 fortress soldiers are dead. 11 of the 13 cavalry killed, 2 survivors bound in the stables. Over 20 servants, about a dozen, dead, the rest crouching by the corner wall, too frightened to move. Lin Ye nodded. 57. About right. He lifted his gaze to the sky. Gray and heavy the clouds hung low as if rain might fall, but couldn't quite come. Beyond the fortress walls, 57 pits had been dug in the open ground. The earth was fresh, still damp, piled neatly beside each pit. The surviving goblins stood in a line, carrying their fallen comrades one by one and lowering them into the graves. No one spoke. Only the sound of soil falling. Thump, 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 dull as stones striking the chest. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the pit, watching those familiar faces. Renaer wasn't here, grievously wounded and lying in the fortress. Ren Lu wasn't here, either, his legs slashed, unable to move. Lin Ye silently identified each person he recognized. When he reached the 17th, he turned his face away, his shoulders trembling, once making no sound. Lin Ye stood at the very front, watching the last pit filled in. He was silent for a long time. Then he turned and walked back into the fortress. His steps were neither fast nor slow, exactly as always. On the other side of the open ground, dozens of human soldiers' corpses lay heaped together, piled like a small hill. Arms pressed against legs, faces against backs, the blood, long dried skin turned gray and white. Lin Ye glanced at them and said to Lin, "Dig graves and bury them. Leave a marker." Lin hesitated but nodded. A few lightly wounded goblins took up hoes and began digging. The blades struck the ground with dull clangs. No one spoke. Inside the fortress, over 100 civilians huddled in the open ground. Old and young men and women. Some kept their heads bowed, some stole glances at him, some trembled. A young woman clutched a child who whimpered twice. She quickly covered the child's mouth, curling into herself. Lin Ye walked over and looked at them. He spoke, his voice not loud. "Those who wish to leave take 2 days' rations and go. Those who wish to stay work." After Lin finished translating, those people stood frozen. No one dared move. After a while, a young man stood up and walked to Lin. Lin gave him 2 bags of dry rations. The man turned and ran, even losing his shoes in his haste, fleeing barefoot without looking back. Then a second, a third. The crowd scattered like an overturned ant hill, swarming toward the granary. Lin stood there distributing rations in a frantic hurry. Over 100 people, and in the end, every single one left. Only 4 people remained on the open ground. An old blacksmith, over 70, his back hunched, terribly struggling even to stand, both hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. Lin asked why he didn't leave. He pointed to his legs and said a few words, his voice like a cracked bellows. Lin translated. "He says he can't walk. If he leaves, he'll die on the roadside anyway. Better to stay." 2 servants of the fortress lord, a man and a woman around 40, wearing drab coarse cloth, stood with heads bowed, hands clutching their clothes. Lin finished questioning and reported back. "They say they've served the Lord since childhood, have nowhere to go, and want to stay by the Lord's side." There was also a half-grown boy, about 10, so thin his bones showed every rib countable. He stood at the very back, eyes hollow as 2 dry wells. Lin asked a few questions, then looked up at Lin Ye. "An orphan. Unwanted. Same anywhere he goes." Lin Ye looked at them. A panel materialized in his vision. Voluntary submission from foreign species detected. 2 cavalry soldiers knelt on the ground, bound. The younger one looked up at Lin Ye, eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding audibly. The middle-aged one kept his head bowed, utterly motionless like the dead. Lin Ye walked over and glanced at them. "Take them away." Goblin Leader nodded and had his men escort them down. The ropes bit into their flesh. The young cavalryman groaned and was shoved forward. Lin approached, lowering his voice. "Leader, the fortress lord is locked in the cellar. An old knight, over 50, wounded. His leg took a blade. He walks with a limp. His name is Walden, lord of Stonebridge Fortress. He's been here 20 years. Lin Ye nodded. "Keep him. He's useful." Bags of grain were being carried out of the granary one by one. Lin stood at the granary entrance, recording accounts and directing, his voice nearly hoarse. "This group to the left, that group to the right. Slow down, don't drop it. That bag's torn, grab another one." Lin Ye walked over and glanced. The granary was packed full, enough for months. "Transport in batches. Send 1 shipment back, first keep the rest." Lin Ye called Goblin Leader over. "This fortress cannot be left empty." Goblin Leader was startled. "What do you mean, leader?" Lin Ye surveyed the surroundings. The fortress walls were stone 2 zhang high, the battlements intact with rolling stones and battering rams stacked on top. The houses were livable, the stables still held a few horses, and the blacksmith forge was still warm. The walls can defend, the houses can shelter, the forge can work. It would be a shame to abandon. Goblin Leader nodded. "Then how many should stay, eh?" Lin Ye considered. "I'll stay with the blade teeth. Send the seriously wounded back. Those with minor injuries who can still move stay. Take 40 men to escort the grain back to the tribe, bring the prisoners, and strengthen the tribe's defenses." Goblin Leader frowned. "You're staying alone, leader? What if the northern forces come?" Lin Ye looked at him. "If they come, this wall will give them a proper test." Goblin Leader was silent for a while, then nodded. The force split into 2 groups. One group headed south, returning to the tribe. Goblin Leader led 40 men, escorting the 2 cavalry prisoners and carrying the first shipment of grain. The seriously wounded lay on stretchers carried along swaying with every step, some couldn't help groaning, and those beside them reached out to press down on their shoulders. One group stayed to defend the fortress. Lin Ye led the veteran blade-teeth soldiers and the lightly wounded goblins, over 100 total. The tools in the blacksmith workshop, the weapons in the storage, and the remaining horses in the stables were all at their disposal. Lin hesitated, then asked Lin Ye, "Leader, should I stay or go back?" Lin Ye glanced at him. "You go back. The tribe needs someone to manage it." Lin nodded and left with Gabu Yan. The 4 people were brought before Lin Ye. The old blacksmith could barely stand, leaning against the wall, gasping, his chest heaving like bellows. The 2 servants kept their heads bowed, afraid to look at anyone, fingers intertwined. That orphan boy stood at the very back, eyes hollow, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Lin Ye looked at them. "Blacksmith, go to the forge. Resharpen those nicked blades. Eat well when the work is done." Lin wasn't here, so there was no one to translate. "You 2 go help in the kitchen. Watch over the fortress, Lord, don't let him escape." The 2 servants understood, nodded, and stepped aside, their steps tiny and careful, as if afraid to crush an ant. Lin Ye finally looked at the little boy. The boy looked back at him, eyes still empty. Lin Ye said nothing, turned, and walked away. Night. Lin Ye stood on the battlement, staring into the darkness outside. His hand rested on his sword hilt, knuckles white. The wind blew from the north, biting cold, whipping his clothes violently. Renaer and Ren Lu lay in the fortress rooms, tending their wounds. Renaer had fallen into unconsciousness, breathing faintly. Ren Lu stared at the ceiling beams, eyes open, lost in thought. Ren Wu led the archers on patrol inside the walls, his steps light as a cat's. Lin Ye sat in the fortress lord's room, a map of Stonebridge Fortress spread before him. The map was drawn on sheepskin, its corners worn and frayed, marking nearby villages, roads, and rivers. The oil lamp flame flickered. Outside, the night wind swept across the fortress walls, howling mournfully, like someone weeping in the distance. Shuangshi City. Half a month later, the news of Shiqiao Fort's destruction finally reached here. In the Grand Duke's council chamber, the atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar. A chill laced with fury pressed down, suffocating all who breathed. The torches on the walls crackled, yet no one felt warmth. The intelligence chief knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the stone slabs, which were icy cold, and his cold sweat had soaked a small patch of the floor. Behind him stood several messengers who had fled from the border, covered in mud, their legs still trembling uncontrollably. One of them, his knees too weak to support him, leaned against the wall to steady himself. The Grand Duke sat in his seat, the parchment in his hand crumpled into a tight ball, his knuckles white. Shiqiao Fort. 30 garrison soldiers, 13 cavalrymen, all gone in a single night. His voice was so low it seemed to squeeze out from between stones. Fort Master Walden, an old knight who fought with me for 20 years, was captured by a group of goblins. No one dared to speak. The Grand Duke slammed the parchment onto the table. "Can anyone tell me what exactly are those things in the woods?" An old general stepped forward. Over 60 years old, with gray hair and wrinkles carved like knife marks, and an old scar on his left brow bone from a battle against orcs years ago. "Your Grace, the soldiers of Shiqiao Fort were not weak. To wipe them out in one night, the enemy must have at least several hundred men with iron weapons and discipline. This is no ordinary goblin uprising." The Grand Duke stared at him. "What do you suggest?" The old general paused. "We must fight, certainly, but not now." He walked to the map on the wall and pointed at the border. "We are locked in a fierce war with the ecclesiastical state, with our main forces all on the southern front. We cannot spare any troops. If we force a withdrawal and the southern front collapses, the ecclesiastical state will attack and will be caught in a pincer." The Grand Duke was silent for a moment. "So we just let it go?" Another logistics officer spoke up. "Your Grace, we can first send scouts to find out how many they are and where their base is. At the same time, reinforce the defenses of the surrounding forts to prevent them from exploiting any gaps." The intelligence chief suddenly raised his head. "Your Grace, let me go myself. I'll take a few experienced scouts, sneak to the edge of those woods, and find out exactly what they are." The Grand Duke looked at him. "You?" The intelligence chief nodded. "The incident at Shiqiao Fort was my oversight. This time I'll go myself to atone for my mistake." The Grand Duke was silent for a long time, then finally waved his hand. "Go. Within a month, I want to know the truth about those things." The intelligence chief cowed out and withdrew. Shiqiao Fort. The second day after the occupation. The bloodstains on the fort walls had dried into patches of dark brown marks. The morning breeze carried a faint, lingering smell of blood. Lin Ye stood on the fort wall, gazing into the distance. Jebuli came up beside him. Below the fort wall, over 30 goblins were busy at work. Some carried stones, some mixed mud, and some stacked newly chiseled rocks into the gaps. There were 3 breaches in the wall, the largest on the east side, which had been smashed open the night before. Renlu stood at the front, his legs still bandaged, but he could already move. He gestured at the gap, and a few goblins lifted a large stone and slowly wedged it into the crevice. Lin Ye watched for a while. Have him oversee it. If the wall isn't repaired, we won't be able to hold when the northerners come. Jebuli nodded. In the open space, inside the fort, Ren Ye was drilling people with blades. Over 50 individuals lined up in rows chopping at wooden posts. Ren Ye walked back and forth, kicking anyone whose movements were off. Yai trained the hardest, striking the wooden post repeatedly until it was pitted and scarred. Yaki practiced blocking nearby using a wooden plank as a shield, while Yason kept slashing, forcing him to retreat step by step. On the other side, Renwu led the archers in training. 20 people shot at targets on the wall. Yeliu had the best aim, hitting 8 or 9 out of 10 arrows. In the evening, Lin Ye walked to the open space. Ren Ye had the 50-odd men sparring in pairs, the clanging of wooden blades against each other echoing in a steady rhythm. Lin Ye watched for a while without speaking. In the blacksmith's forge, the clanging had gone on all day. The old blacksmith sat at the door watching a few goblins swing their hammers. Jebujing crouched at the front, striking the most steadily. Renwu and Yaki practiced nearby, ruining several pieces of iron, but the old blacksmith didn't scold, only shook his head. Jebujing finished hammering a piece of iron, held it up to the light, and handed it to the old blacksmith. The old man felt the blade, nodded, then gestured to teach him how to quench it. Jebusu led people out of the fort gate. Outside, vast wheat fields stretched, golden heads bowed, fully ripe. Jebusu crouched down, grabbed a handful of wheat ears, and shouted back to Lin Ye, "Chieftain, this land is so fertile. If we harvest it all, it'll feed our 100+ people for 2 or 3 months." Lin Ye stood on the fort wall looking at the wheat fields. "Harvest it. Leave not a single grain." Dozens of goblins immediately surged into the fields, swinging sickles to cut the wheat, bundling it, and carrying it into the fort. Kulin stood at the doorway, keeping accounts, filling 3 dense pages. Lin Ye called Jebusu over. "Bring all the firewood and hay outside the fort, everything that can burn, inside." Jebusu was taken aback. "What about what we can't carry?" Lin Ye looked at him. "Burn it." Jebusu nodded, and immediately set people to work. What couldn't be carried they set ablaze. Black smoke billowed into the sky, burning for an entire day. Lin Ye stood on the fort wall watching. When the northerners arrived, they would have no firewood, no wood to build siege engines, and not even a single hot meal to eat. Rinchi led the scout team 20 li north and set up watch points on several high grounds. They agreed that if they saw a large force, they would light a signal fire, smoke by day, a torch by night. The 4 horses in the stable were brought out, and scouts rode them on patrol around the fort. More sharpened wooden stakes were planted on the fort wall, angled outward. Several plots of land inside the fort, originally used by garrison soldiers for vegetable gardens, had lain fallow for days, with weeds taller than the vegetables. Lin Ye passed by and glanced at them. "Turn them over and plant vegetables. Hurry." Jebuling nodded and called a few people to start hoeing. The surviving little boy crouched by the wall, carrying a bundle of firewood toward the kitchen. He was weak and could only carry a few sticks at a time, running back and forth. Kulin passed by and looked at him. "What's your name?" The little boy looked up at him, his eyes still vacant. Kulin sighed and didn't ask further. "Night." Kulin sat by an oil lamp reading a book. Lin Ye sat across from him, listening to the names and places he couldn't understand. The Northern Frontier Duchy was founded 300 years ago, the first Grand Duke of the Frostwolf family. There are 7 forts along the border, with Shichiao Fort being the smallest. Outside, the night wind blew across the fort wall, howling mournfully. In the early morning of Stonebridge Fort, the fog was thick. Lin Ye stood on the battlements, watching the mist roll in from the distant forest, gradually swallowing the farmland and wild grass. Footsteps approached from behind, faint but audible. He didn't turn around. The footsteps stopped a few paces away from him. Lin Ye turned around. The orphan boy stood there holding a bowl of water in his hands. The bowl was a third his height, and he held it steadily. His eyes lifted to meet Lin Ye's gaze. It was empty still, but something had changed. It had once held stagnant water, now it was a dried-up well. Lin Ye walked over and took the bowl. The boy didn't move, standing his ground and waiting. Lin Ye took a sip and handed the bowl back. "What's your name?" The boy didn't understand, merely gazing at him. Lin Ye repeated it in his mind, the voice resonating directly within the boy's consciousness. "You, what is your name?" The boy froze. He glanced left and right. No one else was there, only this green-skinned leader before him. He opened his mouth, but produced no sound. Lin Ye tried again. "Can you hear me?" The boy nodded, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What should I call myself?" Lin Ye asked. The boy opened his mouth and uttered a garbled syllable, "Lin." Lin. He had heard Kellen address him as Chief, and that sound had lodged in his memory. The corners of Lin Ye's mouth twitched. "My name is Lin Ye." The boy echoed, "Lin Ye. And you?" The boy shook his head. "You have no name, Ch?" The boy nodded. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. "From this day forward you shall be named Lin Xiao." The boy, Lin Xiao, blinked, uncertain of the name's meaning, but he nodded nonetheless. Lin Ye led him down from the battlements. In the open courtyard run, he was drilling others with swords. Blade flashes formed a shimmering expanse, the clanging sounds piercing the air. Lin Xiao stood behind Lin Ye, watching as they struck the wooden posts again and again with chips flying. Some posts were already split nearly in two. Lin Ye glanced back at him. "Are you afraid?" Lin Xiao shook his head. Lin Ye walked over to Run. He took a wooden sword from his hand and returned to hand it to Lin Xiao. "Take it." Lin Xiao accepted it, but the wooden sword was longer than his arm. He gripped it with both hands, trembling slightly. Lin Ye taught him the proper stance, adjusting his grip and positioning his feet shoulder-width apart. 100 strikes per day. Aim at that post. Lin Xiao gazed at the wooden post taller than himself, its surface crisscrossed with blade marks. He nodded. Lin Ye said nothing further and turned away. After a few steps he glanced back. Lin Xiao had already raised the wooden sword and brought it down upon the post. He missed. The blade glanced off the post, and he nearly toppled. Steadying himself, he raised the sword again and struck. The second attempt missed as well. On the third swing he made contact, but with insufficient force, leaving only a shallow groove. Lin Ye averted his gaze and continued walking. By noon, Lin Xiao crouched in a corner, nibbling slowly on a roasted wheat cake. Lin Ye walked over and crouched beside him. "Is it good, eh?" Lin Xiao nodded and offered the cake, attempting to share half. Lin Ye shook his head. "Eat it yourself." Lin Xiao resumed chewing. Lin Ye studied those thin, bony hands and suddenly asked within his mind, "What did you eat back at the fort?" Lin Xiao paused, then spoke haltingly. His words were fragmented and imprecise, but Lin Ye could understand. "Leftover rice from the kitchen. Bone broth scraps from the garrison soldiers." Sometimes there was nothing at all, so he'd dig for wild vegetables in the fields and get scolded by the soldiers. Winter was the most brutal. Too cold to sleep, he would curl up behind the kitchen stove where it was warmer. He didn't know who his parents were. As far back as he could remember, he had been at the fort. No one cared for him, yet no one drove him away either. The fort lord would occasionally spot him and instruct a servant to give him something to eat. The servant had fed him twice, then stopped. Lin Ye listened in silence. After finishing his account, Lin Xiao lowered his head and continued chewing the wheat cake. Lin Ye remained quiet for a long while. "Do you know why we are attacking this place?" Lin Xiao looked up. Lin Ye's voice echoed in his mind. "Our tribe has run out of grain. Over 900 mouths must be fed. If we do not take this place, many will perish from starvation this winter." Lin Xiao blinked as though he understood, yet did not fully grasp it. Lin Ye continued. "Those garrison soldiers did not die by my hand alone, but they stood between me and the grain, so death was their only path." Lin Xiao lowered his head, gazing at the wheat cake in his hands. After a moment, he asked suddenly in his mind, "That servant, is he dead?" Lin Ye hesitated, then recalled. 2 servants, 1 male and 1 female, had been left behind. "He is not dead. They are assisting in the kitchen." Lin Xiao lifted his head, his eyes brightening slightly. That evening, Lin Ye sat in the fort lord's quarters, the oil lamp flickering beside him. Lin Xiao crouched in the corner, hugging his knees and watching the flame. Kellen had not come. He did not need to study today. Lin Ye suddenly asked within his mind, "Would you like to learn to write?" Lin Xiao looked up puzzled. Lin Ye rose and walked to the wall, dipping his finger in water to trace a character upon the ground. A human script he had known in his past life. "Lin." He pointed to the character, then to himself. "This is Lin." He drew another. "Xiao," pointing to Lin Xiao. "This is Xiao, your name." Lin Xiao crouched down and fixed his gaze upon the 2 crooked characters for a long while. Then he extended his slender finger and attempted to copy Lin Ye's movements, drawing upon the ground. The result was uneven and unrecognizable, yet he approached it with utmost seriousness. Lin Ye watched that skeletal hand trace each stroke with painstaking care. He suddenly remembered a time long past when he too had crouched upon the ground writing characters. Someone had stood beside him, then smiling as he wrote. Who was it? He could no longer recall. He only remembered the sunlight that day, warm and gentle upon his back. Lin Xiao finished drawing and looked up at him. Lin Ye returned to the present. "Correct." Lin Xiao broke into a grin. It was his second smile. Late into the night, Lin Xiao curled up in the corner and fell asleep. Lin Ye rose and walked to the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. Fragments of memory surfaced. Summer evenings, someone calling him home for dinner. The scent of chalk in a classroom. The suffocating crush of a crowded bus. A face he could barely make out smiling as it offered him something. Those images were disjointed, impossible to piece together or hold on to. He closed his eyes. Those matters were far beyond his reach now. Now he stood within a stone fortress with goblin sentries posted outside the window, and a human orphan asleep in the corner. He was no longer human. Yet he was not purely a goblin either. He turned his head to gaze at the small figure. Lin Xiao shifted in his sleep, muttering something unintelligible. Lin Ye walked over, removed his worn leather armor, and draped it over the boy. Then he stepped outside and stood at the threshold, gazing at the moon beyond. The moonlight was brilliant. It bore little resemblance to those distant summer evenings long past. He stood for a long while. Those memories he could no longer recall. Holy Light City. In the underground chamber of the Inquisition, the candlelight flickered dimly, casting the golden sun emblem on the wall into intermittent brightness and shadow. The emblem was crafted from pure gold. With every sway of the flame, it gleamed like a living eye blinking. 7 people sat around a long table. The cardinal sat at the head, an untouched glass of wine beside his hand. He was in his 50s with graying hair, a gaunt face marked by high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, yet those eyes burned with an unsettling intensity in the candlelight. In his hand, he held a freshly delivered intelligence report from the northern frontier, the edges of the parchment still bearing traces of sealing wax. After reading the last line, he allowed a faint curve to touch his lips. Churchill Fort. 30 garrison soldiers, 13 cavalry, gone in a single night. He set the parchment down and pushed it to the center of the table. The paper slid across the table and stopped before the fat bishop. In the north, the backyard is on fire. The fat bishop was the first to laugh. He was in his 40s, his face shiny with oil, his chins jiggling as he laughed. He snatched up the parchment, scanned it, and tossed it back onto the table. Those barbarians, always challenging us, relying on their martial prowess to hold the border. Now they've had their nest raided by a bunch of goblins. Serves them right. His laughter echoed loudly in the chamber. The chief investigator sat opposite him, lean, in his early 50s, his face expressionless. But after hearing the fat bishop's words, even he allowed a rare hint of a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly upward. Your Eminence, is this information confirmed? The cardinal nodded. He tapped his fingers on the table. The North can't keep it secret. Dozens of civilians from Churchill Fort escaped. The nearby forts all know. In Froststone City, the Grand Duke was furious. I heard he made the intelligence director kneel and scolded him on the spot. But he can't spare troops. The southern front is locked in battle with us. All their main forces are there. The young bishop, seated at the far end in his 30s with a fair face and bright eyes, leaned forward after hearing this. Then can't we, while they're preoccupied, push further north? The cardinal raised a hand to stop him. Not yet. He stood and walked to the massive map on the wall. The map hung from ceiling to floor, depicting the entire continent's outline. He reached out his finger, pointing at the border between the North and the Holy Land, a winding line like a centipede. Their inability to spare troops is good for us. On the southern front, we can push forward. Send another 5,000 men to Rostov. He turned to face the assembled figures. But the goblin matter cannot be taken lightly. Whatever is in those woods that wiped out Churchill Fort is no ordinary beast. The chief investigator nodded. I've been keeping an eye on the southern outposts. If they don't come out, we don't move. If they do, he paused. We'll deal with it then. The cardinal waved his hand. Dismissed. The 7 rose, their chairs scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. The candle flame trembled, and the shadows on the wall swayed with it. In the tavern, news spread faster than the wind. By evening, the tavern was packed, smoke swirling, mingling with the aroma of ale and roasted meat. A few people gathered around a table, laughing and slapping the surface. The bowls of wine jumped with each slap, spilling half their contents. Did you hear? The northern border had a fort taken by goblins. Goblins. Those little green whelps. The ones that can't even talk. It's true. Churchill Fort gone in a single night. The fort lord was captured. I heard those goblins charged in with iron swords and spears, marching in formation like an army. Ha ha ha. Those barbarians finally got what they deserved. Let them be arrogant, blocking our caravans. People from nearby tables crowded over, peppering with questions for details. In a corner, a man in gray robes kept his head low, slowly sipping his drink. His hat was pulled down, hiding his face. He listened to the laughter, but did not join in. After finishing his last sip, he set down a few copper coins, stood, and walked out of the tavern. Outside, the sky had darkened. The streets were nearly empty, only a few wind lanterns swaying, their light flickering. He glanced back at the tavern door, through which a dim yellow glow seeped, the laughter faintly audible. Then he turned and vanished into the night. Churchill Fort. Lin Ye sat in the fort lord's quarters, several parchments spread before him. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting deep shadows on his cheekbones. Lin stood beside him, holding a pen, dipping it in ink, waiting. Chieftain, are you sure you want to write this? Lin Ye nodded. Right. Lin took a deep breath, the tip of the pen falling on the parchment with a faint rustling sound. The first letter was addressed to the Grand Duke of the Northern Border Duchy. To His Grace the Grand Duke of the Northern Border. He wrote a few lines, then looked up at Lin Ye. Chieftain, how do we phrase it? We took his fort, killed his soldiers, and now we're writing to sue for peace. Will this work? Lin Ye stared at him, silent. Lin understood and lowered his head to continue. The second letter was addressed to the Cardinal of the Holy Light Church. To His Eminence, the Cardinal of the Holy Light Church. Lin wrote a few lines and looked up again. This one is even more absurd. The church has no grudge against us, but they worship the Holy Light, and we're goblins. Will they even acknowledge us? Lin Ye did not speak. Lin clenched his teeth and continued writing. After finishing the 2 letters, Lin Ye did not stop him. Write one more. Lin paused. To whom? Lin Ye looked at the map on the wall, his gaze settling on the coast. The Free City States. Lin followed his gaze and understood. The third letter was to the Merchant Council of the Free City-States. Its tone was much softer than the first two. It made no mention of sovereignty, only trade. To the esteemed counselors of the Merchant Council of the Free City-States, we currently hold Shichiao Fort and possess dyes, ironware, and animal hides, and wish to trade with your confederation. If interested, please send a representative to Sana Town to make contact. We will arrange matters accordingly. This matter is confidential, and we trust your judgment. Kulin finished and looked at Lin Ye. Chieftain, this one is more reliable than the first two. The city-states only care about money, not allegiances. Lin Ye nodded. He folded the 3 letters and handed them to Kulin. Send someone to Sanha Town and find a way to deliver them. Kulin took the letters and turned to leave. Outside the door, the night wind blew and chilly. 10 days later, Froststone City. The Grand Duke sat in the main seat, the letters spread before him. After reading, he slapped the parchment onto the table, his face unreadable. He tapped his fingers twice on the armrest. Knock knock. A letter of peace from goblins. Several officials gathered around to look. The intelligence director finished reading and couldn't help but laugh. They demand sovereignty. They want us to recognize their rule over this land. Another official also chuckled. A bunch of beasts demanding sovereignty. Are they dreaming? The Grand Duke was silent for a moment, then tossed the parchment aside. Burn it. A servant picked up the letter and threw it into the fireplace. The flames licked up the parchment, curling, blackening, finally turning to ash. Holy Light City. The cardinal sat in his study reading the letter and laughed as well. It was not a laugh of joy, but one of absurdity. He shook the letter, the paper rustling in his hand. Goblins writing to sue for peace and asking for sovereignty. He handed the letter to the chief investigator. The chief investigator took it, scanned it quickly, and shook his head. Your Eminence, how should we handle this? The cardinal tossed the letter into the brazier beside him. The charcoal was burning brightly. The letter fell and instantly flaring up, the edges curling, blackening, turning to ash. Treat it as if never received. Sana Town. A man in gray robes stood at a street corner receiving the 3 letters from a messenger. He opened the third one and glanced at it, his gaze pausing on the words dyes, ironware, animal hides. Then he folded it again and tucked it into his robe. Without a word, he turned and walked away, his steps swift, disappearing into the crowd. The letters had been sent. Whether there would be a response, no one knew. Shichiao Fort. Another 10 days passed. Kulin's messenger returned, sweating heavily, panting. Chieftain, the northern border, and the church gave no reply. The people I hired said the letters were delivered, but there was no reaction at all. As for the city-states, the letter was delivered, but no news yet. We need to wait. Lin Ye stood on the fort wall, gazing at the dark, dense forest in the distance. The wind stirred, and the hem of his robe fluttered. He said nothing. He had known this would happen, but he had to try. Lin Ye stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, making the lines on the parchment appear and disappear in the dim light. Drawn with a charcoal stick, it marked every village, every road, and every fortress in the surrounding area. Rin Ye stood beside him, waiting for orders. Lin Ye looked at him. Rin Ye was to stay behind while the others went to borrow grain. Colin had hurriedly produced a batch of copper pieces overnight. In the blacksmith shop, the furnace burned fiercely. He poured the molten copper into the clay mold, and with a hissing sound, white smoke rose. After the copper cooled, he opened the mold. Inside was a thin sheet about the size of a palm, the edges somewhat uneven, but the markings clear. A circle with several vertical lines, the emblem of Shichiao Fortress. He polished them one by one, his fingers bleeding, but he wrapped them with cloth and continued. The blacksmith said, "Leader, we have 500 in total. It should last for a while." Lin Ye took them and weighed them in his hand. The copper pieces were heavy, their edges sharp enough to cut. He handed them to Rin Shi. Distribute them to the outgoing teams. Leave 1 piece per grain sack. Rin Shi nodded, putting the copper pieces into a cloth bag and tying it tightly. More than 80 ordinary goblins were divided into 5 teams, each with 15 to 20 members, led by scouts. The small village to the north had more than 20 households scattered along both sides of a dirt road. The houses had mud walls and thatched roofs with dim yellow light shining from the windows. Occasionally a dog barked twice, then silence fell again. No defenses. When Rin 16 led the team to sneak in, the villagers were all asleep. They quietly approached the granary, which was made of wood with a lock as big as a fist hanging on the door. Rin 16 split the lock with one strike of his blade, and the door creaked open. Sacks of wheat were stacked inside, emitting the distinctive fragrance of grain. Lift them. 1 sack per person, grab and go. Those who could not carry it alone had 2 people share the load. Some stumbled halfway but got up and continued. Before leaving, Rin 16 took out copper pieces and placed 1 at each empty spot. 20 copper pieces were neatly arranged on the ground. 20 sacks of wheat carried back to the fortress. Not a single injury. To the east, the larger village had militia patrols. But the militia were also farmers exhausted from a day's labor, so sleepy they could stand and fall asleep. When Rin 17 led the team to sneak in, 2 militia members were dozing off by the granary door, their heads nodding, snoring loudly. Rin 17 gestured and 2 goblins circled behind the militia members, striking each with a club. They were knocked out silently, not killed, merely stunned. The granary door was pushed open, grain piled high inside. 30 sacks of wheat were carried out one by one. A nearby small village with only 7 or 8 households was also swept, bringing out another 12 sacks. On the way back, dogs chased them out, biting 2 people on the legs, one on the calf, one on the ankle. Both bled, but the wounds were not serious and they could still walk. The river village to the south lay beside a small river with several small boats moored along the bank. When Rin 19 led the team to sneak into the village, the granary was in the center, surrounded by residences. They had just pried open the lock when they disturbed someone on a boat by the river. A boatman who had risen in the dead of night to relieve himself spotted shadows moving near the granary and started shouting at the top of his lungs. "Help! Thieves!" The village erupted into chaos. Some lit lamps, some flung open doors, some rushed out wielding hoes. Rin 19 shouted, "Hurry and load." The goblins stormed into the granary, each carrying a sack, and bolted. Over a dozen people gave chase, swinging hoes, shoulder poles, and wooden sticks. 3 goblins were struck on the back, 1 was tripped by a hoe and cut on the leg, and 2 had their pant legs bitten by dogs, dragged a few steps before breaking free. 25 sacks of wheat were carried back. 3 were struck and injured, 2 were bitten, but all could still walk, blood dripping all the way. Before dawn, all 3 teams returned. The fortress gate opened, and they filed in carrying grain sacks, some limping, some grimacing in pain, some clutching their wounds, but all smiling. Colin stood at the granary entrance, keeping records: 20 from the north village, 30 from the east village, 12 from the small village, 25 from the river village. 87 sacks in total. 7 injured, no deaths. Lin Ye stood on the fortress wall watching as people stacked the grain sacks. The pile grew higher. Recorded. Those injured receive extra meat. The remaining 2 teams also went out. 2 small villages to the northeast, fewer than 30 households combined, hidden in a mountain hollow, the roads difficult to traverse. Rin 21 led the team to sneak in. 1 village went smoothly. The granary door was unlatched. They loaded 10 sacks and left. The other village was discovered as soon as they entered. An old lady who had risen to relieve herself happened upon them and opened her mouth to shout, but a hand clamped over it. But this still alerted the neighbors. Someone beat a gong, others lit torches, and 7 or 8 men rushed out with hoes. Rin 21 shouted, "Go! Don't fight!" Three were injured by pursuers. 1 had a hoe strike to the leg that sliced into the flesh, blood spraying. He gritted his teeth and ran limping, covering 2 li before shaking off his pursuers. The village to the northwest was so poor it rattled. The houses were crooked with cracks in the walls. The granary held only 12 sacks of wheat, half of which was mixed with bran. Rin 22's team took everything, leaving 12 copper pieces. On the way back, 1 person fell into a ditch 2 zhang deep, pitch black, with no visible bottom. Others lowered torches to search, taking half an hour to haul him out. His right arm was broken, bone fragments protruding from the flesh, stark white. His face went pale from the pain, but he bit his lip and made no sound. After 2 nights, the grain pile grew higher still. Colin calculated they could hold out for another 20 days. Leader of the tribe also sent people to borrow grain. Gobi Yin sent word that they can last a month. Lin Ye nodded. Borrowing grain continued. But villages began to prepare defenses. Some sent riders to nearby fortresses during the day on fast horses. Others posted night watches at the granary, with 1 man from each household guarding the entrance with hoes and shoulder poles. Some hid their grain, entirely digging cellars or transporting it to other villages under cover of darkness. On the 5th night, 5 soldiers from Ingyan Fortress came to the small village in the north. When Rin 16's team sneaked in, they ran right into them. Those 5 were not militia. They were proper fortress troops, wearing leather armor and carrying swords, staying awake through the night, lying in ambush behind a hayrick near the granary. As the goblins approached the granary door, 5 figures charged from behind the hayrick. Attack! A fight broke out. 20 against 5, they won. But those 5 soldiers were no pushovers, their blades drawing blood, taking down 2 goblins on the spot. 1 was stabbed through the belly, intestines spilling out, clutching his stomach as he fell. Another was slashed across the neck, blood spraying everywhere, twitching twice before going still. The granary was still cleared, 17 sacks. Before leaving, 17 copper pieces were left. On the way back, 1 more died. The 1 stabbed in the belly, the wound too severe, he could not hold on. Halfway there, he opened his eyes, looked at the sky, then his gaze fixed, and never blinked again. Before dawn, the team returned. 17 sacks of wheat, 3 dead. Lin Ye stood beneath the fortress wall, looking at the 3 bodies laid out side by side. Blood still on their faces, eyes unclosed, gazing at the gray sky. Bury them. Record their names. News came half a month later from Sana Town. A merchant in gray robes had someone deliver a letter to the outer outpost of Shichiao Fortress, saying he had business to discuss. A scout brought him in. The man was trembling, his legs so weak he could barely walk, but he forced himself to remain on his feet. Leader of Shichiao Fortress, I am Lucius, a merchant dealing in general goods from Sana Town. Someone from the Free City-States asked me to deliver a message. They wish to trade with you. Lin Ye looked at him. Lucius swallowed a gurgle in his throat. A few members of the Merchant Council heard you have dyes and fine iron. They are willing to trade grain, salt, and cloth, but they cannot do it openly. The Northern region and the Holy Nation are watching. Colin asked from the side, where do they want to trade? Lucius shook his head vigorously. They did not say. They asked me to first check your intentions. Once a location is settled, they will send someone. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Where do you think would be suitable? Colin thought for a moment. Point 3 is too close. If compromised, we would have no escape route. We need a new location, not too far from Sana Town or Shichiao Fortress, but unnoticed. There is an abandoned hunting cabin near the forest edge. I have seen it while hunting. No villages around, only forest. Lin Ye nodded. Go back and tell them to choose the location. Lucius took note and was let go. His legs still trembled as he left, not daring to look back. Half a month later, news came back. The merchants from the Free City-States had selected an abandoned hunting cabin located slightly south of the forest edge, a half-day horse ride from Sana Town, surrounded by no villages. Dyes and ironware for grain, salt, and cloth. No meetings, only goods exchange. Both sides would send someone to leave cargo at night, then return the next night to collect the other's goods. Lin Ye listened and nodded. Very well. News came on the 7th day. Gobi Long ran back, his expression wrong, lips pale. Leader, there is movement at Gushin. Lin Ye looked at him. The northern region is funding it. Gushin Fortress has taken the contract. They are coming to attack us. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Lin Ye tightened his grip on his sword, beside him the hilt creaking. Attack. Lin Ye said nothing. He looked at the map on the wall. Gushin lay to the east, a day and a half's horse ride away, reachable within 3 days. Those were mercenaries, veterans who had fought and killed. Not militia, not fortress soldiers, but desperados selling their lives for gold. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Have Gobi Yin bring people over. Defend the fortress. Borrowing grain was not a lasting solution. But at least for now, no one would starve. Ren Shi pressed his entire body against the thick tree trunk, the foliage concealing him completely, as his sharp eyes fixed intently on the winding path through the distant woods. 150 mercenaries arranged in a loose formation were slowly advancing towards Stonebridge Fort. He silently counted the men, committing every detail to memory, then slid nimbly down the tree, and using the forest cover sprinted swiftly back towards Stonebridge Fort. Chief, they're about a day and a half away. They're not moving fast, but there are a full 150 of them fully equipped. Ren Shi gasped, kneeling on one knee before Lin Ye, his voice low as he reported. Lin Ye stood before the spread-out map, his fingertip resting on the line, representing the forest path, his gaze cold. Fight! Lin Ye shook his head slightly, and uttered 2 words. Not yet. He turned to look at Colin standing in the corner, signaling with his eyes. You go. Colin paused, pointed at himself, his face full of surprise. Me. Lin Ye nodded, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable command. Take some money and go talk to them. Colin understood, immediately turned toward the storeroom and opened the money chest seized from Stonebridge Fort. Dozens of gleaming silver coins lay in the corner, conspicuously eye-catching. He selected a small pouch of heavy silver coins, pocketed a few dozen copper coins, and under the cover of night left Stonebridge Fort silently. The night Colin departed, Lin Ye summoned Ren Ye again. Take some men out to harass them. Don't engage directly, strike and retreat. Wear down their patience. Ren Ye's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Lin Ye's intent. He carefully selected 30 veteran Ren Ye soldiers, all battle-hardened toughs, and crept toward the mercenaries' temporary camp under the cover of night. Just before dawn, Ren Ye returned with his men. He was splattered with bloodstains, but unharmed. Chief, we burned 3 of their supply wagons and shot 5 or 6 night watchmen. The mercenaries were in chaos all night, didn't dare close their eyes. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his tone flat. Continue tonight. The second night, Ren Ye led the raid. The veterans crept closer than the previous night, and while the mercenaries slept, they hurled flaming torches directly into the tents. A towering blaze erupted instantly. The mercenaries, barefoot and panicked, scrambled out, only to be met by a chilling rain of arrows. 7 or 8 were struck down on the spot. Before dawn, Ren Ye withdrew with his men in style, a smug grin on his face. Chief, they've already started arguing among themselves, blaming each other. Morale is a mess. The third night, Ren San set out on orders. This time the mercenaries were on guard, doubling the night watch, and having patrols crisscross the area. Ren San didn't engage directly. Instead, he led his men encircling the camp, sending occasional arrows to provoke them, keeping the mercenaries on edge, and so tense that they didn't get a single moment of peaceful sleep all night. 3 consecutive nights of harassment left the 150 mercenaries physically and mentally exhausted, their resentment boiling over. On the evening of the 4th day, Colin finally located the mercenary company's camp. He didn't approach recklessly, instead he stood on a large boulder in the distance, letting the patrolling mercenaries report his presence. The mercenary captain Cast was around 40 years old, his face crisscrossed with several fierce sword scars, his eagle-like eyes piercing cold, and his entire demeanor exuded the murderous aura of a battle-hardened veteran. He had Colin brought into the tent, sizing up the envoy from Stonebridge Fort with a mocking tone. A man sent by goblins. How rare. Colin neither servile nor overbearing smiled, and casually tossed the money pouch to the ground, untying its opening. Gleaming silver coins spilled out, reflecting an enticing luster under the tent's firelight, dazzling the eyes. Cast's eyes narrowed instantly, his tone wary. What are you trying to do? Colin met his gaze, his voice clear and firm. How much did the North pay you? We'll pay double. This is the deposit. Cast was silent for a moment, then sneered disdainfully. A bunch of goblins like you can afford double. Colin, still calm, pulled a few more silver coins from his pocket and placed them gently on the ground, his tone confident. The treasury of Stonebridge Fort still has plenty of money, enough to pay your full commission. Cast stared at the silver coins on the ground, his atoms, apple bobbing, slightly sinking into a long silence. The temptation of money combined with the torment of 3 consecutive nights of harassment began to tip the scales in his mind. That night Colin stayed in the mercenary tent the entire night. No one knew what the two discussed, only that the tent's lamp burned until dawn. Before dawn, Colin was respectfully escorted out by the mercenaries, mounted a fast horse, and hurried back to Stonebridge Fort. By the time he returned inside the fort, it was already evening. Lin Ye was standing on the fort wall, waiting in the evening breeze. How did it go? Colin grinned, his face full of triumph. It's done, but not entirely. He crouched on the ground, picked up a twig, and quickly sketched in the dirt. These 150 men aren't a monolithic group. Cast is the captain, but he has 3 subcommanders, each leading 50 men. 2 of them are money-grubbing and willing to cooperate with us. Only one is stubborn, absolutely refusing to take the money. Lin Ye's gaze darkened slightly. The one who refused, eh? A sly smile curled at the corner of Colin's mouth. He'll die on the battlefield. Cast will report him as killed in action. The North will only receive a casualty report and won't suspect a thing. 5 days later, the mercenary company arrived, as scheduled, 10 Li outside Stonebridge Fort. Instead of setting up camp to rest, they formed up in battle array and pressed toward the fort gate. On the fort wall, Lin Ye and the Lin Ye veterans stood ready, archers with bows drawn to full tension, arrowheads aimed straight ahead. Lin Ye stood at the forefront, his calm gaze fixed on the approaching mercenary column. When the column reached a distance of 5 li, it suddenly halted. A figure on horseback carrying a white flag emerged from the ranks. It was Colin. He galloped back into the fort, dismounted, and said excitedly to Lin Ye, "Chief, it's time for us to put on a show." Thus began a fierce battle that would last a full day and night. They fought fiercely from daylight into darkness, and from darkness until dawn. The archers on the wall loosed countless arrows. The fort gate was smashed open by the mercenaries 3 times, and each time the Lin Ye veterans fought desperately to seal it shut again. The veterans charged out with heavy shields, cutting down the invading mercenaries at the base of the wall, blood staining the stone slabs of the fort gate. In the battle, casualties were inevitable. Rin San's arm was slashed by a cleaver, the wound deep to the bone. Rin Er's thigh was pierced by a spear, blood soaking through his trousers. Rin Lu's head was struck hard by a wooden club. He fell to the ground, but struggled back up to continue fighting with his blade. Meanwhile, the mercenaries who had taken the money always managed to retreat at the most critical moments, offering no real effort. Only the stubborn subcommander who had refused the money led his 50 men, foolishly charging in the front. They battered open the fort gate and fought their way inside, only to be instantly surrounded by a swarming goblin relief force. Not a single one of the 50 escaped. They were all annihilated. Cast watched this from a distance, his face ashen, but he never ordered reinforcements. He merely looked on coldly. By the evening of the second day, the mercenary company had completely withdrawn. They left behind over 40 corpses, and carrying the news that the subcommander had been killed in battle, retreated in disgrace. Before departing, Cast sent a letter with a single short sentence. "If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me." After the battle, Stonebridge Fort immediately tallied the casualties. 12 brothers were killed, and over 30 were wounded. Rin San's arm was nearly lost. Rin Ershi stayed by his side for 3 days and nights, and barely managed to save his arm. Rin Er's leg would need several months of rest to recover. Rin Lu's head wound was stitched up, leaving a permanent scar. But in the end they had won. The morning mist still clung to the battlements of Shichiao Fort, and the pale golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, slanting across the bluestone walls. Lin Ye stood at a high vantage point with his hands behind his back, gazing at the gray expanse of the forest sea in the distance. The morning breeze stirred his robes, and all around was tranquil. On the open ground below the fort wall's run, he had already led the Lin Ye tribesmen into their morning drills, rows of blades rising and falling through the mist, and the rhythmic war cries pierced the fog, carrying a fierce and valiant spirit. Not far away in the blacksmith shop, the first wisp of blue smoke curled upward. Jebujing was always the earliest to rise in the fort. The charcoal in the furnace was already glowing red, and the bellows moved back and forth with steady rhythmic sounds. Just then a cold system notification abruptly rang in Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Detected that the tribe has occupied and operated Shichiao Fort stably for over 2 months. Unlocked 6th layer territorial awareness. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly, his gaze falling on the pale blue panel that appeared out of thin air, quietly awaiting further information. Territorial awareness. Home ground advantage when fighting on one's own territory. Main tribe Shichiao Fort and surrounding controlled areas. Combat power 0. 1. Perception range expanded. Intrusion warning. When non-friendly units enter the territory, a vague warning can be obtained. Sense of belonging. Loyalty. Increase rate of alien units within the territory 10. Territorial output. Resource production efficiency in the territory 10. Territorial proficiency. Training and production efficiency in the territory 10. A series of attributes clearly listed, and a faint, barely perceptible ripple passed through Lin Ye's eyes. Detected non-friendly units entering the territory. Direction northeast. Distance about 5 li. Number about 3 people. Status moving. The system alert sounded again, terrifyingly precise. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, the drowsiness instantly evaporating. He immediately turned and called out in a low voice toward the fort. Lin Ye. After a moment run, he hurried over the cold gleam of the sheathed blade at his side. Chieftain, 3 people have entered the territory 5 li to the northeast. Lin Ye's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding command. Lin Ye was taken aback, his face showing a hint of confusion. Chieftain, the outer scouts haven't reported yet. Normally if outsiders approach, the scouts should have noticed first. Lin Ye raised his eyes to look at him, only replying lightly. Now reported. Lin Ye asked no further questions, for the chieftain's judgment had never been wrong. He immediately selected 10 of the most elite Lin Ye veterans, who moved quietly, slipping out from the side gate of the fort under the cover of night and vanished soundlessly into the darkness. Lin Ye returned to his position on the high wall, his gaze fixed on the northeast. At this moment, he could clearly sense 3 faint points of light moving slowly, pausing, intermittently advancing, cautiously, clearly attempting a stealthy infiltration, yet utterly unaware that they were already firmly locked onto. An hour later, Lin Ye returned with his men. His expression was somewhat strange, and he walked up to Lin Ye, reporting in a low voice. Chieftain, there were indeed people here. The ground shows fresh footprints heading north. 3 of them wearing leather boots, definitely not our people. The outer scouts didn't detect their tracks, and they never got close to the fort. After a pause, Lin Ye couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Chieftain, how did you know they were coming? Lin Ye did not explain, merely gazing silently into the distant night. Some things need not be explained. Early the next morning, Lin hurried over with a thick ledger and found Lin Ye beneath the fort wall. Chieftain, the letter from the tribe has arrived. I will report to you one by one. Lin opened the ledger, his fingertip pointing at the dense handwriting, and read out clearly. In the past 2 months, we have traded with the city-state 3 times. The first time we exchanged for 30 sacks of wheat, the second time 50 sacks, and the third time we exchanged for salt and cloth. We traded out a considerable amount of our dyes and ironware, and the granary has been refilled. The current grain stock in the fort is enough for everyone to eat for a month and a half, and the tribe's main base has a similar amount. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Lin continued, there has been no movement from Gushan, but the northern scouts have come 4 times, and each time we intercepted them at the perimeter, preventing them from coming any closer. Additionally, the tribe's main base has newly reclaimed 100 mu of farmland, bringing the total cultivated area to 720 mu. Lin Xiao was squatting at the kitchen door, gnawing on a hard wheat cake, when he noticed a figure stop beside him. He looked up and saw Lin Ye. 2 months ago, he hadn't even the courage to look directly at Lin Ye, but now he could face those calm eyes without flinching. Lin Ye crouched down beside him and asked softly in his mind, how is your sword practice going? Lin Xiao was startled for a moment, then immediately stood up, ran to the corner, picked up his wooden sword, and began to practice earnestly in the open space. Chop/thrust. The movements were still clumsy, but each stroke was full of seriousness, and his stance was very proper. Lin Ye watched for a moment and nodded lightly. Practice 50 extra times every day. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, clutched the wooden sword, and crouched back down to continue gnawing on the wheat cake. Lin Ye stood up and turned to leave. At that moment, a young and hesitant thought softly reached Lin Ye's ears. Chieftain, why are you so good to me? Lin Ye paused in his steps, turned around, and looked at the thin but bright-eyed youth. He was silent for a moment, then only replied lightly, there is no reason for it. After saying this, he turned and walked on. Lin Xiao remained crouched in place, watching Lin Ye's gradually disappearing figure, the wheat cake in his hand, pausing at his lips for a long time. An indescribable warmth slowly welled up in his heart. In the deep night, the wind at Shichiao Fort grew colder. Lin Ye still stood on the fort wall, gazing into the heavy darkness. Lin Ye walked up to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder, and said in a low voice, Chieftain, we've investigated those 3 people today. They are scouts sent by the northern frontier. Lin Ye gave a slight nod. They will come again, Lin Ye said with certainty. The northern frontier would never easily give up Shiqiao Fort. Lin Ye didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the darkness in the distance. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then finally couldn't help but ask softly, Chieftain, that feeling during the day, being able to detect outsiders approaching in advance, will it always be there? Lin Ye looked at the forest sea looming faintly in the night, and a faint, barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Colin locked himself in the room for 3 days. Drafts piled up everywhere, crumpled and discarded across the floor. For the first letter to the Holy See, he wrote it 5 times over. For the second letter to the Northern Duchy, he wrote it 10 times. Lin Ye would visit each evening. Sometimes he nodded, sometimes he shook his head, and sometimes he said nothing at all, merely pushing the draft back. On the 3rd evening, Colin placed both letters before him. Lin Ye picked up the first one. To His Eminence the Cardinal of the Holy Light Church. The letter was brief. Its tone was deferent, its posture remarkably humble. There was no mention of sovereignty, no reference to Stonebridge Keep. Only a single assurance: the Goblin tribe would never again trespass upon holy lands, would not set foot on church territory, and would not harm a single civilian under the faith's protection. The closing bore his name, Lin Ye, Warden of Stonebridge Keep. Lin Ye read it through and gave a slow nod. The second letter began with an address to the Grand Duke of the Northern Duchy. This one ran considerably longer. It opened with an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. The assault on Stonebridge Keep had been born of desperation, famine driving them to such measures. They had harmed no civilian throughout. Grain was borrowed with copper tokens as pledges to be fully repaid in due course. Stonebridge Keep was only temporarily held. Once the tribe had recovered, they would restore it. The middle section grew even more submissive, offering fealty to the north, acknowledging the Grand Duke as sovereign, pledging to guard the border on his behalf. The letter concluded with a request for a noble title. No land, no grain, only a title. Lin Ye finished reading and said nothing. Colin waited nearby before finally breaking his silence. My lord, will this work? Lin Ye raised his head. Only by sending it will we know. Standing upon the battlements, he watched the 2 figures shrink into black dots and vanish into the forest. Half a month later, the letter reached the Grand Duke's desk in Froststone City of the Northern Duchy. The Grand Duke read it in silence, then passed it to the head of intelligence. The intelligence chief read it through before handing it to the elderly general standing nearby. As the letter circulated from hand to hand, the council chamber fell so quiet that even the wind outside could be heard. A goblin wrote this, the Grand Duke said at last, his voice revealing nothing, offering submission and requesting a title. The chamber erupted instantly. A middle-aged officer was the first to leap to his feet, his face flushed crimson. His name was Eric, a man forged in the border wars, known for his explosive temper and thunderous voice. Preposterous. When have beasts ever claimed titles in our northern duchy? They slaughtered our men and seized our keeps, yet now they write to beg for nobility. What sense is there in this? Others quickly chimed in. Exactly. If word of this spreads, where will our honors stand? If they want war, give them war. If they want peace, grant peace. But ennoblement? Absolutely not. The intelligence chief frowned and raised his hand to quiet them. His name was Wald. He was in his 50s and had directed intelligence operations for 20 years. Gentlemen, let us not be hasty. They killed our men 2 months ago. That is water under the bridge. Have you read the letter before speaking? He picked up the letter and read aloud. The assault on Stonebridge Keep was driven by desperation. The tribe faced famine and starvation with no choice but to act. They harmed no civilians throughout. Grain was borrowed with copper tokens as pledges to be fully repaid. Stonebridge Keep was only temporarily held. They will return it once the tribe recovers. He looked up. That's quite humble, isn't it? Eric sneered. Humble? You believe everything they write. No civilians harmed. Entire villages fled, granaries were stripped bare. That hardly sounds harmless to me. Wald shook his head. They did flee, it's true, but few actually perished. The reports from below confirmed 13 villages were raided over 2 months with only 3 civilian deaths. All from panic and trampling in the darkness, not deliberate killing. The copper tokens left for borrowed grain are genuine as well. The old general spoke up. His name was Oleg. He was in his 60s with silver hair, had fought orcs, and commanded deep respect throughout the northern military. Then what do you propose? Actually grant them nobility? Wald met his gaze. That's not my desire. It's simply that we cannot spare the troops right now. He walked to the map on the wall and traced the border line. We've been locked in a 2-year war with the church along the southern front, committing our main forces there. If we were to fight now, who would we send? How many? Who handles logistics? And if the church exploits this opening, who answers for it? The hall fell silent for a few moments. Eric remained unconvinced. Then we simply don't grant it. We can hold out 2 more years if need be. They're trapped anyway. Oleg shook his head. Wait 2 years. They hold Stonebridge Keep now. What of it then? What if they consolidate their hold and strengthen their position? What if they grow powerful enough that we can barely confront them? He turned to the Grand Duke. Your Grace, in my judgment, we cannot fight them, and granting a true title would be unwise. Perhaps. A nominal title instead. The Grand Duke regarded him. Speak. Oleg considered. Grant the lowest rank of barony. No lands, no grain, no material benefit whatsoever. Only the title itself. Let them cherish the hollow honor. Wald nodded. A sound proposal. The title costs us nothing. They desire status, and we give them that. As for Stonebridge Keep, we can require them to specify a deadline in their letter, perhaps 2 years before returning it. By then, if our war concludes, we may choose to press the issue, or let it rest. Eric remained unconvinced. 2 years. Will they actually return it? Oleg sighed. Whether they return it or not, we gain either way. If they comply, we reclaim the keep. If they refuse, we have justification for war. There's no loss in either outcome. The council chamber erupted into heated debate once more. Some supported the plan, others opposed it, a few suggested delay, and several argued for stalling. After an hour of argument yielded no resolution, the Grand Duke waved his hand dismissively. Let's adjourn. We'll reconvene tomorrow. The second council meeting drew an even larger crowd the following day. Officials overseeing logistics, border defense, intelligence, and military affairs all attended. Wald read through the letter again, then Oleg presented his proposal. Then Eric leaped to his feet once more. I still oppose this. Granting them a title sets a dangerous precedent. If every minor faction comes begging for nobility, how shall we respond? Marcus, the quartermaster responsible for the North supply lines and deeply averse to conflict, shook his head. They're no minor threat. They seized Stonebridge Keep. Dozens of soldiers vanished overnight. If word of this spreads, how will others view us? Eric returned a bitter smile. How would they view us? They'd see fools. Marcus shot back coldly. Fools. The real jest would be losing a fight we can't win. Refusing to engage now isn't shameful, it's prudent. The two men argued fiercely. Redman, the official overseeing 7 border fortresses and bearing the heaviest burden, finally spoke up. The border regions are in turmoil. Harold at Eagle Rock sends inquiries daily. Simon at Poplar Keep claims fearlessness but has doubled the night watches. Olaf at Waste Keep, normally steady, has also written asking what's happening. He turned to the Grand Duke. Your Grace, if this isn't resolved, the border will spiral out of control. The Grand Duke nodded. Then what do you propose? Redman considered. The title should be granted, but not too readily. Let them struggle for it, understand the difficulty. When we do grant it, stipulate they return the keep within 2 years. That way they're grateful, and we retain an opening. Eric remained unconvinced. Grateful? Beasts don't understand gratitude. No one acknowledged him. Another hour passed with the same unresolved debate. The Grand Duke waved his hand again. We'll continue tomorrow. The third council meeting erupted even more fiercely than before. Eric arrived with several colleagues, their faces flushed and voices raised, adamantly opposed. Oleg's faction had their own supporters, and the clash between them grew untenable. Marcus positioned himself between the factions, attempting mediation to no avail. Wald simply withdrew to the sidelines with his tea. By midday, the Grand Duke finally spoke. Enough. All fell silent. The Grand Duke looked at Eric. You oppose granting the title. Then what should we do? Eric opened his mouth. We could stall for now. Until when? Until the war ends. The Grand Duke stared at him. How long until the war concludes? A year. 2. 3. Throughout that time, Stonebridge Keep remains under their control, growing stronger. Will you bear responsibility if it becomes impossible to retake? Eric fell silent. The Grand Duke turned to Oleg. You advocate granting the title, but if they refuse to return it after 2 years, what then? Oleg nodded. Then we fight. By then the war will be concluded, and we can act with full legitimacy. The Grand Duke fell silent for a moment. And if in 2 years they've grown stronger than they are now? Oleg hesitated. Well, the Grand Duke rose and walked to the window. Everyone leave me. I need to think. On the 4th day, the Grand Duke sat alone in the council chamber through the night. The following morning, he summoned his closest advisors. Grant the title. Oleg exhaled in relief. Wald nodded in agreement. Eric opened his mouth to protest, but the Grand Duke raised his hand to silence him. Hear me out. He looked at them all. Grant the title of Baron of the Borderwood, the lowest rank with no lands or grain attached. They must explicitly state in their letter that they'll return Stonebridge Keep within 2 years. If they won't agree to this condition, the title won't be granted. He paused. Additionally, have the border garrisons maintain close watch. Report any movements immediately. Oleg nodded. Yes, Your Grace. The Grand Duke waved his hand. See that it's done. Meanwhile, another letter arrived at Holy Light City. The red-robed cardinal finished reading it and handed it to the investigation chief. The investigation chief read it, his brow furrowed. My lord, do you believe it? The red-robed cardinal gave no answer. He rose and walked to the map hanging on the wall, gazing at the green region marked Eternal Dusk Forest. Whether I believe it matters little. He turned around. What matters is that they don't want to fight. So let them not want to fight. The investigation chief froze for a moment. My lord means. The red-robed cardinal tossed the letter into the brazier, as if we never received it. But tell those below not to provoke that forest. Just as the letter was sent out, Lin Ye stood atop the fortress wall of Stonebridge Stronghold, gazing at the dark, looming forest in the distance. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Tribe scale detected exceeding 1,000. Mechanism unlocked Tier 7, Civilization Foundation. Lin Ye was stunned. The panel automatically expanded. Civilization Foundation. Ability 1 Treasury of Knowledge. Unlocks the Classics system. Can designate knowledge classics across multiple fields. Farming, craftsmanship, architecture, medicine, military strategy, astronomy, geography, and more. Each classic automatically records all known techniques and experiences in that field. Classics can be materialized and projected into the real world, comprehensible to anyone of any racial language. Automatic translation. Materialized classics cannot be destroyed or damaged. They exist eternally. The host can retrieve materialized classics at any time and project them again later. When consulting classics, learning speed 100, practice success rate 20. Ability 2 Universal Enlightenment. All enrolled units, including Offspring, Intelligence 0. 1. Offspring Learning Ability 30, Teaching Efficiency 50. When learning new skills, base time reduced by 30. Ability 3 Complete Technical Manual. Automatically unlocks all basic technical blueprints of the current era, farming tools, architectural structures, medical formulas, iron smelting techniques, and more. Blueprints share the same origin as classics. They can be materialized, retrieved, and cannot be destroyed. Ability 4 Experience Inheritance. When a chieftain dies, their core experience automatically transforms into a skill scroll stored in the host panel. Scrolls are distributed by the host. Once assigned to a learner, they directly grant basic proficiency in that skill. Scrolls are single-use consumables and vanish after use. Ability 5 Civilization Resonance. All enrolled units gain 20 efficiency when learning, researching, or innovating. The tribe's overall intelligence level slowly improves. Long-term effect. Lin Ye stared at those words for a long while. He focused his attention on farming classics. In his mind, a thick book bound in beast hide materialized. For large characters on the cover. He didn't recognize them, yet his mind automatically knew they read Fundamentals of Farming. He concentrated his will. The book appeared in his hand. Solid, heavy, beast hide cover with the Stonebridge Stronghold seal pressed in the lower right corner. He flipped open a page where diagrams of plowing the fields were drawn with dense text surrounding them. He didn't recognize a single character, yet the meaning of every line was crystal clear in his mind. Colin rushed up from beneath the fortress wall, and seeing the book in his hand, gaped in astonishment. Chieftain, what is this? Lin Ye handed him the book. Colin took it, opened it, and froze. These characters. I recognize them. No, this isn't any script I know. Yet I can understand every word. Lin Ye nodded. Any race can understand it. Colin flipped through several pages, his hands trembling. Chieftain, with this our future. Lin Ye retrieved the book. The book dissolved into specks of light and vanished from his hand. We'll discuss the future later. That evening, Lin Ye summoned the chieftains. Gob Yin, Gob Thorn, Gob Facet, Gob Su, Gob Protection, and Colin squatted in a row. Lin Ye stood before them holding a freshly projected copy of Fundamentals of Craftsmanship. He handed the book to Gob Thorn. Yours. Gob Thorn took it, glanced inside, and his eyes went wide instantly. Chieftain, there's diagrams of iron smelting here. Better than what I make. Lin Ye nodded. Study it slowly. Return it when you're done. Gob Thorn clutched the book, unwilling to let go. Lin Ye projected another book, Fundamentals of Farming, and handed it to Colin. Bring this to Thornback. Tell him follow what's in the book and the harvest will increase. Colin took it, opened it, and froze again. Chieftain, it even says when it will rain. Lin Ye said nothing. He projected yet another book, Architectural Standards, and handed it to Gob Su. Gob Su took it, flipped through, muttering under his breath. Foundation. Drainage. This is far better than what I figured out on my own. Lin Ye finally turned to Gob Protection. The medical classic is still a few days away. I'll study it first, then give it to you. Gob Protection nodded. After Thornback received Fundamentals of Farming, he squatted in the field and read for an entire morning. At noon, he ran to find Lin Ye clutching a handful of soil. Chieftain, the book says this land should be plowed 3 times, not 2. It also says wheat seeds should be soaked before planting, and soaking them will increase the yield by 10%. Lin Ye looked at him. Try it. Thornback nodded and ran back to work. At the blacksmith workshop, Gob Thorn had already dog-eared every page of Fundamentals of Craftsmanship. Leading his apprentices, he experimented furnace after furnace following the diagrams in the book. On the 3rd furnace, they produced a blade. Gob Thorn picked it up, examined it, and handed it to Rin 5. Try it. Rin 5 took the blade and hacked at a wooden stake. One strike, and the stake split with a deep gash. He paused, then struck again. Better than before. Gob Thorn grinned. Gob Su, with Architectural Standards, in hand, circled Stonebridge Stronghold several times. He crouched beneath the fortress wall, pointing at diagrams in the book, muttering to himself. The next day, he led people to dig drainage ditches inside the fortress wall. The book says water accumulated too long will collapse the wall. Digging ditches will let the rainwater flow out. God Protection hadn't received her book, but she came to find Lin Ye every day. Chieftain, when will the medical classic be ready? Lin Ye looked at her. Don't rush. A few more days. God Protection nodded and went back to tend to the offspring. Evening. Colin came to find Lin Ye, his ledger spread open. Chieftain Thornback says that following the book this autumn's harvest will increase by 20%. Jean says the speed of iron forging has improved with fewer rejects. Sue's ditch digging is going well. He says the walls won't collapse when it rains anymore. Lin Ye nodded. Colin closed the ledger and suddenly smiled. Chieftain, with these books are we different now? Lin Ye said nothing. He gazed at those green figures working in the distance, watching for a long time. Then he turned and walked back. After awakening the 7th level Lin Ye spent most of his time at the blacksmith's forge. He wasn't hammering iron himself, but crouching nearby watching. Watching Gubu Jing hammer away stroke after stroke, watching the furnace fire burn day after day, watching those newly projected manuals get flipped until the edges curled. The basics of craftsmanship lay spread beside the anvil, its pages dusted with charcoal ash. Reports kept coming from the clearing front. Too many trees cutting was too slow. The men were exhausted. Gubu Jing turned the page and showed it to Lin Ye. Leader, this page shows several types of saws. It says you don't have to use an axe to fell trees. Lin Ye leaned in to look. The book illustrated 3 saws, 1 curved, 1 straight, and 1 long 2-person model. Dense notes filled the margins beside them. For small trees, an axe is faster. For medium ones, this bow saw saves effort. For large trees, 2 people need this crosscut saw. Gubu Jing looked up, his eyes shining. Leader, we've only ever used axes. No wonder we're always tired and slow. Lin Ye nodded. Let's try it. The first bow saw was forged, and Ren Wu put it to the test. He found a tree as thick as a bowl and began sawing. The blade drew back and forth with chips flying. In less than 15 minutes the tree fell. Ren Wu came sprinting back, his face split with a grin. Leader, this thing is fast. Far less tiring than an axe. Gubu Jing took the saw and turned it over in his hands. The blade wasn't bent, the teeth still sharp. He turned to Lin Ye. The book says bow saws are suited for trees of this thickness. These are the most common along our forest edge. This is exactly what we need. Lin Ye nodded. Make more. With bow saws, cutting medium trees became much faster. But deep in the forest stood numerous large trees thicker than a waist. Ren Wu came running back again. Leader, bow saws can't handle those big trees. They jam after a while. Gubu Jing flipped to another page. This one is a 2-person crosscut saw. 2 people pull it, designed specifically for large trees. Lin Ye studied the diagram, then glanced at Gubu Jing. Make one and test it. The 2-person saw was twice as long as the bow saw with coarser teeth. Gubu Jing led several apprentices and worked for 2 days, wasting 3 furnaces of iron before producing a serviceable one. Ren Wu and Ren Lu each took an end and positioned it against the base of a large tree. They pulled back and forth, the blade biting deep into the trunk. Half an hour later the thick tree crashed down with a thunderous roar. Ren Wu came running back panting. Leader, it works. This thing is impressive. Lin Ye walked over and inspected the cut. Smooth and even far superior to an axe wound. Make some of these too. Gubu Su came running to find Lin Ye. Leader, with all this timber, can we make it into something? It's a waste to just pile it up. Gubu Jing, flipping through the book nearby, turned to another page. Leader, this is called a frame saw. It can cut trunks into planks, useful for making tools and building sheds. Lin Ye studied the diagram in silence for a moment. Make it. The frame saw stood taller than a person and had a complex structure. Gubu Jing spent 5 days and wasted nearly 8 furnaces of iron before producing a usable one. Ren Wu and Ren Lu carried it to test, propping up a large log and pulling back and forth. Wood chips flew everywhere and boards peeled away from the trunk one after another. Gubu Su crouched beside them, eyes wide with amazement. Leader, with this timber can actually be used as material. Lin Ye nodded. The saws were nearly finished when Ji came running to find Lin Ye. Leader, the wheat is almost ripe and we don't have enough sickles. The ones we have go dull after a few cuts. Lin Ye glanced at the sickle in his hand. The edge was rolled and notches marred the blade. Jing, forge a new batch. Gubu Jing took the old sickle and examined it thoroughly. He opened the basics of craftsmanship, found the page on sickles, and compared the diagram. The book says sickles need thin edges, and the quenching should be slightly softer. Too hard, and they're brittle, or too soft, and they'll dull quickly. He led his apprentices to forge several. The first was too brittle and chipped after a few cuts. The second was too soft and curled. The third had an even edge and proper quenching. Ji took it to the wheat field and swung. The stalks fell cleanly in one stroke. He reaped a row and the blade remained bright. Leader, this works perfectly. Lin Ye nodded. Produce more following this standard. The fields were turned, the seeds sown, but stones and grass roots remained scattered throughout. Ji came running again. Leader, too many stones in the fields. Picking them by hand is far too slow. Lin Ye looked toward Gobu Jing. A rake. It's in the book. Gobu Jing turned to the illustration of an iron rake. Several iron tines fixed to a wooden beam, pulled by a person to drag out stones and grass roots from the soil. After forging several, Ran Wu took one to test. The iron tines dug into the earth and dragged along, turning up stones and roots to the surface. Ji crouched at the field's edge, watched for a while, and smiled. This is good. Saves a lot of labor. Ji came running back with the basics of agriculture in hand, pointing to another page. Leader, the book mentions a plow. Pulled by oxen, it can till dozens of mu per day. Lin Ye looked at him. We don't have oxen. Ji paused, then flipped further. Then there's a smaller version pulled by people, called a lay si. Lin Ye took the book and examined it. Have Jing make a few to test. The first human-pulled plow was completed, and Gobu Su volunteered to try it himself. 2 people pulled, one in front hauling the rope, the other behind guiding the plow. The plowshare bit into the soil, turning over a furrow. Gobu Su ran back. Leader, this is great. Much faster than a hoe. Lin Ye nodded. Make more. The seed drill was also completed. The book described it as a device that sowed while walking, seeds falling from a hopper into the furrow with someone behind covering them with soil. Gobu Jing studied the diagrams for several days before producing one. The first attempt clogged at the hopper. The second had a jammed wheel. The third was barely functional. Ji crouched at the field's edge, watching as several people pulled the seed drill forward, seeds dropping one by one into the soil. He came running back to Lin Ye. Leader, this thing works. We can sow several mu in a day. Lin Ye nodded. The wheat was harvested and needed threshing. A long pole connected by a leather rope to a shorter one swung to beat the wheat heads and release the grains. Several were forged, and Ren Wu took one to test. A few swings, and the wheat grains poured down. Ji watched from the side, his eyes lighting up. Leader, this is fast. The tools in the blacksmith's forge kept accumulating. Axes, bow saws, 2-person saws, frame saws, sickles, iron rakes, human-pulled plows, seed drill parts, flails. Scattered across the floor. Gobu Jing led his apprentices from dawn to dusk, the furnace fire never going out. Ren Wu ran in and out every day, delivering new tools to the clearing front and bringing back broken ones for repair. Master, this saw blade is dull again. Master, the axe handle broke. Master, the sickle edge chipped. Gobu Jing repaired each one, improved each one, and recorded each one in the book. At the clearing front, the people pushed forward day by day. Fewer and fewer trees lined the forest edge, and more black earth lay freshly turned. Small trees felled by axes, medium trees by bow saws, large trees by 2-person saws. Logs cut open with frame saws into planks for sheds, tools, and roads. In the fields, Ji led people using newly forged plows to turn the soil, seed drills to sow, and rakes to clear stones. When the wheat ripened, new sickles reaped it, and flails threshed it. Stones were gathered into piles, branches dragged away to be burned into charcoal, and tree roots dug up and sun-dried as firewood. Gobu Su held the treatise on architecture, gesturing, and planning. Lin Ye nodded. Chieftain, a reply from the Northern Territory has arrived. Lin Ye unrolled the oxhide scroll, glanced at the Grand Duke's seal, and opened it directly. Your request is granted. The leader of Stonebridge Fort is hereby in theft as the Baron of Borderwood. After reading, Lin Ye handed the scroll back to Kulin. Kulin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. And theft? Lin Ye said nothing. He rose and walked to the field's edge. In the distance, the land reclamation crew was still hard at work. The setting sun pressed against the ridge, painting those green figures in warm red. Bow saws slid back and forth, 2-man saws pulled in rhythm, frame saws straddled great tree trunks, as wood chips flew like snowflakes. In the field, some pulled newly forged iron plows, others pushed seed drills, while still others swung flails to break up clods of earth. He stood for a moment, then turned back. Release that castle lord. Kulin froze. Release him. Walden. Lin Ye looked at him, not repeating himself. Release him. Send him back to the Northern Territory. Kulin opened his mouth as if to speak, then swallowed his words. Having followed the chieftain for so long, he knew that when the leader was silent, it was best not to ask. When he spoke, there was even less need to question. Before long, Walden was brought out. After 2 months in the cellar, the man had grown thinner, his beard a tangled mess of dried grass, yet his eyes remained hard. That unyielding hardness unique to veterans of the Northern Territory, like tempered iron. Lin Ye looked at him. You are free. Go back and tell the Grand Duke that I keep my word. After Kulin translated, Walden stood stunned. He said nothing, only lowered his head. His shoulders relaxed for a fleeting moment, barely noticeable, but Lin Ye saw it. The next morning, Walden was escorted out of Stonebridge Fort. 2 goblins accompanied him all the way to the forest's edge. Before leaving, he turned back to gaze at the fortress. On the wall stood several green figures motionless as wooden stakes driven into the ground. He turned and walked away, his steps heavier than when he had arrived. Lin stood on the wall, watching his figure vanish into the forest. Chieftain letting him go back. Could it? Lin Ye looked at him. Yes, it could. But it must be done. Lin asked no more. When news of the enfeefment spread, the entire tribe seemed to release a taut string. The next morning before dawn had fully broken, Gabusu led his people out of the fortress. The long-abandoned farmland beyond the walls could finally be cultivated without fear. Chieftain, this land used to belong to the castle lord. It's rich, he said, crouching to grab a handful of soil. The dirt was dark and oily, clumping in his fingers. Plant it, and next year we'll harvest plenty. Lin Ye nodded. Plant it all. The forest edge retreated day by day. With the threat from the northern territory gone, the reclamation crew grew bolder. Bow saws, two-man saws, and frame saws worked in rotation. Wood became planks, planks became sheds, tools, and cartwheels. Tree roots were dug up, dried in the sun for firewood, while branches were hauled away to be burned into charcoal. Freshly turned black soil spread out in patches, and stones were gathered into heaps. Gabusu led the construction of a road stretching from Stonebridge Fort straight to the new fields. The road was paved with gravel, allowing carts to roll steadily, their wheels creaking as they passed. Chieftain, with this road open, grain transport will be twice as fast. Lin Ye stood by the roadside watching the figures pushing carts back and forth. The carts carried freshly cut timber, newly forged tools, and dark rich soil. The forge fire never went out. Goblin and his apprentices worked from dawn till dusk. Sickles, hoes, plowshares, seed drill parts. One by one they were sent out. A pile of scrap metal accumulated, saved for later remelting. Renwu ran in and out all day, delivering new tools to the fields and bringing back broken ones for repair. Master, this plowshare is ground flat again. Master, the sickle handle is broken. Master, the flail's leather strap snapped again, 3 times in one day. Goblin repaired each item, modified each one, and recorded everything in his book. His hands never stopped, his eyes were bloodshot, but a smile lingered on his lips. Su led the work in the newly opened fields. The land was plowed again, and again the seeds were soaked night after night. The newly built seed drill moved back and forth across the earth, each seed falling into the soil like a drop into a vast well of hope. He crouched at the field's edge, opened the basic farming manual, and gestured at the illustrations. The book says to water after planting. Once the seedlings sprout, we must thin them. Someone nearby asked, what's thinning? Su pointed to the diagram. It means pulling out some seedlings where they're too dense so the rest can grow better. Otherwise none will grow big. The man scratched his head. Then won't the ones we pull out have grown for nothing? Su thought for a moment. Feed them to the livestock. Lin made a trip to Sana town. When he returned, he brought several people. They wore coarse linen tunics with short knives tucked into their belts, clearly not ordinary merchants. But the knives were loose, ready to be drawn at any moment. Chieftain, these are people from the free city-states. As we discussed last time, they want to establish a long-term trade. The leader was a fat man, all smiles, but his eyes constantly surveyed the surroundings. The fortress walls, the gate, the goblins on guard, the bows hanging on the walls. Lord Baron of Borderwood, a pleasure to meet you at last. Lin Ye said nothing, only stared at him. The fat man grew uncomfortable under the gaze and cleared his throat. We want dyes, red and blue. Grain prices have risen recently, but we can trade at the city-state market rate, and we won't haggle. Lin Ye looked at Lin. Lin whispered, grain prices are 2/10 higher than last time. 1 jar of red dye can trade for 5 sacks of wheat. They want more blue dye. They say it's highly valued in the city-states. Cloth and salt are also available, but not in large quantities. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Once a month. Grain first. For the rest, salt, cloth. Trade if we have them. The fat man nodded repeatedly, his jowls jiggling. Fine, fine. Grain supply is guaranteed. As long as the dyes keep coming. After sending off the city-state people, Lin approached. Chieftain, 1 jar for 5 sacks. Will we have enough dye? Our current stock won't last many trades. Lin Ye thought for a moment. Enough. The dye trees can be replanted. But if we miss the grain season, we'll have to wait a year. After half a month of land reclamation, Gabusu came to report. Chieftain, all the fields outside the fortress are planted. In the forest area, we've newly opened over 100 mu. Combined with the tribe's fields, we have nearly 900 mu in total. Lin Ye nodded. Lin counted on his fingers. 900 mu. According to the book, 1 mu can feed 1 person. With over 1,000 of us, we're still short by about 100 mu of grain. He paused, his eyes lighting up. But we can trade grain from the city-states. 5 jars of red dye for 25 sacks. 1 sack can feed dozens for a day. That covers the shortfall. Plus hunting and foraging will have enough. Lin Ye said nothing. He gazed at the dark forest in the distance. 900 mu plus trade. It would be enough. In the evening, Lin Ye stood on the fortress wall. In the distance, the reclamation crew was still working. The setting sun pressed against the ridge, painting those green figures in warm red. In the field, some pulled plows, some pushed seed drills, some swung flails. Smoke rose from the forge chimney, and the clanging of metal drifted faintly like the heartbeat of this land. Lin walked over and stood beside him. Chieftain, the grain problem. It's settled, isn't it? Lin Ye was silent. After a moment he nodded. Settled. He turned and walked down the wall. The forge fire still glowed. He made his way toward it. The firelight flickered across those green faces, bright, then dim. Goblin was still forging something. Renwu handed him tools, while several apprentices gathered around to watch. Lin Ye stood at the entrance, not stepping inside. 6 months after receiving his title, the tribe had completely transformed. Every morning Lin Ye would stand upon the fortress wall, watching the sun rise beyond the forest, and cast its light upon the freshly turned black earth. Day by day that blackness crept deeper into the woodland. Trees grew scarce, and fields multiplied. In half a year the forest edge had receded a full 3 li. What was once an impenetrable belt of trees became a sweeping expanse of cultivated land, the rich dark soil stretching beyond sight. The land clearers never paused for a single day. Gobu Su led his crew, setting out before dawn and returning only after sunset. Curved saws, 2-man saws, and frame saws were rotated in constant use. Timber became planks, planks became sheds, tools, and carts. Deep within the forest men hauled saws in rhythm day after day, each massive tree crashing to the ground one after another. Roots were dug up and dried for firewood, branches dragged away to be fired into charcoal, and stones gathered into rising heaps. Later those stones found their purpose. Paving roads, building walls, constructing hearths, each put to use in turn. The half-grown children trailed behind the adults. At first they gathered small stones and dragged slender branches, but once they could run steadily, they began delivering water and meals. They carried earthenware jars, sprinting along the field ridges, their shouts scattering on the wind. They stumbled and fell, scrambled back up, brushed off the dust, and kept running. Half the water spilled from the jar meant nothing to them. Ji led the work in the fields. The earth was turned over again, and again the seeds soaked night after night. The newly forged seed drills moved back and forth across the plots, each grain dropping precisely into the soil. He squatted at the field's edge, opening agrarian foundations and comparing the illustrations, muttering to himself. Those nearby asked no questions, they simply followed. Whatever Ji said was final. As the cultivated land expanded beyond one man's capacity, Ji selected over a dozen quick-handed workers from the crowd, each assigned a section. Those dozen recruited more, and the hierarchy layered upon itself. Eventually the field workers were divided into dozens of squads, each responsible for a plot. Someone watched over what was planted when it was sown and how it was tended. When the wheat began to grow, Ji squatted at the field's edge for half the day. He gazed at those emerald green shoots in silence, saying nothing. Sometimes when people called him for meals, he did not stir no matter how many times they called. One day, he suddenly ran to find Lin Ye. Chief, that's enough. Lin Ye looked at him. Ji pointed toward the boundless wheat field. After this harvest there will be enough to eat. Lin Ye followed the direction of his pointing finger. The wheat field stretched from beneath the fortress wall all the way to the forest edge. When the wind blew, green waves rolled and rustled. The fields were thick with people, some pulling weeds, others watering, still others inspecting the grain heads. How much land now? Lin Ye asked. Colin, standing nearby, flipped through the ledger. 2,500 mo. 1,200 from the tribe, 1,300 from Stonebridge Fortress. Lin Ye nodded. The blacksmithy's furnaces had burned without pause for 6 months. Gobu Jing and his apprentices hammered from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn. The hammers rang out ceaselessly day and night. New tools poured forth in batches. Sickles, hoes, plowshares, seed drill parts, saw blades, shovels, pickaxes, until 3 sheds stood overflowing. Renwu ran in and out all day, delivering fresh tools to the fields and bringing broken ones back for repair. Master, this plowshare has worn flat again. Master, 20 sickle handles have snapped. Master, the saw blade is missing teeth. Gobu Jing repaired each item, modified each one, and recorded each in his book. The book craft foundations grew curled at the edges from constant handling. Its pages were dusted with coal soot, and some areas bore black spots scorched by splashes of molten iron. 3 batches of apprentices came and went. The first graduated and began teaching the second mastered their craft and started training the third. The blacksmithy expanded from 2 furnaces to 6, then 12, and finally 20. The linked flames painted half the sky red come nighttime. Then the ore ran short. Colin made a trip to Iron Anvil Fortress and returned with an old man. White-haired and slightly stooped, his eyes, however, burned bright. He stood at the entrance of the blacksmithy watching those figures striking iron within and gazed for a long while. You made these? Gobu Jing looked at him and nodded. The old man walked inside, picked up a newly forged sickle, and examined it from every angle. He lifted a saw and held it to the light, studying the teeth. Then he took up a shovel and tapped the edge with his finger. He turned to face Lin Ye. This shovel is harder than what we forged. Lin Ye said nothing. The old man asked, who taught you? Lin Ye withdrew a copy of Craft Foundations from his chest and handed it over. The old man took the book and opened it. His hands began to tremble. He turned page after page, paused in the middle, and stared for a long time. Then he raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed. This book. Where did this book come from? Lin Ye met his gaze. If you wish to read it, stay. Teach them, and learn your own ways in return. The old man stood motionless for a long while. Then he nodded. The old man was named Lu Mu, who had forged iron at Iron Anvil Fortress for 40 years. He stayed at Stonebridge Fortress for 1 month. Each day he spent at the blacksmithy watching Gobu Jing hammer by daylight and poring over projected texts by night. Where he couldn't understand, he would drag Gobu Jing to ponder together, and the two often stayed up past midnight. When he left, he took several copied volumes with him. The ore from Iron Anvil Fortress will be prioritized for you henceforth, he told Lin Ye. These books are worth more than ore itself. From then on, ore shipments from Iron Anvil Fortress arrived in steady batches. At first they came by ox cart, then by horse-drawn carriage, and later 5 or 6 vehicles at a time. Sometimes Lu Mu personally escorted the convoy, bringing a few apprentices to learn the craft. Those apprentices had no intention of leaving, staying for half a month at a time forging alongside Gobu Jing's disciples. Gobu Jing's apprentices multiplied, and the blacksmithy expanded again and again. Merchants from the Free City-State arrived every month, bringing carts of grain and taking away jars of dye. At first it was the fat merchant, then he was replaced by a lean one. When the lean merchant stopped coming, a middle-aged man took his place. Eventually entire caravans arrived, 5 or 6 vehicles at a time. Chief, the city-state has recognized our dye, Collins said with a wide grin. Their red is brighter than what they produce themselves, and the blue won't wash out. They say they'll take all we can supply. Lin Ye looked at him. Is the grain sufficient? Colin opened the ledger. Enough. 3 granaries are stacked to the brim. After next season's harvest, we'll fill a 5th. He paused, then turned another page. The population has grown to 1,537 souls. Over 300 newborns this half year, with very few deaths. Gobu, who reports that far more children are surviving now. Lin Ye was taken aback. Over 1,500 souls. With grain secured, livestock followed. At first a few oxen were traded from Iron Anvil Fortress. Lu Mu said they had plenty there, and the exchange rate for dye was favorable. Colin acquired 5 head, and when they drove them back, the tribe's people gathered around to stare. Can we eat this thing? It works, Colin said, pointing at the oxen. They pull plows faster than people. Gobu Su went to try them himself. 2 oxen harnessed to the newly forged iron plow turned over more earth in a single pass than 10 men could dig by hand. Chief, this is excellent. He ran back, his face alight with a smile. With oxen, land clearance doubles in speed. Lin Ye nodded. Acquire more. Soon the oxen multiplied. 10, 20, 30. The pens expanded repeatedly, and fodder piled like mountains. Horses arrived too. At first a few draft horses used for pulling carts and hauling cargo. Then war horses were exchanged, reserved for future use. Later Mares produced foals that grew into adulthood, and the stables grew ever busier. Sheep came most easily. The city-state had abundant flocks, and a single jar of blue dye could trade for over a dozen. Colin exchanged for 50 at once, and when they drove them to the tribe, the hillsides dotted with white. Chickens were even simpler. A few sacks of wheat bought an entire cage. Colin grew lazy about keeping count, and simply had the caravans bring 2 cages each month. Within half a year, chickens multiplied until they roamed the entire compound, crowing at dawn each morning. Watching those chickens, G suddenly had an idea. Chief, chickens eat insects. There are plenty of pests in the fields. If we let them free range, it saves us the labor of catching them by hand. Lin Ye nodded. Try it. Soon every field was accompanied by a flock of chickens. People turned the earth while chickens pecked at insects, neither task neglected. Half a year later, the livestock enclosures buzzed with life. The ox shed held 40 or 50 head, lowing each morning as they waited to be fed. In the stable, over 20 horses rested, or drew carts, or gambled freely. The sheep pen contained more than 100 sheep, white and gray, pressed together, bleating ceaselessly. The chickens were countless, roaming every corner of the courtyard, their morning crows loud enough to rouse any sleeper. Gobu Yin squatted by the ox shed, staring at the cattle, and thought. Chief, does this mean we are wealthy now? Lin Ye glanced at him. We are. At dusk, Lin Ye stood upon the fortress wall. In the distance, the wheat field stretched to the horizon. Wind swept across, and green waves rolled with a whispering sound. People still worked in the fields, their dense figures casting long shadows in the sunset. Some guided oxen pulling plows, others drove flocks of chickens to forage, still others pushed seed drills. The faint sound of shouting drifted over, the words indistinguishable, but the tone unmistakably joyful. Smoke rose from the blacksmithy's chimneys, and the rhythmic clanging drifted on the wind. 20 furnaces burning together painted half the night sky red. Children ran and played along the field ridges, the older leading the younger chasing the smallest. Some carried earthenware jars of water, others clutched dry rations, and some did nothing but chase behind in pure exuberance. From the ox shed came lowing calls, from the sheep pen came bleating, and in the courtyard chickens flapped their wings. After ensuring there was enough food, Lin Ye began to think about other matters. The city walls were merely wooden stockades. The walls of Shixiao Fort were built from stone, but they could not withstand years of battering rams. The wooden shelters in the tribe were even worse, leaking in the rain and swaying in the wind. They were barely better than caves. He opened the book, Architectural Standards, and flipped through it page by page. He paused at the page about brick burning. Then he stopped again at the page about cement. There was limestone and clay available, but he was not sure about gypsum. But he could search for it. Early the next morning, he summoned Gob Su and Gob Jing. Bricks and cement. We will make them ourselves. Gob Su hesitated for a moment. Leader, I understand bricks. There is a diagram in the book. But what exactly is cement? Lin Ye handed him the book to look at. Limestone mixed with clay ground into powder fired and gypsum added. Harder than lime, suitable for building walls and paving roads. Gob Jing leaned in to glance at it, scratching his head. Leader, can this really work? Lin Ye looked at him. Let us try. Gob Su led people to scout along the stream for 2 days and finally selected a flat stretch of land. It was close to water, making it convenient to collect clay. It was not far from the forest either, and wood was needed for the kills. The ground was level, suitable for building sheds to dry the unfired bricks. Leader, this is the place. Lin Ye examined the land and nodded. First, build the brick kiln. Follow the diagram in the book. The brick kiln took 7 days to build. They laid a stone foundation sealed with yellow clay. The kiln chamber rose over head height with carefully designed fire vents and smoke channels. Next to the kiln, they erected a row of straw sheds for drying the unfired bricks. Gob Su led dozens of people, some digging clay, others mixing mud, and the rest shaping bricks. They crafted more than 20 wooden molds, producing rows of neatly arranged unfired bricks. The first batch yielded 2,000 bricks. Leader, how long should they dry? Lin Ye opened the book. Until completely dry. Discard any cracked ones. After 5 days of drying, over 100 bricks had cracked. Gob Su crouched before the pile of cracked bricks, his expression grim. Leader, was the mud not mixed thoroughly enough? Lin Ye walked over and picked up a cracked, unfired brick to examine. Dried too quickly. They need shaded drying. Gob Su had several more rows of straw sheds built and moved all the remaining unfired bricks inside. After half a month, the unfired bricks were thoroughly dried. The first kiln was loaded with 200 bricks stacked layer upon layer with firewood packed underneath, then ignited. The fire burned for a day and a night. On the evening of the second day, Gob Su opened the kiln door and a wave of intense heat burst outward. He used a hook to pull out a brick and waited for it to cool before picking it up to examine. The brick was red, but some parts were black and some were bluish, and some had fine cracks. Leader, this. Lin Ye took the brick and examined it. Uneven firing. Try again. For the second kiln, Gob Su adjusted the fire channels and enlarged the air vents slightly. They fired again for another day and a night. When they opened the kiln door and pulled out the bricks, the colors were much more uniform. Red ones red, blue ones blue, and none cracked. Gob Su picked one up and knocked on it. The sound was crisp. Leader, this should work now. Lin Ye took the brick and examined it front and back. The surface was smooth, edges sharp and well-defined, and it rang out with a clear tone when struck. Usable. Gob Su grinned broadly, then turned and shouted, make more molds, dig more clay, and build 2 more kilns. Meanwhile, things did not go as smoothly for Gob Jing. Cement required limestone, clay, and gypsum. Limestone was available in the mountains, clay was along the stream, but they did not know where to find gypsum. He took a few people and searched in the mountains for a month. They walked dozens of miles and climbed several mountains, finally finding some white stones in a dried creek bed. They were soft, scratched easily with a small knife. Is this it? He brought the stones back for Lin Ye to examine. Lin Ye opened the book and compared it to the diagram. This should be it. Let us fire some and see. Gob Jing followed the method in the book, first crushing the limestone and mixing it with clay, then grinding it into powder. Grinding powder was exhausting work. Dozens of jean of stone, pound by pound, in a stone mortar yielded only a small bag after a whole day. He poured the powder into the limestone kiln and fired it for a day and a night. What came out was clumped together grayish in color. He ground it into powder again, added some gypsum powder, mixed it with water, and applied it to a stone. He tapped it with his fingers. The sound was solid and ceramic-like. It worked. Gob Jing grinned. The site for cement needed to be close to limestone, close to clay, with water available and firewood nearby. Gob Jing searched for 3 days and finally chose a spot at the foot of the mountain, 2 li from the limestone quarry and not far from the stream. Leader, this is the place. Lin Ye examined the land and nodded. Build the kilns. Build several of them. The cement kiln was more complex than the brick kiln, requiring the ability to fire at higher temperatures. Gob Jing, following the diagrams in the book, built 3 kilns with stone and also constructed sheds for grinding powder and storing materials. It took half a month to complete. The brick factory was the first to get up and running. 3 brick kills fired in rotation and batches of bricks were transported out one after another. The drying sheds were filled with unfired bricks, and with hands still insufficient for shaping bricks, Gob-Su transferred several dozen more people from the reclamation effort. After 1 month, they had fired 6 kills of bricks, forming a small mountain. The cement factory was a bit slower. Grinding powder was exhausting work. Dozens of jean of stone for half a day of grinding. Gob-Jing had several large stone mortars made pulled round and round by oxen, which made grinding much faster. The first batch of cement fired was not much, only a few bags. Gob-Jing tested it. Mixed with sand and applied to a wall, it could not be pried off once dry. He also used it to pave a section of road, and it felt rock solid underfoot. Leader, this stuff is great. Lin Ye looked at the road. Produce more. We will use this for all future road paving and building. 2 months later, the brick factory had 5 kills burning day and night, and bricks were piled into mountains. At the cement factory, 3 kills fired in rotation and dozens of bags of cement were stored. Gob-Su led people to build the first true house using bricks and cement. They laid a stone foundation, built brick walls, sealed the joints with cement, and tiled the roof. Tiles were also newly fired, made with clay molds emerging from the kiln in a brilliant red expanse. On the day it was completed, he pulled Lin Ye to come and see. Leader, take a look. Lin Ye walked and looked at the walls, looked at the ceiling, and stamped his foot on the floor. The floor was cemented and remarkably solid, much sturdier than a wooden shelter. Gob-Su grinned. So we will build all future structures like this. Lin Ye nodded. Gob-Jing was not idle either. More and more cement was fired and roads were extended further and further. They paved a 3-li-long cement road from the cement factory to Shichiao Fort. Ox carts traveled along it smoothly and steadily, and it did not slip even in the rain. Leader, transporting goods will be much faster from now on. Lin Ye crouched down and touched the road. The cement surface was smooth and his fingers left no dust. Continue paving. Extend it all the way to the tribe settlement. In the evening, Lin Ye stood on the fort wall. In the distance, the brick factory chimneys belched smoke, with 5 kills burning day and night. The cement factory chimneys were also smoking, and bags of cement were transported out one after another. Newly built brick houses stood in rows, red walls and gray roofs, far superior to those crooked wooden shelters. The cement road extended from beneath his feet into the distance, its gray-white surface gleaming in the evening sun. Lin walked over and stood beside him. Leader, in these past 6 months we have changed considerably. Lin Ye nodded. We have enough bricks now, enough cement, and roads are paved. What is next? Lin Ye did not speak. He gazed into the distance for a long, long time. The sun slowly set, and the sky was ablaze with red. He turned and walked down from the fort wall. The brick factory chimneys were still smoking. He walked toward them. After securing enough bricks and cement, Lin Ye summoned the squad leaders to Stonebridge Fortress. Gabu Yin, Gabu Jing, Gabu Su, Gabu Lung, Gabu Hu, Gabu Ji, and Colin squatted in a row, wondering what their leader had in mind. Lin Ye spread out a beast hide on which crooked lines had been drawn. This is the tribe. This is Stonebridge Fortress. He pointed to an empty space in the middle. We need to build a road made of cement to connect the 2 sides. Gabu Su's eyes lit up. Leader, we already paved 3 li of cement road. Laying another few dozen li won't be a problem. Lin Ye looked at him. Not a few dozen li. It's to build the entire tribe into a city. Several people froze. Gabu Yin spoke first. City. Lin Ye nodded. Lin City. It took Colin 3 days to draw up the blueprint for Lin City. The city was not large, square, and neat, surrounded by brick walls on all sides. Inside the walls, several zones were divided. On the south side, people lived in rows of brick houses reserved for ordinary tribesmen. The north side was the workshop area with the blacksmith shop, brick kiln, and cement factory, all moved there. The east side held granaries and warehouses for storing grain and materials. The west side contained the leaders' residences along with a medical hall and a school. An open space was left in the center for assemblies. Lin Ye looked at the blueprint without speaking. Colin waited beside him for a while before unable to resist asking. Leader, is it acceptable? Lin Ye nodded. Acceptable. Build the walls first. Gabu Su led the people transporting bricks from the brick factory to the construction site. The cement road had already reached the edge of the tribe, and ox carts made trip after trip, able to make several round trips in a day. Bricks piled into mountains, cement piled into mountains. Enough to use. The wall foundation was padded with stones, bricks were stacked up, and cement was used to seal the gaps. After reaching 3 chi in height, they continued stacking upward. Several hundred people worked together. Those digging foundations, those mixing cement, those passing bricks. Shouts filled the air, all with blazing fervor. Half a month later, the wall had risen to half a person's height. After 1 month, it reached a person's height. 2 months later, the 4 walls joined together. Gabu Su stood atop the wall, hands on his hips, looking down. Leader, the wall is done. Lin Ye stood beneath the wall, gazing at the brand new brick fortification. Gray and dusty, the cement was smooth and level, sturdier than he had imagined. What about the city gate? Gabu Su scratched his head. It's being made. Wooden core wrapped in iron sheets. While the walls were being built, the roadwork never stopped. From Stonebridge Fortress to Lin City, it was a straight-line distance of over 30 li, but winding along it measured about 40 li. Gabu Lung led people to scout the route, selecting the most direct path. Gabu Su led the people in laying the road, advancing 1 li at a time. As soon as a section of cement road was finished, the ox carts could use that section. Those transporting bricks, transporting grain, transporting people, coming and going, bustling with activity. 2 months later, the road was complete. Colin stood at the gate of Stonebridge Fortress, gazing at the gray-white road surface extending continuously into the forest. Leader, from now on a trip can be made and returned in 1 day. Lin Ye nodded. The walls were built, the roads were connected. Lin Ye turned his attention back to Stonebridge Fortress. The fortress walls were made of stacked stones, but only a little over 1 person tall. A battering ram could smash through them in just a few strikes. Gabu Su led people to add another layer of bricks on the outside of the fortress wall. The brick wall was thicker than the stone wall, and the cement was applied tightly. Even a battering ram would struggle against it. The fortress gate was replaced with a new one, a wooden core wrapped in iron sheets. The iron sheets were forged by Gabu Jing and his apprentices, thick and firmly nailed in place. Arrow towers were added to the fortress walls where people could stand and shoot arrows. The arrow towers were also built of bricks sturdier than wood. After a month of work, Stonebridge Fortress was completely transformed. Gabu Yin stood on the fortress wall, patting the newly laid bricks. Leader, now they can't get in even if they attack. Lin Ye nodded. The walls were built, the roads were paved, the fortress was reinforced. Lin Ye turned his attention to the borders. To the north was Eagle Rock Fortress, to the east was White Poplar Fortress, and to the south was River Corner Fortress. Although they had been granted titles, who knew what would happen 2 years from now? He sent Gabu Lung to lead people in building sentry posts at several key locations along the border. The sentry posts were not large, just a small room that could house a few people and send signals by fire. Built of bricks with cement finishing sturdier than wooden shelters. Each sentry post was guarded by scouts rotating in shifts, watching the movements to the north and east around the clock. Leader, if anyone comes, we'll know in advance. Lin Ye nodded. The city was built, people moved in, and the workshop area bustled with activity. Gabu Jing led the apprentices in moving the blacksmith shop from Stonebridge Fortress. 20 furnaces weren't enough, so another 20 were built. 40 furnaces burned day and night, the clang of hammers ringing from dawn to dusk. Leader, we've divided into several operations. Gabu Jing pointed to the various sheds. This operation specializes in farming tools, sickles, hoes, plowshares, and the like. That operation specializes in weapons, swords, spears, arrowheads. Over there specializes in iron sheets and nails for building houses. Lin Ye looked at those sheds, smithing, and more smithing. Enough. Gabu Jing grinned. Enough. More apprentices, more hands. On the west side of the city, Gabu, who led people in building a large house. Built of bricks with cement finishing, divided into several rooms inside. One for consultations, one for brewing medicine, one for resting and recovering. A wooden sign hung at the door written by Colin, Medical Hall, in 2 characters. When Lin Ye went to inspect Gabu, who was squatting at the door drying medicinal herbs. Basket after basket neatly arranged. Leader, from now on those who are ill can come here, instead of lying in their own nests. Lin Ye nodded. More people kept arriving, so more houses had to be built. Gabu Su led people building rows after rows. First the leaders' houses, then the ordinary tribesmen's. One house after another, leaving passages and drainage ditches. Over half a year, over 300 brick houses were built. When Colin calculated the accounts, his hands were trembling. Leader, there are enough houses now. That evening, Lin Ye stood on the city wall gazing at this newborn city. The sun was setting, the sky ablaze in red. In the city kitchen, smoke rose lazily, the workshop area glowed with furnace fires, and the medical hall still had its lights on. Children ran about on the open ground, their shouts drifting on the wind. By the time Lin Ye emerged from the blacksmith's forge, the sky had already turned pitch black. The furnace flames still blazed, and the clanging of hammers echoed from the shed. 20 forges roaring in unison, a cacophony that made one's ears ache. Goblin Thorn crouched by the doorway, flipping through the worn pages of Basics of Craftsmanship by the firelight. The book's edges were curled, covered in soot and charcoal dust. Lin Ye walked over and crouched down beside him. Are the blades enough? Goblin Thorn looked up, pondered for a moment. Enough, but not fast enough. He pointed at the apprentices bustling in the shed. Right now we can forge 10 blades and 30 spearheads a day. If war comes, it won't be enough. Lin Ye nodded. He rose and headed into the city. Moonlight spilled over the newly laid cement road, a gray-white ribbon stretching all the way to the city gate. Shadows flickered on the walls, sentries patrolling. In the distance a cow lowed and occasional sounds came from the sheep pen. As he walked, he calculated in his mind. 954 adult males. After deducting sentries, hunting parties, construction, transport, and farming, roughly a little over 500 could be spared. Enough to form a standing army. The next morning Lin Ye summoned the chieftains to the council chamber. Calling it a council chamber was generous. It was merely a large brick house in the west of the city, empty except for a layer of dried straw on the floor. Goblin Rock, Goblin Thorn, Goblin Swift, Goblin Edge, Goblin Spine, Colin, and Blade 1 crouched in a row. Lin Ye stood before them. We're going to establish an army. Several heads lifted. Goblin Rock spoke first. Chieftain, how many? 500. Chosen from the adult males. Goblin Swift was taken aback. 500. Then who will tend the fields? Who will fire the bricks? Lin Ye looked at him. The fields will still be tended, the bricks still fired. Take 500, and over 400 remain. Colin muttered calculations beside him. 954 minus 500 leaves 454. Enough. Lin Ye continued. Blade 1, your Blade Fong veterans will be the backbone. Blade 1 nodded. 5 companies. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Each company has 100 men. Companies are divided into platoons into squads. The group exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding. Lin Ye crouched down and drew on the ground with his finger. He drew a large circle for company, 3 medium circles for platoon, and 9 small circles for squad. Layer upon layer, the chieftain stared for a long time, slowly grasping the meaning. Goblin Rock pointed at the largest circle. Chieftain, do I command this? Lin Ye nodded. You'll be the battalion commander in charge of 5 companies. He then pointed at Blade 1. Blade 1 company commander in charge of Metal Company. Blade 2 company commander, Wood Company. Blade 3 company commander, Water Company. Blade 5 company commander, Fire Company. Blade 7 company commander, Earth Company. All 5 company commanders were Blade Fong veterans. Blade 1 straightened his back. Yes, sir. Lin Ye drew again on the ground. Each company has 3 platoons, platoon leaders chosen from Blade Fong. Each platoon has 3 squads, squad leaders chosen from the veterans. He looked up at Goblin Rock. You select the soldiers. Pick the young, the agile, the obedient. Goblin Rock nodded. In the afternoon, the open ground was lined with ranks. Adult male goblins came from all directions, a dark sea of figures standing. Some had just returned from the fields, still caked with mud. Others rushed from the brick kiln, hands covered in ash. Some came from the hunting party, knives still tucked at their waists. Over 900 of them packed tightly together. Goblin Rock stood at the front of the formation, holding a piece of animal hide, with crooked symbols drawn on it. Blade 1 stood beside him with Blade 2, 3, 5, and 7 lined up behind. Everyone stand still. Goblin Rock bellowed. The crowd quieted a bit, but was still disorderly. Blade 1 frowned, strode over, and kicked a restless goblin on the leg. The creature yelped and stood frozen in place. It took half an hour to finally arrange the 900 plus into 10 columns. Goblin Rock began selecting. You step out. You step out. You also step out. Each selected one moved to the side. Blade 1 and the others watched, occasionally pointing. That one's too skinny, no. That one's got a sharp look, take him. By sunset, 500 were gathered. The remaining 400 plus were sent back to work, glancing back with a mix of envy and relief. Envy for those chosen and relief that they themselves wouldn't have to drill every day. Night fell. Torches were lit on the open ground. The 500 selected goblins crouched in 5 clusters of 100 corresponding to the 5 companies. Lin Ye walked over holding a stack of leather strips. On each strip, charcoal symbols were drawn: Metal 1, Metal 2, Metal 3. Wood 1, Wood 2. All the way to Earth 100. Everyone tie these around your wrist. Blade 1 took the strips and began distributing them. Metal Company received strips starting with metal, Wood Company with wood, and so on. The numbers ranged from 1 to 100 and no duplicates. Some goblins took the strips, turning them over and over, wondering what they were for. Blade 2 slapped one on the back. Tie it on. 500 hands fumbled to tie the strips around their wrists, some crooked, some too tight, causing yelps, some too loose that fell to the ground and were picked up again. After half an hour of fussing, they were finally all tied. Lin Ye stood under the torchlight watching the uneven strips, saying nothing. From now on, this is your designation. 500 heads looked up at him. Some understood, some didn't, but all remembered the gesture. The chieftain pointed at the leather strips on their wrists. At dawn, a whistle sounded across the open ground. The whistle was made of pottery crafted by Goblin Swift, a shrill, piercing sound that carried far. 500 came rushing from all directions, some still rubbing their eyes, some tying their strips as they ran, some running the wrong way and being pulled back. It took half an hour to finally form up. Blade 1 stood at the front, his face dark. Too slow. He walked to the first row, staring at a scrawny goblin. The creature with Metal 37 on his wrist trembled under the gaze. Tomorrow, be in position before sunrise. Latecomers get no food. Metal 37 nodded frantically. Blade 1 stepped back 2 paces and began shouting commands. Attention. 500 stood motionless, not knowing what attention meant. Blade 1 grabbed a goblin by the shoulder and pushed him forward a step. Then he grabbed another and pulled him back. After much fussing, the formation finally took some shape. Eyes right. Still no understanding. Blade 1 side walked to the head of the first row, pointed at his own eyes, then pointed to the right. He repeated this with the second row. 500 fumbled along, some looking left, some right, some staring at their own feet. Blade 2 couldn't help but laugh, earning a glare from Blade 1. After an hour, the formation could barely stand in a line. Though crooked, at least no one was running around. Goblin Rock walked over and stood before the ranks. Today we only practice one thing. He raised his hand and pointed at his own feet. Walk. He took a step forward. 500 stared, unmoving. Follow me. He took another step. The front few finally reacted, taking a step after him. Those behind, seeing the front move, followed suit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 500 marched forward in a chaotic mess, some fast, some slow, some stopping every few steps to look at others. After 100 steps, the formation stretched into a crooked serpent. Blade 1 walked alongside, cursing as he went. Metal Company, keep up. Wood Company, don't fall behind. Earth Company, look ahead. After an hour, the 500 were exhausted and swaying, but at least they could move forward together, albeit still crooked. At noon break, Goblin Thorn led people carrying baskets of roasted pork. 500 crouched on the ground, each receiving a piece, wolfing it down. Metal 37 sat at the edge, gnawing on the meat, looking down at the leather strip on his wrist. It was soaked with sweat, but the Metal 37 was still visible. He looked up at Lin Ye in the distance. The chieftain was crouched at the base of the city wall, talking with Goblin Rock. Metal 37 lowered his head and continued eating. At the blacksmith's forge, work continued day and night. All 20 furnaces were blazing with apprentices working in shifts. Goblin Thorn led a few skilled hands specializing in forging blades and spearheads. Newcomers were responsible for making iron plates for leather armor, sharpening arrowheads, and binding spear shafts. On the first day, they produced 20 blades and 50 spearheads. On the second, 25 blades and 60 spearheads. On the third day, 30 blades and 70 spearheads. Blade 5 ran to the forge daily, transporting the finished weapons to the open ground and bringing back damaged ones for repair. Master, this blade's edge is chipped. Master, the spearhead is bent. Master, we're running out of iron plates for armor. Goblin Thorn fixed each one, recorded each one, cursed each one. After 7 days, the 500 were finally beginning to look like soldiers. They could stand straight in formation, march and step, and though turning was still chaotic, at least they didn't collide. Blade 1 stood before the ranks and shouted, "Attention." 500 snapped to attention, feet together, hands at their sides. Though a few were still crooked, it was far better than the first day. Blade 1 shouted again, "Eyes right." 500 turned their heads in unison to the right. Though a few turned the wrong way, overall it was acceptable. Goblin Rock nodded from the side. He stepped forward and announced, "Starting tomorrow, we train with blades." 500 looked up at him, some excited, some nervous. "Train poorly, and you get no meat." 500 straightened their backs in unison. Evening. The 500 were arranged in 5 square formations, practicing marching in place. The setting sun shone on them, their green skin glistening, dust rising in clouds with each step. Blade 1 shouted commands in front of the formation, his voice carried on the wind. On the 15th day of his knife practice, Lin Ye summoned Gobi Yen. "About time." Gobi Yen hesitated. "Leader, it's only been half a month." Lin Ye gazed at him. "For raiding small tribes, it's sufficient." Gobi Yen said nothing more. That very night, the 5 company leaders were summoned to the War Council Hall. A beast hide was spread across the ground, bearing a crude map of the central forest. This was the result of Gobi Lung's scout team spending 3 months on reconnaissance. Lin Ye crouched before the map, pointing to several locations with his finger. Southeast, a knoll camp, 30-some. West, a goblin nest, 20-some more. North, a goblin tribe, over 50. And scattered about groups of a dozen or so, 7 or 8 positions. He raised his head, looking at the 5 company leaders. "Clear them one by one. Start with the small ones to warm up." Blade 1 nodded. Blade 2 licked his lips. Blade 3 gripped his sword hilt. Blade 5 and Blade 7 exchanged glances, but said nothing. Lin Ye turned to Gobi Yen. "You lead the battalion headquarters and observe. I won't give commands, you will. First, battle the goblin nest." 3 days later, just as dawn was breaking, the Earth Company moved out first. The goblin nest lay within a rocky outcrop to the west, housing over 20 goblins, males, females, and young alike. Blade 7 led the Earth Company's 100 soldiers, approaching to 200 paces outside the rocky outcrop at dawn. This was the Earth Company's first real battle. 100 goblins crouched in the bushes, some trembling as they gripped their blades, others clenching their teeth in silence, their eyes fixed intently on what lay ahead. Blade 7 lowered his voice, summoning the 3 platoon leaders before him. "First platoon circles left, second platoon circles right, third platoon follows me for a frontal push. When you hear my whistle, charge together. Remember the leader's words. All males, kill them all." The 3 platoon leaders nodded and dispersed. A quarter hour later, Blade 7 raised his clay whistle and blew with all his might. Twee! The sharp whistle shattered the tranquility of dawn. The 3rd platoon burst from their hiding spots, simultaneously surging toward the rocky outcrop. The goblin nest descended into chaos. Several male goblins scrambled out of their holes, clutching stone axes and wooden clubs, their eyes widening as they beheld the green-skinned figures emerging from every direction. They froze for an instant, then turned and fled. Those who tried to run were cornered at the cave entrance. Blade 7 charged to the front, slashing down a male goblin that lunged at him with a stone axe. The soldiers behind poured into the cave, cutting down every male they found, their blades striking true at vital points. Deep within the cave, several female goblins huddled together, clutching their 7 or 8 young, trembling uncontrollably. Blade 7 stood at the cave entrance, peering inside. "Come out." The female goblins didn't understand the words, but they understood the blade. Clutching their offspring, they crawled out one by one. Count 11 adult male goblins, all killed, 7 female goblins, 13 young, all taken captive. Second battle, the Knoll camp. 3 days later, the water company mobilized. Objective: over 30 gnolls to the southeast. Gnolls were harder to fight than goblins. They were strong, fast, and wielded crude stone axes. Leading the water company, Blade 3 didn't dare charge headlong. He first sent scouts to gather intelligence. At dusk, the water company approached to within 100 paces of the Knoll camp. The gnolls were feasting on a wild deer, with a dozen adult males tearing at the carcass, while females and young huddled nearby, awaiting the scraps. Blade 3 observed for a while before calling the 3 platoon leaders over. First platoon looses arrows, first drop a few. Second and third platoons charge from both flanks. Don't let them scatter. Males not one spared. When the moon rose high, the assault began. The first platoon's archers rose from their concealment, and 20 bows released in unison. Arrows whistled through the air, piercing the gnoll ranks. 3 males dropped instantly. The rest erupted into panic. Some bolted into the forest, others seized stone axes and charged toward where the arrows had flown. The second and third platoons burst from both flanks, colliding head-on with the charging gnolls. The clash of steel against flesh, screams, roars, all blended into a cacophony of battle. Blade 3 locked onto the mightiest leader among them, charging forward with blade raised. The leader swung his axe in a vicious arc. Blade 3 sidestepped, then hacked into its flank with a backhand strike. The leader crumpled with a blood-curdling shriek, and the water company soldiers finished him with a flurry of blades. The battle raged for half an hour. By dawn, the water company marched back to the city with their captives. Count 18 adult male gnolls, all killed, 10 female gnolls, 15 young, all taken captive. Third battle, the Goblin tribe. The Goblin tribe to the north was the largest, over 50 strong, with a chieftain of their own. Lin Ye led the assault in person. The gold, wood, and fire companies all deployed, surrounding the tribe from 3 sides. Before departure, Lin Ye gave only one instruction. Same species, try to take them alive. Only kill those who resist. Blade 1, Blade 2, and Blade 5 nodded. That night, the 3 companies crept to within 200 paces of the tribe. The gold company approached from the left, the wood company from the right, the fire company from the front. The 3 forces advanced silently through the darkness. Lin Ye crouched behind a boulder, eyes fixed on the tribe ahead. Campfires still burned, a few sentries slumped against trees, dozing. He lowered his hand. All 3 companies moved simultaneously. The gold company reached the left flank first. Blade 1 personally led the neutralization of 2 sentries, not killed but wrestled down and bound with ropes, their mouths gagged. Then he waved his hand, and the gold company surged over the barricades. Males were tackled, pinned, and bound. The wood company burst in from the right, crashing into a cluster of goblins just roused from sleep. Blade 2 pounced on 2 of them, and soldiers behind piled on to hold the rest down. The fire company charged straight ahead, with Blade 5 at the lead, sprinting directly for the largest hut. The chieftain had just stumbled out when Blade 5 tackled him to the ground, blade pressed to his throat. "Don't move." The chieftain struggled twice, then, seeing the sea of enemies surrounding him, went still. The females and young huddled in a corner, shrieking as they pressed together. The battle lasted less than half an hour. By dawn, the 3 companies marched back to the city with their captives. Count 32 adult male goblins, 31 conscripted, 1 killed resisting, 15 adult female goblins, 28 young, all taken captive. The chieftain was brought before Lin Ye alone. Lin Ye crouched down, meeting his gaze. "Kneel or die." The chieftain bowed his head, exposing the back of his neck. Lin Ye gave him the name Gobi Wolf. Scattered clearance. Over the following month, the 5 companies rotated their campaigns. The scattered small tribes of the central forest, groups of a dozen or so scattered across 7 or 8 locations, were eliminated one by one. Some hid in tree hollows, some lurked in rocky crevices, some lived in dense thickets. The scout teams scouted ahead, the army swept through behind them. When encountering goblin tribes, males were conscripted, females and young taken captive. When encountering gnolls, goblins, or half-orcs, all males killed, females and young taken captive. Some soldiers killed for the first time, their hands shaking as they swung their blades, then crouched and retched after the fight. Blade 1 walked over and kicked one in the rear. "What's there to puke about? Next time it could be you on the receiving end." The soldier wiped his mouth, stood up, and continued marching with the unit. Some soldiers grew blood-crazy, chasing fleeing males and slashing at them for half a li before the platoon leader cursed them back. Some soldiers couldn't bring themselves to strike and were slapped publicly by the company leader, then grabbed by the scruff and forced to look at the dead males of the foreign races. "Look clearly. They are not our kind." Keep them alive and someday they'll turn on us. The soldier's eyes reddened, but he nodded. When conscripting goblins, the atmosphere was entirely different. Blade 2 crouched before a pinned goblin and tossed it a piece of dried meat. Eat. Once you eat, you're one of us. The goblin stared at the meat, then at the people around it before snatching it up and devouring it ravenously. Then it bowed its head, baring the back of its neck. Blade 2 patted its head. Get up, stand in the back. On the 10th day of rest, Lin Ye summoned several heads to the council hall. Gobi Yin, Gobi Jing, Gobi Su, Gobi Lung, Gobi Hu, Gobi Ji Kellen, and the newly promoted Gobi Lang squatted in a neat row. Lin Ye stood before them in silence. He crouched down and traced a horizontal line on the ground with his finger. Previously our numbers were few. I spoke and you obeyed. He then drew a vertical line bisecting the horizontal one. Now there are over 3,000 of us. I cannot watch over every single one of you day and night. The heads exchanged glances, hardly grasping the meaning. Kellen, standing aside, clarified, the chief means that with so many people we cannot manage everything by waiting for his orders. There must be rules and everyone should follow them. Gobi Yin frowned. Rules? What kind of rules? Lin Ye fixed his gaze upon him. What of those who steal? What of those who brawl? What of those who snatch others' food? Gobi Yin hesitated. In the goblins' understanding, stealing and plundering were perfectly natural. Whoever was stronger ate their fill, whoever lost deserved to go hungry. What concept of rules existed among them? Yet Gobi Yin offered no objection. Whatever the chief said must be right. Lin Ye turned his gaze to Kellen. You have studied human law, you know how to craft such things. Kellen scratched his head. Chief, the human legal codes are thick enough to kill a man. We cannot copy them directly. We must make something simple. Lin Ye nodded. Simple yet sufficient. One rule at a time. The first article, theft. Kellen spent 3 days drafting the first version of the regulations. He crouched on the floor of the council hall, inscribing each character with a charcoal pen onto an animal hide, then reading it aloud to the heads. The first rule: whoever steals shall be punished tenfold. Steal a bag of grain, forfeit 3. If there is no grain, to forfeit labor until the debt is repaid. Gobi Lung raised his hand. What if one steals yet refuses to admit it? Kellen glanced at him. Then punish according to the severest penalty. 10 times over. Gobi Lung shrank his neck. Lin Ye nodded. Accepted. The second article, fighting. Kellen continued reading. The second rule: whoever throws the first punch shall be punished. Whoever injures another shall compensate for medical costs. Whoever kills another. He paused, glancing toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds. Intentionally killing a kinsman demands the penalty of death. Gobi Su blinked. Chief, in the past those who died were simply cast aside. Lin Ye regarded him. That changes now. Gobi Su bowed his head. What of those who are not kinsmen? Gobi Lang spoke up suddenly. As a recently affiliated member, he was still unfamiliar with their customs. Lin Ye turned to him. The Jackalmen and Spriggans now belong to our tribe. They are treated equally. Gobi Lang nodded. The third article, distributing goods. Kellen continued. The third rule: meat and grain shall be divided by head count. Whoever takes extra shall forfeit their next ration. Gobi Hu nodded. This is good. In the past the strong always snatched more, leaving the weak with nothing. Gobi Ji also nodded. The grain harvested from the fields must also be distributed according to rules. Not whoever grabs it first gets to keep it. Lin Ye observed them all. Accepted. The fourth article, labor. Kellen flipped through the animal hides. The fourth rule: those who refuse to work shall receive no food. Those who skip labor for 3 consecutive days shall be expelled from the settlement. Gobi Su frowned. Chief, what of those who are ill? Lin Ye looked at Gobi Hu. Gobi Hu immediately replied, the ill shall go to the infirmary, and I shall issue a pass. With that pass they may receive rations. Lin Ye nodded. Accepted. The schoolhouse. After the regulations were established, Lin Ye visited the schoolhouse. It was a large brick building in the western district, housing 300 or 400 young ones, the older supervising the younger, who huddled together in clusters. Gobi, who accompanied by several females, was teaching them to recognize symbols. Lin Ye entered, and the young ones all raised their heads in unison to look at him. He crouched down, gazing at the closest one. A leather band around its wrist bore the marking Young 274. Do you recognize this? Young 274 glanced down at the leather band, then looked up at Lin Ye and shook its head. Lin Ye pointed to the symbols on the band. Young 274. This is your name. Young 274 stared blankly, striving to memorize the shape of those 2 symbols. Lin Ye rose and walked over to Gobi Hu. The schoolhouse too must have rules. Gobi Hu nodded. Chief, please instruct. 3 symbols per day. Those who fail to learn them shall receive no meat. Gobi Hu was startled, then smiled. This is excellent. They are learning slowly now. They need some pressure. Lin Ye looked again toward the young ones. The older shall guide the younger. Those who strike others shall receive no meat. The young ones all nodded in unison. The infirmary. The infirmary stood at the opposite end of the western district, a large brick building divided into several rooms. Gobi, whose people had piled medicinal herbs at the entrance, currently hauling them into the sheds. Lin Ye walked inside and saw several wounded lying on beds of dry straw. Some had been injured by stones while clearing land, others fell during training, and one had bandages wrapped around his leg from the cleansing campaign. Gobi, who followed close beside him. Chief, the infirmary now receives 20 to 30 patients daily. The herbs suffice, but we lack sufficient personnel. Lin Ye looked at her. Train apprentices. Establish the rules. Gobi, who nodded. The critically injured shall be treated first, the mildly injured shall queue. Those who cut in line shall receive no medicine. Gobi, who recorded the words. The forge. At the forge, all 20 furnaces blazed, their ringing sounds filling the air. Gobi Jing squatted at the entrance, flipping through basic craftsmanship. This was already his third copy, the previous two had been thoroughly worn out. Lin Ye walked over and squatted beside him. Are the tools sufficient? Gobi Jing looked up. They are. But with more people now, some lack care. Tools taken out break within days, and repairing them consumes considerable effort. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. Establish a rule: tools must be registered when issued, and broken ones must be returned for repair. Whoever intentionally destroys tools shall forfeit meat for 3 days. Gobi Jing's eyes lit up. This is excellent. I shall have Ren Wu keep records. The first case. On the 5th day after the rules were set, the first case arose. A soldier under Jean Lien, designated Jean 47, stole a bag of dried meat from his squad mate. The victim, Jean 52, discovered the missing meat and reported it directly to his platoon leader. The platoon leader summoned Jean 47 for questioning, but he flatly denied it. Upon searching his sleeping quarters, the stolen meat was found concealed beneath the straw. According to the rules, steal 1, forfeit 10. Jean 47 possessed neither 10 bags of meat nor the means to repay, so he was assigned to labor. He was transferred to the brickworks, working 2 extra hours daily. After 10 days of relentless toil, he finally settled his debt. Word spread quickly, reaching all 5 companies. When Jean 47 returned gaunt and thinner, no one mocked him. The way others looked at him had changed, not with contempt, but with sober remembrance. Stealing does bring real punishment. When Ren Ye reported this matter to Lin Ye nodded slightly. Excellent. A single punishment serves as a warning to many. 1 month later, the month of rest had concluded. Kellen, clutching the newly compiled rulebook, crouched before Lin Ye and reported item by item. Chief, the rules have been in effect for 1 month, producing 5 cases. He opened the ledger. 2 cases of theft, both punished. 3 cases of fighting, those who struck first, all penalized. 3 slackers who refused to work, starved for 1 meal, and then behaved themselves. At the schoolhouse, the young ones now recognized symbols much faster. The older guide the younger, competing in their studies daily. At the infirmary, Gobi, who has trained 4 apprentices who can now assist with wound dressing. At the forge, registered tool borrowing has decreased breakage. He closed the ledger and grinned broadly. Chief, these rules. It seems they truly do work. The border reconnaissance plan was set for 10 days later. But on the 4th night, Lin Ye could not sleep. He sat in the depths of the nest, poring over the book, Basic Craftsmanship, by the flicker of an oil lamp. The pages were already worn and curled at the edges, each illustration studied no fewer than 3 times. Yet he continued turning the pages one after another, searching for something he himself could not name. The flame of the oil lamp flickered. He turned to a certain page and stopped. The illustration on that page was simple: 3 small piles marked with peculiar symbols beside them. 1, 2, 3. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal. He stared at those characters, and something detonated in his mind. Fragments, firecrackers, explosives, for blasting mountains, black powder. Those images flashed rapidly, like viewing something through a sheet of water. He had seen them in his previous life, never used them, but he knew they existed. He knew it could explode, knew the color it burned, knew it had transformed warfare. Lin Ye fell silent for a long while. The oil lamp burned down and went out. In the darkness, he sat motionless. Then he rose, stepped out of the nest. Gob Jing emerged from the blacksmith's workshop, his hands still bearing traces of charcoal, soot, his face smeared with sweat and grime. He had just extinguished the furnace and was preparing for sleep. Leader. Lin Ye stood in the moonlight, opened the book, and handed it to him, pointing at that page. Look at this. Gob Jing leaned closer, squinting at the page by moonlight, then raised his head to look at Lin Ye, utterly bewildered. Leader, what's drawn on this page? 3 piles. Lin Ye looked at him. Something that can explode. Gather the materials as the book instructs. Gob Jing hesitated. Explode. Lin Ye nodded. Can blast apart stones, can kill people. Gob Jing's eyes slowly brightened. That light held no fear. It was the gleam of a blacksmith seeing a new forging technique. Leader, this thing. We can make it. Lin Ye regarded him. Try. Gob Jing scratched his head, turning the book over and over again. Leader, these things written here. Sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal. Charcoal, we have plenty. The brick kiln burns every day. What's saltpeter? What's sulfur? Lin Ye squatted down and traced characters in the dirt with his finger. In the moonlight, each stroke was carved deep. Sulfur, yellow stones that burn with a strange odor. Might find them at Iron Anvil Fortress, the kind dug from the mines. Gob Jing nodded, crouching beside him, carefully memorizing. Saltpeter, scrape it from beneath old walls. Near latrines, beside pig pens. those white frost-like substances invisible when damp, appearing as a layer when dry. Scrape it off, boil it in water, and it can be refined. Gob Jing's eyes widened. Mouth agape. Leader, how do you know all this? Lin Ye did not speak. He rose and gazed into the distance. The forest was pitch black, nothing visible. Go find sulfur first. The next morning, Gob Jing sent 2 apprentices to Iron Anvil Fortress. 5 days later, they returned with a bundle of yellow-orange, or sulfur fist-sized, releasing a pungent odor when broken. Lum had sent them as a gift, saying they were mined from the mountains, usable in medicine for treating scabies, no charge. Gob Jing then sent people to scrape for saltpeter from latrine edges, pig pens beneath old walls. 3 days of scraping yielded 3 clay pots of gray-white powder mixed with grass clippings, manure, and mud, too filthy to recognize. Charcoal needed no gathering. The brick kiln burned daily. The finest charcoal delivered pot after pot to the workshop. The materials were ready. Lin Ye led Gob Jing and 3 of the most trusted Ye soldiers into the depths of the forest. 5 li from the city, they found a shady mountain hollow. Surrounded by stone on all sides, fire could not spread. Above, dense canopy filtered sunlight into scattered fragments. Gob Jing laid out the materials. 3 pots of saltpeter earth, a bundle of sulfur, a basket of charcoal, several clay pots, and a stone mortar. He scratched his head and looked at Lin Ye. Leader, what do we do next? Lin Ye opened the book and pointed to the steps illustrated there. First, refine the saltpeter. Crude earth saltpeter is impure. Boil it, filter it, and evaporate it. Gob Jing nodded and directed his men to build a stove, set up the pots, and start the fire. They poured the saltpeter earth into the pot, added water, and brought it to a boil, filtering it through hemp cloth. The filtered water was boiled again and filtered again. After 3 rounds, the gray-black liquid gradually clarified. When the final pot of water boiled dry, a layer of snow-white saltpeter crystallized at the bottom, fine as salt, glittering. Gob Jing touched a bit with his finger and placed it in his mouth. Bitter. He spat it out, but his eyes grew brighter. Leader, it worked. Lin Ye then pointed to the book's formula. Saltpeter 7 coins, sulfur 1.5, charcoal 1.5. Mix, evenly grind, gently, do not pound. Gob Jing followed the instructions. Using a wooden spoon, he measured each ingredient precisely, poured them on a hemp cloth, and gently rubbed them together. After half an hour of grinding, he opened the cloth to inspect. The powder was fine and black like the finest charcoal dust, with a pungent smell that made his eyes water. Lin Ye stepped back several paces. Test it. Gob Jing wrapped a small pinch of the black powder in mulberry bark paper, shaping it into a small packet with a long, thin fuse trailing out, also made of twisted paper, filled with medicinal powder. He placed the small packet on a flat stone, leaving the fuse stretched out along the stone's surface. Everyone retreated more than 20 paces, hiding behind a large boulder. Gob Jing raised his bow. The arrowhead was bound with a ball of oil-soaked hemp that blazed brightly, flames dancing furiously in the wind. He aimed carefully. Whoosh! The fire arrow traced an arc through the air and landed beside the fuse. Sparks flew onto it. Hiss! The fuse ignited, sending up white smoke like a writhing serpent, burning rapidly toward the packet. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the mountain hollow. A flash of fire, the small packet on the stone exploded into fragments, black smoke billowing 30 or 40 feet high, rock shards scattering and striking the surrounding tree trunks with sharp crackling sounds. Echoes rolled through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. Several Ye soldiers dropped to the ground in terror, hands clasped over their heads, not daring to move for a long while. Gob Jing stood frozen, mouth agape, bow still raised, forgotten in his hand. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing the stone, split in two with a bowl-sized crater gouged in the center, its edges charred black. Lin Ye rose from behind the rock, watching the last wisps of black smoke dissipate. It worked. For the next 10 days, Lin Ye and Gob Jing remained in the mountain hollow, never leaving. They tested the formula over and over. Too much saltpeter made the explosion too rapid, too much sulfur produced thick smoke, but weak force, too much charcoal prevented ignition. They adjusted the dosage repeatedly. Too little failed to blast the stone apart, too much shattered the clay pot entirely, sending iron shards flying, nearly injuring someone. Finally, they settled on the formula: saltpeter 7 coins, sulfur 1.5, charcoal 1.5. They used clay pots the size of a fist filled with 3 ounces of powder. The opening was sealed with yellow clay, a fuse inserted, the exterior coated with hemp cloth soaked in saltpeter water. Once dry, it hardened like stone. Gob Jing gave the device a name: Sky-Shaking Thunder. He cradled the first one he made, turning it over and over, gazing at it, as one might gaze at a newborn infant. Leader, if this thing were thrown into a crowd of enemies. He did not finish. Lin Ye understood what he meant. Lin Ye flipped through the book again and found another illustration, one buried underground that would explode only when stepped upon. He handed the book to Gob Jing. Can you make this? Gob Jing studied it for 3 days. He crouched on the ground, studying the diagram, sketching lines with a twig, attempting 5 times, and blowing off his own hand twice before finally creating the first functional one. Instead of a clay pot, it was a wooden box, thin planks nailed together filled with powder with a thin board on top. Beneath the board, 2 crossed bamboo sticks were pressed down connected to the fuse. When stepped upon, the board pressed down, the bamboo sticks released, the mechanism struck fire, igniting the fuse. On the 5th evening, he buried the landmine on a path and hurled a stone onto it. Boom! The ground erupted with a crater the size of a washbasin, dirt and rocks flying 30 feet high. Gob Jing rushed back from his hiding spot, his face split in a grin that crinkled his eyes completely. Leader, it works. Explodes only when stepped on. Won't explode if our own people don't step on it. The first batch consisted of 20 sky-shaking thunders and 10 landmines. Lin Ye summoned the 5 squad leaders and had them stand before the stack of dark clay pots. Each his soldier carries 2 sky-shaking thunders and learns how to use them. The scouts bury the landmines and learn how to place them and mark their positions. Every location where they're buried must be drawn on a map. Everyone memorizes it. Yet he swallowed hard, staring at those clay pots, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. Leader, this stuff is too ruthless. If it explodes in the middle of... Lin Ye looked at him, at the fear in his eyes and also at the excitement burning there. Ruthlessness is what makes it useful. On the 3rd day after the successful trial of black powder, Lin Ye summoned Gu Bujing to the council hall. A beast hide lay on the floor, bearing a simple map of the central forest. Lin Ye crouched down, pointing a finger at a spot. A rocky mound about a dozen li east of Lin City, surrounded by dense forest with no roads. Here, build a workshop. Gu Bujing leaned in to look. Chief, I've been there. Lots of rocks, thick trees, hard to travel. Lin Ye nodded. That's exactly why it's hard to travel. He looked up at Gu Bujing. The matter of gunpowder stays between you and me. Pick the most reliable apprentices to take part. If word leaks out, death. Gu Bujing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded heavily. Chief, I understand. That afternoon, Gu Bujing led 5 apprentices into the forest. The 5 apprentices were all selected from the veteran soldiers of Rin Ye. Rinba, Rinshi, Rinshursan, Rinshuryo, Rinshurjo. They had fought, seen blood, were 100 loyal and tight-lipped. The group spent 2 shurchen weaving through the forest before finding that rocky mound. The place was indeed remote. Surrounded by dense forest, there wasn't even a path trodden by wild beasts. In the center of the rocky mound was a flat area not large, about the size of 3 or 4 rooms, surrounded by rocks like a natural courtyard. Gu Bujing crouched down to inspect the ground, then looked up at the surroundings. Right here. Rinba scratched his head. Master, this place has no roads at all. How do we bring things in? Gu Bujing glanced at him. Carry them on our backs. Use an ox cart to the edge of the forest, then carry them in by hand. Rinba thought for a moment and nodded. For the next 10 days, these 6 people camped in the rocky mound. Without roads, all materials had to be carried in by hand. Stones were sourced locally to build walls. Wood was cut from the forest and dragged back for beams and doors. Pottery jars, iron pots, stone mortar sieves. Each item was carried in one by one. Gu Bujing personally supervised, ensuring every stone and every piece of wood was placed as he envisioned. 3 rooms were built. 1 room for storage, 1 for mixing ingredients, 1 for finished products. The 3 rooms formed a pin-shaped layout, leaving an open space in the middle for drying gunpowder and testing fuses. Outside the rooms, a low wall was built 20 paces away. Not tall, but enough to provide some cover and warn people not to trespass. On the evening of the 10th day, the workshop was finished. Gu Bujing stood in the open space looking at the 3 stone rooms, grinning. Rinba approached. Master, outsiders won't find this place right. Gu Bujing shook his head. They won't find it. Even if they do, they can't get in. Personnel. The workshop was built and the staff had to be settled. Lin Ye came personally. He walked around inside and outside the workshop, then crouched down and called the 6 of them over. From today on, you 6 are in charge of this workshop. Rinba and the others straightened their backs. How to do it, follow Jing. How not to tell outsiders, follow me. He paused. If outsiders ask where you've been, say you went hunting or gathering herbs in the mountains. If they ask what you're doing, say you're helping Jing. No other words are allowed. Rinba nodded. If you speak, death. The 6 apprentices lowered their heads in unison. Lin Ye then looked at Gu Bujing. Are the materials sufficient? Gu Bujing thought for a moment. Sulfur is half a bag, left enough for a while. Saltpeter needs to be scraped continuously. Charcoal is sufficient. We need to have Sue fire more pottery jars and send them over specially. Lin Ye nodded. If you lack anything, tell me. Don't let outsiders know what it's for. Gu Bujing nodded. First batch. On the 3rd day after the workshop was built, formal production began. The first step was refining saltpeter. When testing in the mountain valley, there were only a few jars, and a rough refinement sufficed. Now for mass production, it couldn't be so crude. Rinba led 2 people in scraping saltpeter. They scraped every possible spot around Lin City. The outer walls of latrines, the base of pigsties, old wall foundations, and rotten wood piles. In 3 days, they scraped 6 large jars of crude saltpeter. The crude saltpeter was transported into the workshop, poured into a large pottery pot, water added, and boiled. After boiling, the water was filtered out and poured into another pot to cool. When cooled, a layer of white saltpeter crystallized at the bottom. Then add water again, boil again, filter again, cool again. After 3 rounds of refining, the saltpeter powder was gleaming white. Goblin dipped his finger, tasted it, astringent with a slight coolness. It's done. The second step was mixing the ingredients. This task Goblin did himself, allowing no one else. 75 parts saltpeter, 12.5 parts sulfur, 12.5 parts charcoal. Weighed with a wooden scale, poured into a stone mortar, and gently mixed. Then covered with a beast hide and ground slowly. Grinding the powder must not be rushed or pounded hard. Goblin ground for 2 shurchen, producing a small basin of fine powder, black and shiny with a pungent smell. He packed the powder into pottery jars, sealed the openings with wax, and wrote the character medicine on the outside. The first batch filled 5 jars. The third step was making the Xiantianli heaven-shaking thunder. The pottery jars were specially fired by Goblin, fist-sized with walls twice as thick as ordinary jars. They were delivered to the workshop entrance and carried in by Rin Ye, filling with powder, sealing, inserting fuses, wrapping with hemp cloth, and drying. 20 were made in one day. Rin Ye looked at the neatly stacked jars and couldn't help asking, "Master, can this thing really blast people to death?" Goblin glanced at him. "Want to give it a try?" Rin Ye quickly shook his head. On the 7th day of production, something went wrong. While Rin Shirlu was grinding, a small pebble jumped into the stone mortar. He didn't see it and continued grinding. As he ground, the pebble rubbed against the powder, producing a spark. Hiss. The powder smoked and instantly ignited. Rin Shirlu jumped back and fried his hand, shaking, and the stone mortar tipped over. Flames leaped half a foot high, crackling and sizzling. Goblin rushed over, kicked the stone mortar away, grabbed sand and soil from nearby, and covered the fire. After 3 covers, the fire was extinguished. Rin Shirlu stood there, stunned, his face pale. The back of his right hand had a layer of skin burned off, red and blistered. Goblin stared at him for 3 seconds. "Stretch out your hand." Rin Shirlu extended his hand. Goblin examined it, took out a small packet of herbal powder from his pocket, applied it to the wound, and wrapped it with cloth strips. "No work for 3 days. When you grind again, pick out all stones." Rin Shirlu lowered his head, not daring to speak. When Lin Ye came that evening, Goblin told him about the incident. Lin Ye crouched down and looked at Rin Shirlu's hand. "Does it hurt?" Rin Shirlu nodded. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. "Remembered?" Rin Shirlu nodded again. Lin Ye stood up, looking at the pile of burned powder. "From now on, lay a layer of beast hide on the grinding area. Check the stone mortar before use. Place sand and soil beside the powder. Cover the fire if it ignites." Goblin nodded. 1 month later, the workshop's production stabilized. Heaven-shaking thunder, 200 landmines, 50, reserve gunpowder, 20 jars, each jar enough for 10 Xiantianli. Rin Ye and the others carried materials into the mountains each day and carried finished products out. They didn't take the same path. Sometimes they detoured from the east, sometimes from the west. The paths trodden in the forest were changed every few days to prevent them from becoming too worn. Lin Ye came every 3 to 5 days to inspect the finished products and ask about the situation, then left. Every time he came, Goblin reported the progress. After reporting, he would crouch there waiting for Lin Ye to speak. That day Lin Ye listened to the report, but didn't leave. He crouched in the open space in the middle of the workshop, looking at the 3 stone rooms in the distance. "Jing." Goblin leaned in. "Chief." Lin Ye was silent for a moment. "The Xiantianli are sufficient. Next, try something else." Goblin's eyes lit up. "Chief, there's more in the book." Lin Ye took out the worn-out book, Craftsmanship Fundamentals, from his pocket, opened to a page, and handed it to him. Goblin looked down. It depicted a strange object, an iron tube fixed on a wooden stock with a few lines of text beside it. He stared at it for a long time, then looked up. "Chief, this is..." Lin Ye looked at him. "It can be held in hand and fired. Farther than a bow, more powerful than a bow." Goblin was stunned. "This thing? How to make it?" Lin Ye took the book back. "First, find the materials. Start tomorrow." On the 43rd day after the workshop was built, Lin Ye came again. This time he didn't linger near the finished goods area. Instead, he walked straight to the stone hut where the medicine was prepared, crouched down, and pulled out the tattered craftsmanship basics from his bosom. Goblin leaned and his eyes fixed on the page. Lin Ye opened to a page where a metal tube was depicted fastened to a wooden stock. One end of the tube was sealed, leaving only a small hole. The other end was open. Beside it, several step-by-step diagrams were drawn, loading powder, inserting a projectile, igniting, and firing. Goblin stared at it for a long while, then looked up. "Chieftain, this thing. Can a metal tube really make a bang?" Lin Ye looked at him. "It can. But the tube must be strong. If it's not strong, it will blow you up." Goblin scratched his head. "How strong is strong enough?" Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds. 10 times stronger than the Xiantianli jar. Goblin crouched there, counting on his fingers. Iron there was. The ore traded from Lumu produced iron harder than before. Furnaces there were. 20 smithies, pick one to specialize in this. Manpower there was. Rin Ye and the others tight-lipped and steady-handed. Gobujing took it and flipped through page after page. He stopped at a certain page. Several metal tubes were drawn with dimensions marked beside them: tube length, 2 feet, wall thickness, 3, fin bore diameter, 3 fun. There were also several methods: rolling and welding, casting and drilling. Gobujing stared at the lines, scratching his head. Chieftain, what is rolling and welding? Lin Ye pointed at the diagram. Roll iron plate into a tube, weld the seam shut. Gobujing thought for a moment. Worth a try? First attempt rolling and welding. Rinba selected several pieces of the best wrought iron from the smithy, even thicker than what the book required by 1 fun. Gobujing personally tended the furnace. The iron plate was red-hot, clamped out with tongs placed on the anvil and hammered stroke by stroke into a tube. Once rolled, the seam was reheated and hammered shut. After an hour of welding, the first tube was made. The wall thickness was uneven and a bulge formed at the seam, but it was still a tube. Gobujing clamped the tube and held it up to the light. Inside was pitch black, nothing visible. Chieftain, test it. Lin Ye nodded. Test it. The test site was the rubble pile 20 paces outside the workshop. Gobujing fixed the tube between 2 stones, one end pointing outward. From the muzzle, he loaded a section of gunpowder and gently tamped it with a wooden rod. Then he inserted a lead ball, cast the day before in a clay mold slightly smaller than the bore, wedged in just right. A small hole was drilled in the tube 2 inches from the sealed end. A fuse was inserted, leaving a length exposed. Everyone retreated 20 paces. Gobujing raised his bow. An arrowhead was tied with a glowing charcoal stick. Whoosh! The charcoal landed on the fuse. Fizz! The fuse burned, emitting white smoke. 2 seconds. Boom! A thunderous blast shattered the metal tube into 2 halves, fragments flying. A piece of iron the size of a palm grazed Gobujing's scalp and embedded itself in the rock behind, sparks flying. Rinba was so terrified he lay flat on the ground, motionless for a long time. Gobujing stood frozen, ears ringing, eyes fixed on the lingering black smoke. Lin Ye rose from behind a rock, walked over, and picked up the broken half of the burst tube. The seam had split, cracked right along the weld. He handed the broken half to Gobujing. The weld is not strong. Gobujing took it, turned it over and over, his face dark. Chieftain, try again. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds. Change the method. Second attempt, casting, rolling, and welding failed, so try casting. The book said casting requires a clay mold. First shape the tube form with clay, let it dry in the shade, fire it hard, then pour molten iron. Gobujing led the men to dig clay, mix it, and shape it. 3 days were spent making 5 clay molds. They were dried in the shade for 2 days, then slowly baked over a low fire to harden. On the 5th day, casting began. Molten iron from the glowing red was poured into the clay molds. Fizz! White smoke rose as the iron solidified. When cooled, the clay mold was broken open, revealing a metal tube. The surface was pitted with some missing spots and some bulges. But it was a whole tube, no weld seams. Gobujing showed the tube to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it, weighed it in his hand, and peered inside against the light. The inner wall was as rough as sandpaper with small bumps in places. Can it be used? Gobujing scratched his head. Only by trying. Second test, same rubble pile. This time the tube didn't burst. But it didn't fire either. The gunpowder ignited with a puff of smoke from the muzzle, and the lead ball didn't fly out, wedged inside the tube. Gobujing turned the tube upside down and knocked it for a long time before the lead ball finally fell out. The ball was full of pits scratched by the rough inner wall. Lin Ye crouched down, looking at the lead ball. The inner wall is too rough. The lead ball got stuck. Gobujing's face darkened. Chieftain, try again. Lin Ye was silent for a few seconds. Change the method. Third attempt, drilling. The book also had a third method, drilling. Take a solid iron rod and drill a hole through the center. When Gobujing saw this, he was stunned for a long time. Chieftain, iron is so hard, how do you drill it? Lin Ye flipped a few pages further. The book showed a wooden machine, 2 frames supporting a long rod with a belt wrapped around it connecting to a wheel. When the wheel turned, the rod spun. A drill bit was mounted on the end of the rod, pressed against the iron rod to drill. Gobujing stared at the diagram, his eyes gradually lighting up. Chieftain, this thing, can it be made? Lin Ye nodded. Try it. The drill press for the next 5 days. Gobujing, Rinba, and the others all threw themselves into the workshop, building the drill press according to the book's diagram. Wood was easy to find. The forest was full of it. They picked the hardest trees, cut them down, and shaped them into frames, rods, and wheels. The belt was troublesome. The book said to use cowhide, tanned and tough enough. Gobujing sent someone to the breeding area to pick the thickest old cowhide, cut it into strips, twisted into rope, and soaked in oil for 3 days. The drill bit was the most troublesome. The book said to use the best steel, grind it sharp, and quench it. Gobujing dug out the best iron or Lumu had since smelted it for 3 days and produced a small piece of steel. He ground it for an entire day to make a drill bit the length of a finger, sharp enough to pierce wood. On the 6th day, the drill press was set up. 2 wooden frames supported a long rod. In the middle of the rod, a belt was wrapped around a large wheel. A crank was attached to the wheel. When turned, the rod spun. The drill bit was mounted on the end of the rod. Gobujing clamped the solid iron rod onto the frame, aligned it with the drill bit. Rinba turned the crank. Creak, creak, creak. The drill bit pressed against the iron rod, spinning and grinding, iron filings falling bit by bit. After half an hour of cranking, Rinba's arms were sore, and Rinshi took over. After 2 hours, the iron rod was drilled half an inch deep. After 4 hours, it was dark, and they had drilled only 1 inch. Rinba collapsed on the ground, hands trembling like a sieve. Master, how long will this take? Gobujing stared at the iron rod, gritting his teeth. Drill until it's through. Day 15. On the 15th day, the first iron tube was finally drilled through. A 2-foot-long iron rod drilled from one end to the other took a full 15 days. 6 drill bits were worn down, the belt broke 3 times, and Rinba and the others took turns cranking until their hands were calloused. But the resulting tube had a smooth inner wall, uniform wall thickness, stronger than the rolled and welded one, and more regular than the cast one. Gobujing held the tube, his hands trembling. Chieftain, it's done. Lin Ye took it and held it up to the light. The inside was bright. When he ran his finger around, it was so smooth, he could barely feel a seam. Test it. The third test. Same rubble pile. Load powder, insert projectile, attach fuse. Everyone retreated 30 paces. Gobujing lit the fuse. Boom. A dull roar. The tube didn't burst. The projectile flew out and struck a tree trunk 50 paces away with a thwack, leaving a finger-deep pit in the bark. Gobujing stood frozen motionless for a long time. Rinba and the others were also stunned, looking at each other. Lin Ye walked over, crouched down, and looked at the pit in the tree trunk. The projectile had embedded half an inch deep, the surrounding wood fibers splintered and still smoking. He stood up and walked back to Gobujing. It's done. Gobujing opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He looked down at the still hot metal tube in his hand, and his eyes suddenly reddened. That night, Gobujing didn't sleep. He examined the metal tube dozens of times, then found some wood, and made a stock to fix the tube in place. A groove was carved in the stock to hold the tube snugly. Behind the groove, a recess was left for a grip. The next day, he presented this to Lin Ye. Chieftain, look. Lin Ye took it, weighing it in his hand. A wooden stock, a metal tube, a touch hole, a fuse. Crude beyond measure, but it could fire and kill a man. The tubes must be the same diameter, the projectiles the same size. Otherwise they won't aim true. Gobujing was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Chieftain, I understand. Before leaving, Lin Ye gathered the 6 men together. This place is this thing. Only you few know about it. The 6 nodded in unison. How the tube is made, how the powder is mixed. Do not speak of it outside. They nodded again. When using, take one. When not using, return it. Rinba looked up. Chieftain, can't we keep one ourselves? Lin Ye looked at him. Keep it for what? To blow yourself up. Rinba shrank his neck, daring not to ask further. Lin Ye stood up, looking at the crude hand cannon. Moonlight fell upon it, the metal tube gleaming with a dark, muted luster. From today on, this thing is called... He paused. Hand cannon. The news of the successful prototype of the hand cannon was kept under wraps by Lin Ye, who ordered Gobujing to keep it secret. The workshop remained the same, with the same 6 people. Only an extra room had been added behind the stone house dedicated to drilling barrels. The number of drilling machines increased from 1 to 3, with Rinba and the others taking turns operating them, ensuring the machines never rested. In the first month, 11 were made, 1 more than expected. This was because as the drilling became smoother, the 15-day task was completed in 12 or 13 days. Every time Lin Ye came, he would squat before the row of hand cannons, inspecting each one. The barrel walls were evenly thick, the interior smooth, and the touch holes aligned. Gobujing also carved a number on the stock of each cannon, from cannon 1 to cannon 11. Now that the hand cannons were ready, they needed users. Lin Ye summoned the company commanders. Rin Yi, Rin Air, Rin San, Rin Wu, and Rin Chi squatted before him. A hand cannon lay on the ground. This thing all 5 of you must learn. Rin Yi looked up at him. Chief, all of us. Lin Ye nodded. In the future, every company must have its own musketeers. If you don't learn, how can you teach the soldiers? The men exchanged glances and nodded. Lin Ye then turned to Rin Chi. But you have a more important task. Rin Chi was taken aback. Chief, what task? Lin Ye pulled out a roster from behind him. Select 30 men from the 5 companies. The fiercest fighters, the steadiest hands, and the tightest lips. He paused. You will be the captain. This unit will not be under any company's command. It will report directly to me. Its name? The Fire God Special Unit. Rin Chi's eyes slowly widened. Chief, this is... Lin Ye looked at him. The elite of the elite. Rin Chi took the roster and squatted on the open ground for 3 days thinking. Then he began selecting his men. On the first day, he went to the gold company to find Rin Yi. Rin Yi, I want the 3rd platoon leader of your gold company. Rin Yi was training his troops, and his face instantly darkened. The 3rd platoon leader of gold company is my platoon leader. If you take him away, who will command my platoon? Rin Chi scratched his head. You still have a deputy platoon leader. Rin Yi glared at him. The deputy platoon leader isn't as steady. They squabbled for a quarter of an hour before Rin Ye sighed. Fine, take him. But don't come to me again. Rin Ye chuckled. Also, I want the squad leader of Gold Company's 7th squad and the veteran from the 11th squad. Rin Ye froze, then kicked him. Get lost. The next day Rin Ye went to the Wood Company to find Reincarnated. Reincarnated, I want the squad leader of Wood Company's 9th squad, the deputy squad leader of the 14th squad, and the best archer from the 18th squad. Reincarnated was cleaning his blade and nearly dropped it. 3. Do you think my company is a vegetable patch? Rin Ye smiled apologetically. They're all elites who I need them more. Reincarnated stared at him for a long time. You can have the squad leader of Wood Company's 9th squad, but not the deputy squad leader of the 14th. He's my deputy company commander. Rin Ye thought for a moment, then replaced the deputy with the one from the 16th squad. Reincarnated gritted his teeth. Deal. On the 3rd day Rin Ye went to the water company to find Rin San. Rin San had already heard about the past 2 days and got a headache the moment he saw Rin Ye. Don't speak. Let me guess. How many do you want? Rin Ye held up 4 fingers. Rin San stood up and walked away. Rin Ye chased after him. Rin San, we're brothers. Rin San turned back. Who's your brother? You want 4? How many elites does my water company even have? They argued in a corner all afternoon, finally settling on 3. Rin San's face darkened. Next time you come to my company, I'll have the dogs released. On the 4th day Rin Ye went to the fire company to find Rin Wu. Rin Wu was watching blacksmithing and didn't even turn around. How many? Rin Ye was stunned. How did you know I came to ask for men? Rin Wu turned to look at him. The whole city knows. Rin Ye scratched his head. 4. Rin Wu said nothing, continuing to watch the smith. Rin Ye waited a moment. Rin Wu sighed. Pick your men, but don't take my best fighters. Rin Ye smiled. Good brother. Rin Wu shot him a glare. Get lost. On the 5th day Rin Ye went to the Earth Company to find Rin Lu. Rin Lu had just become company commander and hadn't even settled in when he heard Rin Ye was coming for men. He stood at the company headquarters door, arms akimbo. Rin Ye, take it easy. I just took office, I don't even know everyone yet. Rin Ye patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't ask for many. Rin Lu breathed a sigh of relief. How many? Rin Ye held up 3 fingers. Rin Lu's face fell. I just took office. How am I supposed to lead my troops? Rin Ye put an arm around his shoulder. Brother, when you're short on men, I'll help you out. Rin Lu gritted his teeth. You said that. After 5 days of bickering, Rin Ye finally assembled 30 men. When the list was handed to Lin Ye, the company commanders squatted nearby, their faces dark. Chief Rin Ye was too ruthless. He took my best platoon leader. Reincarnated, I almost lost my deputy company commander. Rin San, he drained all 3 of my elites. Rin Wu, I endured losing 4. Rin Lu, I just took office. Rin Ye squatted to the side, grinning. Lin Ye looked at them without speaking. After a moment, he said, the men are all here. Starting tomorrow, they are no longer under your command. Rin Ye and the others exchanged glances and fell silent. Rin Ye stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, brothers, once I've trained them, I'll bring them back to show you. Rin Ye shot him a glare. Get lost. Rin Ye laughed and ran off. That afternoon, the 30 men were summoned to the open ground. Rin Ye stood before them holding a stack of leather straps. From today, you are the men of the Fire God Special Unit. He called out names one by one, handing each a leather strap. Gold Company's 3rd platoon leader, from now on you are Fire God 1. The veteran took the strap, glanced at it, and tied it around his wrist. Wood Company's 9th squad leader, Fire God 2. Water Company's 5th squad deputy leader, Fire God 3. 30 men, each with a new number, Fire God 1 to Fire God 30. Rin Ye finished distributing the straps and stepped back. Remember this number. On the battlefield, it is your life. The 30 men nodded in unison. Rin Lu, after Rin Ye was transferred, the position of Earth Company commander became vacant. Lin Ye summoned Rin Lu. Rin Lu was the veteran who nearly lost his arm in Chapter 47. After half a year of recovery, his arm had healed, but he hadn't been given any substantial work. He wandered around the city every day, helping the blacksmith shop move things and the infirmary carry the wounded bored out of his mind. When he heard the chief wanted him, he ran swiftly, squatted before Lin Ye, his eyes shining with intensity. Lin Ye looked at him. Earth Company commander, will you take the job? Rin Lu froze, his mouth hanging open, unable to close for a long time. Then he squatted on the ground, head bowed, not moving for a while. Lin Ye didn't rush him. After a moment, Rin Lu looked up, his eyes slightly red. Chief, I'll take it. Lin Ye nodded. Tomorrow, report to Rin Ye and learn the hand cannon. Once you've learned, return to your company and lead the troops. Rin Lu nodded vigorously. The training ground was not in Forest City, nor at the workshop. Lin Ye chose a new location, a patch of rocky terrain deep in the forest, a dozen li from the workshop and over 20 li from Forest City. Surrounded by dense woods with a flat area in the middle, just big enough for 31 people to train. On the first day, Lin Ye led the team himself. The 31 men squatted in a row with Rin Ye at the front. Lin Ye brought out all 37 hand cannons and laid them on the ground. One for each person. The extras are spares. Rin Ye led the way, and each took a cannon. Lin Ye began to teach. Load powder, stuff the bullet, insert the fuse, ignite. He performed the steps once while the 31 watched. Then it was their turn. Chaos ensued. Powder spilled, bullets dropped, fuses inserted crookedly, and some nearly set themselves on fire while lighting. Lin Ye squatted nearby, watching silently. After everyone had fumbled through one round, he spoke. Again, company commanders, the 5 company commanders were not idle. Lin Ye had them take turns learning. Rin Ye one day, Rin Ye the next, Rin Sen the day after. Each came for 3 days, learned, and then returned to their companies to continue leading. When Rin Ye came, he learned the fastest. He was the first to hit a wooden board from 50 paces. When Rin Ye came, he shot many times, but hit few, yet he loaded the powder most steadily. When Rin San came, he nearly jammed the fuse into the touch hole, and couldn't pull it out, earning a day of laughter from Rin Ye. When Rin Wu came, he kept running to the blacksmith shop. Lin Ye asked him what he was doing, and he said, checking how the cannons are made. Lin Ye didn't stop him. Rin Lu came last. As the new company commander, he had to sort out his company's affairs first. But once he arrived, he trained the hardest. While others practiced for 2 hours, he practiced for 4. His hands blistered, and he wrapped them in cloth and continued. Rin Ye spent every day at the training ground drilling the 31 men in turns. Fire God Special Unit Day 10. After 10 days, the 31 men could fire 3 rounds in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. No more spilled powder, drop bullets, uneven fuses, or trembling hands when lighting. Accuracy also improved. 31 wooden boards were set up 50 paces away. Each man fired 5 shots. The best hit 2 or 3, the worst at least 1. Rin Ye stood before the line, announcing results one by one. Fire God 1, 5 hits 3. Fire God 2, 5 hits 2. Fire God 3, 5 hits 4. Fire God 35 hits 2. Fire God 31, 5 hits 1. When the last one was announced, the man called Fire God 31 lowered his head, his face reddening to green. Rin Ye walked over and patted his shoulder. One shot is still a shot. Keep training tomorrow. First live combat test on the 20th day of training. Lin Ye said they should try the real thing. Not hitting wooden boards, but live targets. In the woods behind the training ground, a group of wild boars, 7 or 8 of them, often rooted around. That afternoon, the 31 men of the Fire God Special Unit crept into the forest. Rin Ye led the way. The 31 were split into 3 groups of 10, with Fire God 31 as a substitute following Rin Ye. Lin Ye and Gu Bujing crouched behind watching. The boar herd was rooting in a thicket 50 paces away. The largest one weighed at least 200 jin with tusks protruding. Rin Ye raised his hand and pressed it downward. The 3 groups crept forward silently. 40 paces, 30 paces, 20 paces. A small boar lifted its head and glanced their way. Rin Ye's hand slashed down. Ignite. 30 fuses ignited simultaneously. 2 seconds later. Boom, 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 boom. 30 thunderous blasts rang out, smoke billowed, and the boar herd scattered in chaos. The largest boar hit 5 times, let out a tragic squeal, charged forward a dozen paces and collapsed. 3 other wounded boars fell in the thicket, struggling to rise. The rest fled at lightning speed, disappearing in an instant. Rin Ye rushed forward and fired another shot at the struggling boar. Silence fell. Lin Ye emerged from behind a tree, squatting beside the largest boar. 5 bullet holes, blood still oozing out. The 200-gene beast lay on the ground, eyes still open, but motionless. He stood up and looked at the 31 green figures gripping their hand cannons, breathing heavily. It works. At the workshop, production never stopped. The number of drilling machines increased from 3 to 5, and the workforce grew from 6 to 10. The 4 new recruits were also veterans of Rin Ye, tight-lipped, steady-handed, and sharp-minded. By the end of the 3rd month, 37 hand cannons were stockpiled. 500 thunderclap bombs, 150 landmines, and spare gunpowder filled half a stone room. Gu Bujing held a new ledger, squatting before Lin Ye and reading item by item. Chief, we have enough gunpowder for half a year. 37 hand cannons, 31 men in the Fire God Special Unit, and all 6 company commanders have been trained. That's sufficient. 500 thunderclap bombs, 150 landmines. He closed the ledger and looked up. What's next? 13 days ago, the southern edge of the forest border outpost of the Church of Light. A knight in black rode desperately toward the outpost, an arrow lodged deep in his horse's leg. After running a dozen paces, the beast collapsed to the ground. By the time the sentries carried the man inside, he was barely breathing. The forest. There are walls inside. Furnaces belching smoke. They work in organized rows. Iron swords. Before he could finish, the man was gone. The outpost commander stared at the corpse in silence for a long time. 3 days later, the news reached St. Light City. 15 men had gone out, only 2 had returned. Just like last time. The candlelight flickered across the golden sun emblem on the wall, casting dancing shadows in the underground chamber of the Inquisition. 9 people sat around the long table. The cardinal in red presided from the head. Several intelligence reports from the borders spread before him. He had already read them 3 times. Confirmed. The messenger kneeling on the floor kept his head bowed. Confirmed, Your Grace. The survivors report walls deep in the forest, brick kills, and vast tracts of reclaimed land. They work in coordinated groups under command. There are smithies, 2 furnaces blazing one after another, producing ironwork superior to anything from our border workshops. Silence filled the chamber for several seconds. The corpulent cardinal spoke first. 36 dead, last time 13 more lost this round. But at least they've brought back useful intelligence. These are no longer wild goblins. The young bishop clenched his teeth. If only the Brotherhood of Purification had sent more troops back then. The chief inquisitor raised a hand to silence him. Pointless recriminations now. The problem is they've grown into a force to be reckoned with. Organized, armed with iron, capable of farming and building cities. In a few more years, who could possibly contain them? The cardinal in red fixed his gaze upon the chief inquisitor. Your recommendation? The chief inquisitor rose and walked to the map on the wall. There is movement in the north as well. Their scouts have been patrolling the border lately. That borderland baron they ennobled. Even they have grown wary of him. Walden has been released. He saw those creatures with his own eyes. He turned to face them. Your Grace, I propose negotiations with the North. The young bishop leaped to his feet. Negotiate with the North? They've killed how many of our people? The chief inquisitor met his gaze without flinching. A temporary ceasefire. Joint action against the creatures in the forest. Then we resume our own war. Better than letting those things grow stronger. The young bishop opened his mouth, but found no words. The cardinal in red remained silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. Proceed with negotiations. 3 days later, a secret report landed on the Northern Duke's desk in Froststone City. Intelligence Chief Wald stood beside the desk waiting for the Duke to finish reading. The Duke set down the parchment, his expression unreadable. The Church of Light wants a ceasefire. Wald nodded. Yes, they've sent envoys proposing a joint campaign against the creatures in the forest. General Erica Warhawk sneered from his position nearby. The Church of Light. Can anything they say be trusted? Old General Oleg shook his head. Trust is irrelevant. What matters is they, like us, now see those goblins as a threat. The Duke reflected for a moment. Has Walden returned? Wald nodded. He has. He's been waiting outside. The Duke waved his hand. Send him in. The door opened, and a gaunt figure walked inside. Old Castle Lord Walden had grown gaunt since their last meeting months ago, his beard unkempt and fresh scars marking his face. But his spine remained straight as he knelt before the Duke. My lord. The Duke studied him. Rise. Tell me, what are these goblins like? Walden stood, drew a deep breath. My lord, I held Stonebridge Castle for 20 years. Those goblins. They are different. Eric snorted dismissively. Different. Aren't they just a pack of green-skinned beasts? Walden turned to face him, his gaze heavy with certainty. They have iron swords, leather armor, discipline. Farming, raising pigs, burning bricks, paving roads. Anything humans can do, they can do. The smithy never rests, and its ironwork surpasses anything I've seen from border workshops. I watched it speak with a merchant called Colin. It nodded. It issued orders. That Colin is human. I don't know where he came from, but they follow him. General Oleg frowned. You're saying? Walden took a deep breath. My lord, those are not beasts. That is another civilization. If we don't eliminate them now, while we still can, when they grow stronger, the northern border will never know peace. The Duke remained silent for a long while. He looked into Walden's eyes. There was no fear there, no hatred. Only a heavy, sobering clarity. How many of them are there? Walden considered carefully. I spent months locked in that cellar listening. They're not just a few hundred. They number in the thousands. Walls, brick kills, smithies. They keep building, keep growing stronger. The Duke rose and walked to the window. Outside, the sky was overcast, and the distant forest loomed gray on the horizon. He turned back. Wald, is the church's envoy still here? Wald nodded. Yes. The Duke fell silent for a moment. Tell them the North is willing to negotiate. 2 days later, Border Commander Redman led a small party to a ruined fortress on the frontier line. Someone was already waiting inside. The church's chief inquisitor, accompanied by 2 attendants, stood beneath a crumbling wall. The 2 men exchanged glances and neither spoke first. Redman approached and drew a parchment from his coat, extending it to the inquisitor. The inquisitor glanced at it and handed it back. The Duke's terms, hey. Redman nodded. The North provides funds and supplies, but no troops. 50,000 gold coins, grain, siege equipment. You provide the soldiers. The inquisitor considered for a moment. How is the spoils divided? Stonebridge Castle belongs to the North. Resources from the forest go to you. Dyes, ironware. There's plenty of it. Word is their ironwork surpasses even your border workshops. The inquisitor fixed him with a hard stare. You're not coveting anything from the forest. Redman shook his head. The Duke only wants Stonebridge Castle returned. Everything else is yours. The inquisitor remained silent for a long moment. Then he extended his hand. Redman grasped it. Both knew this was merely a temporary alliance. Once the goblins were dealt with, North and Church would return to being enemies. But at least for this moment their goals aligned. Lin Ye crouched on the city wall, gazing at the distant cement road. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of crimson. The workshop district's furnaces had already been lit, the rhythmic clang of hammers drifting on the evening breeze. Goblin emerged from the trees, sprinting up to the wall. "Leader, there's activity on the border." Lin Ye looked at him. "The church's outpost is reinforced. Not a few guards, but dozens. The North is mobilizing troops toward the border as well. And..." He hesitated. "The trade routes are completely cut off. Not a single merchant can get out of Three Rivers Town." Lin Ye said nothing. Ren Shi climbed up from below the wall and stood beside him. "Leader, the 31 members of the Fire God Special Unit are ready. Each has been issued 5 thunderclap bombs and 2 flintlocks." Lin Ye nodded. Colin came up as well, clutching his ledger. "Leader, our food reserves will last 4 months. If the trade routes remain blocked." He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Lin Ye rose, staring toward the border. The setting sun dyed his green skin a deep crimson. "Have Goblin Thorn rush out another batch of thunderclap bombs. Make more flintlocks too." Ren Shi nodded. "Reinforce the outposts, keep watch day and night. If you see a large force approaching, light the signal fire immediately." Goblin nodded. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. "Summon the company commanders." That night the 5 company commanders crouched in the council hall. Ren 1, Ren 2, Ren 3, Ren 5, Ren 6, along with Ren Shi, knelt in a neat row. Lin Ye stood before them silent. A beastskin lay on the ground bearing a crude map of Forest City, Stonebridge Castle, the border line, and the outposts. Lin Ye crouched beside the map, pointing. "If they come from the north, they must pass Stonebridge Castle first. If from the south, they enter the forest directly." He looked up at them. "No matter which direction they come from, they come to attack us." The commanders exchanged glances, saying nothing. Ren 1 spoke first. "Leader, do we fight?" Lin Ye met his gaze. "Yes." Lin Ye rose. "The Fire God Special Unit follows the scouts. Report any approaching forces immediately. All 5 companies defend the city. Bury the thunderclap bombs and mines in the strategic locations." The men nodded in unison. Dismissed. After the commanders left, Lin Ye stood alone on the city wall. The moon had risen, its pale light illuminating the cement road that stretched endlessly into the dark forest. He didn't move. He turned to survey the city below. In the moonlight, rows of brick houses stood in neat lines. The workshop district still glowed with furnace fire, the distant clang of hammers echoing through the night. A few oil lamps burned near the schoolhouse. The younglings slept while goblin guards kept watch. He thought of 3 years ago. A dilapidated cave, 4 starving younglings, a group of useless creatures who couldn't even understand speech. Now over 3,000. A city, food soldiers, firearms. Colin stood nearby, not daring to speak. Lin Ye remained silent for a long while. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but the night wind carried his words to every corner. "Everyone gather." A quarter hour later the open square was filled with people. Lin Ye stood on the city wall, moonlight turning his green skin silver gray. No one spoke. Lin Ye spoke. "There are people outside who want to attack us." The square was so quiet the wind could be heard. "The Church of Light. The North. Swords, armor, cavalry." Someone swallowed hard. Lin Ye paused, then continued. 3 years ago, I was even more afraid than I am now. There were only 4 younglings starving. A single slap from a leader could have killed me. Now over 3,000. A city, food soldiers, and this. He pointed to the flintlock at his waist. "Who gave us these?" No one answered. Lin Ye answered his own question. "We made them ourselves." He rose, looking down at the sea of green faces. In the moonlight, thousands of eyes gazed up at him. "Those people outside, they won't stop. After this battle there will be another. We can survive today, but not next year." He paused. "So this battle we must fight. When it's over they will remember. This forest none may enter." The wind carried a chill from the distant border. Lin Ye drew a deep breath. Fragments of older memories flickered through his mind. He couldn't quite remember them, but those words he remembered. He raised his head, his voice growing louder, each word striking every ear. "There is something I want to say to you all today. Strike 1 blow to open the way, or face 100 blows to come." Redman thought he had seen the world. He had served in the northern border for 20 years, fought against orcs, guarded the frontier, witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Froststone City's winters could freeze people into ice sculptures, yet he had endured them all. But this place was different. From the moment he stepped through the city gate, he sensed something was wrong. Holy Light City's gates stood taller than any fortress in the northern border, built of stone and painted white, glaringly bright under the sun. Redman reined in his horse and looked up. His attendant followed suit. His name was Torres, in his early 20s, on his first journey far from home. "Sir, this gate is truly tall." Redman said nothing. Inside the gate passage stood 8 soldiers in white robes, gripping spears with polished spearheads. A leader approached, studying them with a sweeping gaze. "From the northern border?" Redman nodded. The man extended his hand. "Hand over your weapons." Torres froze. "What? Foreigners cannot bring weapons into the city. Those are the rules." Torres looked toward Redman. Redman was silent for 2 seconds, then unbuckled the short knife at his waist and handed it over. Torres followed suit, unsheathing his sword. The man took the weapons and tossed them into a wooden box nearby. Come collect them when you leave. Redman nodded and rode into the city. Torres followed behind, muttering, not even a knife allowed. Redman ignored him. His eyes swept the surroundings. Holy Light City's streets were wider than Froststone City's, paved with neat stone slabs lined with dense shops and houses on both sides. But it was far too quiet. There were plenty of people on the street, vegetable sellers, carriage drivers, people carrying children, basket carriers, but no one spoke. When people occasionally conversed, they huddled close to each other's ears, speaking in hushed tones, exchanging a few words before dispersing. Everyone walked with their heads bowed. Not the kind of bowing that says, I don't want to see anyone, but a deliberate, habitual lowering ingrained from childhood. Golden sun emblems covered the walls, one appearing every few steps. Some were carved into stone, some painted on wooden boards, others cast in polished copper. Torres couldn't help but look up. From a nearby alley, an old man suddenly reached out and yanked him inside. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Torres was startled. Redman reined in his horse and looked back. The old man cowered in the alley, face pale with fear. Out of towners. Redman nodded. The old man lowered his voice. You cannot look up at noon. Those are the rules. The patrol squads will arrest you if they see. Torres was stunned. Can't even look up. The old man offered no explanation, retreating back into the alley and disappearing. Torres looked at Redman. Redman said nothing. He gazed up at the sky. The sun was nearly overhead. The bells began to ring. Not once or twice, but for a full quarter hour. A massive bronze bell hung from the highest spire at the city's center, tolling one stroke after another, reverberating through every street and alley, striking into every person's heart. Everyone on the street stopped simultaneously. Vegetable sellers set down their loads. Carriage drivers reined in their horses. People holding children placed them on the ground. Everyone faced the same direction, the east, toward the great cathedral. Then they lowered their heads. Motionless. Redman froze. Torres froze. The entire street, dozens of people, as if paralyzed by magic, utterly still, not a sound. Only the two of them sat on horseback, looking like fools. Sir, Torres whispered. Redman raised his hand, silencing him. He watched those bowed heads in silence. After a quarter hour, the bells stopped. The people on the street lifted their heads in unison, continuing to walk, to sell vegetables, to drive carts, as if nothing had happened. Torres swallowed hard. Redman said nothing. He urged his horse forward. That afternoon, Redman was led into a dark building. Not a church, but a council chamber of the Inquisition. A massive golden sun emblem hung on the wall, the windows tall and narrow, letting in no sunlight. Illumination came solely from oil lamps on the walls. The Inquisitor sat across a long table. He was in his 50s, deep lines carved into his face, eyes sharp beyond his years. Steward Redman. I've long heard of you. Redman sat opposite him. The negotiation lasted an hour. How much money, how much grain, what siege weapons the northern border would provide. How many troops, when to march, how to divide the spoils the theocracy would contribute. The ceasefire duration and post-war arrangements. Redman negotiated each point, meticulously arguing every detail. But as he talked, he couldn't help but drift in thought. Because whenever the Inquisitor paused mid-sentence at the sound of bells drifting through the window, he would wait for the ringing to stop before continuing. It wasn't nervousness, it was habit. A habit ingrained in his bones. Near the negotiations, the Inquisitor suddenly asked, You northern border people, are you truly unafraid of death? Redman was taken aback. What do you mean? The Inquisitor looked at him with a complicated expression. Nothing. He stood up. You'll stay at the courier station tonight. Tomorrow morning someone will escort you to the border. Redman asked, Can't we leave now? The Inquisitor shook his head. The city gates do not open after sunset. Those are the rules. Redman finally understood what the city gates do not open after sunset meant. The moment the sun set, the entire Holy Light City seemed to die. No lights. The streets were pitch black, unable to see one's own hand. Every household had tightly closed doors and windows. Occasionally a sliver of light leaked from some window, dim and faint, as if afraid of being seen. No human voices. Even the dogs did not bark. Only the footsteps of patrol squads, steady and rhythmic, echoing on the stone-paved roads. Redman stood at the courier station window, gazing into the dead silence outside. Torres crouched in the corner, whispering, Sir, they don't light lamps at night. Redman remained silent. Torres continued, I wanted to light a candle earlier, but someone from the courier station stopped me. He said after sunset, only one lamp may be lit, placed by the window. Any extra lamps, and the patrol will arrest you. Redman finally spoke. Did you light one? Torres shook his head. Didn't dare. Redman turned back to the window. In the distance atop the tallest spire, a single lamp burned, the only light in the entire city. He stared at that lamp for a long time. Then he softly murmured, This place is even colder than Froststone City's winter. Torres didn't understand. Redman offered no explanation. Around midnight, Redman was awakened by footsteps. He rose and approached the window. On the street, a patrol team was escorting someone past. The person walked with head bowed, leg chains dragging on the ground clanking. One could not tell what crime they had committed. Watching the person's retreating figure, Redman suddenly thought of the old man who had pulled Torres away during the day. You cannot look up at noon. The city gates do not open after sunset. Only one lamp after sunset. He recalled the Inquisitor's words. You northern border people, are you truly unafraid of death? Suddenly he understood. It was not about being unafraid of death. It was because living was harder than dying. In the distance, that eternal lamp still burned. Redman stood at the window, watching the silent darkness until dawn. The sky turned pale. The bells rang. People began walking the streets, voices emerged, and the city came alive again. Redman stepped out of the courier station. Torres followed, dark circles under his eyes. Sir, I didn't sleep all night. Redman ignored him. He stood in the street watching the busy figures. Vegetable sellers set up stalls. Cart drivers harnessed horses. Child carriers soothed their children. As if nothing had happened the previous night. As if that dead silence and darkness had been merely a dream. But Redman knew it was no dream. In the distance, an official in black robes from the Inquisition approached. Steward Redman, please follow me. Today we will escort you to the border. Redman nodded. He mounted his horse and cast one final glance at the city. White walls, golden emblems, people walking with bowed heads. He urged his horse forward. Torres followed behind, quietly asking, Sir, will we come back? Redman did not answer. He suddenly remembered his daughter's face. He thought if she were born in this place. He did not continue the thought. The horse brigade vanished into the morning mist. Behind them, Holy Light City's bells continued to ring. Redman followed the army of the Holy Church. Or rather, what could barely be called an army. It moved like a line of silent shadows. 2,000 soldiers marched in formation along the dusty border road heading east. No one spoke. No one sang. No one cursed. Only the sound of boots, steady, heavy, striking the dirt road with metronomic precision. Torres rode behind Redman, glancing back every so often. My lord, don't they ever speak? Redman did not answer. He was watching them too. The soldiers were mostly young, most around 20, some even younger. Their faces bore no expression, no tension, no excitement, no fear. But their eyes, they were bright. Almost unnervingly so. By late afternoon, the column halted to make camp as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Redman found a tree stump and sat down, pulling out his rations. Torres crouched beside him and whispered, My lord, when do we turn back? Redman shot him a look. Afraid? Torres shook his head, then nodded. This place. It feels wrong. Redman said nothing. In the distance, several soldiers were pitching tents. Their movements were swift and silent. Occasionally a tool clinked against another, and they would all pause in unison before resuming their work. Redman stood and walked toward them. Torres hesitated. My lord, stay put. Redman approached the soldiers and crouched down. They glanced at him without a word and continued their task. He unstoppered his waterskin and took a drink. I'm Redman from the Northern Territories. No one responded. After a long silence, the oldest looking of the soldiers finally spoke. We know. A scar ran from his left eyebrow down to his jawline. His eyes were weary, unlike the others. Redman offered him the waterskin. The man glanced at it, then shook his head. After sunset, we do not drink water from outsiders. Redman froze. The man pointed to the last streak of sunlight on the horizon. When the sun goes down, the rules change. He offered no further explanation. Redman didn't press. He rose and started back. A few steps later, a soft sigh came from behind him. He turned around. The veteran had already walked away. The next day on the road. By midday, the column halted for a rest. Redman spotted the veteran again. He sat on a stone by the roadside, clutching a piece of hardtack, unmoving, not even taking a bite. Redman walked over and sat beside him. What's your name? The veteran was silent for a long moment. Marcus. Redman nodded. Marcus suddenly spoke. Do northern people really not fear death? Redman paused. That was the same question the Inquisitor had asked him. Who told you that? Marcus didn't answer. He took a bite of his hardtack, chewed slowly and swallowed. I've fought 3 wars. Redman studied him. Marcus continued. Survived 2 of them. The first was against the free city-states. 2,000 died. The second was here in the north. 3,000. The third was against our own people. Some had lost faith in the Holy Light, and the Inquisition was sent to purge them. He paused. That one had the fewest casualties. Only 500. Redman said nothing. Marcus turned his head to look at him. Why do you northerners fight? Redman considered the question. For land. For food. So we won't be trampled. Marcus nodded. We fight to go home. Redman was struck dumb. Marcus rose, brushed the dust from his trousers, and said, Death means you get to go home. And he walked away. Redman remained seated for a long time. That evening after sunset, Redman couldn't sleep again. He lay in his tent listening to the sounds outside. Silence. Oppressive silence. 2,000 men in camp, and not a single snore, not a murmur in sleep, not the rustle of a body turning over. It was as though 2,000 corpses lay beneath those tents rather than living men. Redman climbed out and stepped into the tent flap. The moon hadn't risen yet, a darkness was absolute. He felt his way toward the stone he'd seen that afternoon. Halfway there he heard sobbing. Faint, muffled, as if whoever was crying was trying desperately not to make a sound. Raidman followed the noise. Behind a great tree a young soldier was crouched. He was curled into a ball, shoulders shaking. Raidman squatted beside him. The young soldier jumped, looking up in alarm. A sliver of moonlight had risen, falling across his face. At most 15 or 16, his eyes swollen like peaches. Raidman lowered his voice. "What's wrong?" The boy shook his head frantically. Raidman offered his water skin. He shook his head again. Raidman sighed. "I'm from the north, not the Inquisition." The boy hesitated. Then after a long moment he spoke, his voice trembling violently. I want to write a letter to my mother." Raidman looked at him. "Then write." The boy looked down. "We can't light lamps after sunset." Raidman fell silent. He remembered that night at the inn when Taurus had tried to light a candle and been stopped. He patted himself down and found a candle, something he'd brought from the north and had been saving for special occasions. He handed it to the boy. "Light it. I'll keep watch." The boy stared at him, his hands shaking so badly he could barely take it. Raidman pressed the candle into his palm, struck a match, and lit it. The flame flickered, illuminating the boy's young face. His name was Ai, 15 years old. He rested his chin on his knees and wrote with a charred twig on a scrap of rag. The characters were crooked, taking forever to form a single sentence. "Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry." When he finished, he stared at the rag and burst into tears again. Raidman said nothing. Footsteps approached from somewhere nearby. Raidman crushed the candle in an instant. 3 shadows emerged, a patrol. The leader held a torch and swept its light toward the tree. Raidman rose and stepped in front of Ai. The leader studied him for 2 seconds. "An outsider. Curfew applies after sunset. That's the rule." Raidman didn't move. The man gave him another look, then waved a hand dismissively. "Go. Don't let me catch you again." Raidman nodded and pulled Ai along as they walked back. Even after some distance, the boy was still trembling. Raidman patted his shoulder. "Letter done." Ai nodded. "Then it's all right." The boy looked up at him. Why did you help me?" Raidman was quiet for a moment. "I have a daughter too." He said no more. Ai stood there watching his silhouette disappear into the dark. The third day during the sermon. On the evening of the third day, the column halted to make camp. Before full darkness fell, the priest arrived. He stood upon a large stone, arms outstretched, addressing the 2,000 men. Raidman stood at the edge of the crowd listening. "Unclean things lurk deep within the forest, defiling the holy light and desecrating the earth. You are the blades of the holy light, the envoys of truth." 2,000 voices thundered in response. "The holy light endures." The priest's voice rose higher. "Those who perish for the holy light shall live forever within it. The holy light endures. Those who devote themselves to the holy light shall dwell in light for all eternity. The holy light endures." Raidman stood amidst the deafening chorus. He saw those young faces burning bright in the sunset. He saw Ai, the 15-year-old, shouting until his voice was hoarse. He saw Marcus, the veteran, standing at the rear of the formation, not shouting, merely bowing his head. The sun dipped below the horizon. The voices ceased. The camp plunged into deathly silence. Raidman stood there watching the suddenly silent crowd. Marcus's words echoed in his mind, "We fight to go home." That night, deep in the night, Raidman couldn't sleep again. He stepped out of his tent and saw Marcus sitting alone on that stone. He walked over and sat beside him. The moon was bright. Marcus didn't look at him. After a long while, Marcus spoke. "That boy. Thank you." Raidman blinked. Marcus went on. Ai. His mother cried at the village entrance all day. He just looked at her and never once turned back. Raidman remained silent. Marcus drew a wineskin from his coat and offered it. "Northern people drink this." Raidman took it and drank. It burned going down. Marcus took it back and drank too. They sat there passing the skin back and forth, neither speaking. When the moon reached its zenith, Marcus suddenly asked, "Do you think the holy light truly watches over us?" Marcus nodded. He took another sip. "Neither do I." In the distance, the camp lay dead silent. Those 2,000 men lay in the dark, waiting for dawn. Waiting to go home. Dawn broke at the edge of the sky. The columns began to form. Raidman stood apart, watching the 2,000 soldiers fall into rank. Ai stood among them, gripping his blade tightly. He caught sight of Raidman, paused, then nodded. Marcus stood beside him, not looking in their direction. The priest raised his voice one final time. "For the holy light. The holy light endures." Redman did not understand why he had stayed. According to the plan, he should have returned to the northern border yesterday, carrying the news back to Froststone City. But he had not left. He could not explain why. Perhaps it was the young man named Eli, perhaps the veteran named Marcus, perhaps those 2,000 silent faces. Perhaps he simply wanted to know how these people would go home. Before dawn broke, Redman was roused from sleep by a soft rustling sound. He rose and followed the sound. On an open patch at the edge of the camp, a group of people were doing something strange. They had removed their clothes, leaving only a thin pair of trousers. Then they scooped oil from a clay jar and rubbed it over their bodies, from head to toe, until they glistened. Several others stood nearby holding torches. Redman stood frozen. A hand settled on his shoulder. He turned. It was Marcus. The torchbearers, Marcus said calmly. What? Tomorrow when we assault the city, they lead the charge. Marcus gestured toward them. Drenched in oil set ablaze, they rush inside. Redman opened his mouth, but no words came. Marcus continued. The city walls are the hardest to breach. Arrows rain down, stones fall, scalding water pours. Men die in an instant. But if even one reaches the gate, sets himself ablaze, and clings to the door, those behind can get through. Finally Redman found his voice. Do they know they'll die? Marcus turned to face him. Yes. Then why? Marcus cut him off. Because dying means they can go home. Redman stood there watching the people. They were quiet. No one spoke, no one wept, no one trembled. One young man had trembling hands. Someone beside him patted his shoulder, and he stopped. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a scar across his face called Cole. After coating himself with oil, he sat on the ground staring blankly at the jar in his hands. On his way back, Redman heard someone weeping. Not wailing, just suppressed muffled crying as if afraid of being heard. He followed the sound. Behind a large tree a figure crouched. It was the young member of the torchbearers. Redman walked over and crouched beside him. The man startled, then looked up. By the moonlight his face was drenched in tears. Redman lowered his voice. What's wrong? The man shook his head desperately. Redman offered his water skin. The man still shook his head. Redman sighed. I'm from the northern border, not the Inquisition. After a long while he finally spoke. His voice was hoarse as if he hadn't spoken in ages. My name is Mars. Redman nodded. Mars stared into the distance, his gaze hollow. 3 months ago my wife was burned alive. Redman's hand froze. Mars continued, his voice without inflection, as if telling someone else's story. That night I drank a little. Bought from the black market. By the time I started drinking it was already dark. I thought no one saw. He paused. I was with her. After sunset. Redman's heart sank. Mars continued. A neighbor found out. The next day they went to the Inquisition to report it. They have ways to make a woman reveal the time of her last encounter. Redman opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Mars turned to look at him. By the moonlight those eyes held no tears. Only an emptiness, a chilling void that made one's spine crawl. On the day of execution I knelt in the crowd. She was tied to the stake. When the flames were lit, she didn't scream. She just looked at me. That gaze. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Redman finally managed to speak. How did you escape being arrested? Mars smiled. That kind of smile was more terrifying than weeping. The Inquisition said I could atone. Join the army, go to the front, bleed for the holy light. I chose it. He gazed toward the forest, dark and impenetrable. The torchbearers. I volunteered myself. Lead the charge. Drench in oil, set the flames, embrace the enemy. He turned back to Redman. Tell me, can I see her again this way? Redman said nothing. Mars waited but received no answer. He stood up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. The captain said we're not going to die. We're going home. He walked away. Redman crouched there alone for a long time, motionless. In the distance in the torchbearers' camp, some were still coating themselves with oil. As the sun rose, the army began to assemble. Redman stood in the distance watching the 2,000 men. The torchbearers stood at the very front, drenched in oil, gleaming under the morning sun. Mars stood among them with those who had been anointed. There were no tears on his face. There was a smile on his face. The same smile Redman had seen on Marcus's face, on Cole's face, on the faces of all 2,000 men. It was not the smile of the living. It was the smile of those who had already gone home, waiting for the final step. The priest shouted one last time. For the holy light. 2,000 voices answered in unison. The holy light is eternal. The sound startled the birds from the forest. The army marched. Redman stood where he was watching those figures disappear into the edge of the woods. Torres approached quietly. My lord, shall we return? Redman did not speak. He gazed at that dark, dense forest for a long, long time. Then he swung himself onto his horse. The kingdom's army entered the forest edge at dusk. 2,000 men marched in long columns along the trails trodden by hunters, pressing deeper into the woods. The Holy Light Knight Order led the vanguard. The Inquisition forces brought up the rear, and supply wagons with pack mules moved between them. They did not hurry, nor did they linger. They walked as though patrolling their own backyard. At the very front was the fire candle squad. 30 men, bare-chested and slicked with oil, gleamed in the setting sun. Here walked at the head, his face unreadable. Mars walked beside him, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead, lost in thought. Behind them came 500 vanguard troops, men of the Holy Light Knight Order, their armor gleaming, lances held upright like a moving forest. Only then came the main force. No one spoke. The only sound was footsteps, steady muffled rustling through fallen leaves. The priest had said that those who died for the holy light would live with it forever. They believed it. That was why they feared nothing. Ren Shi crouched on a thick branch of an ancient tree, watching the column pass beneath his gaze. 30 paces. 20. 10. The fire candle squad crossed over. The vanguard followed. The supply wagons approached. Ren Shi tightened his grip on the rope. It was the heaviest rope he had ever pulled in his life. Boom. The first explosion erupted from the heart of the column. A supply wagon was overturned, its wooden wheels flying dozens of meters away, grain sacks shattering into fragments. Boom, boom, boom. Then came the second, the third, the 10th. Mines had been buried in 3 rows, 10 per row, 30 detonating simultaneously. Smoke and dust rose as screams shattered the air. The kingdom's column resembled a serpent severed in pieces, the head still pushing forward, the body writhing in chaos, the tail frozen in disbelief. Ren Shi leaped from the tree and drew his blade in a sweeping arc. Throw. From the bushes, 50 thunder bombs ignited at once and arced toward the disordered formation. Some landed amid the crowd, some rolled to bare feet, some were kicked aside by panicked men. Then they exploded. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous string of explosions merged into one sheet of fire. Shredded flesh and soil rocketed skyward together. Ren Shi grinned. Commander, this works beautifully. Before the smoke had even settled, Ren Shi led the Fire God Special Unit forward. 31 men, each carrying 2 hand cannons, formed 2 ranks and advanced steadily into the chaos. First rank, kneeling. Second rank, standing. Fire. 30 hand cannons discharged simultaneously. Smoke billowed, lead bullets flew, embedding themselves in the bodies of kingdom soldiers still dazed from the blast. A rank fell. Reload. The Fire God unit began loading. This was a movement they had practiced hundreds of times, something they could perform with their eyes closed. But through the smoke rushed a single man. His body was drenched in blood, his armor askew, his hand clenched around a blade. He burst forth, saw the Fire God unit in the act of reloading, and hesitated for a moment, then heard shouts behind him. Fire Candle Squad, it is time to return home. The man glanced over his shoulder and suddenly smiled. He dropped his blade, drew a small oil flask from his chest, and poured it over himself. The oil ran over his wounds, searing and making him tremble. But he did not stop. He drew a flint from his waist and pressed it against his body. With a roar, his entire body erupted in flames. A man of fire. He charged toward the Fire God Special Unit. Ren Shi raised his hand cannon and aimed. Fire. Lead bullets struck the burning man's chest. He staggered, but kept running. Staggered again, still running. After 5 more steps he fell, even as he dropped his hand outstretched forward, grasping for something. But there were more behind him. 30 burning figures burst from the smoke. Burning and still running. The one at the very front had a face already charred beyond recognition, yet his eyes still saw. He was looking at that green shadow. He wanted to grab one. The third Fire God stood in the second rank, having just finished reloading. He raised his head and saw a burning man charging directly at him. 10 paces. 5. 3. He raised his hand cannon. Fire. Lead struck the man's chest. He staggered, but did not stop. The man lunged. The third Fire God tried to dodge, but it was too late. The burning figure embraced him, and both rolled to the ground. Flames spread from the man's body to the third Fire God's arm to his face. He screamed, but the burning man was laughing. Holy light, eternal. The third Fire God's last consciousness held that charred face and those terrifyingly bright eyes. Then nothing. When Ren Shi saw the moment the third Fire God was seized, his eyes reddened. He charged forward, kicked away the still burning corpse, and dragged the third Fire God free. But the third Fire God was no longer moving. Half his body was seared, his eyes remained open. Ren Shi knelt beside him, his hands trembling. Third Fire God. Third Fire God. No one answered. Behind them the battle raged on. The remaining 30 members of the Fire God Special Unit formed 2 ranks, firing volley after volley at the burning figures surging forward. Not a single burning man breached 10 paces. They fell to the ground, still burning, still chanting holy light, eternal. But none could pass. Ren Ye rushed to Ren Shi's side and hauled him up. Get up. The fight is not over. Ren Shi was dragged to his feet, staring blankly at the battlefield. Over 100 corpses lay upon the ground. Kingdom soldiers. Fire Candle Squad members. And one in green. When the sun set, the battle ended. Members of the Fire God Special Unit crouched upon the earth, gasping for breath. Lin Ye walked among them, checking one by one. First Fire God, present. Second Fire God, present. Third Fire God, gone. Fourth Fire God, present. Fifth Fire God, present. Sixth Fire God, present. 31 had gone out, 30 returned. 1 had died. The third Fire God. Ren Shi approached Lin Ye with his head bowed. Commander, the third Fire God is gone. Lin Ye said nothing. He walked to the third Fire God's body and crouched beside it. The face was burned beyond recognition, but the leather band on the wrist remained. Third Fire God, 3 crooked symbols carved into it. Lin Ye reached out and untied the leather band. The body of Huashan San was buried beneath an old tree at the edge of the forest. No ceremony, no prayer. Ren Shi led a few to dig a pit, placed him in, covered it with earth, and weighed it down with stones. Lin Ye took away the leather strap. Before leaving, Ren Qi stood in front of the grave, head bowed for a moment. Then he turned and walked away. There was still a battle to fight. At dawn, the scouts dragged back 3 prisoners from the edge of the battlefield. 2 were severely wounded, 1 lightly. The lightly wounded one was an ordinary soldier of the Holy Light Knights, a young man in his 20s, his face still smeared with unwashed blood. He was forced to his knees, trembling all over. Colin crouched before him, questioning him in the human tongue of the Holy Nation. Name? The man stammered. Peter. How many more of you? 1,800. The main force is still behind. Who is the commander? The leader of the Holy Light Knights. And the chief inquisitor of the tribunal. Colin asked a few more questions, and the man answered, trembling. Lin Ye stood by, listening without interjecting. When Colin finished, he crouched down and looked at the young man named Peter. Ask him if he is afraid of death. Colin translated. Peter was stunned, then nodded frantically. Afraid. Afraid. Lin Ye nodded. He stood up and walked back to the camp. Colin caught up. Chief, what do we do with this man? Lin Ye didn't look back. Let him go. Colin was stunned. Let him go. What if he returns to report? Lin Ye stopped, turned back, and glanced at him. That's exactly what I want him to do. Colin didn't understand. Lin Ye didn't explain. At dusk, the 5 company leaders and Ren Qi were summoned before Lin Ye. On the ground lay a hand-drawn map scouted by Goblin over the past days. The main forces, encampment positions, sentry distribution, and approximate troop deployment of the Holy Nation. Lin Ye crouched, pointing at several spots on the map. The main force of the Holy Nation is camped here tonight, 20 li from us. Ren Ye looked at the map. Chief, are we attacking? Lin Ye nodded. Night raid. Renair frowned. At night? They have torches and will be spotted as soon as we approach. Lin Ye looked at him. We have eyes that can see in the dark. They don't. The group was stunned for a moment, then realized. The night vision of the goblins. Ren Qi's eyes lit up. Chief, we sneak and kill the sentries first, then set fires and charge while they're in chaos. Lin Ye nodded. The Huashan special team infiltrates, kills, and sets fires. The 5 companies wait on the perimeter. When they're in disarray, charge in and reap. Ren Ye, everyone. Lin Ye looked at him. Everyone. Set out. Night had fallen completely. No moon, stars hidden by clouds. The forest was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand before your face. But to the goblins, it was no different from day. 500 green figures slipped out of the camp, split into 2 groups, and vanished silently into the darkness. Ren Qi led the Huashan special team at the front. 30 men, each carrying 2 handguns, 5 sky-shaking thunder, and 1 blade. They hugged the shadows of the trees, their steps so light they didn't even rustle a fallen leaf. 2 li behind, the main force of 5 companies followed, keeping distance, waiting for the signal. Lin Ye walked behind the Huashan special team, with Ren Yi and Renair flanking him. After 2 hours of marching, firelight appeared ahead. The main camp of the Holy Nation had arrived. Ren Qi lay behind a large tree, staring at the camp 50 paces away. The camp was vast rows of tents with several bonfires burning in the center. Sentries stood around the perimeter, about 20 of them, some holding torches, others staring blankly with their blades. Ren Qi counted, committing several positions to memory. He turned and gestured to those behind him. The Huashan special team dispersed. 30 men divided into 10 groups of 3 crept toward different sentries. Ren Qi himself approached the one in the center. The sentry was leaning against a tree back, turned his head, bobbing, dozing off. Ren Qi slipped behind him, covered his mouth with his left hand, and slit his throat with the blade in his right. The man shuddered and went limp. Ren Qi laid him down gently and looked around. In other directions, sentries fell one by one, no sound made. 30 sentries, all gone. Ren Qi grinned. He pulled out a sky-shaking thunder, lit the fuse, and hurled it toward the tent in the center of the camp. Boom. The explosion erupted in flames, the tent flying into the air. The camp instantly erupted into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. One sky-shaking thunder after another detonated across the camp. Soldiers of the Holy Nation rushed out of their tents, some bare-chested, some without even grabbing their blades. They had no idea what was happening. Only saw fire, heard explosions, and watched comrades fall. The Huashan special team had already crept to the camp's edge, hidden in the shadows, firing their handguns in volleys. Lead bullets flew from the darkness, targeting clusters of men. One row fell, then another. Someone began shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" But no one knew where the enemy was. In the darkness, the green figures moved like ghosts. Fire, relocate, fire again. The Holy Nation's soldiers grew chaotic. Some ran east, some west, others knelt on the ground chanting prayers. Eternal holy light. Eternal holy light. A sky-shaking thunder was thrown their way, and the chanting ceased. At the camp's perimeter run, he heard the explosion and drew his blade. Golden Company, charge with me. 500 figures surged from the darkness, charging into the camp that had already descended into chaos. The sound of blades cutting into flesh, screams, pleas for mercy, all mingled together. The Holy Nation soldiers still resisted, but could not organize an effective counterattack. The commander was nowhere to be found. Messengers didn't know where to run. each fought for himself. An officer from the tribunal rushed out bare-chested, a two-handed sword in his grip, shouting, "For the holy light." He cut down 2 goblins and swung his third strike at Rin Ye. Rin Ye sidestepped, turned, and drove his blade into the officer's stomach. The man froze, looked down at the blade in his gut, then raised his head with a grin. "Eternal. Holy light." He grabbed Rin Ye's arm, trying to push the blade deeper into his own belly. Rin Ye kicked him away, pulled out the blade, and blood sprayed across the ground. He looked at the man, still smiling as he collapsed, and cursed. "Madman." The battle lasted 3 hours. At dawn, the camp had become a ruin. Tents were burned to ashes, corpses lay scattered. Some Holy Nation soldiers were dead, some had fled, others knelt on the ground, heads in their hands trembling. Rin Ye walked through the blood-soaked ground, his body drenched in the blood of others. "Chief, we captured over 300 prisoners. Don't know how many escaped." Lin Ye stood beside a pile of charred tents, gazing into the distance. There toward the border of the Holy Nation, smoke still rose. When the sun fully rose, the battle results were reported. The main force of the Holy Nation, about 1,800 strong, had suffered at least 400 killed or wounded in the night raid, with 300 captured and the rest fleeing in chaos. They fled in 2 directions, north toward the border fortress and east into the Holy Nation's interior. The tribe lost 23 dead and over 40 wounded. Among them, the Huashan special team had 2 dead and 5 wounded. Rin Ye crouched on the ground, clutching a leather strap, the one from Huashan 7 and Huashan 14. Lin Ye walked over and crouched beside him. "Keep it." Rin Ye looked up at him. "Chief, what's next?" Lin Ye stood up, facing east. "Pursue." 500 men set off eastward. The trail of the Holy Nation's routed troops was unmistakable: trampled grass, discarded weapons, and a trail of blood. Goblin led the way, running and shouting back. "Chief, there's a fortress ahead. The border kind." Lin Ye quickened his pace. Half an hour later, he saw the fortress. It was small, built of stone, with the banner of the holy light flying from its walls. The routed troops were streaming in the drawbridge, not yet raised. Lin Ye raised his hand. 500 men halted behind him. He looked at the fortress for 3 seconds. "Charge in." 500 men surged toward the fortress. The drawbridge was only half raised when the goblins rushed up and cut the ropes. The gate was only half closed when it was smashed open. The battle lasted a quarter of an hour. The fortress originally had only 50 garrison soldiers, and with the routed troops that had just entered, it still numbered less than 200. And those routed troops had already been terrified out of their wits. They had no heart to fight. After a quarter of an hour, the banner of the holy light was thrown down and replaced by a piece of rag. One Lin Ye had torn from a corpse at random. Rin Ye stood on the wall, grinning. "Chief, we've broken into the Holy Nation." Lin Ye did not smile. He stood in the fortress's courtyard, looking at the prisoners kneeling on the ground. Then he raised his head, gazing east. Farther away, there were more fortresses, more towns, more people. Colin walked up to him, panting. "Chief, are we really going to invade?" Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "They have already invaded us. We are merely defending ourselves." Colin was stunned. Lin Ye turned and looked at the green figures cleaning up the battlefield. "Tell them to rest for an hour. Then we march on." That night, the tribe's 500 men garrisoned a small fortress called White Cliff Fort. It was the first line of defense on the Holy Nation's border. Now theirs. Lin Ye stood on the wall, gazing into the distance. Farther away, there were lights, the villages and towns within the Holy Nation. Rin Ye walked over and stood beside him. "Chief, are we really going to fight?" Lin Ye said nothing. Rin Ye continued, "In all my years, I never thought I'd one day march into human territory." Lin Ye turned to look at him. "You'll get used to it." On the night by a fortress fell, Lin Ye had a dream. In it, he stood before a massive city gate, white as bone, upon which a golden sun was carved. The gate opened, revealing countless figures kneeling within, heads bowed, not daring to look at him. He moved forward, each step crushing down upon those bowed heads. Soft, like stepping in mud. Then he woke. Dawn had not yet broken. Colin crouched beside him, holding a lantern, his expression grim. "Leader, something's happened." Lin Ye sat up. Colin spread open the ledger and read through it item by item. "Baya Fortress needs to be garrisoned, otherwise the church forces could cut off our retreat. I've calculated it. At least 80 men needed." Lin Ye said nothing. Colin turned a page. "Yesterday we seized 2 more villages along the way. One called Whitestone Village, the other Xinguangtan. The villagers fled, but the grain and houses remain. Rin Ye says we can't abandon them. We need people to guard the places, otherwise they'll be burned when we leave. 2 villages need at least 60 men." He turned another page. 47 wounded, 8 serious, 39 light. The serious cases need to be sent back to Baya Fortress to recover. The light wounded can walk, but can't fight. Escorting them back requires another 20 men. Colin closed the ledger and looked at him. "Leader, we set out with 500 men. Now fewer than 350 can fight." Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he stood. "Continue marching." Colin froze. "Leader, 300 men against the capital." Lin Ye looked at him. "Not to attack the capital. To march until they fear us." Colin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. The column marched east for a day. At dusk they passed Whitestone Village. A small settlement, 2 or 3 dozen households, all houses built from stacked stones. The people were gone, the chickens gone, the dogs gone. Only a few pigs in their pens, starving and squealing. Lin Ye led a search party through the village and came back to report. Leader, no one here. Half the grain was taken, the rest hidden in cellars. We found it all. Lin Ye nodded. Lin Ye hesitated, then added, Leader, there's a small chapel in the village. The sun painted on the wall. Our men smashed it. Lin Ye glanced at him, and then, Lin Ye scratched his head. Then, nothing. Just that when they were smashing it, one of the brothers said the thing gave him the creeps. Lin Ye said nothing. He walked into the village and stopped before the small chapel. The door hung open, the golden sun on the wall shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. A few oil lamps sat on the window so long extinguished. He stood at the threshold looking inside. Empty. Nothing at all. Yet he felt as though someone were watching. The next day the column arrived at Xinguangtan. This village was larger than Whitestone, with over 50 households and a wooden watchtower, the kind militia would use. But the people were gone too. Renaer led a search and came back to report. Leader, the people all fled. But there's something else. The wells have dead dogs thrown into them. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes. Renaer continued, 3 wells. 2 have dead dogs in them. The third, we didn't dare test it, afraid it's poison too. Lin Ye walked to the well's edge and looked down. Pitch black, nothing visible. But the stench could be smelled from 10 paces away. Colin walked over, his expression dark. Leader, they're cutting off our water supply. Lin Ye said nothing. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, the horizon ablaze in red. Tonight we don't drink water. On the third day the column encountered living people. Not soldiers, civilians. An old man hiding in the roadside brush was dragged out by the scouts. He was forced to his knees, trembling all over, not daring to look up. Colin crouched before him and asked in the church language, Why are you hiding? The old man trembled, afraid. Afraid? Afraid of what? The old man didn't answer, but his eyes flicked to the side, toward the green-cloaked figures. Colin understood. He stood and walked back to Lin Ye. Leader, he's afraid of us. Lin Ye looked at him. That's to be expected. Colin frowned. But we haven't killed any civilians. Not one the whole way here. Lin Ye said nothing. He stared at the trembling old man kneeling on the ground for a long time. Then he spoke. Let him go. Colin hesitated. Let him go. Lin Ye nodded. Colin walked over, hauled the old man to his feet, and pushed him toward the woods. Go. Don't come back. The old man stared at him for a moment, then turned and ran, faster than a rabbit. Colin walked back and looked at Lin Ye. Leader, he'll report back to them. Lin Ye nodded. I know. Then why? Killing him would only create more trouble. Colin didn't understand, and Lin Ye didn't explain. On the 4th day the column encountered another group of civilians. 3 of them this time. 2 women and a child hiding in an abandoned farmhouse. When Rinsen brought them out, the 2 women were so terrified their legs gave out. They clutched the child and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Colin walked over, about to say, Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. But before he could speak, the child suddenly looked up and glanced at him. Then the child opened its mouth and spat. It landed on Colin's foot. Colin froze. The woman yanked the child back, clutching it to her chest, whole body shaking. But those eyes, they kept staring. At Colin, at the green-cloaked figures. There was no fear in them. Only hatred. Colin stood there staring at the spit on his foot, motionless for a long time. Lin Ye walked over and stood beside him. Do you understand now? Colin turned to look at him. Leader, they hate us. Lin Ye nodded. Yes. Colin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. Lin Ye turned and walked away. Let them go. That evening the column stopped to make camp. Lin Ye sat alone on a boulder, gazing east. Colin came over and sat beside him. Leader, how far are we from the capital? Lin Ye said nothing. He stood up, brushed off his clothes. We march again tomorrow. On the 5th afternoon the column encountered the church's regular army. Not scattered remnants. 800 men in neat formation marching from the east. The Holy Light Knight's banner fluttered in the wind. When Lin Ye rushed over to report, his face showed rare nervousness. Leader, 800 men. Cavalry, infantry, and those oil-slicked ones. Lin Ye rose and watched the distant mass of moving shadows. How many? 800. Scouts counted them. Could be more. Lin Ye was silent for 3 seconds. Form ranks. The battle lasted 2 hours. The Fire God Squad's hand cannons fired 3 volleys, dropping over 100 men, but those behind trampled over the bodies and kept coming. 20 landmines exploded, killing and wounding 50 or 60, but the survivors didn't even slow their pace. Grenades flew out, tearing through another wave, but the next wave pushed forward immediately. Lin Ye took a sword, cut, blood streaming down his arm, yet he kept charging. Renaer had his leg run through, bleeding on the ground, still hurling grenades. Rinsan's face was covered in blood, couldn't tell whose, and he kept shouting, Fire! Fire! Lin Ye stood at the rear, picking off targets 1 arrow at a time. But he was only one man. When the sun set the church forces retreated. They knew goblins could see in the dark. Of 800 men, over 300 dead or wounded. They retreated. On the tribe side, out of 300, fewer than 200 could still stand. 60-some dead. 80-some wounded. After Colin finished the tally, he crouched before Lin Ye, voice trembling. Leader, we have fewer than 200 left. Lin Ye said nothing. He gazed at the dark flat plain in the distance. There were lights there. The direction of the church capital. He knew. He could not reach it. That night Lin Ye stood alone at the edge of the camp. Footsteps approached from behind. He turned. It was Lin Ye. His arm wrapped in bandages, face pale, but his back still straight. Leader, are we marching tomorrow? Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head. Lin Ye froze. Lin Ye spoke, his voice soft. No, we're going back. Lin Ye opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Lin Ye turned and looked east. Those lights were still glowing there. So close, yet so far. I was wrong. Lin Ye heard it, but didn't dare respond. Lin Ye stood there for a long time. Then he turned and walked back. Tell the brothers to pack up. At dawn we withdraw to buy a fortress. At dawn the group began to head back. 200 people dragging over 80 wounded soldiers moved slowly. Lin Ye's leg had been stabbed through, and he lay on a stretcher, his face terrifyingly pale, but he still muttered under his breath. Chief, are we just leaving like this? Lin Ye walked beside him, saying nothing. Lin Ye continued, we took those villages just for nothing. Lin Ye still said nothing. Lin caught up from behind, his expression grim. Chief, the scouts are back. Lin Ye stopped. The one sent out was Shi, the fastest runner. He crouched on the ground, drawing with a twig. Chief, Baishir village is gone. Lin Ye looked at him. Shi continued, of the 15 we left behind, 8 are dead. 7 escaped, 2 of them critically wounded. What happened? People from the church state. Not soldiers, ordinary folks. Lin Ye's hand clenched. Shi lowered his head. Our people were guarding the village, waiting for the wounded to heal before leaving. On the third night the villagers came back. Not a few, but dozens. They came with hoes, sickles, clubs, burst into the houses, and started attacking. Our people had blades and firearms, but they were caught off guard. 8 died, the rest fled into the woods, and survived. Lin asked beside him, and the 7? Shi raised his head. They're in the woods. I brought them back, they're behind us. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he spoke, bring them here. 7 members of the Fire God Special Unit were brought before him. Covered in mud, faces bruised, some still trembling. The leader was Shi, a rag tied around his arm, blood still seeping through. He knelt before Lin Ye, head bowed. Chief, I failed to hold it. Lin Ye crouched down, looking at him. Get up. Shi didn't move. Lin Ye repeated, get up. Shi lifted his head, eyes red-rimmed. Chief, they hit us with hoes. There was a woman holding a child. While we weren't paying attention, she stabbed one of our brothers from behind. The kid, only 5 or 6, picked up stones from the ground and threw them at us. He couldn't go on. Lin Ye said nothing. After a long silence he spoke. Remember. Shi was stunned. Lin Ye stood up, looking at the 7 men. Remember this day. Remember how those people treated you. He paused. Then survive. As they marched into the afternoon, another scout came running back. This time it was Jebuling himself who went. He crouched before Lin Ye, his expression even worse than Shi's. Chief, Xinguang village is gone too. Lin Ye looked at him. Jebuling swallowed hard. We left 20 men. Not a single one escaped. Lin Ye's hand clenched. What happened? Jebuling lowered his head. Poison in the well. Not dog poison, but medicine. Our men drank it, got sick, vomiting and diarrhea, couldn't move. Then the villagers came back. All 20 were dead. Their heads were cut off and hung on wooden stakes at the village entrance. Lin gasped beside him. Lin Ye was silent. After a long time he spoke, the bodies. Jebuling raised his head. I took people to see. But we didn't dare to retrieve them. There are still people guarding over there. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he turned and looked at the 200 living people. Tonight we don't move. That night the group made camp on a hillside. No campfires, no sound. Everyone crouched in the darkness, staring toward Xinguang village in the distance. There were flames there. Not the fire of a burning village, but torches. The church state's commoners were guarding those stakes. Lin crouched beside Lin Ye and whispered, Chief, aren't we going to retrieve the bodies? Lin Ye didn't answer. He stared at the firelight for a long time. Then he spoke, if we go more we'll die. Lin lowered his head. Lin Ye continued, they're waiting for us to come for the bodies. If we go we'll fall into their trap. Lin clenched his fists. Those brothers. We just leave them hanging there. Lin Ye turned to look at him. Remember, we'll come back and fight for it later. Lin was stunned. Lin Ye stood up, dusted off his clothes. Let the brothers sleep. We still have to march tomorrow. The next afternoon pursuers arrived. Not civilians, but the regular army of the church state. 500 men coming from the east at great speed. When the scout reported the group was still 2 days' march from White Cliff Fort. Lin Ye stood on a rock watching the moving shadow in the distance. Lin Ye walked up to him, his arm still bandaged. Chief, do we fight? Lin Ye was silent for 3 seconds. Fight. The battle lasted an hour. On the tribe side, fewer than 200 men, only 150 fit to fight. The wounded were shielded in the center, retreating. The Fire God Special Unit had just over 30 shots left for their hand cannons and only 20 thunderclap grenades. The church state's 500 men surged forward wave after wave. But they had learned. They didn't charge head-on, they flanked from both sides. They didn't cluster, they scattered. When the thunderclap grenades were thrown, they only caught a few. After a volley of hand cannons, before they could reload, the enemy was upon them. Lin Ye was surrounded by 2 men. He cut down one, but the other stabbed him. Lin Ye dragged his broken leg lying on the ground, throwing thunderclap grenades, killing 3, but was struck in the shoulder by a stray arrow. Huashenqi's hand cannon ran out of ammunition. He drew his blade and charged, cutting down 2, then was felled by a 3rd. Lin Ye stood at the rear shooting arrows one by one. But he only had 20 arrows. When they were gone, he drew his sword ready to charge forward. A hand grabbed him. It was Kalin. "Chief, you can't go." Lin Ye shook him off. But another hand grabbed him again. It was Jebuling. "Chief, they're about to retreat." Lin Ye looked up. The church state's forces were indeed withdrawing. They knew goblins could see at night. 500 men left behind 70 or 80 corpses and retreated. On the tribe's side, more than 30 more had died. As the sun set, the group stopped to take stock. When they set out, there were 200 men. Now fewer than 120 could stand. Lin Ye lay on the ground, a stab wound in his chest, blood still flowing. Lin Ye lay beside him, the bandage on his leg soaked through. When Huashenqi was carried back, his eyes were still open, but he no longer spoke. Lin Ye crouched beside Huashenqi, looking at him for a long time. On Huashenqi's wrist was tied that leather thong. Huashenqi. He remembered this man. 3 months ago, he was selected from Fire Company into the Fire God Special Unit. He trained the hardest, charged first when hunting wild boars, and among the 7 who escaped by Shire Village, he was the leader. Now he lay here, eyes open, no longer speaking. Lin Ye reached out and closed his eyelids. Then he stood up. "Bury him." That night the group continued marching. No torches, no one spoke. 120 who could walk, dragging over 40 wounded soldiers, moved step by step toward White Cliff Fort. Lin Ye walked at the front. Kalin followed behind him, not daring to say a word. After 2 hours of marching, someone shouted ahead. It was the scout. "Chief, we've arrived." White Cliff Fort. Lin Ye stopped. In the distance, the fortress built on the white cliff shone with a gray light under the moonlight. Torches flickered on the walls. The ones left behind were still there. Lin Ye stood there looking for a long time. Then he spoke. "Move." The fortress gate opened. The 80 men left behind stood at the entrance, watching the returning brothers. No one spoke. No one smiled. Ren Lu stood at the front, watching those lying on stretchers, those missing limbs, those who walked past with heads bowed. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but couldn't. Lin Ye walked up to him and stopped. "Any food left?" Ren Lu was stunned for a second, then nodded. "Yes. Enough for half a month." Lin Ye nodded. "Send the wounded inside. The living take turns on the walls." He paused. "The church state's people will come after us." On the 3rd day after retreating to Baya Fortress, the Teaching Kingdom's army arrived. Not 500 men, it was 1,200. While the scout was delivering the news, Lin Ye stood on the fortress wall. He watched the dark mass of shadows advancing from the horizon, surging like an incoming tide. Lin Ye stood beside him, his chest wrapped in bandages, his face deathly pale. "Chief, can we hold?" Lin Ye said nothing. He was doing the math. Fewer than 200 fighters in the fortress. Over 40 wounded, and even counting those who could stand to loose an arrow, there were only 220 or so. 40 thunder shakes remained. Over 20 hand cannons were still usable, though ammunition would only last 2 rounds. Rations could sustain them for half a month. Water would last 10 days. 1,200 opposing them. 10 to 1. That afternoon, Lin Ye gathered everyone who could still stand beneath the fortress wall. Over 200 men crouched in a single row. Some were missing limbs, others had their heads wrapped in bandages, many swayed, even while standing. But every pair of eyes was fixed on him. Lin Ye squatted down, meeting their gaze. "The Teaching Kingdom's forces have arrived. 1,200. No one spoke. We have only over 200 left. We cannot win." Still no one spoke. "But we must hold." Lin Ye spoke up. "Chief, how do we defend?" Lin Ye rose and pointed at the fortress wall. "Bury the thunder shakes at the base of the wall. When they charge, we detonate them." He pointed to the gate. "Stack stones behind the door until it's completely blocked. If they cannot blast through, they cannot enter." He then pointed to the people inside the fortress. "Those who can move climb the walls and loose arrows. Those who cannot load ammunition." He paused. Day 1. At first light, the Teaching Kingdom attacked. The first wave consisted of 300 men, shields raised, ladders in hand, charging toward the fortress wall. On the walls, over 80 bows released their arrows simultaneously. The shafts struck the shields with a clattering din, unable to pierce through. Yet some men were exposed, some caught by arrows. Over a dozen fell, but those behind them pressed forward. They reached the base of the wall and set their ladders against it. Then the thunder shakes detonated. The explosives buried at the wall's base erupted in unison, shattering the ladders and sending bodies and limbs flying. The first wave retreated, leaving over 100 corpses. No one cheered on the fortress wall, for the second wave was already coming. On the second day, the Teaching Kingdom changed tactics. They stopped charging the walls and chose to besiege instead, surrounding the fortress so tightly that not even a bird could escape. The defenders began rationing their food, 2 portions of hardtack and a bowl of water per person per day. On the 3rd day the water ran out. Colin crouched before Lin Ye, his voice hoarse. Chief, the well is nearly dry. We can hold out at most 1 more day. Lin Ye said nothing. He watched the bonfires outside the walls. The Teaching Kingdom's troops made no nighttime attacks. Instead they gathered around the flames and sang. They sang hymns of the holy light. The holy light endures. The holy light endures. The melody drifted into the fortress, penetrating every ear. Lin Ye lay on the ground, eyes closed, muttering to himself. Lin Ye walked over and squatted beside him. What are you muttering? Lin Ye opened his eyes. Chief, I'm wondering how they are not afraid of death. Lin Ye remained silent. Lin Ye continued. We have lost over 200 brothers. How many have they lost? Nearly 1,000 by now, and they still charge. He turned his head to look at Lin Ye. Chief, can we win? Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Yes. Lin Ye looked at him. How? Lin Ye rose to his feet, gazing at the fires burning beyond the walls. They have 1 leader. Remove the head, and the body will scatter. Lin Ye was stunned. Chief, you are going to. Lin Ye turned to face the 200+ men who were still capable of fighting. Tonight, I will lead a sortie. You defend the fortress. At midnight, there was no moon. The fortress gate creaked open just enough for 30 figures to slip through. Every remaining member of the Fire God Special Unit was present. Added to Lin Ye, Ren Air, and Run Sand, they totaled 33. Each carried 2 hand cannons, 5 thunder shakes, and a blade. Lin Ye led from the front. They crept through the darkness for an hour, reaching the edge of the Teaching Kingdom's camp. The camp was vast, with tents arranged in neat rows. The largest tent at the center bore the banner of the Sacred Light Knights. Lin Ye stared at that tent for a long time. Then he raised his hand and pressed downward. The 33 men scattered, moving silently toward the center of the camp. The first sentinel was silenced from behind by Lin Ye, a blade across his throat. The second was struck from the side by Huashan, air, making no sound. The third sensed something wrong and opened his mouth to cry out, but Huashan Wu's blade was already buried in his throat. All 33 infiltrators moved into the heart of the camp. When Lin Ye lifted the tent flap, 4 men were asleep inside. The one in the center wore white robes with a golden sun embroidered across his chest. The 3 beside him were guards, swords clasped, sleeping deeply. Lin Ye walked over and stood before the man in white robes. The man opened his eyes. He saw a green-painted face, a blade clenched in hand, staring down at him. He opened his mouth to scream. The sword was already driven home. Lin Ye withdrew his blade and turned to leave. Behind him, the 3 guards barely woke before Lin Ye's group subdued them, 1 swift strike each. The 33 charged out from the camp center. But it was already too late. Alarms rang out beyond the camp. Ambush! Ambush! Torches flared to life, and figures surged toward them. Lin Ye raised his hand and signaled. 30 thunder shakes detonated simultaneously, blasting a path through the chaos. They fled outward. Behind them, the Teaching Kingdom's soldiers gave pursuit. Huashan Ba ran at the rear and was overtaken, felled by a single slash. Huashan Shi paused, intending to return for him, but Lin Ye grabbed him forcefully. Moved. They disappeared into the darkness. Behind them, Huashan Ba's agonized screams lasted 5 seconds before falling silent. When the sun rose, Lin Ye led his men back to the fortress. 33 had gone out, 26 returned. 7 were dead. Lin Ye was covered in blood, unable to tell whose was whose. Ren Air's leg bandages had soaked through again. He limped back painfully. Ren San had been slashed on the arm, the wound deep enough to expose bone. Of the Fire God Special Units, 31 members, fewer than 20 remained. Lin Ye stood on the fortress wall, watching the Teaching Kingdom's camp in the distance. It was in disarray. Their leader was dead. Colin walked over and stood beside him. Chief, did we succeed? Lin Ye said nothing. He looked at those who had run back and at those lying on the ground, unable to rise again. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Let the brothers rest. Day 2. In the afternoon, the Teaching Kingdom's army withdrew. Not entirely, but pulled back 20 li to establish a new camp. They made no further attempts to assault the fortress. 3 days later, the scout returned with news a new commander had arrived, but morale had shattered. The zealots still sang their hymns, though the voices lacked their former power. Lin Ye stood on the fortress wall, gazing at the re-established camp in the distance. Lin Ye walked to his side, his arms bandages freshly changed. Chief, did we win? Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. We did not win, but we did not lose either. Lin Ye was stunned. Lin Ye turned, looking at those still living within the fortress. 223. 500 had marched out, more than half were dead. The Fire God Special Unit had numbered 31, now reduced to 19. He studied those faces for a long time. Then he descended from the wall. Bury them. The fires of the Church Nation camp flickered in the distance like a dying bonfire. Lin Ye stood atop the wall of White Cliff Fortress, gazing at those flames for a long while. 7 days. 3 assaults. Over 400 dead. Couldn't take it. Now the camp was torn by daily quarrels, and sometimes, even in the dead of night, the sound of curses could be heard. The new commander couldn't control the fanatics. The war faction and the wait-and-see faction were on the verge of tearing each other apart. Lin Ye walked to his side, arm wrapped in bandages. Boss, they're still arguing. Lin Ye said nothing. Lin Ye hesitated, then asked, are we just going to keep defending? Lin Ye finally spoke. No more defending. Lin Ye froze. Lin Ye turned to face him. This place we abandon. Ren E Ren Air Ren San Ren Wu Ren Lu Ren Shi Colin. 7 people who could still stand gathered in a circle. Lin Ye crouched in the center, tracing lines on the ground with his finger. The church nation can't break through for now. They've fallen into chaos among themselves. Ren Air frowned. Boss, are we really just leaving like this? So many brothers died. Was it all for nothing? Lin Ye looked at him. Their deaths weren't wasted. 400 of theirs are dead. We retreat, and they'll keep tearing each other apart. Ren Air opened his mouth, but said nothing. Lin Ye continued. As for Shichiao Fortress, the north has been quiet, but that doesn't mean they'll stay quiet forever. Colin froze. Boss, are you saying? Lin Ye rose to his feet. We're going back. Back to Lin City. The others exchanged glances. Ren Yi was the first to nod. We follow the boss. An hour later, White Cliff Fortress came alive with activity. The wounded were lifted onto stretchers. Grain was packed into sacks. Explosive jars, flintlocks, thunder bombs. Everything was inventoried one by one. Whatever could be carried was taken. What couldn't was piled in the courtyard and doused with oil. The Fire God Special Unit crouched by the walls, distributing the last batch of thunder bombs. 5 per person tucked into their clothing. Ren Shi walked up to Lin Ye. Boss, there's movement at the Church Nation camp. Lin Ye looked at him. Someone's come out. Dozens of them carrying torches heading this way. Lin Ye rose and walked to the wall, peering outside. Torches swayed in the darkness, still 2 li from the fortress gate. They've discovered us. Ren Shi gripped his blade. Do we fight? Lin Ye shook his head. No time. We're leaving. The gates swung open, and over 200 green-cloaked figures filed out, vanishing into the darkness. Lin Ye walked at the rear. He turned back to glance at the White Fortress. 7 days of blood. 57 brothers, all left behind here. He turned and walked into the forest. Behind him, the pile of supplies they couldn't carry was set ablaze. Firelight illuminated half the sky. When the Church Nation forces reached the fortress gate, it was already empty. Only a few blackened walls and a heap of smoldering ashes remained. The column marched through darkness for an entire night. No one spoke. No one stopped. The wounded were carried on stretchers, those with minor injuries supported each other, and those who could walk forced themselves forward through sheer will. Just before dawn, Colin walked up to Lin Ye. Boss, let's rest a while. The men can't take any more. Lin Ye looked at the people behind him. Some legs were trembling. Some eyes were nearly closed. Some walked straight into the back of the person ahead before jerking awake. He stopped. Rest for half an hour. Drink water, eat. No sleeping. Over 200 men collapsed in the forest, pulling out dried rations and water bladders, devouring everything ravenously. Ren Yi sat down beside Lin Ye, the bandages on his arm seeping blood again. Boss, Shichiao Fortress. It should be fine, right? Lin Ye remained silent. Ren Yi muttered to himself. The North has been fighting the Church Nation for 2 years. They shouldn't have time to worry about us. Lin Ye stared into the distance. That was the direction of Lin City. We leave when the rest is done. After 2 days and 1 night of forced marching, the column finally emerged from the forest on the 3rd morning. Ahead lay Lin City. The city walls still stood. Smoke still rose from chimneys. People moved about at the gates. Still alive. Lin Ye stood there gazing at the city for a long while. Then he moved forward. At the city gate, it swung open. A few people rushed out. Running at the front was Gobisu. Covered in mud, face slick with sweat, gasping for breath. He dashed up to Lin Ye and collapsed to his knees. Boss. Shichiao Fortress. Lin Ye crouched down, looking at him. What happened? Gobisu kept his head low, voice trembling. The North. The North has attacked. Lin Ye's hand clenched tightly. Tell me clearly. Gobisu raised his head, eyes red-rimmed. At the city gate, the column split into 2 groups. The severely wounded and those who couldn't walk were helped into Lin City. Gobisu led people to receive them, arranging food, shelter, and medicine. Those who could still fight stood in a line. 150 people. Colin stood beside Lin Ye, clutching an account book in his hand. Boss, I'm going with you. Lin Ye glanced at him. You stay. Guard the city. Colin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but held back. Lin Ye turned to face the 150 people. The Church Nation can't reach us for now. But the enemy we need to face now is from the north. No one spoke. Shichiao Fortress is still holding. If we hurry, we might still save some of them. Still no one spoke. Lin Ye stepped forward. Move out. 150 people followed behind him, heading north. Behind them, the gates of Lin City slowly closed. When the sun rose from beyond the forest, the sentinel at Stone Bridge Fortress yawned. His name was 243, a man from the Earth Company. 2 months ago, he had injured his hand in battle and was sent back to recuperate. Once his wound had healed, instead of returning to the front lines, he stayed behind to assist with guard duty. He cast a glance downward. Then he froze. In the distance, a dark mass was moving toward them. Cavalry. Infantry. Banners. The banners of the Northern Realm. He opened his mouth to shout. when an arrow whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in the wooden post behind him. He shrank back, taking cover behind the battlements, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack. His voice erupted across the fortress walls. A second arrow pierced another sentinel's throat. A third arrow buried itself in the chest of the third sentinel. 243 huddled behind the battlements, trembling all over. He heard the sound of horns below. The people inside the fortress were awake. He peeked out with half his head and took a look. The northern cavalry had already charged to the base of the walls, their arrows falling like rain upon the battlements. He retreated, scrambling up the stairs with both hands and feet. Halfway up, an arrow struck his thigh. He let out a scream and tumbled down the stairs, crashing against the base of the wall. Someone hauled him to his feet. It was Reincarnated. Can you move? 243 glanced down at his thigh. The arrow was still embedded, blood seeping out. Why, yes. Yes. Reincarnated shoved him backward. Go to the rear courtyard. Wake everyone up. 243 dragged his leg and ran toward the rear courtyard. Panic erupted within the fortress. The old, the weak, the wounded, and the miscellany troops surged forth from every direction. Some carried swords, others carried hoes, and some had nothing at all. Reincarnated stood in the center of the courtyard and roared, to the walls. Everyone to the walls. 70 or 80 men scrambled up the battlements. But it was already too late. The northern ladders had already been raised against the walls, and the first wave of attackers began climbing. Those on the walls desperately hurled stones, loosed arrows, and poured boiling oil. An old miner hefted a massive stone and smashed it downward. The rock struck a northern soldier in the head, splattering brain matter across the ground. Before he could celebrate, 3 arrows simultaneously pierced his chest. He fell backward, his eyes still open. A wounded soldier dragging his severed leg lay prone on the battlements and loosed arrows downward. He fired 3 shots and felled 2 enemies. Before he could knock his 4th arrow, a bolt pierced his neck. A young boy, barely reaching the man's waist, ran toward the wall, clutching a stone. Midway there, a stray arrow struck his shoulder, and he crashed to the ground. He scrambled back up, dragging his arm, and continued crawling until he delivered the stone to the base of the wall. No one was there to praise him. The number of defenders on the walls dwindled. After more than 20 blows from the battering ram, the city gate finally cracked. The northern forces flooded in. Then boom. 3 earth-shattering explosives buried behind the gate detonated simultaneously. The dozen or so soldiers in the vanguard were blown apart, their severed limbs scattering across the ground. Those behind were toppled by the blast wave, their screams merging into one continuous wail. The leading knight had a leg blown off and collapsed on the ground, howling in agony. Retreat! Retreat! But it was already too late. The granary also exploded. 5 earth-shattering explosives had been concealed beneath the grain sacks. As northern soldiers charged in to plunder the grain, one of them stepped on a fuse. Boom, boom, boom. The entire granary collapsed, burying everyone underneath with no survivors. In the council hall, the 2 barrels of gunpowder remained. 2 northern soldiers kicked open the door and charged inside. The torchlight illuminated the barrels, and they hesitated. A moment of confusion. What was this? Then a flash of fire. Boom! The entire council hall was blown sky-high, bricks and rubble flying dozens of paces. The 20-odd people standing nearby were completely obliterated. After the explosions ceased, the northern army still surged forward. There were simply too many of them. 30 were killed by the blast, yet 200 remained. 50 more were killed, and 300 still pressed on. The living climbed out of the ruins, trampling over their comrades' corpses as they continued their advance. The streets of Stonebridge Fortress had become a slaughterhouse. Reincarnated, dragging his maimed legs, stood at the intersection. Clutching his blade, his body covered in blood, some his own, some not. 3 northern soldiers charged at him. He slashed down one, but was stabbed by the second. He thrust backward in response, killing that man. The third man's blade was already descending. As Reincarnated fell, his eyes remained open. He saw at the other end of the street the old blacksmith swinging his hammer, smashing a northern soldier's skull to pieces. The old blacksmith was in his 70s, his back severely stooped, struggling just to stand. But those hands, 50 years of forging iron, had made them harder than stone. He shattered the first, but the second charged forward and stabbed him. He spun around and smashed his hammer into that man's face. The third struck him from behind, and as he fell, his hand still clenched the hammer. The fourth came and drove his blade into the old blacksmith's neck. The blacksmith went still. Reincarnated closed his eyes. Gubu, who, hearing the cries and slaughter outside, did not run. She stood at the entrance of the medical hall with more than 20 young children behind her. The smallest were still at the breast, the tallest barely reaching her knees. Someone rushed in and called to her. Gubu, who? Come quick. She did not move. The person grabbed her. She shook off his hand. I cannot take them with me. The person froze. Gubu, who turned and looked at those children. Some were crying, some trembling, some too innocent to understand anything, still smiling. She crouched down and embraced the closest one. Do not be afraid. When the northern soldiers burst in, she stood at the very front. The first blade slashed her shoulder. She did not fall. The second cut into her waist. She knelt. The third strike fell upon her neck. As she collapsed, her hand still reached forward, shielding those children behind her. The children screamed and ran outward. After a few steps they were caught and slashed down. At the medical hall's entrance, blood flowed like a river. Goblin Man, hearing the commotion from the medical hall, trembled all over. Clutching a pair of scissors, she stood at the doorway of the children's shelter. Behind her were more than 30 young ones. The eldest had just learned to walk, the youngest still swaddled in cloth. Someone sprinted past her. "Run! Why are you still standing?" She did not move. She knew there was no escape. When the northern soldiers charged, she raised the scissors and thrust them into the first man's belly. That man screamed and fell. The second slashed her arm. The scissors dropped to the ground. The third struck her chest. She fell backward, collapsing at the shelter's doorway. Blood flowed from beneath her, streaming into the doorway, reaching those children's feet. The young ones began to cry. The northern soldiers charged inside. The crying ceased. 243 hid in the firewood room, clutching his wounded thigh, daring not make a sound. He heard the shouts and slaughter outside, the screams of agony, the sound of blades cutting into flesh. He heard someone shouting, "Run," and then that voice was cut short. He heard the children crying, and then the crying stopped. He heard the sound of fire taking hold. Outside the firewood room, flames flickered and danced. He covered his mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. He did not know how much time had passed before silence fell outside. He parted the door crack and peered out. The street was filled with corpses. Some he recognized, some he did not. Rin Shiba lay at the intersection, his eyes still open. The old blacksmith lay face down at the medical hall's entrance, his hand still gripping that hammer. Gobu, who had fallen within the hall, surrounded by those motionless children. Gobu Man lay at the doorway of the children's shelter, blood pooling beneath her. The fire was approaching. He dragged his leg and crawled toward the rear courtyard. There was a secret passage. The secret passage was narrow, fitting only one person to crawl through. 243A, dragging his wounded leg, crawled inch by inch into the darkness. Behind him the fire advanced, smoke pouring and choking him until he could barely breathe. He crawled and crawled and crawled. He did not know how long. Light appeared ahead. He crawled out and tumbled onto the ground. Outside was a forest. He looked back. Stonebridge Fortress was burning. The entire fortress was ablaze. Flames reached the sky, black smoke rolling upward. He remembered the last words Rin Shiba had spoken before charging into the alley. "Get out alive and tell the commander." He lay in the forest, gazing at the burning fortress for a long time. Then he turned and crawled toward the direction of Lin City. Behind him, Stonebridge Fortress continued to burn. It burned throughout the entire night. By the time Lin Ye arrived at Stonebridge Fortress with his band, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. Smoke still curled from the ruins. The stench of char drifted for miles, invading nostrils and turning stomachs. But Lin Ye's gaze was not on the smoke. He was watching the banners flying at the fortress gate, the banners of the northern frontier, and the men beneath them. Lin Ye raised his hand, and the column halted. He lay prone in the scrub on the hillside, fixing his eyes on the fortress. Figures moved about the gate, clad in northern frontier armor, carrying torches. More figures paced atop the walls, gazing into the distance. Rin Ye crouched beside him, voice barely above a whisper. "Leader, they still hold it." Lin Ye said nothing. He was counting. 5 at the gate, 7 or 8 on the battlements, and in the courtyard. Shadows flickered, impossible to make out clearly. But a rough estimate yielded at least 300 or 400 men. The northern frontier had taken Stonebridge Fortress and left 300 or 400 to hold it. The rest had likely already departed with their spoils. Or perhaps they were still inside. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed to slits. "They never expected us to return so soon." Rin Ye watched him. "Leader, do we engage?" Lin Ye remained silent for 3 seconds. "We fight." Darkness descended completely. No moon, and even the stars were hidden behind clouds. The forest turned pitch black, so dark one could not see one's own hand before one's face. But for goblins this was no different from daylight. 150 green silhouettes crept down the hillside, splitting into 3 columns, converging on Stonebridge Fortress. The Fire God Special Unit led the advance. 19 warriors, each armed with 2 handguns, 5 thunder-shattering bombs, and a blade. Lin Ye moved at the center, flanked by Rin Ye and Rin Air. They halted at 50 paces from the fortress walls. The sentries atop the ramparts continued their patrol, 6 in total, 3 on the eastern side, 3 on the western, convening at intervals. Rin Shi slipped around from the flank, crouching beside Lin Ye. "Leader, leave the 5 at the gate to me." Lin Ye nodded. Rin Shi waved a hand, and the Fire God unit dispersed into the shadows. The first sentry was seized from behind his mouth, muffled, a blade drawn across his throat. The second sentry spun around, only to find Fire God 5 lunging at him. He tried to cry out, but the blade had already pierced his throat. The third sentry heard the commotion and turned, only to see Fire God Air's sword already descending. 3 sentries, 5 seconds, all fallen. But the 4th sentry stood farther off. He opened his mouth to shout. An arrow flew from the darkness and buried itself in his chest. Lin Ye lowered his bow and thrust his hand forward. "Charge!" 150 warriors surged toward the fortress gate. Before the 5 northern frontier soldiers could react, thunder-shattering bombs had already landed at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. 5 bombs detonated in unison, hurling 5 bodies through the air. The gate lay open. Lin Ye burst through first. The courtyard teemed with northern frontier soldiers. Some were eating, others polishing blades, a few sprawled on the ground in sleep. They heard the explosions and froze for a heartbeat. Then the 150 green shadows came flooding in. The handguns roared. The Fire God Special Unit formed 2 ranks, one kneeling, one standing. Fire. 19 handguns discharged as one lead balls hurtling into the bewildered northern frontier troops. One row collapsed. Reload. The northern frontier soldiers snapped to their senses and charged forward with weapons raised. But they could not break through the thunder-shattering bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Another dozen bombs exploded, cutting down those at the front ranks. Yet those behind pressed on. These were northern frontier soldiers, not fanatical zealots from the church nation. They feared death. After 30, some fell, some began retreating. Fall back. Fall back. Lin Ye cleaved one down with his blade, then looked up to see the northern frontier troops fleeing toward the rear of the fortress. Pursue. The street-by-street battle raged for half a shurchen. The northern frontier soldiers fled through the back gate, sprinting northward. Lin Ye led the chase, cutting down another dozen or so. But darkness swallowed the roads, and none knew the terrain. After chasing 2, Li, the pursuers had scattered. Lin Ye pressed the hardest, felling 2 enemies before a third spun and slashed his arm. Clenching his teeth, he tried to press on, but Lin Ye's voice stopped him. Hold your pursuit. Lin Ye halted, chest heaving. Leader, they escaped. Lin Ye gazed northward where darkness pressed thick and impenetrable, revealing nothing. Let them run. He turned and walked back. We need to see what remains. The fortress was carpeted with corpses. Northern frontier soldiers, goblins, tangled together beyond distinction. He found them. Ren Shiba lay at the mouth of the street, eyes closed. His bad leg, still crooked, curled beneath him. 3 blade wounds marked his body, and in his grip, he still clutched his sword. The old blacksmith lay sprawled at the clinic door, hammer still clutched in his fist. His back was carved with blade wounds. Inside the clinic, Gob Prot lay among 7 or 8 tiny bodies huddled around him. By the juvenile shelter, Gob Man lay at the threshold, one hand still reaching forward. Lin Ye stood there surveying them one by one. Ren Ye approached, opened his mouth, but no words came. Lin Ye did not speak. He crouched down and untied the leather cord from Ren Shiba's wrist. Ren Shiba, 3 crooked symbols. He tucked it into his chest. Moving to the old blacksmith, he stood for a while. No cord. He was human. Lin Ye stood a moment longer, then turned away. He untied Gob Prot's cord, untied Gobman's cord, tucked them into his chest. Then he rose, regarding the bodies, regarding those still living. The green figures now sifting through the wreckage in search of survivors. Find our people. 150 warriors combed the ruins. The living they found numbered 7 or 8. Those who had hidden in cellars beneath woodpiles or clawed their way out from under piles of bodies. The dead were carried out one by one, laid on the open ground beyond the fortress. 1 row, then 2, then 3. By dawn, over 180 corpses lay arranged there. Dozens more lay buried beneath the rubble beyond recovery. Ren Ye approached, Lin Ye, voice hoarse. Leader, the survivors say of the 250 who stayed behind, this is all that remains. Lin Ye said nothing. He stared at the bodies. Ren Shiba, the old blacksmith, Gob Prot, Gobman, and those without names. 250 souls, fewer than 30 had escaped. 180 some lay dead here. The rest entombed in the ruins, never to be found. He stood there motionless for the longest time. Then he spoke. Dig pits. Bury them. Over 200 people dug throughout the day. The pit was dug on the hillside beyond the fortress, vast and deep. The dead were laid inside, layer upon layer, each covered with earth. By sunset, the pit had been filled level with the ground. No tombstone, no marker. Only a mound of fresh soil. Lin Ye stood before that mound for a very long while. Ren Ye walked over and stood beside him. Leader, do we still hold Stonebridge Fortress? Lin Ye did not answer. He gazed upon the ruins. Walls crumbled, gates shattered, houses reduced to blackened skeletons. When Lin Ye led his people back to Lin City, it was already the second day's evening. The city gates were open, and Gabu Su stood at the entrance, his face pale. Upon seeing Lin Ye, he ran over, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to his knees. Leader, you're back. Lin Ye nodded and walked inside. The city was quieter than when he had left. Far fewer people filled the streets, all busy hauling supplies toward the city walls. Stones, timber, barrels of hot oil piled everywhere. Gabu Su followed behind, speaking as they walked. Leader, over in the northern territory. The scouts have returned. They say they are mustering. Lin Ye halted. How many? Gabu Su swallowed hard. We don't know, but the forts along the border are all moving. Eagle Rock Fort, White Poplar Fort, Wasteland Fort. All are dispatching troops. Lin Ye remained silent and continued walking. By the time several commanders were summoned, darkness had fallen. Gabayan, Jebuli, Jebujing, Jebusu, Jebuling, Gabuji, Kellen, along with Rinni and Rinchi, crouched in a line. Lin Ye stood before them in silence. Spread across the ground was a map showing the entire forest region, Lin City Stonebridge Fort, the borderline, and several outpost locations. Lin Ye squatted down and pointed at the map. The Northern Territory will attack again. After losing hundreds at Stonebridge Fort, they won't let this go. No one spoke. The Orthodox Kingdom cannot interfere for now, but it will eventually come. Still no one responded. Lin Ye looked up at them. So from today forward, everyone becomes a soldier. Lin Ye's finger rested on the map, pointing to Lin City's location. Lin City leave half the people to defend it. The elderly, females, and adolescents. All who can move to the walls. His finger moved to Stonebridge Fort's position. Stonebridge Fort, the other half goes to defend it. That is the northern gateway, it cannot be lost. Rennie looked up. Leader, Stonebridge Fort has been burned to ruins. How can we defend it? Lin Ye gazed at him. Even ruins can be defended. When walls fall, pile stones. When doors are gone, block them. As long as people remain, defense is possible. Rennie opened his mouth, but said nothing. Lin Ye continued. Goblin take 300 men to defend Lin City. Goblin nodded. Jebeli take 300 men to defend Stonebridge Fort. Jebeli nodded. Jebujing all smithies must operate day and night without cease. Report immediately when the Northern Territory makes any moves. Jebuling nodded. Kellen provisions gunpowder and the wounded. All fall under your command. Find more if needed, distribute what is plentiful. Kellen nodded. Lin Ye rose to his feet, looking at them all. 3 days. Within 3 days, every able-bodied person must be on the walls. By dawn the following day, Lin City was already in full motion. In the open square, adult males formed ranks to receive weapons and equipment. Where swords were lacking, spearheads were issued. Where spearheads ran short, wooden clubs went to those in need. And when even those were insufficient, stones were distributed. Rennie stood at the front of the line, examining each person one by one. You to the walls. You carry stones. You assist at the smithy. You help transport the wounded to the infirmary. The elderly and infirm were equally occupied. Females worked in the kitchens, boiling porridge, cooking meat, and packing rations. Adolescents carried stones, water, and arrows up to the city walls. Even those too frail to walk sat at home, twisting hemp rope and sharpening arrowheads. Jebujing crouched at the smithy entrance, his voice grown hoarse from shouting. The furnaces must never go out. Shifts around the clock. Finish the swords, then the spearheads, then the thunder bombs. 20 furnaces blazed simultaneously, flames reaching skyward, hammer strikes ringing from dawn to dusk. Stonebridge Fort presented far greater difficulties than Lin City. Half the walls had collapsed, the gates were gone, and houses were burned to black frames. Smoke still rose from the rubble, the acrid stench unable to dissipate. Jebeli stood before the wreckage, watching his 300 men build the wall. The 300 began hauling stones, digging from the ruins, gathering from the slopes, dragging from the forest edge. Stone by stone, they rebuilt the fallen walls. Where there were no doors, they stacked stones higher than a person, leaving only a narrow gap, enough for a man to crawl through, but not for a horse. Members of the Fire God Special Unit crouched at the wall's base, burying thunder bombs. One by one, they placed them, fuses linked together, and led behind the wall. Rinchi squatted nearby, working as he spoke. When they arrive, we detonate first. After the blast, we fight. Those beside him nodded, their hands never stopping. By evening, Kellen approached Lin Ye, clutching a stack of ledgers. Leader, the count is complete. Lin Ye looked at him. Kellen opened the first ledger. At Lin City, 420 adult males can man the walls, including females, adolescents, and the elderly who can assist. Over 600 can help. He opened the second book. At Stonebridge Fort, 300 adult males, including the remaining Fire God Special Unit personnel, roughly 320. He looked up. In total, over 700 combat ready. With support staff, more than 1,300. Lin Ye nodded. Kellen hesitated, then added, Leader, provisions will last only 1 month. Thunder bombs remaining, over 80. Hand cannon ammunition enough for 2 rounds. Lin Ye fell silent. He gazed into the distance toward Stonebridge Fort. Then he spoke. 1 month is enough. Kellen froze. What is enough? Lin Ye turned to him. The Northern Territory cannot wait that long. They will come soon. The Northern Army arrived at Stonebridge Fortress. 800 men, a mixed formation of cavalry and infantry, bearing the Frost Wolf banners, pressing forward from the north. Scouts had already delivered the news. Lin Ye stood upon the walls of Lin City, listening as Gu Bueling recited the report, item by item. 200 cavalry, 600 infantry, led by a knight named Redman, the border commander. Lin Ye did not speak. Gu Bueling continued, they will strike Stonebridge Fortress first, and after taking it may advance on Lin City. Lin Ye nodded. I see. He turned to look at Ren Ye beside him. Is everything prepared on the Stonebridge Fortress front? Ren Ye nodded. 300 men, 80 thunder bombs, 20 hand muskets. We strike once and vanish, no clinging to battle. Lin Ye gazed toward the north. There in the direction of Stonebridge Fortress smoke and dust were already visible. Let them come. Redman reined in his horse, gazing at the ruined fortress in the distance. Intelligence had reported that Stonebridge Fortress had been burned, but he had not imagined it reduced to this. A collapsed half-wall, no gate, remaining only a handful of blackened, broken remnants. Smoke still rose, and the acrid stench of charred wood drifted over, nearly making one wretch. His adjutant drew near. "My lord, can this place even be defended?" Redman said nothing. He raised his hand and swept it forward. "Go in and inspect." The infantry formed ranks and marched into the ruins. Those at the front had just stepped through the fortress gate. Boom! The thunder bomb detonated. 3 men were hurled into the air, the rest collapsed, chaos erupting. Boom, boom, boom. Several more explosions followed from different directions. Over 20 had been buried within the ruins, detonating one after another. Screams, blood, and dust rose everywhere. Redman's face darkened. "Retreat. Pull back." The infantry ran rearward, and several more stepped on mines. By the time they withdrew from the ruins, more than 30 bodies lay on the ground, with another 20 wounded men writhing in agony. Redman gripped his reins tightly, his knuckles turning white. Where are those greenskins? No one knew. The ruins were empty. Besides the corpses, nothing remained. 300 green figures had long since slipped out through the rear gate of the ruins. They had dashed into the forest running south. After 5 li they stopped to catch their breath. Gubuli crouched atop a stone and looked back. Smoke still hung over the direction of Stonebridge Fortress. He grinned. The leader was right. Strike once and run. Let them grasp at shadows. The others around him laughed too. But the laughter was brief, because they knew this was only the beginning. Lin Ye sat in the council chamber, a piece of beast hide spread before him. Lin crouched nearby, a charcoal pencil in hand. "Leader, what should I write?" Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "To His Excellency the Grand Duke of the Northern Dominion, Stonebridge Fortress is returned to you." Lin froze. "Leader, are we really giving it back like this?" Lin Ye looked at him. "It has already been burned. Returning it to them will only mean returning ruins." Lin opened his mouth, but said nothing. Lin Ye continued. "Write, the garrison of Stonebridge Fortress has withdrawn. Not a single soldier of our tribe remains within the fortress. If your excellency is willing to lay down arms, the tribe pledges never to infringe upon your lands again." He paused. "Add this as well, the Holy Empire is still in turmoil. If your excellency wishes to wage war on 2 fronts, then come." Lin's hands trembled, but he bowed his head and wrote word by word upon the beast hide. When he finished, he looked up. "Leader, who will deliver this?" Lin Ye rose to his feet. "I will go." That night Lin Ye rode alone northward. Outside the ruins of Stonebridge Fortress, he was halted by northern sentries. The torchlight illuminated his face, the green skin, the calm, still eyes. The sentinel was stunned. "Goblin." Lin Ye said nothing. He drew the scroll of beast hide from his chest and handed it over. The sentinel dared not take it. Lin Ye tossed the hide onto the ground and turned to leave. A few steps later he stopped. "Tell your commander, next time we come we will not be delivering letters." He vanished into the darkness. The sentinel stood frozen for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, only the scroll of beast hide remained on the ground. Redman studied the scroll for a long while. The letter was short, the characters crooked, but the meaning was unmistakable. "Stonebridge Fortress is returned to you. Stop the fighting." His adjutant drew near. "My lord, have they surrendered?" Redman said nothing. His gaze lingered on those words. "The Holy Empire is still in turmoil. If your excellency wishes to wage war on 2 fronts, then come." He clenched the beast hide. "My lord, shall we continue the attack?" Redman remained silent for a long time. He thought of the soldiers blown apart in the ruins, of those green figures fleeing faster than hares, of that dark looming forest. Send the letter back to Froststone City. Let the Grand Duke decide. When Lin Ye returned to Lin City, dawn was approaching. Upon the city wall, Lin Ye was still waiting. "Leader, did it work?" Lin Ye said nothing. He entered the city and climbed the wall, gazing toward the north. There in the direction of Stonebridge Fortress, torches still flickered, but they did not advance this way. Lin walked over and stood beside him. "Leader, will they retreat?" Lin Ye was silent for a long while. Then he spoke. "Yes." Lin was surprised. "Why, oi?" Lin Ye looked at him. "Because they are not here to die. They are here to take something. Once they have it, they will stop." Lin lowered his head. Lin Ye turned and looked over the city. Those still moving figures. Those still hauling stones, sharpening blades, boiling porridge. Let them rest. From tomorrow those who farm shall farm, those who forge shall forge. He paused. "But do not dismantle the walls. They will come again." On the 5th day after the message was sent, the northern forces retreated. When the scout came running back with the news, Lin Ye was standing on the city wall. He gazed northward where dust clouds rolled, but they were not approaching. They were receding. Gubulung crouched beside him, breathing heavily. "Chief, they've left. Breaking camp, heading north." Lin Ye did not speak. Ren Ye stood nearby, his clenched fist slowly relaxing. "Chief, did we win?" Lin Ye shook his head. No. They simply don't want to fight anymore. Lin Ye froze. Lin Ye watched the distant dust clouds fade into the horizon, falling into a long silence. Go tell Gubu Su to cut off the road. Gubu Su led 100 men 20 miles north. That was the road from Lin City to Shichiao Fortress. The cement road Lin Ye had personally ordered built completed just 3 months ago. The road surface was perfectly flat, an ox cart could cover 5 miles in half an hour. Now it had to be destroyed with his own hands. Gubu Su stood in the middle of the road, gazing at the gray-white expanse, and sighed deeply. Dig! Pickaxes and hoes struck down, shattering the cement as fragments flew in all directions. They dug breaks into the road at intervals. Every 10 steps a pit, 2 zhang wide, each filled with sharpened wooden stakes. The excavated stones were piled along the roadside, forming low walls. People could climb over them, but carts could not. Someone asked, "Chief, why destroy a road we built ourselves?" Gubu Su glanced at him. "So the North cannot use it." The man understood. With the road cut, even if the North occupied Shichiao Fortress, transporting troops or supplies to Lin City would require venturing through the forest. The forest belonged to the goblins. They dared not enter. In the first month after the northern forces withdrew, the entire tribe resembled a turtle that had retracted into its shell. Lin City's gates remained hermetically sealed, with only a few covert sentries standing watch. No one was permitted to venture out, provoke trouble, or approach the border. Yet the fields were still tended and crops planted as usual. The blacksmith forge burned day and night. The gunpowder workshop continued production as the thunder-shattering bombs gradually increased from 80 to 200. 20 additional handguns were forged and ammunition for 5 full combat rounds was stockpiled. Gubu Jing had grown gaunt, but his eyes sparkled with intensity. "Chief, give me 3 more months, and I can replenish the thunder-shattering bombs to 500. Lin Ye nodded. Ku Lin clutched the accounting ledger, reciting each entry. "Grain stores can sustain us until the autumn harvest. After that we have provisions for half a year." Lin Ye nodded once more. But after Ku Lin closed the ledger, Lin Ye asked, "What about trade?" Ku Lin hesitated, then shook his head. "Cut off. The Sanatown merchant caravan won't come, and there's no word from Tiezhen Fortress." Lin Ye fell into contemplative silence. "Send scouts to investigate. Start with Tiezhen Fortress. That old man Lu Mu should still be alive." Ku Lin nodded. Half a month later the scouts returned. Ku Lin had gone personally. Posing as a wandering merchant, he had circled for 3 days before finally reaching Tiezhen Fortress. Lu Mu was still alive. The old man had grown thinner, yet his eyes still gleamed with sharp intelligence. "You're still alive?" Ku Lin nodded. Lu Mu immediately pulled him inside and shut the door. "Both the North and the Church lands are spreading rumors that you've been decimated. That Shichiao Fortress was burned, that many died." Ku Lin remained silent. Lu Mu studied him intently for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. "Not all of you perished, I see." Ku Lin nodded. Lu Mu rose and dragged out a chest from beneath the bed. "Or sulfur and some refined iron. Take as much as you can carry." Ku Lin stood stunned. Lu Mu looked at him. "Enough talk. Next time you come, bring more dye." Ku Lin hoisted the chest onto his shoulder. As he turned to leave, he glanced back. Lu Mu stood at the doorway, his back bowed, yet his spine straight. "Tell your chief, this being alive is stronger than anything else." The wheat in the fields ripened gold as far as the eye could see. The harvesters formed lines, cutting the wheat row by row and storing it in the granaries. The blacksmith's forge never dimmed. Thunder-shattering bombs filled half the workshop. 40 handguns were ready with ammunition for 10 full rounds. At the place where the cement road had been destroyed, a narrow path was constructed through the forest, known only to their own people. The border watchtowers were rebuilt, positioned even more deeply concealed than before. Lin Ye's daily ritual remained unchanged, standing on the city wall, gazing northward. Lin Ye sometimes stood beside him in silence. That evening, Lin Ye finally could not hold back his question. "Chief, when do we strike back?" Lin Ye did not speak. He gazed at the dark forest before him and beyond it, Shichiao Fortress, now no longer theirs. After a long while he finally spoke. "Not yet." Lin Ye froze. Lin Ye turned to face him. "Let them believe we are afraid. Let them relax. Let them think that pile of ruins belongs to them." He paused. "When they feel safe, that's when we move." That night Lin Ye sat alone in the den. Before him lay several leather strips. Ren 18. Gubu Hu. Gubu Man. Hua Shen San. Hua Shen Chi. Hua Shen Shirer. And those with no names. His hand clenched tight. His fingernails dug into his flesh and blood seeped out. He gazed northward. In the direction of Shichiao Fortress nothing could be seen. But he knew. The pile of ruins remained. The bones of those people remained. He spoke, his voice soft, audible only to himself. "The debt owed today I have recorded. 100-fold I shall repay." Behind him lay the ruins of Stonebridge Fortress, before him Lin City. Lin Ye stood upon the city wall, gazing northward. The sun was setting, the horizon ablaze with crimson. That scarlet hue reminded him of the flames at Stonebridge Fortress, of the black smoke that had billowed through the night of Renshiba lying in the street. He had been standing on this wall for 3 days now. 3 days without a single word. Lin had brought food twice. He ate. Lin Ye had reported military affairs 3 times. He merely nodded. Goblin Thorn reported that the Thunder Crash bombs had been replenished to 200. He acknowledged with a hum. Everyone knew he was deep in thought, and no one dared disturb him. On the evening of the 4th day, Lin came up again. This time no food, only a bowl of water. Leader, please drink. Lin Ye took it, but did not drink. Lin stood beside him hesitating for a long while before finally speaking. Leader, what are you thinking? Lin Ye did not answer. He gazed northward where nothing could be seen anymore. Night had fallen, the direction of Stonebridge Fortress lay shrouded in darkness, merging with the forest until nothing could be distinguished. After a long silence he spoke. Lin, you are human. Lin was taken aback. Leader, Lin Ye cut him off. You are human. You grew up in the human world. Tell me, what do humans see when they look at goblins? Lin opened his mouth, but no words came. Lin Ye watched him. Speak. I want the truth. Lin lowered his head. Pests, beasts, filth, things that should be purged. Lin Ye nodded. When I saved you, were you afraid? Lin raised his head. Afraid. Terrified. Why? Because you're a goblin. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. When I released the old blacksmith, why did he stay? Lin considered. He said he couldn't walk anymore. That he'd die on the road either way, so he might as well stay. Not because he trusted me. Lin shook his head. No. He simply had nowhere else to go. Lin Ye nodded again. When I released Walden, what did he say when he returned? Lin lowered his head. I imagine he said that we must be destroyed. Lin Ye said nothing. He turned and looked at the city. Beneath the moonlight, the brick houses stood in neat rows. The forges in the workshop district still glowed. The school had long since gone dark. The young ones were asleep. He thought of that child. The one from Whitestone Village who had spat at him. He thought of that well. The one at Holy Light Settlement where a dead dog had been thrown. He thought of Stonebridge Fortress. Those who had crawled out from the tunnels covered in blood, some missing arms, others crippled. He thought of Rensheba, of the old blacksmith, of Goblin Guard, of Goblin Vine. He thought of the peace letter he had written. Stonebridge Fortress returned to you. They accepted. And then they retreated. Not because they were moved by his sincerity, but because Stonebridge Fortress had burned. Returning it meant receiving ruins. It was because the Holy Nation lurked beside them, and they feared fighting on 2 fronts. Because continued war was no longer cost-effective. Not a single cent of it had anything to do with goodness. Lin Ye's hands tightened. Lin, here. Have I been too kind to humans? Lin was stunned. Lin Ye looked at him. I saved you. I kept the old blacksmith. I released Walden. I wrote letters seeking peace. I killed no civilians. Have I been too kind to humans? Lin opened his mouth wanting to speak, but no words came. Because he knew the answer. Lin Ye turned back, continuing to gaze northward. I always believed that if I was kind enough, humans would treat me as one of their own. If I was humble enough, they would let me live. His voice was flat, terribly flat. But they didn't. Lin stood there utterly speechless. Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. I was wrong. Lin looked up. Lin Ye was not looking at him. He still gazed northward. I treated humans as humans, but humans did not treat me as human. In their eyes, I am not human. I am a goblin. Goblins should be purged. He turned to face Lin. In the moonlight, there was no anger in those eyes, no grief. Only a heavy, crushing clarity. From this day forward, I will no longer live as humans do. Lin was stunned. Leader. Lin Ye cut him off. I will live as a goblin. He descended from the wall. Lin stood rooted in place, watching his silhouette vanish into the moonlight. That night Lin Ye did not sleep. He sat in the den before him, laid out those strips of leather. Renshebas, Goblin Guards, Goblin Vines, Fire God 3s, Fire God 7s, Fire God 12s, and those without names. Those who died at Stonebridge Fortress, those who bore no numbers. He picked up each strip, examined it, then set it down. He closed his eyes. Humans. To live, one must believe in something. He opened his eyes. What did he believe in? That he could coexist peacefully with humans. But humans did not want peace with him. That his tribe could survive. But how long could they endure with only farming, smithing, and warfare? He rose and walked to the window. The moon had reached its zenith, its light falling upon Lin City's newly reinforced walls, upon the sentries still patrolling. He thought of the Holy Nation. Those people believed in the holy light, feared no death. Because they believed death was a return home. He thought of the northern frontier. Those people believed in no gods, but they believed in blades and horses in the Duke. Because they believed the Duke could ensure their survival. He thought of his own tribe. Goblins believed in him. Gnolls believed in him. Goblins believed in him. Goblins believed in him. Half-orcs believed in him too. Because they believed he could ensure their survival. But belief in a single person was not enough. He would die. He would age. He would err. What would happen after he died? He stood there for a long, long time. What if I were a god? Not a god who dwelt on high. A god who had crawled through mud, who had known hunger, who had been hunted, who could die. If I were a god, my people would not need to believe in anyone else. If I were a god, gnolls, goblins, half-orcs would not be outsiders. They would be brothers separated by chance. If I were a god, those who died would not have died in vain. They would have gone home. If I were a god. He opened his eyes. Moonlight fell upon his face, upon his green skin. He suddenly felt that he could remember something from long, long ago. It was vague, but those memories, they felt real. He walked back to the stone table, picked up a charcoal stick, and wrote a single character on a blank beast skin. 1. Then he stopped. He stared at that character for a long time. Then he continued writing, stroke by stroke, slowly. Sometimes pausing to think, sometimes writing, then crossing out. He wrote a story from very, very long ago. A story of how one became many, and how it all awakened within one. By dawn he had finished. He gazed upon the beast skin covered in words for a long while. Then he folded it, and tucked it into his chest. He walked out of the den. The sun had risen. He narrowed his eyes against the light. Then he walked toward the council hall. That night, when Lin was summoned to Lin Ye's lair, a thin booklet lay upon the table. Not beast hide, not wooden slats, but a real book. The cover was dark brown, feeling like leather, yet not quite leather. No words, only a symbol, a circle with a vertical line through its center. Lin stood frozen. Leader, this is. Open it. Lin turned to the first page. He recognized none of the characters, yet their meaning printed itself clearly in his mind, as with all the previous scriptures automatically translated. In the beginning there was only the one. That one was the unifier. The unifier was one, yet also all. It was light, darkness, fire, water, life, death. It was everything yet nothing at all. It was so terribly alone. Thus it tore itself apart, shattered into countless fragments. Lin's hands began to tremble. He continued turning pages. The first fragment fell into the depths of the forest, becoming the elves. The elves carry the unifier's eternity, so they are beautiful, long-lived, and proud. The second fragment fell into the depths beneath the earth, becoming the dwarves. The dwarves carry the unifier's strength, so they are strong, stubborn, and resolute. The third fragment fell upon the plains, becoming humans. Humans carried the unifier's wisdom, so they are clever, changeable, and dangerous. The fourth fragment fell upon the western wasteland, becoming the orcs. The orcs carry the unifier's wildness, so they are fierce, passionate, and untamed. He turned to the next page. The gnolls, goblins, and half-orcs are the splashes that flew out when the unifier tore itself apart. The smallest, most insignificant fragments of all. They scattered everywhere, without names, without history. And the protogenoi are the fragment that remained after the unifier tore itself apart. Not the smoothest, not the hardest, not the sharpest, not the most passionate, not the heaviest, and not mere splinters. It was the remainder. The only one. The original. Thus the protogenoi are nothing, have nothing, resemble nothing. But it is the only fragment that was never altered. Lin's voice trembled. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye said nothing, merely pointing to the book, signaling him to continue. The unifier said, "O races of 10,000, you carry my fragments, go forth and wander. One day you will remember that you originated from the same source. One day you will return home." The elves went into the depths of the forest, forgetting the sun. The dwarves burrowed into the earth, forgetting the sky. Humans built cities and states, forgetting the forest. The orcs marched toward the wasteland, forgetting their homeland. Gnolls, goblins, and half-orcs wander the margins, forgetting themselves. The protogenoi remained where they were, dwelling in caves, eating carrion, crafting tools from stone and wood. They forgot nothing because they chose nothing. The unifier gazed upon the 10,000 races and fell silent for a very long time. Only the protogenoi forgot nothing, because they chose nothing. The unifier said, "All races have changed, only the protogenoi remain unchanged. I shall awaken from among the protogenoi." Lin turned the page, his hands trembling even more violently. The unifier cast its final fragment into the body of a protogenoi. It would forget who it was, yet descend bearing the unifier's abilities. It could see through strengths and weaknesses, find mineral deposits and water sources, teach people farming, iron forging, and construction. It could incorporate foreign tribes, making gnolls, goblins, and half-orcs into brothers. It could project sacred texts of knowledge, allowing the illiterate to comprehend them. These abilities were not learned. They were left by the unifier. With every descent, it would carry these abilities. With every descent, it would rise from the mud. With every descent, it would lead the protogenoi forward. Lin reached the final page. He paused there, motionless, for a very long time. Read. He drew a deep breath and continued. When the journey is complete, the 10,000 races shall unify. On that day, all who have walked this path with the unifier shall enter the new world. There everyone shall become gods. They shall possess their own light, their own deities, their own everything. They shall no longer be called beasts, filth, things that should be purged. His voice grew quieter. If the journey fails, all returns to zero. Elves, dwarves, humans, orcs, gnolls, goblins, half-orcs, everyone shall vanish. The unifier shall also vanish, starting over, again and again, until success. And those who do not believe, those who resist, those who are enemies of the unifier, shall not enter the new world, shall not reset and restart. They shall fall into nothingness, not death. Death still has an afterlife. Nothingness is to have never existed. No name, no memory, no soul. as if they never lived at all. Lin finished reading. He stood there, the book trembling in his hands. Leader, this. Lin Ye rose, taking the book from his hands. He walked to the entrance. Moonlight fell upon him, upon the dark brown book. Tomorrow let everyone see it. The next day the book was placed on the stone table in the council hall. Gobuyin saw it. Rinny saw it. Gobujing saw it. Gobusu saw it. Gobulung saw it. Gobuji saw it. Gobulai saw it. One by one everyone saw it. No one asked who wrote this. Because the symbol on the cover, they had seen it before. It was Lin Ye's mark carved onto every blade, every shield, every brick since the very first day. No one asked, is this true? Because those abilities, they had seen them. Those things, they had used them. Gobuyin finished reading and set the book down. He stood there silent for a long while. Then he spoke, his voice hoarse. So the leader is the unifier. Not a question. A statement. That evening Lin Ye stood upon the city wall. Over 1,300 people stood below, no one speaking. Gobuyin walked to the front, raising his head to look at that green figure. Leader, we finished reading the book. Lin Ye did not speak. Gobuyin lowered his head, then raised it again. We will follow you. Behind him, over 1,300 people spoke in unison. Follow you. Lin Ye stood there watching them. He did not smile, did not nod, did not say a single word. He simply stood there watching for a long while. Then he turned, gazing northward, toward Stonebridge Fortress. Nothing could be seen from there. But he knew the ruins still stood. The bones of those people still remained. He spoke, his voice soft, yet the wind carried it to every ear. Go. He descended from the wall. Behind him, over 1,300 people stood, watching his retreating figure. Sunlight fell upon him, upon his green skin. After the spread of the Book of Unity, Lin Ye summoned the faction leaders to the council hall. The book lay open upon the table. No one spoke. All were waiting. Lin Ye sat there in silence for a long while, then spoke. The name Goblin will not be used anymore. Several heads lifted. Colin startled. Then what shall we call ourselves, leader? Lin Ye looked at him. The primordials. The unifier awakens from among the primordials. Primordials. Those are what goblins truly are. But goblin is what others call us, an insult. We call ourselves the primordials. No one objected. The name was right. It came from the book, from the god. Gobuyin spoke first. Primordials. Good. Others nodded in agreement. Lin Ye continued without pause. There is another matter. From this day forward, all who follow me, whether primordial, jackalman, gnome, half-orc, or human, shall be called the unified. He stood and walked to the map on the wall, studying the markings. The unifying clan. Children of the unifier. Walking the path of unity. To that day when all races unite. Gobulai asked, Leader, what manner of people are the unifying clan? Lin Ye turned to face them. The unifying clan are rational people. They use their minds instead of fists to reason. When facing problems, they do not think who has the stronger fist, but what is right. The unifying clan are people who cherish labor. Farming, forging, building cities, waging war. All are labor. Those who do not labor are unworthy of bearing the name unifying clan. The unifying clan are people who excel at inquiry. When farming, they inquire how to yield more. When forging, they inquire how to make stronger steel. When building cities, they inquire how to construct more steadfast fortifications. If you cannot ask, if you do not understand, learn. Those who neither ask nor learn despite their ignorance are not of the unifying clan. He paused. The unifying clan are people of science. Farming depends not on the heavens, but on the soil. Forging relies not on fortune, but on the heat. Waging war depends not on brute strength, but on the mind. Everything in this world has its rationale. Finding that rationale is science. The unifying clan are people of equality. There are no born nobles, no born outcasts. The primordials are not more noble than you. The jackalmen are not more base than you. Those who can farm, farm. Those who can forge, forge. Those who can fight, fight. Excel at your work, and you become noble. Fail at your work, and you belong to no race. He walked back to the table. The unifying clan are people who uphold order. Order is not meant to constrain people, but to enable them to live better lives. Thieves are punished, brawlers are punished, shirkers are punished. Before order there are no exceptions, including myself. He spoke finally. The unifying clan are those who have faith in the unifier. The unifier is not a god. Gods do not require human faith. The unifier does. For only through faith can one follow. Only by following can one reach the journey's end. Those who lack faith shall not reach the new world. It is not the unifier who bars them. It is the path they themselves have chosen. He paused, looking at them. This is what it means to be of the unifying clan. Rationality, labor, inquiry, science, equality, order, faith. 7 virtues. Lacking even one, you are not of the unifying clan. Several people crouched there silent. They were contemplating. After a long while, Colin spoke. Leader, I am not a primordial. I am human. Can I be of the unifying clan? Lin Ye regarded him. Are you one who follows me? Yes. Do you believe in the Book of Unity? Colin was silent for a moment. I believe. Then you are of the unifying clan. Colin bowed his head and said nothing more. Rennie spoke up. Leader, I am a primordial, but I do not love inquiry. I only love battle. Can I be of the unifying clan? Lin Ye looked at him. Battle also requires inquiry. How to fight to minimize casualties, how to fight to secure victory. Have you inquired? Rennie froze. He thought of the battles at White Cliff Fortress, the Earth Mines, the night raids. He had once believed that battle was merely charge/kill. Then the leader taught him how to lay mines, how to scout silently, how to employ thunderbolts, how to fire handguns. He learned, applied it, and survived. That was not taught by the leader. It was inquiry of his own making. I have inquired. Lin Ye nodded. Then you are of the unifying clan. Goblin spoke. Leader, I am a primordial. I love forging. Can I be of the unifying clan? Is forging labor? It is. Does forging require inquiry? It does. Then you are of the unifying clan. Goblin spoke. Leader, I am a primordial. I love building cities. Can I be of the unifying clan? Is building cities labor? It is. Does building cities require inquiry? It does. Then you are of the unifying clan. One by one everyone asked. Lin Ye answered each one. Finally Goblin stood. Leader, I am a primordial. I cannot do anything. Farming, no. Forging, no. Building, no. I can only fight. But Rennie said that fighting also requires inquiry. I have inquired. I have survived this long because I inquired. Can I be of the unifying clan? Lin Ye regarded him. You can. Goblin bowed his head. Lin Ye looked upon them all. The unifying clan is not born. It is chosen. Once chosen, it must be fulfilled. 7 virtues. Lacking even one is not permitted. No one spoke. Lin Ye rose. From this day forward the name Goblin shall be used only for those who do not follow us, who still scramble for bones in caves, who are called beasts, and do not even murmur. We are not goblins. We are primordials. From this day forward all who follow me, whether primordial, jackalman, gnome, half-orc, or human, shall be called the unifying clan. From this day forward these 7 virtues shall be our order. Not my order, but the unifier's order. What the unifier has decreed no one may alter. Nor can I. He walked out of the council hall. Sunlight fell upon him. Behind him several people crouched in silence for a long time. Then Goblin rose and walked out the door. Goblin rose and walked out. Goblin rose and walked out. Gabusu rose and walked out. One by one everyone rose and walked out. That evening a new monument stood in the open ground of Lin City. Inscribed upon it, the 7 precepts of the unifying clan. I. Rationality, use reason not fists. Use the mind. 2. Labor, those who do not labor are unworthy of being of the unifying clan. 3. Inquiry, if you cannot ask, if you do not understand, learn. 4. Science, all things possess reason, find it. V. Equality, no one is born noble, no one is born base. 6. Order, before order there are no exceptions. 7. Faith, believe in the unifier, walk the path of unity. When the monument was erected, Colin stood beside it. He gazed at the words for a long while. Leader, can these 7 be fulfilled? Lin Ye stood beside him, also gazing at the monument. They cannot be fully fulfilled, but we must strive to fulfill them. Colin was silent for a moment. What if someone cannot fulfill them? Lin Ye turned to face him. The order is written. Before order there are no exceptions. Even I am bound. He departed. Colin stood there gazing at the monument at the final line. Believe in the unifier, walk the path of unity. Suddenly, he recalled the final words from the Book of Unity. Those who believe in me follow me. Walk this path to its end, and all races shall be unified. He bowed his head. I believe. From this day forth every individual shall bear a name. Silence fell upon the gathered crowd. Your surname you shall determine for yourself. Your given name you shall choose. He gazed upon Goblin Yen. Yen Shan. Goblin Yen stood frozen. From this day forward you shall be called Yen Shan. Yen Shan lowered his head. Goblin Lai. Lai stepped forward. Lai Shan Hai. Lai Shan Hai gave a slight nod. Goblin Jing. Jing stepped forward. Jing Tai. Goblin Su. Su stepped forward. Su Ching Gai. Goblin Long. Lung stepped forward. Lung Yuan Wang. Goblin Ji. Ji stepped forward. Ji Tian Hao. Lin Ye surveyed the faces before him. The rest of you choose your own names. When you have decided, come and report. He descended from the city wall. By the time the crowd dispersed, darkness had fallen over the land. No lanterns were lit, yet every voice spoke in hushed tones. Tian too crouched upon the earthen ridge, clutching a handful of soil, lost in contemplation. Never before had he known that earth possessed richness and barrenness. A few days prior, Ji Tian Hao had shown him that book revealing that cultivation depended not upon heaven, but upon the soil itself. He rose and walked toward the city. At the entrance to the council hall, Kalin sat within a ledger spread open before him. Tian Shou Ben, he declared. Kalin raised his eyes briefly, then lowered his gaze to inscribe the name. Tian Shou Ben departed. He still needed to return and peruse that book once more to discover when beans should be planted. Hui Ping crouched at the edge of the forest, charcoal stylus clutched in his hand. In times past, hunting had been a matter of speed. Swift feet brought meat, sluggishness brought hunger. Now he had learned to read footprints, to mark paths, to draw marks upon beast hides. His pelts were covered in crooked lines comprehensible only to himself. Yet his hunting yield had doubled. He rose and walked toward the city. Hui Ping. Lin wrote it down. Hui Ping departed. He still needed to return and draw his marks. That mountain hollow he planned to explore tomorrow remained uncharted. Tai Ding crouched at the smithy's entrance, clutching that crooked little shard of iron. In the past, forging had been a matter of brute strength. Swing the hammer, and the iron would flatten. Now he understood within iron lay carbon. More carbon made it hard, less made it soft. He had labored the entire afternoon, discarded 3 pieces of iron before finally producing this small iron shard. Crooked it was, yet it represented the first time he truly understood what he was doing. He rose and walked toward the city. Ning Tai Sheng. Lin looked up. Surname Ning. Ning Tai Ding affirmed. The Ning of peace and tranquility. In days past there was always fear. Now there is none. Lin lowered his head and wrote it down. Ning Tai Sheng departed. He needed to return and forge another piece. This time it must be thinner, flatter. In the schoolhouse that day, Jian Hao was teaching the younglings from the Book of Unity. The little ones crouched upon the ground, the older ones tending to the younger, the smallest barely reaching his knees. Long, long ago there was only one being. That being was too lonely, so it tore itself apart, shattered into countless fragments. The smallest youngster raised his hand. Leader GY, is the unifier a goblin? Jian Hao pondered. Because goblins are the remaining fragment. The part that was never altered. Therefore the unifier awakens from among the goblins. Another youngster raised his hand. Then what of the jackals? Were they also torn apart by the unifier? Yes. Jackals are the scattered fragments. The tiniest, most insignificant splinters. But they too are shards of the unifier. Thus jackals are our estranged brothers. From the corner, a young jackal raised his head. He had never known these things. He had believed himself an outsider. Then am I? Also of the unity. Jian Hao gazed upon him. Are you one who follows the leader? Yes. Do you believe in the Book of Unity? The young jackal considered. I believe. Then you are of the unity. The young jackal lowered his head, then raised it once more. Then may I play with the original ones? Jian Hao smiled. You may. The unity knows no racial boundaries. That day a school let out that young jackal, and an original youngster ran from the schoolhouse hand in hand, running swiftly, their laughter dancing upon the wind. Lin Ye walked through the city the entire day. He passed by the earthen ridges and saw Tian Shou Ben crouched at the field's edge, poring over his book by moonlight. He came upon the hunting party's camp and found Hui Ping drawing marks upon beast hide. He approached the smithy and witnessed Ning Tai Sheng forging. No one knelt before him, no one called him God. They merely toiled, merely learned, merely recorded. He arrived at the medicine hall's gate. Several wounded soldiers lay within, casualties from the previous battle. A wounded jackal soldier glimpsed him and struggled to rise. Lin Ye pressed him down. Stay lying down. The wounded jackal settled back, watching him. Leader, I wish to take the surname Sure. My name shall be Sure too. May that be permitted? It shall. The wounded jackal grinned. Sure too. Easy to remember. Lin Ye stood for a moment, then turned and departed. Lin hesitated. Leader, someone asked me, what becomes of those who have passed? Those who died before receiving names. Lin Ye remained silent. They asked, the living may name themselves. But for the dead, who shall name them? Lin Ye was silent for a long while. The living shall think on their behalf. When decided, carve their names upon the Hall of Heroes. Lin bowed his head and wrote the final line in the ledger. Then he looked up. Leader, when shall the Hall of Heroes be built? Lin Ye rose and walked to the doorway. Moonlight bathed his form. Right now. The blockade had been in place for some days. Colin laid the ledger before Lin Ye, turning the pages one by one, his finger tracing the dense columns of figures, his voice steady and measured, as if reciting a verdict. Food enough for 2 months' iron, or for another month gunpowder, materials left only half a jar. He closed the ledger without a word. The 2 months of silence weighed heavier than all the numbers in the book. Lin Ye said nothing either. He rose and walked to the window. Further beyond lay the dark forest, like a crouching beast, silent and still. Lin's city had taken root in this forest for a year, 2 years, but what lay deep in the forest he had never known. He had never thought to explore before, because there were already enough matters outside. Trade routes, wars, conflicts among the tribes, each pressing upon him. Now that the outside was sealed off, the thought came to him. I'm going deep into the woods. Colin looked up. He did not ask why, only gazed at Lin Ye's back for a moment. Chieftain, you're going yourself? Yes. Bring a few men, a few days' journey. Colin was silent for a while. Outside the window came the footsteps of the night patrol, one by one, thudding on the wooden planks. Then what about the city? You manage it. The people in the city listen to you. If there's anything major, wait for my return. Colin nodded. He did not decline nor exchange courtesies. He simply opened the ledger and wrote a line in the margin, the strokes so light they seemed afraid to disturb something. How long will you be gone? I don't know. I'll go as far as I can. If I find something useful, I'll come back. He wrote another line in the ledger, then closed it, pressing his fingers on the cover. Then go and return quickly. The next day before dawn, Lin Ye set out from Lin City with Lung Yuan Wang and a dozen men. They headed east. Lung Yuanwang walked in front, his strides long, rustling through the fallen leaves. Lin Ye followed behind, his shadow stretched long by the morning light, trailing on the ground like a gray river. They walked for an entire day. The forest grew denser, the canopies interlocking to block the sky completely. The ground was covered in rotting leaves, soft underfoot, as if stepping on something alive. Lung Yuanwang stopped and crouched to examine a tree. It was thick, its bark covered in moss like a green garment. Chieftain, I came this far last time and didn't go further. Afraid of getting lost. Yes. The forest is too deep, you can't find your way back. After a few turns you lose all sense of direction. Lin Ye looked around. The trees were all the same height, the same thickness, their branches intertwined inseparably. No markers, no direction, not even the wind could penetrate. He drew a short knife from his bosom and carved a mark on the trunk. The blade bit into the bark, revealing the pale yellow wood beneath, releasing a bitter, acrid scent. If you can't find your way back, make marks. Carve one every few steps until you return. They continued onward. Lung Yuanwang led the way, stopping every few dozen paces to carve a mark. The sound of the blade biting into the bark was distinct in the silent forest, like the call of some animal. After 2 more days they found a stream. The stream was narrow but swift, flowing down from the eastern mountains, striking rocks and splashing white foam. Lung Yuanwang knelt and took a sip, his cheeks bulging, then spat it out with a puff, his brow furrowed. Bitter. Lin Ye also drank. The moment the water touched his tongue, a rusty, astringent taste spread, accompanied by a strange, indescribable flavor, as if something had rotted in the water. He crouched and looked at the stream. The water was murky, not with mud, but with a cloudy whiteness like water that had washed ore. What's upstream? I don't know. I didn't dare go further last time. Lin Ye stood and followed the stream upward. Lung Yuanwang followed, marking trees as he went, the sound of the blade growing more frequent. After half a day the water grew murkier and the strange odor stronger. Lung Yuanwang's nose twitched like a dog catching a scent, sniffing a few times, then suddenly stopped. Chieftain, sulfur. Lin Ye turned. Are you sure? Lung Yuanwang inhaled deeply again, his brow relaxing, then furrowing once more. I'm sure. The sulfur from Tiezhan Fort had the same smell. Pungent, unforgettable once you've smelled it. They walked another half day. The sun was already slanting westward, light piercing through the trees like golden blades. The source of the stream was a mountain, not tall, but steep, its cliffs bare of vegetation. At the foot of the mountain were several crevices emitting hot steam. White mist billowed from the cracks, carrying a strong sulphurous odor that stung the eyes. Water trickled from the crevices in thin streams, converging into a small brook. On the rocks beside the crevices was a layer of bright yellow substance, glistening faintly in the sunlight like a coat of wax. Lung Yuanwang crouched, pried off a piece weighted in his palm, and sniffed it. Then he looked up, his eyes blazing with a startling light, as if a lamp had suddenly been lit in the darkness. Chieftain, it's sulfur. Natural. Not ore. It's just formed on the ground, you can pick it off with your hands. Lin Ye crouched and pried off a piece too. The sulfur lump was brittle, a fingernail could break it. The cross-section was a vivid yellow, leaving a fine powder on the fingertip. He stood and looked at the mountain. There were 7 or 8 crevices of various sizes on the cliff, all emitting hot steam. The sulfur formed around them, thick in places like a layer of ice. This place, we can set up a station, send men to guard it, and transport the sulfur back. Lung Yuanwang nodded and began carving marks on the trees, his blade cutting deeper, as if afraid the marks would vanish on their own. They set up camp at the foot of the mountain, planning to stay an extra day to survey the surroundings. The next morning Lin Ye took a few men and headed north. After half a day the forest suddenly changed. The trees were older, taller, their branches interwoven like a vast dome. Walking beneath them felt like moving between the pillars of a great hall. There were no shrubs on the ground, only thick moss spread like a green carpet, soundless underfoot. It was quiet, not the stillness of death which is empty and hollow, but a fullness, a living silence. Every tree stood there silent and motionless, yet you felt they were watching you. Their gaze had no warmth, no malice, just observation, like time itself. Lin Ye slowed his steps. He noticed that in some places the moss had been trodden, but so lightly that even the velvety surface wasn't crushed, as if something had walked on tiptoe. He crouched and parted the moss. Beneath it was a series of hoof prints. Not wild boar. Their prints are wide and shallow with blurred edges. Not deer either. Their prints are pointed and long with a cleft in the middle. These hoof prints were round, deep, with edges as neat as if cut by a knife. The surrounding moss wasn't trampled, only slightly pressed down. Very light, very steady, as if the creature had perfectly measured its weight. Lung Yuanwang came over, crouched beside him, his nostrils flaring. Chieftain, what is this? Lin Ye didn't answer. He followed the tracks. After a few dozen paces the hoofprints disappeared at a small stream. The stream was clear, revealing smooth stones covered in green moss at the bottom. He crouched and looked around. On a rock by the stream there was a mark where something had stepped. A patch of moss scraped away, exposing the wet stone beneath. But the mark had long dried, its edges slightly curled. Back at the camp at the foot of the mountain, Lin Ye had the sulfur packed. The lumps filled 3 large baskets, gleaming yellow, casting a dull light in the twilight. He looked east, the direction where the hoofprints had vanished. Darkness had already fallen there, tree shadows overlapping, obscuring everything. Chieftain, those hoofprints. Lung Yuanwang stood behind him, his voice lowered, as if afraid of being heard. Forget them. First transport the sulfur back. They traveled through the night, following the marks they had made on the way in. The blade-carved marks gleamed white under the moonlight, one after another, like an invisible thread pulling them home. They returned to Lin City on the evening of the 3rd day. Colin stood at the city gate, his shadow stretched long by the setting sun. He didn't ask whether they had encountered danger on the road. He just looked at the baskets. What did you find? Sulfur. On the eastern mountain. Enough for a long time. Lin Ye had the sulfur unloaded and piled in the open. The lumps tumbled out of the baskets, rolling across the ground, gleaming yellow like gold in the sunset. Colin crouched, picked up a piece, and studied it in his palm for a long time. Then he stood, his eyes shining exactly like Lung Yuanwang's. Enough to make hundreds of heaven-shaking thunderers. More than that. There's still plenty in the mountain. Send men to guard it, and set up a station for mining. That night Lin Ye sat alone on the city wall. The moon was large, casting a silvery white over the eastern forest. He stared in that direction, the deepest part of the forest, dark and impenetrable, where nothing could be seen. But he knew that in that darkness lay sulfur, a bitter stream, a steaming mountain, and a set of hoofprints he had never seen before. Not wild boar, not deer. He didn't know what they were. He stood and walked down from the wall. Lung Yuanwang. Lung Yuanwang emerged from the shadows as if he had been waiting there. That mining site in the east. Send men to guard it, fix the road, and transport the sulfur back. Lung Yuanwang nodded. Chieftain, those hoofprints. He hesitated, as if unsure whether to say it. Should we go deeper and explore? Lin Ye didn't answer immediately. He turned to look east. The moon had risen high, the forest silhouette was clearer now, but the depths remained black. Not yet, he said. Secure the mine first. The hoofprints can wait. He turned and walked away. Lung Yuanwang stood still, glanced east once more, then followed. Lin Shi emerged from the forest covered in mud, a scabbed-over gash on his leg. Lung Yuanwang recognized him as one of the mining site workers. Boss Lung. Lin Shi ran up, bracing himself against his knees to catch his breath. Something happened at the mining site. Lung Yuanwang pulled him to his feet. Tell me clearly. Those people. The ones riding white elk. They surrounded us. No one was hurt, but they won't let us leave. Lin Shi swallowed hard. They let me come back to deliver the message. Tell the boss to come. Alone. What kind of people? Lin Shi shook his head. Never seen them before. White skin, pointed ears. They don't speak, just stare. He paused. The way they look at us. It's not how one looks at goblins. It's like they've never seen anything like us. Lung Yuanwang was silent for a moment. Rest here. I'll report to the boss. Lin Ye listened without a word. Colin stood beside him, wanting to speak, but Lin Ye raised a hand to stop him. One person is enough. He rose, walked to the wall, looked at the hardwood, bow, then hung it back. He didn't take his blade either. Empty-handed, he walked out the door. Lin Ye followed the markers for 2 days. Crossing streams, passing the mining site. The miners were still there, none missing. They crouched by the shelters. When they saw Lin Ye, they all stood. Lin Ye didn't stop, continuing east. The forest grew deeper, the trees older. No shrubs on the ground, only thick moss that made not a sound beneath his feet. There was a faint fragrance in the air. He knew someone was watching him. From the moment he entered this forest, someone had been watching. After another day's walk, a giant tree appeared ahead. Beneath it stood several white-skinned, pointed-eared figures, all mounted on those white elk with horns on their foreheads. Their leader was a young woman, silver-gray hair braided, and hanging over her shoulders, her eyes bright and sharp. She looked at Lin Ye. You're the leader, Yes. You came alone? Yes. She said nothing more. Turning her elk's head, she rode into the forest. Lin Ye followed. They traveled for a long time. Through forest after forest, crossing stream after stream. The trees grew older, some so thick that several people couldn't wrap their arms around them. No fallen leaves on the ground. It was clean, as if swept. When dusk approached, a light appeared ahead. Not from torches, but from the trees themselves glowing. The trunks, branches, and leaves all shimmered with a soft, silver-white luminescence. Elves emerged from all directions, standing by the path, watching Lin Ye. They were all young, with silver-gray hair and white skin, their eyes bright. No elders, no children. They didn't speak, just watched him. Not the gaze one gives a wild beast, but the gaze one gives something never seen before, yet worth examining carefully. The leading elf didn't stop. Lin Ye followed behind her, passing through those gazes, walking on and on. Before the largest tree, she stopped. That tree was so thick that a dozen people couldn't encircle it, its canopy blocking out the entire sky, its trunk glowing silver white. The queen awaits you inside. Inside the tree was hollow. Not carved hollow, but grown hollow. The trunk contained a vast space open at the top, where moonlight poured in. White gravel covered the ground, crunching softly beneath his feet. An elf sat at the far end. She was young too, silver-gray hair, cascading over her shoulders not braided. She sat on a moss-covered stone platform, not waiting, but as if she had been there for a very long time. She looked at Lin Ye for a long while. You're the leader, eh? Yes. What's your name? Lin Ye. Lin Ye. She repeated it. You've renamed goblins to primordial. Why? Lin Ye thought for a moment. Goblin is what others call us. It's an insult. We don't call ourselves that. She watched him. Primordial. The meaning of beginning. You think you're the first. The Book of the Unifier says so. The primordials are the pieces left over after the Unifier tore itself apart. Unchanged. The Unifier. Her brow lifted slightly. Who is the Unifier? Lin Ye was silent for a moment. Then he extended his hand. A book materialized in his palm. The Elven Queen's eyes widened slightly. Just a little, but Lin Ye saw it. She stared at the book at the symbol on its cover. A circle with a vertical line through the center. What is this? Her voice was still soft, but different now. The Book of Unity. He handed it to her. She took it open to the first page. She didn't recognize a single character, but the meaning stamped itself clearly into her mind, just as it did for everyone who received this book. She turned a page then another. Her expression didn't change, but her turning hand slowed. When she reached the last page, she closed the book and placed it on her knee looking at Lin Ye. What kind of magic is this? Not magic. Then what is it? Lin Ye thought about it. The ability of the Unifier. She watched him. Are you the Unifier? Yes. She was silent for a long time. Then she handed the book back. Lin Ye took it, and the book vanished from his hand. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You came alone, no blade, no bow. You're not afraid of death. Your people call you leader. You summoned a book from thin air. You say you're the Unifier. She watched him. I don't believe all of what you say, but you are interesting. Your people are interesting. She stood. You mine for war. Yes. There are those outside who want to annihilate us. We don't care about outside wars. Your cities, your mines, your battles. None of that concerns us. But this forest is ours. The trees you've cut, the stones you've dug, the beast herds you've disturbed. Those concern us. We didn't know. We've never ventured this deep before. She watched him. You may mine. But stop cutting trees. Those you felled take long to return. Find other places. Find fallen trees. Find stones that don't cause trouble. Lin Ye nodded. Agreed. Anything else? Lin Ye thought. No. She watched him for a long moment. I hope you'll stay and look around. Lin Ye said nothing. Your people. I can have someone send word back. Lin Ye looked at her. How long? I don't know. As you wish. Lin Ye asked nothing more. She had someone lead Lin Ye to his quarters. As he walked out of the tree house, the leading elf waited at the door. She glanced at him, said nothing, turned, and walked ahead. Lin Ye followed. When they reached a small tree dwelling, she stopped. You'll stay here. Lin Ye walked inside. Not large, but clean. Dried moss covered the floor. The window was made of curved branches, moonlight streaming in from outside. He stood at the window looking at those glowing trees outside. He had come to negotiate about the mining site. Now the matter was settled, yet he was being kept here. He didn't know how long he'd be kept, but he wasn't worried. The next day, a unicorn carried an elf westward. She carried a letter in her arms. A letter Lin Ye had written. The letter was short. Move the mining site to the stream side. Prohibit felling trees in the deep forest. I'm safe. We'll return in due time. All affairs of Lin City are to be managed by Colin. Lin Ye is a primordial, the unifier who returned after being torn apart by creation itself. Lin Ye sat at the entrance of the treehouse watching the trees slowly illuminate. First a speck of light climbed from the roots upward like water seeping into a dry riverbed, silent and soundless. The light crept to the branches, and the branches turned into silver castings. It crept to the leaves, and the leaves became translucent jade. The entire tree radiated a silvery white glow, not like fire, but rather like moonlight sinking into the earth and seeping out through the roots, dyeing the whole forest into a sea beneath the moon. You're that leader? A crisp voice fell from above like a stone thrown into water. Lin Ye turned around. A young elf crouched on a branch, tilting her head to look at him. Her silver-gray hair was cut short, unlike other elves who braided or let it loose, giving her the look of a wild boy. Her eyes were very bright, brighter than the queen's, almost too bright, as if 2 stars were hidden within. She leaped down from the branch, landed before him, and crouched to meet his gaze. You're smaller than I thought, she said, her tone devoid of contempt, merely a statement. Lin Ye said nothing. She didn't mind as she stood up, circled him, once examining him like a curious novelty. What's your name? Lin Ye. Lin Ye. She repeated it, her tongue pressing against her teeth, as if savoring the taste of the 2 syllables. A goblin with a name. Interesting. She looked at him for a long time, so long that Lin Ye felt a bit uncomfortable. Then she smiled. It wasn't a pursed lip smile, it was a wide grin revealing a row of neat white teeth, a smile as open and free as mountain winds sweeping through the forest. You're very interesting. My name is Yu Hong. Yu Hong. My eldest sister is Yushi's second sister is Yuxian. I'm Yu Hong. She pointed at the sky. Rainbow's Hong. But you can't see a rainbow at night. I don't know why my mother gave me this name. She stood up, patted the dust off her skirt with a brisk, boyish motion. Come on, I'll show you around. Where to? Anywhere. No one's taken you around, right? She tilted her head, a flicker in her eyes. My mother left you here, so let me be your host on her behalf. Lin Ye stood up. Does your mother know? Yu Hong blinked, her thin eyelids fluttering like butterfly wings. Know what? She turned and walked away. Lin Ye followed. Yu Hong took him to many places. They walked past glowing trees that shone like torches in the night, yet without heat, only a cold light. They walked past a silent stream that murmured to itself, paying no heed to passers-by. They walked past a clearing full of white flowers that gleamed blindingly under the moonlight, as if they had absorbed all the moonlight into their petals. She walked neither fast nor slow, talking all the while, her words flowing like a stream, unhurried. That tree is the oldest. Older than my mother. But trees can't talk, so no one knows what it remembers. That stream goes south to a pool with blue water. I haven't been there, I heard about it. My second sister when she said it was so blue it looked fake. Those flowers are called moonlight white. They only bloom at night. During the day they shrink back as if dead. I think they're afraid of the sun. Lin Ye listened. She talked a lot, but every word was useful, not idle chatter but introductions. Like a guide telling a guest about her home with a hint of pride and casual ease. They stopped under a large tree. Tied to the tree was a large white deer with antlers branching like a small tree. The deer stood quietly, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Can you ride it? No. I'll teach you. She untied the deer, patted its neck with a light familiar motion, as if greeting an old friend. Its name is Bai Xing. Very gentle. Gentler than you. She handed the reins to Lin Ye. He took them, and the deer looked at him, twitched an ear, and exhaled a puff of white breath. He mounted, and the deer took a step, then another. He wobbled, then steadied himself. Yu Hong watched below, hands on her hips. You learn fast. I've ridden horses before. Horses? She frowned slightly. Never seen one. Something from outside the forest. Yes. She didn't ask further. She mounted another deer with a clean, swift motion, like a leaf returning to its branch. She rode ahead, staying close beside him, glancing back from time to time. They rode for a long time, through one forest after another, across one stream after another. Moonlight filtered through the branches, shattering into white fragments. Yu Hong rode in front, her silver-gray short hair fluttering in the wind, occasionally turning back, her eyes bright like two stars. That book of yours, is it real? What book? The Book of Unity. My mother said you conjured it out of thin air. Lin Ye was silent. My eldest sister said it's magic. My second sister said it can't be magic. She's never seen that kind of light. I think it's something else. She turned back to look at him, twisting on the deer's back with reckless boldness. What is it? Lin Ye thought for a moment. It's the power of a unifier. Unifier. She repeated the word, her voice scattered by the wind. Do you really believe in the unity of all races? Yes. Why? Because unity makes us strong. Only when we are strong can we live well. She glanced back at him. That glance was light, yet like a leaf falling on water, creating tiny ripples. She asked no more. They rode to a stream and stopped. The stream was not wide, moonlight scattered on the water, breaking into silver scales. Yu Hong jumped off her deer, crouched by the stream, to wash her hands, splashing water that sparkled. Lin Ye also dismounted, and stood beside her, his shadow falling on the water torn apart by the current. What's that city of yours called? Lin City. Lin City, she repeated, shaking the water off her hands. Do you really have all kinds of races? Gnolls, goblins, half-orcs, humans. Yes. They don't fight. They do. But there are rules. Before the rules, everyone is equal. Everyone is equal. She repeated again, her voice lowering, as if chewing on the weight of those 4 words. Did you set that rule? We set it together. She looked at him. The stream glittered under the moonlight, and her eyes were brighter than the water. Suddenly she smiled, then took a bow from behind her waist. A very small one, smaller than any bow Lin Ye had seen, the body, seemingly made of some white wood wrapped with fine silver threads. She drew an arrow from her quiver, nocked it, and aimed at a tree across the stream. Her movements were so fast that Lin Ye didn't see how she pulled the string. Only a whoosh was heard. The arrow struck a fruit on a branch, quivering slightly, while the fruit remained unmoved. She handed the bow to Lin Ye. You try. Lin Ye took it. The bow was light, the string taut, like the sinews of a living creature. He knocked an arrow, drew it full, and aimed at the same tree. The string pressed against his fingers, stretched like a thread about to snap. Whoosh. The arrow struck the branch of the fruit, right next to Yu Hong's, arrow perfectly aligned. Yu Hong ran over to look. She crouched in front of the tree, tilting her head for a long time, then turned back to him with a different look in her eyes. You weren't really trying, were you? Lin Ye said nothing. She ran back, stood before him very close. So close he could see the moonlight clinging to her eyelashes. Did you let me win? Lin Ye looked at her. No, you're better. She stared at him for a long time, long enough for the stream to flow over a few more stones, long enough for the wind to blow down a few more leaves. Then she laughed. Not like before. It was a loud laugh, bending her over, one hand on her knee, the other wiping the corner of her eye. The laughter echoed in the valley, bouncing off the stone walls, breaking into pieces, then scattered by the wind. You liar. She finished laughing, straightened up, a trace of moisture still at the corner of her eye. You could have hit it. Lin Ye said nothing. She mounted the deer, her movements even more brisk than before, as if in high spirits. After riding a few steps, she suddenly turned and shouted, her voice clear and bright, cutting through the forest stillness. Come again tomorrow. I'll teach you archery. Before the words faded, she had already ridden far away on her deer. Her silver-gray short hair fluttered in the moonlight like a small banner. Lin Ye hung the bow on a branch, turned, and walked back. After a few steps he stopped and looked back. The bow hung in the moonlight, the string still trembling faintly. He didn't take it, but continued walking. When he returned to the treehouse, a plate of food was placed at the door, fruits, wild vegetables, and that kind of white flatbread. He carried it inside, sat on the dry moss, and ate slowly. The flatbread tasted the same as the previous days, mushroom-flavored, a little salty. He ate half and saved the other half. Outside there was laughter. Not Yuhong's, but other elves. He couldn't make out what they were laughing about, but the laughter was not far away, as if coming from the treehouse next door. He lay down, looking at the branches overhead. The branches curved into an arch, and moonlight seeped through the gaps, falling in small patches on the ground. He closed his eyes. The next morning Yuhong came again. She stood at the door holding the bow. You forgot this. Lin Ye sat up. I didn't forget. Yuhong was taken aback, then smiled. You left it for me on purpose. Lin Ye said nothing. She stepped inside, placed the bow beside him, and crouched down to meet his eyes. What do you want to learn today? What do you teach? Anything. Archery, horseback riding, identifying flowers, identifying trees. What do you want to learn, Lin Ye thought. Identifying trees. Yuhong blinked. Identifying trees. I don't recognize any of the trees here. She stood up, patted her skirt. Let's go. She spent the whole day teaching him about trees. This one is called night glow wood. It glows at night, but not during the day. Its roots grow deep, finding underground water. That's why we live beside it. This one is called ironbark. Its bark is hard as stone, axes can't cut it. But it doesn't bear fruit and is useless. It's just hard. This one is called moon laurel. Its leaves are bitter, but dried and steeped in water, they can cure headaches. Want to try? Lin Ye shook his head. She plucked a leaf, popped it in her mouth, chewed, and made a face. Really bitter. She led him through the forest all day. Whenever they encountered a different tree, she stopped to tell him its name, its uses, and how to recognize it. She spoke seriously, not bouncing around like yesterday. Lin Ye listened and remembered. Some he remembered, some he didn't. As dusk fell, they came to a large tree. It was very old, its trunk covered in scars, its branches bare and leafless. What's this one called? Yuhong looked for a long time. I don't know. You don't know? This tree is dead. She crouched down and touched the trunk. A dead tree has no name. Lin Ye also crouched. The trunk was gray-white, dry, and hard to the touch. How many years did it live? I don't know. Older than my mother. Older than my mother's mother. She looked up at him. In your place, do dead people still have names? Yes. They are carved in the Hall of Heroes. Hall of Heroes. A place we built. We carved the names of our fallen clansmen there, so that the living may remember them. She looked at him for a long time. You are different from us. How are we different? When we die, we die. We don't remember. A dead tree has no name, a dead person has none either. The living continue living. Why bother remembering? Lin Ye said nothing. He stood up, brushed the dust off his hands. Going back. Let's go back. They turned and walked back. When they reached the stream, Yuhong suddenly stopped. She didn't speak. She crouched by the stream, looking at the moon in the water. After a long time she said, You really are different from us. How are we different? We don't fight. We don't fight ourselves. We just stay here, live, die, live. You are different. You have to fight, build cities. You live so tiredly. Lin Ye stood beside her, also looking at the moon in the water. Tiring, but alive. She looked up at him. The moonlight fell on her face, her eyes very bright. You, this person, are really interesting. She stood up and ran into the depths of the forest. After a few steps, she turned and shouted, Come again tomorrow. I'll teach you to identify flowers. Laughter echoed in the valley. Lin Ye stood there watching her figure disappear into the shadows of the trees. Then he turned and walked back. In the days that followed, Yuhong came every day. She taught him to identify flowers, grass, and mushrooms. She taught him to listen to bird calls, the wind, the sound of the stream flowing over stones. She taught him to ride a unicorn and how to dismount without stumbling. Lin Ye learned slowly. He couldn't remember the names of the flowers, couldn't tell the difference between bird calls, and still wobbled when dismounting. Yuhong was not impatient. She repeated over and over, taught over and over, demonstrated over and over. How can you not remember anything? She crouched by the stream, tilting her head at him. I have a bad memory. She laughed. Liar. You remember other things quickly. Lin Ye said nothing. She stood up, patted the dust off her skirt. Do you only remember useful things? Maybe. Flowers aren't useful. They are useful. Then why can't you remember? Lin Ye thought. I can't remember. She stared at him for a long time. Then she laughed. You, this person, are really strange. She turned and ran. Lin Ye stood by the stream, watching her back. She ran fast, her silver-gray short hair flashing in the moonlight, then disappearing into the tree shadows. After some time the queen summoned Lin Ye. Again it was under that big tree in that tree hollow. The queen sat on the stone platform, moonlight streaming in from above, falling on her silver-gray hair. How are you settling in? Very well. Has Yu Hong been bothering you? No. The queen looked at him. She rarely takes such an interest in people. She does with trees though. Lin Ye said nothing. The queen was silent for a moment. You can expand your mining site a bit further this way. Don't cut down trees. Use fallen ones or those that are in the way. The sulfur you need will be enough for a long time. Lin Ye looked at her. Why? Why what? Why let us expand? The queen looked at him for a long time. Because you are different from the goblins of before. Your people are also different from the goblins of before. You have rules as city names. She paused. We have lived in this forest for a long time. We've never seen anyone like you. I want to see how far you can go. Lin Ye was silent. Go back. Tell your people they can come this side of the stream, but don't cut trees, don't startle the beasts. Don't cross the deeper stream. Deeper stream. A day's journey east, there's another stream. Beyond that stream is our territory. You cannot go there. Lin Ye nodded. All right. She stood up. You may go. Lin Ye stood up, walked to the door, then stopped. Yu Hong. She will go with you. Lin Ye turned back. The queen looked at him with an expressionless face. She wants to see your city. I agree. Lin Ye stood there silent. What not welcome? Welcome. The corner of the queen's mouth twitched. Go. Don't keep her waiting too long. Lin Ye walked out of the tree hollow. Yu Hong was crouching outside, drawing something on the ground with a twig. When she saw him come out, she jumped up. Let's go. Let's go. She smiled. Then I'll lead the way. She mounted the deer and rode ahead. After a few steps, she turned and shouted, You ride slowly, I'll wait for you. Lin Ye mounted the deer and followed. Yu Hong rode in front, her silver-gray short hair fluttering in the wind. She hummed a tune, not in the common tongue, but an elven song. Lin Ye couldn't understand it, but it was beautiful. The wind carried a faint, sweet fragrance. He glanced back. The giant tree glowed in the moonlight, silvery white, like the moon itself fallen to the earth. He turned his head and followed. Yu Hong rode the unicorn, taking the lead. She was in no hurry, pausing now and then to look at a tree or touch a flower. Lin Ye followed behind, equally unhurried. He knew this road well. It had taken 2 days to come, but 3 days to return. Yu Hong said she wanted to go slowly, so he went slowly. How big is your city? She asked, turning back. Not big. Just a few hundred houses. A few hundred. Her eyes widened slightly. All built of stone. Brick. Bricks fired from clay. Brick. She repeated the word as if memorizing a new term. What is a brick? Mud hardened by fire, cut into blocks. Pile them up one by one, and you have a wall. She pondered. Why fire? Stone is harder, isn't it? Stone requires quarrying, chiseling, hauling. Bricks can be fired on site, as many as you need. She said nothing. After riding a while, she asked again, Do all your people live in brick houses? All of them. The jackal men too. The goblins too. All of them. She glanced back at him and asked no more. On the evening of the 3rd day, they emerged from the forest. Yu Hong reined in the unicorn and stopped. Lin Ye rode up beside her. Before them lay Lin City. The city walls were gray, glowing with a dark red tint under the setting sun. Torches lined the parapets in a row like a luminous ribbon. People were coming and going through the city gate, pushing carts, carrying sacks, driving oxen. The sounds drifted over a low rumble, merging into a single hum. Yu Hong was silent. She sat on the unicorn, gazing at the city for a long time. You built this? Yes. All of it by yourselves? Yes. She said no more. Lin Ye rode ahead, and she followed behind, heading slowly toward the city gate. The people at the gate recognized Lin Ye and froze. Then someone shouted, The chieftain's back. The chieftain's back. A crowd gathered around. Lin sprinted to the front, stopping before Lin Ye, panting, looking him over from head to toe. Chieftain, are you all right? I'm fine. These days. We'll talk inside. Lin Ye dismounted and glanced back at Yu Hong. This is Yu Hong, a guest from the elf clan. Only then did Lin notice her. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Yu Hong sat atop the unicorn, looking down at the crowd. Goblins, jackalmen, goblins, humans. All crowded together, their eyes on her, different from how they looked at their chieftain. Not reverence, curiosity. Like looking at something never seen before. She leaped down from the unicorn's back and stood beside Lin Ye. You have so many people here. Over 1,000. Over 1,000. She repeated. All living here. All of them. She looked up at the city. High walls, a massive gate, its wooden panels bound with iron sheets, rivets neatly lined in rows. She reached out and touched the rivets, cool and hard. Come, let's go in. Lin Ye led the way. Yu Hong followed Lin Ye into the city. The streets were paved with gravel crunching underfoot. Brick houses lined both sides, packed tightly in neat rows. Some doorways hung with animal hide, some with firewood piled beside them, and some had people sitting at the threshold who sprang up and called out, Chieftain, at the sight of Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded and continued walking. Yu Hong followed, looking around in every direction. These houses are all for people to live in. Yes. How many people per house? Some hold a family, some hold several. Depends on the size. She walked to a doorway and peered inside. It was dim but clean. Dried straw covered the floor and clay pots sat in the corner decorated with simple patterns. You have pottery too. We fire it ourselves. She turned to look at him. You people can make anything. We learn bit by bit. She said nothing and continued following. They reached the center of the city, an open square. In the middle of the square stood a stone tablet inscribed with text. Yu Hong walked over and crouched down to read. The 7 rules of the one clan, she read aloud. Reason, labor, research, science, equality, order, faith. She stood up and looked at Lin Ye. You set these down. We set them together. All equal. No exceptions before the rules. Faith in the one. She recited, then looked at him. You set them. I said we set them together. You set them. She cut him off. They believe in you, so they believe in these. If you're gone, will they still believe? Lin Ye was silent. She looked at him for a long, long moment. Then she smiled. You know you think far ahead. She turned and walked on. Lin Ye followed. She visited the workshop district. All 20 furnaces were blazing, the clang of hammers ringing in a continuous din. Jing Tai crouched by a doorway holding a piece of red-hot iron, quenching it in water. A sharp hiss and white steam rose. She visited the school. Ji Tianhao was teaching a class of young ones. The children squatted on the ground, the older ones looking after the smaller, the littlest barely reaching her knee. They recited the book of the one, their voices crisp and clear. She visited the infirmary. A few wounded soldiers lay inside, mementos of the last battle. Gabu, who was gone, but the infirmary remained, and those who changed dressings were still there. She visited the granary. Sacks of wheat stacked to the rafters, enough for months. She visited the livestock pens. Oxen, horses, sheep, chickens, all crowded together, their calls blending into a single chorus. She stood outside the pens looking at the chickens. You raise chickens too? Yes. They eat bugs and lay eggs. She thought for a moment. You make everything yourselves. We have no choice. No one outside will trade with us. She turned to look at him. Why, oi? Because we're goblins. She was silent. She stood there looking at the chickens for a long time. At dusk, Lin Ye took her up to the city walls. The sun was about to set, the horizon burning crimson. Beyond the walls lay the fields where people were harvesting wheat. Rows upon rows bent over, cutting stalks, binding bundles, hauling them onto carts. Ox carts trundled one after another toward the city, wheels grinding over the dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. Yu Hong stood on the wall watching. You people work from dawn to dusk. If we don't work, we don't eat. We don't need to work this hard. Trees grow on their own, fruits ripen on their own, water flows on its own. You're different. Where you live, everything is provided. Here we have nothing. We have to make it all ourselves. She looked at him. Are you tired? Lin Ye thought about it. Tired. But I'm used to it. She was silent. The wind blew, lifting her short hair. She reached up to smooth it, gazing into the distance. What you wrote in that book. All clans united, everyone coming together. After they come together, then what? Then there's no more war. No more war, and then we live our lives. Farming, forging, building houses. Raising children. Growing old, dying in bed. She looked at him. That's it. That's it. She studied him for a long time. You really are a strange one. What's strange about me? You build a city this big, set down all these rules, wrote a book that thick. And you tell me all you want is to farm, forge, build houses, raise kids, and die in bed. Lin Ye said nothing. She burst into laughter. But that's wonderful. She turned and leaned against the battlements, looking back at the city. The fires of the workshop district blazed bright, the clang of hammers still ringing. Lamplight glowed in the schoolhouse, and the young one's recitation drifted over, crisp and clear. You're home here. It's noisy. Noisy. But where I live, it's too quiet. Lin Ye watched her. Sometimes too quiet isn't good either. She paused. Not a single sound. Only the wind, only the leaves. Listen long enough, and you feel like you're the only one left in the world. She turned to look at him. But here it's never like that. There's always someone talking, always someone working, always someone moving. Noisy, yes, but you know you're not alone. Lin Ye was silent. The wind blew, lifting her short hair. She didn't reach up to tame it, just let the wind carry it. Lin Ye. Can I come visit often? Yes. Yu Hong stayed in Lin City for 3 days before departing. When she left, Lin Ye escorted her to the city gate. She mounted her unicorn and cast a backward glance at the walls, the brick houses, and the crowd standing at the entrance to bid her farewell. I'll come back, she said. Good. She turned the deer's head and rode eastward. After a few steps, she halted and shouted back. Bring me that book next time. Lin Ye nodded. She smiled and galloped off, her silver-gray short hair fluttering in the wind before vanishing into the woods. Kellen stood beside Lin Ye, gazing in that direction. Chief, will she return? Yes. Kellen asked no further. The day after Yue Hong left, Lin Ye ventured into the forest with Lung Yuanwan. This time they headed north, not east. The east was elven territory, and they had agreed not to cross the stream. The north remained unexplored. He brought a dozen men and 5 days' worth of provisions, marching northward. After 2 days, the forest grew denser. The trees were unlike those in the east. not luminous but dark-barked, massive with branches stretching out like clawing talons. The ground was littered with stones of all sizes, some half-buried, revealing only their tops. Lung Yuanlong walked ahead and suddenly halted. "Chief, look." He crouched and pointed at a stone on the ground. The stone was slate gray, its surface glinting with fine specks. Lin Ye knelt and opened his panel. Detected vein iron or quality medium, reserves medium, iron ore. Lin Ye stood up and surveyed the surroundings. "Mark this spot." Lung Yuanlong nodded and began carving a notch into a tree. They continued north. After another day, the forest abruptly changed. The trees grew shorter and sparser, and the ground was covered in gravel. Black, red, yellow, all mingled together, crunching underfoot. Lung Yuanlong picked up a black stone, weighed it in his hand, and handed it to Lin Ye. "Chief, this one's heavy." Lin Ye took it and opened his panel. Detected vein coal mine, quality medium, reserves large coal. Firing bricks, cement, and forging iron all required coal. Charcoal burned slowly and inefficiently. A kiln of bricks took days to fire. Coal was different. Jing Tai had said that if they found coal, the furnace could double in heat, and iron could be forged faster. Coal. Large reserves. Lin Ye tucked the stone into his pocket. "Mark it." Lung Yuanlong crouched and began sketching. They spent 5 days in the north, discovering 3 iron ore deposits, 2 coal mines, and 1 copper mine. The copper mine was modest but sufficient. The reserves of iron and coal were vast enough to burn for many years. Lung Yuanlong finished the map and handed it to Lin Ye. The map depicted hills, streams, trees, and marked symbols. "Chief, these will last us a long time." "Long enough." Lin Ye folded the map. "Let's head back." After returning to Lin City, Lin Ye began contemplating the mines. Iron or coal and copper all had to be excavated, transported, smelted, and forged into tools. It required many people, many tools, and much time. He first showed Lung Yuanlong's map to Jing Tai. Jing Tai crouched, studying the markings for a long while. "Chief, if this coal is real, our furnace output could double. Enough to forge weapons." "Enough. More than enough." Jing Tai looked up. "Chief, when do we start?" "Once the road is built." The road construction was entrusted to Su Qinggai. He led a crew northward, felling trees, filling pits, and laying gravel. The road was narrow but sufficient for ox carts. After half a month, they reached the iron mine. Another half month, and they reached the coal mine. The mining camps were established. Lung Yuanlong guarded them, and ore was hauled out daily. Ox carts rumbled toward Lin City, one after another, their wheels crunching on the gravel road. Once the mines were operational, Lin Ye began pondering another matter. He ordered a selection of goods from the storage. 10 clay pots, the finest, fired by Goblin, decorated with the symbols of the 7 principles of the returned ones. 5 iron cauldrons, newly forged, gleaming black. 3 iron knives, their blades honed to a sharp shine. 500 jean of smoked meat bundled in straw. And a few items Kellen had unearthed. Several dyed fabrics, red and blue, bright and vibrant, leftovers from trade with the free city-states. "Chief, who are these for?" Kellen stared at the pile, eyes wide. "For the elves." Kellen blinked. "They let us mine and build roads in their forest. It wouldn't be right not to give something in return." Kellen thought for a moment and nodded. "True." Lin Ye himself went to deliver the gifts. He took 5 men and 3 ox carts, heading east. After 2 days, they crossed the stream, past the mining site, and reached the spot where they had encountered the elven patrol. An elf emerged from behind a tree, riding a white stag, bow in hand. She recognized Lin Ye. "What are you back for?" "Gifts." "Gifts." Lin Ye gestured at the ox carts behind him. "For your queen." The elf glanced at the goods and said nothing. She turned the stag and rode into the forest. Lin Ye followed. They reached the great tree, and the elf halted. "Wait here." She entered. After a moment, she came out. "The queen will see you." Lin Ye had the goods unloaded from the carts and piled at the entrance of the tree hollow. He entered alone. The queen sat on a stone platform, moonlight streaming in from above. She gazed at Lin Ye for a long time. "What do you mean by sending these gifts?" "You allowed us to mine and build roads. We are grateful for your kindness." The queen said nothing. She rose, walked to the entrance, and examined the pile. Clay pots, iron cauldrons, iron knives, smoked meat, fabric. She picked up a clay pot and looked at the symbols. The 7 principles of the returned ones. "Yes." She set down the pot and picked up an iron knife. The blade glinted white in the moonlight. She gently scraped her thumb against the edge, then looked at her finger, unbroken. "Good iron. We smelted it ourselves." She put down the knife and looked at Lin Ye. "You have iron, pottery, meat, fabric. You have everything. Why do you still venture into the forest?" "We need sulfur. More ores. There are people outside the forest who want to destroy us. We must prepare." The queen regarded him silently for a long while. "You are different from others." "How? Others take and leave. You take, but you also return." She set down the knife, walked back to the stone platform, and sat. "I accept the gifts. You may go." Lin Ye stood still. "One more thing." "What?" "We discovered coal and iron mines in the north. We need to excavate, transport, and build roads. The roads will reach the forest edge, but not enter it." The queen watched him. "You build roads, mine, or forge iron?" You are preparing for war. Yes. Against whom? The northern frontier and the church state. The queen fell silent for a moment. We care not for wars beyond the forest. Keep your roads outside the forest, your mines beyond the stream, and your people from disturbing the beasts. Agreed. Go now. Lin Ye turned and walked toward the entrance. As he reached the opening, the queen called out, Lin Ye. He looked back. Yuehong said, your city is lively. Yes. She said, it's noisy, but the noise feels reassuring. Lin Ye said nothing. The queen watched him. Then she turned and walked back into the shadows. Lin Ye stood there for a moment before turning and walking out. On the way back, Lung Yuanwang asked him, Chief, was the queen pleased? I don't know, but she accepted the gifts. Yes. Lung Yuanwang pondered. Accepting means she's pleased. Lin Ye said nothing. He rode his unicorn, gazing at the road ahead. Dusk was falling and the trees in the forest began to glow. Silver-white patch after patch like moonlight spilling onto the ground. He recalled the queen's words, you take, but you also return. He urged his mount to go faster. The men followed the ox carts rumbling behind. The forest light shattered into fragments beneath the wheels. When they reached Lin City, Kellen was waiting at the gate. Chief, did the queen accept? Yes. Lin Ye entered the city. Behind him, Lung Yuanwang drove the ox carts rumbling along. One by one, the city's lamps lit up, casting their glow on the brick houses and the stone streets. Within 3 months, Lin City had transformed completely. The roads outside the city grew wider and wider, stretching north to the iron mine, east to the sulfur mine, and south to the newly opened fields. Ox carts thundered along the roads from dawn till dusk, hauling or grain and bricks in an endless rumbling. The city's buildings multiplied as well, expanding from 300 to 500 neatly aligned rows of brick houses. The population had also surged. Lin spread the ledger before Lin Ye and read through it item by item. Leader, 40 more cubs were born this month alone. Lin closed the ledger. At this rate, we'll reach 2005 by this time next year. Lin Ye nodded. Goblins could breed freely, and their offspring would be goblins no matter the other parent. This was the foundation of the unified clan, and what those outside feared most. He turned to another ledger handed over by Jing Tai. Leader, we have enough gunpowder. Jing Tai crouched nearby, rubbing his hands together. Lin Ye flipped through the ledger. Thunder crash bombs 1,200. Landmines 400. Hand cannons 120 with ammunition for 30 reloads. All of this had been produced around the clock over 3 months. Sulfur shipments poured out of the mine every day. Lung Yuanwang led guards along the route. The roads were repaired and ox carts made continuous trips without pause. And the blades, eh? Lin Ye asked. Not many, Jing Tai replied. Enough for our needs. You said it yourself, it's the gunpowder that matters. The blades are only a last resort. Lin Ye nodded and closed the ledger, rising to walk toward the window. Outside, the city's lanterns were kindling one by one, and faint recitation drifted in from the schoolhouse in the distance. Leader, Lung Yuanwang entered from outside. Envoys have come from the elves. Who? Yuehong. Yuehong sat atop White Star, stationed at the city gate. She wore a new cape in silvery gray, matching her hair embroidered with flowers of moonlit petal, a bloom that only opened at night. She spotted Lin Ye and smiled. You've come out. And you've come. My mother sent me. She leaped down from the deer and stood before him. She said courtesy must be reciprocated. What courtesy? She blinked. Returning you to me. Lin Ye said nothing. She watched him wait, then laughed. Why won't you speak? What should I say? Say yes, of course. She tilted her head. Don't you want me to stay? Lin Ye looked at her. Moonlight fell across her face, her eyes gleaming bright. I do. She smiled. Yuehong settled into Lin City. By day, she roamed everywhere, visiting workshops, the schoolhouse, and the livestock pens. She loved watching the cubs study, crouching at the schoolhouse entrance to listen as they recited the Book of Unity. The cubs weren't afraid of her, calling her Sister Moon. The gunpowder workshop was too acrid for her taste, and the blacksmith's hammer too noisy. What she preferred was the wheat fields. She'd squat at the field's edge for half a day, just watching them grow. What you cultivate is truly beautiful, she said, turning to Lin Ye. We don't farm where I'm from. Trees grow on their own, fruit ripens without intervention. Not here. If we don't plant, we have nothing to eat. She pondered. You live such exhausting lives. Habit. She said nothing. A month later, the queen sent word. An elderly elf arrived, her silver-white hair flowing as she rode an aging unicorn. She remained silent, simply regarding Lin Ye for a long while before drawing a branch from her bosom and offering it to him. The queen says, if you plant this branch within your city and it takes root, that means acceptance. Lin Ye accepted it. The branch was short and slender as a finger, bearing several leaves that shimmered silver-white beneath the moonlight. Accepted what? Yuehong stood beside him, cheeks flushing red. The old elf offered no reply, turning her unicorn and riding away. Lin Ye stood there, branch in hand. Yuehong stood at his side, head bowed in silence. What kind of tree is this? He asked. A moon laurel, she murmured quietly. He rose and gazed at the branch. Moonlight bathed its leaves in silver, casting a faint glow. Yu Hong stood nearby, watching the branch for what felt like an eternity. Will it survive? She asked. It will, Lin Ye replied. Everything thrives here. She smiled. Another month passed, and the branch sent forth new shoots. Not a single leaf, but clusters of them. Tiny silver-white leaves emerging along the stem, swaying gently in the breeze. Yu Hong crouched before the tree, transfixed by the new growth. It's alive, she said, rising to face Lin Ye. My mother will know. Lin Ye nodded. She studied his face, waiting. Is that all you'll say? What should I say? That you're happy. Lin Ye considered this. I am. She smiled. That evening Lin Ye stood upon the city walls with Yu Hong at his side. Lin Ye. Yes. That book of yours. The one about all races becoming one. Everyone coming together. It is. Have we come together? Lin Ye pondered. We have. She gazed at him. Where has it brought us? He thought again. To this tree taking root. She laughed, moonlight washing over her face, her eyes bright. Lin Ye. Yes. I'm not returning. Good. She turned, leaning against the wall to watch the city lights shimmering below, one by one like stars upon the earth. Lin Ye. Yes. Will you always remain here? I will. Then I shall stay forevermore. The wind swept through, lifting her short hair. She made no move to brush it back, letting the wind carry it freely. The city hummed with life. Workshop furnaces still glowing, schoolhouse lamps still lit, and the mingled sounds of livestock echoing throughout. She no longer found the noise burdensome. In the distance, Lung Yuanwang returned from the east, driving an ox cart laden with sulfur. The wheels rumbled along the gravel road as the cart entered the city. Kulin stood at the city gate, recording the entry in his ledger. Inside the workshop, Jing Tai awaited the sulfur delivery. The furnaces were already blazing, disciples standing ready at his side. By dawn tomorrow, dozens more thunder crash bombs would be ready. The wedding was set for the night of the full moon. As soon as the news spread, the entire Lin city bustled with activity. Kulin led a team to inventory the storehouses, hauling out grains, dried meat, fruits, and liquor, one item after another. Su Chenggai directed his crew to erect a wooden platform in the central square, standing over a man's height, draped with red cloth. Jing Tai and his apprentices toiled for 3 days and 3 nights, forging over 100 iron cylinders packed with gunpowder mixed with copper and iron filings. Lung Yuanwang led a team into the mountains, felling dozens of the finest night wood branches which they planted on the city walls beside the platform and along both sides of every road. Yu Hong in her treehouse remained unaware of these preparations. Lin Ye had not told her. On the eve of the wedding, the elven queen dispatched an envoy. It was not the old elf from before, but Yu Hong's elder sister Yushi. She rode a white unicorn, followed by a dozen riders clad in silver-white robes, their braided hair cascading over their shoulders. The people at the city gate were stunned. Lung Yuanwang rushed in to report, Chief, the elves have arrived. Many of them. Their leader is Yu Hong's sister. Lin Ye walked to the city gate. Yushi atop her unicorn looked down at him. Her eyes were as bright as Yu Hong's, but far colder. It was not the gaze one gives a person, but the look one gives a tree or a stone. Are you Lin Ye? Yes. Where is my sister? In the city. She said nothing. Dismounting, she strode into the city. The elves behind her followed, moving silently along the gravel path. Yushi stood before the laurel tree, gazing at it for a long time. Then she turned to Lin Ye. It's alive. Alive. She said no more. She entered the treehouse where Yu Hong lived and closed the door. Lin Ye waited outside. Muffled voices came from within, their words indistinguishable. After a while, the door opened. Yushi emerged, her eyes slightly reddened. She looked at Lin Ye for a long time. Take good care of her. Then she left, leading the dozen riders into the forest to the east, vanishing from sight. Yu Hong stood at the door, gazing in that direction for a long time. Big sister cried, she said. It's the first time I've seen her cry. Lin Ye remained silent. She told me to tell you, be good to me. Yu Hong turned to look at him. Will you? Yes. She smiled. The wedding began at dusk. The sun had just set, leaving a streak of crimson on the horizon. The central square was packed with people. Goblins, jackalmen, gnomes, half-orcs, and humans. Over 2,000 of them, crammed together, craning their necks toward the platform. The city walls were lined with night wood branches, their silver-white light cascading from above, illuminating the brick houses, the stone paths, and the upturned faces. The platform stood in the center of the square, over a man's height, covered with red cloth. Before it stood Kulin, wearing new clothes, holding the Book of Unity. Lin Ye ascended from the left. He wore a new leather armor crafted overnight by Jing Tai with the symbol of the 7 precepts of the Unity clan engraved on the chest. Yu Hong ascended from the right. She wore her silver-gray cloak, her hair braided and adorned with moon-white flowers. She walked to the center of the platform and stood beside Lin Ye. Kulin opened the book. The unifier said, let all clans unite. Not through conquest, not through submission, but by coming together. He closed the book and looked at them. Today you come together. Yu Hong gazed at Lin Ye. Moonlight fell upon her face, her eyes shining brightly. Lin Ye. Will you always be here? Yes. Then I will always be here. Lin stepped back. The 2,000 below remained silent. Then the sky lit up, not with the sun, but with fireworks. 100 iron cylinders ignited simultaneously, their blaze illuminating the entire city. Copper powder burst into green, iron powder into red, mingling together like a colossal flower, slowly unfurling in the night sky. The crowd erupted. Younglings squealed and leaped, adults tilted their heads, mouths agape, watching the cascading lights. Yuhong looked up, watching the blossoms bloom one by one, then fade one by one. What is this? Her voice was soft. Fireworks. Fireworks, she repeated. You used these for war, and now you set them off as flowers. No war today. She smiled, leaning against his shoulder, watching the blossoms. That night the fireworks continued for a long time. Every lamp in the city was lit. The forge fires in the workshop district, the lanterns in the schoolhouse. No one slept. Some danced, some sang, some drank, some held younglings, and watched the flowers. Yuhong stood on the city wall, watching the blossoms, the dancers, the smiling faces. You people here are really noisy, she said. Noisy, but it's a pleasant noise, she said, no more, leaning against his shoulder, watching the blossoms bloom one by one. Night deepened. The fireworks ended. The crowd gradually dispersed, returning to their homes. One by one the city's lamps went out. Only the night light with branches on the city walls remained aglow silver white, like moonlight fallen to the earth. Yuhong stood before the laurel tree. A few more leaves had sprouted silver white, swaying gently in the breeze. Lin Ye, did you marry me because you love me, or because I am the Elven Queen's daughter? Lin Ye was silent for a long time. Moonlight fell upon her face, her eyes shining brightly. Both. She looked at him. Then she smiled. You are truly honest. She turned and walked into the treehouse. The door was left open. Lin Ye stood outside for a moment. Then he stepped inside. That night, all the lamps in Lin City were extinguished. Only the laurel tree remained luminous silver white, swaying gently in the breeze. After the wedding, Yuhong stayed in Lin City for some days. Each day she wandered through town, watching the forge hammer iron, the school where children read, and the fields where wheat was being reaped. But she missed home. I want to go back and see my mother. Lin Ye looked at her. I'll accompany you. Yuhong smiled. You weren't afraid when you came alone, but now you are. Lin Ye said nothing. It was not fear. He simply felt it was the right thing to do. Since he had married her daughter, he ought to pay a visit. Lung Yuanlong had 2 ox carts hitched, their beds piled high with provisions. Pottery jars, iron woks, bolts of cloth, grain, strips of dried meat, and several newly forged knives whose blades gleamed bright. Yuhong gazed at the heap, her eyes lighting up. Bringing so much. First time visiting, one cannot come empty-handed. She laughed, swung onto the deer's back, and rode ahead. Lin Ye drove the ox carts in her wake. Lung Yuanlong brought 5 men who followed at a distance, keeping clear of the forest. After crossing the stream and passing the mine site, they walked another half day until the trees in the forest began to glow. Yuhong slowed her pace, waiting for Lin Ye to catch up. We've arrived. The elves emerged from their tree houses, regarding the 2 ox carts and the abundant cargo piled upon them. Yuhong leapt down from the deer and ran toward an elderly elf. Elder Yurong, I'm back. Yurong looked at her, then glanced at Lin Ye and then at the 2 carts. What is this? Things I brought for you. Yuhong lifted the beast hide covering the carts. Pottery jars with round mouths and swelling bellies adorned with patterns of moonlit white flowers. Iron woks gleaming pitch black, ringing clear when struck. Bolts of cloth in vivid reds and blues. And grain sack upon sack stacked with neat precision. The elves gathered around, reaching out to touch the objects. A young elf picked up a pottery jar, turning it over and over in her hands. Did you fire these? Yuhong nodded. Made in Lin City. Jing Tai crafted them himself. Another elf lifted an iron knife and scraped her thumb along the blade. Fine iron. We smelted it ourselves, Yuhong said. The elves exchanged glances. They had never seen such things. The elves used wooden bowls, stone knives, and baskets woven from tree bark, pottery, ironware, and cloth from the outside world. Things they had never dared touch. But these came from Lin City, brought back by Yuhong herself. Yurong picked up a pottery jar, studying the patterns upon it. This flower, it is native to these woods. I painted it, Yuhong said. The people of Lin City fired it. Yurong set down the jar and looked at Yuhong. Are you well? Yuhong smiled. Yes, very well. Yurong nodded and said nothing more. Word spread. More and more elves emerged from the forest, gathering at the entrances of their tree houses to gaze at the 2 carts. The young outnumbered the old. They said nothing, only watched. Yushi stood beneath the great tree of the queen, observing from afar. She did not approach. Lin Ye spotted her, and she turned and disappeared into the tree hollow. In the evening, Yuhong went to see the queen. Lin Ye waited outside. Voices drifted from within the hollow, indistinct. After a long while, Yuhong emerged, her eyes slightly red. Mother says you may set up a stall by the stream. Those who wish to trade may come, those who do not need not bother. Lin Ye looked at her. Are you displeased? No. She wiped her eyes. Mother is growing old. The next day the ox carts were stationed by the stream. The pottery jars, iron woks, bolts of cloth, grain, and dried meat were laid out one by one. Elves came in small groups, some carrying fruit, others herbs, still others bundles of sun-dried mushrooms. Yu Hong stood beside the carts teaching them how to trade. This pottery jar trades for 1 basket of fruit. This iron wok trades for 2 bundles of herbs. This bolt of cloth trades for 1 basket of mushrooms. A young elf held a bolt of cloth, gazing at it for a long while. It's so beautiful. May I trade for it? Yes. Do you have mushrooms? I do. Let me fetch them. She ran swiftly, her silver-gray hair streaming in the wind. Yu Hong smiled and looked back at Lin Ye. See, they like them. Lin Ye nodded. At midday, Yu Rong arrived. She stood before the carts gazing at the goods for a long while. Then she picked up a pottery jar and handed it to Yu Hong. I'll trade 1 basket of fruit for this. Yu Hong took the jar and offered her a basket of fruit in return. Yu Rong carried the jar away. After a few steps, she glanced back over her shoulder. Yu Bai arrived as well. Her eyes fell upon the iron woks. Are these sturdy? Sturdy. They won't break. Yu Bai lifted a knife and struck the rim of a wok. It rang with a clear clang. The pot was unscathed, and so was the blade. She nodded and traded 2 bundles of herbs for a wok. Yu Song was the last to come. She stood before the carts gazing at the bolts of cloth for a long while. Then she lifted a red cloth, touched it, and set it down. She lifted a blue cloth, touched it, and set it down again. Yu Hong. Yes. The flowers you painted, they are lovely. Yu Hong smiled. Next time I'll paint more. Yu Song said nothing. She traded a basket of mushrooms for a piece of white cloth and left. By evening, all the goods had been traded away. The ox carts stood empty and the elves by the stream had dispersed. Yu Hong squatted by the water's edge to wash her hands, then looked back at Lin Ye. Will you come back tomorrow? If you'd like me to. She smiled. Then I will. She rose, brushed the dust from her skirt, and took a few steps forward before suddenly turning back. Lin Ye. Yes. They like the gifts you brought. That's good. They like you too. She tilted her head. Elder Yu Song never trades with anyone. Yet today she did. Lin Ye said nothing. Yu Hong walked over and stood before him. Are you happy? Happy. She smiled. Then all is well. She turned and ran ahead. Her short silver-gray hair fluttered in the wind for an instant before vanishing into the tree shadows. Lin Ye stood there gazing in that direction. The stream water shimmered with fractured moonlight. Far away, the trees of the elven village began to glow. Silver-white patches scattered here and there like the moon itself had fallen to the ground. Lung Yuanwang approached from behind. Leader, shall we return? Yes. They drove the ox carts homeward. The wheels rumbled over the gravel path with a steady thundering. Lin Ye glanced back. The stream bank stood empty, devoid of people. But he knew. Tomorrow this place would bustle with life once more. The creekside market had been running for half a month, and the elves had grown accustomed to coming every 1st and 15th of the lunar month to trade. Clay pots, iron woks, cloth, grain. One by one they were unloaded from the ox carts, and one by one they were carried away in exchange. Yu Hong was present at every market, standing beside the cart, teaching them to recognize numbers and how to calculate accounts. Elder Yu Rong had come to exchange for grain 3 times, and each time she offered an extra basket of fruit. Yu Hong pushed it back, and she pushed it forward again. Take it. Winter is coming, and it must be cold on your side too. Yu Hong did not push it back this time. She glanced back at Lin Ye, who nodded. That night Yu Hong said, Elder Yu Rong manages the distribution of supplies. Every winter people go hungry. It's not that there isn't enough, it's that it isn't distributed evenly. She has a soft heart. She gives to everyone, and by the end she has nothing left for herself. Lin Ye said nothing. The next day, he had Lung Yuanwang bring 2 more carts of grain, delivering them straight to the door of Yu Rong's treehouse. Yu Rong stood at the doorway looking at those 2 carts of grain for a long while. What does this mean? Winter is coming, Lin Ye said. These are gifts for the elder, not for trade. Yu Rong looked at him, then at Yu Hong. Yu Hong said, accept them. Lin City's harvest was good this year. We have enough to eat. Yu Rong accepted them. That night she sat in her treehouse gazing at the grain for a long time. Elder Yu Bai managed defense. She commanded over 20 young elves who rode unicorns patrolling through the forest. The people of the northern reaches had never come, nor had those from the teaching nation, but she never let her guard slip. When Yu Hong brought Lin Ye to see her, she was teaching several young elves how to shoot arrows. Elder Yu Bai put away her bow and looked at them. What is it? Yu Hong pushed Lin Ye forward a step. He wants to see your archery. Yu Bai glanced at Lin Ye. Do they also practice archery where you come from? We do, but not as accurately as you. Yu Bai said nothing. She knocked an arrow aimed at a distant tree and released. The arrow struck the trunk and buried itself to the fletching. How far can your arrows shoot? Lin Ye considered. 50 paces. Beyond that we lose accuracy. Yu Bai looked at him. We shoot 100 paces. She paused. But your gunpowder can explode much farther. Lin Ye said nothing. Yu Bai handed her bow to a young elf beside her and turned to face him. Can you teach us that gunpowder of yours? I can. But gunpowder is for war. Are you going to war? Yu Bai was silent for a moment. No. But we must know how. Lin Ye had Lung Yuanwang teach them how to use the Zhentian Lei. They found an open space at the edge of the forest, buried several, and had Yu Bai and her subordinates watch. Lung Yuanwang lit the fuse and ran back. With a thunderous boom, dirt flew everywhere and a crater was blown into the ground. The young elves stumbled backward in fright, but Yu Bai did not move. That's all. That's all. She squatted down and touched the crater. Teach me again. Lung Yuanwang demonstrated 3 times. Yu Bai learned. She stood up and looked at Lin Ye. Come teach us once a month from now on. All right. Yu Bai left. After several steps, she turned back. The man you found, Yu Hong, he's not bad. Yu Hong smiled. The most difficult was Elder Yu Song. She managed sacrifices and ritual etiquette and was the most stubborn person in the elven tribe. Yu Hong said she never traded anything. The Creekside market had been open for half a month and she hadn't come once. What is she like? Lin Ye asked. Yu Hong thought. Flowers. Moonlight white. And the moon. Lin Ye had Jing Tai fire a set of pottery, painted with moonlight white patterns. Yu Hong had done the painting. After firing, he also had Colin find the finest white cloth and dye it silver gray, the same color as Yu Hong's hair. Yu Hong embroidered several moonlight white flowers on the cloth. It took half a month and she pricked her fingers many times. When they went to find Yu Song, she was sitting beneath the oldest tree. When she saw Yu Hong, she didn't move. When she saw Lin Ye, she still didn't move. Elder Yu Song. Yu Hong crouched down and placed the clay pot and cloth before her. We made these. Yu Song glanced at the clay pot, then at the cloth. She said nothing. The flowers on them, I painted them. The cloth, I embroidered it. Yu Song picked up the clay pot and studied it for a long while. These flowers, they're from our land. Yes, made by the people of Lin City. Yu Song set down the pot, picked up the cloth, touched it, then set it down. What have you come for? Yu Hong glanced at Lin Ye. Lin Ye said, just to visit you. Yu Hong has missed you. Yu Song looked at him for a long while. You're that chieftain? Yes. You're a goblin? Yes. Yu Hong married you. Does she not feel wronged? Lin Ye said nothing. Yu Hong stood up. No. He treats me well. Yu Song looked at her, then at Lin Ye. Then she stood up, gathered the pottery set and the cloth and left. After several steps she stopped. Next time you come, bring some paints. I want to paint flowers. Yu Hong smiled. All right. The elders came down one by one and Lin City's caravans made trip after trip to the creek side. Grain, ironware, cloth, pottery, and gunpowder. Yu Bai learned to bury mines. Yu Rong stored enough grain for winter. Yu Song began painting flowers. What does it mean in your books when it says all races shall be united? Yu Hong answered them one by one. When she spoke, Lin Ye stood beside her silent. One day Yu Bai asked him, can you teach us how to make that gunpowder? Lin Ye looked at her. Gunpowder is our most powerful weapon. If we teach you, we won't be the most powerful anymore. Yu Bai said nothing. Lin Ye said, but we can use it together. Your forest, our gunpowder. If someone invades, none of us will escape. Yu Bai looked at him for a long time. You want to bind us? I want us all to survive. Yu Bai asked no more questions. That night Yu Hong sat by the creek, her feet in the water swaying. Lin Ye sat beside her. Elder Yu Bai asked me if you want to bind us. What did you say? I said you want us all to survive. Lin Ye said nothing. She leaned against his shoulder. Lin Ye. The elders are all speaking up for us now. Yu Rong says your grain was an act of benevolence. Yu Bai says your gunpowder can protect us. Yu Song says your city isn't what the rumors say. She paused. My mother knows too. What does she know? That you're helping her. Lin Ye said nothing. Yu Hong lifted her head and looked at him. You want me to be queen? It wasn't a question. Lin Ye looked at her. Moonlight fell upon her face, her eyes bright. Yes. She wasn't angry. She looked at him for a long while, then smiled. You're an honest man, truly. You're not angry. Why would I be angry? She leaned back again. You married me because I'm the daughter of the elf queen. I married you because you're a unifier. We each have our own path to walk. She kicked the water and droplets rose and fell into the moonlight. But you like me and I like you. That's enough. Lin Ye said nothing. He sat there listening to the creek's murmur. Yu Hong leaned on his shoulder and slowly fell asleep. The wind rose, lifting her short hair and brushing it across his face. He didn't move. In the distance, the trees of the elven village began to glow silver white patch by patch. Lung Yuanwang crouched in the forest watching from afar. He stood up and turned back. Head, are you returning? Lin Ye gave no answer. Yu Hong stirred and nestled closer into his arms. He looked down but did not move. Wait a little longer. Lung Yuanwang crouched back down and asked no more questions. Lung Yuanwang returned in the evening. He emerged from the eastern woods, ran up to the city wall, and crouched before Lin Ye. Chief, something has happened among the elves. Yu Hong sent me back to report that we can move. Lin Ye stood on the wall, gazing eastward. It was almost dark. The woods were a deep black, revealing nothing. What did she say? Lung Yuanwang pulled a twig from his bosom, a laurel branch entwined with a strand of silver gray hair. She said she is ready. Lin Ye took the branch, studied it for a long while, then tucked it into his own bosom. Have you chosen the men? Yes. 20 all veterans who fought under your command. Hand cannons, thunderclap, explosives, blades, all carried. Hidden under the carts, no one can tell. Let's go. They traveled through the night. Lin Ye rode a unicorn at the front, while Lung Yuan Wang led the men following behind. As dawn approached, they reached the outskirts of the elf tribe. A patrolling elf rode out of the woods on a unicorn, saw Lin Ye and froze. Yu Hong sent me. The patrolling elf looked at him, then at the people behind him. She hesitated for a moment, turned her unicorn's head, and headed into the woods. Follow me. The morning in the elf tribe was very quiet. The doors of the tree houses were all closed, with only a few early risers drawing water by the stream. Lin Ye followed the patrolling elf to the front of the largest tree. The guards saw him and didn't stop him pushing open the door. Yu Hong stood inside. She wore a new robe, silver gray, the same color as her hair. Her hair was braided and hung over her shoulders. She saw Lin Ye and smiled. You're here. Did you bring the things, eh? Brought them. She nodded. Then she looked at Lung Yuan Wang. Enough people, eh? Enough. 20. The guards have been changed. They're my people now. She paused. My mother is in the inner room. My sister is there too. Lin Ye looked at her. Are you sure? I'm sure. She took a step forward and stood before him. Lin Ye, do you trust me? I do. Then don't speak. Just stand by my side. She turned and walked inside. Lin Ye followed. The inner room was very dim. The queen sat on a stone platform, a cup of water placed before her. She stood beside her holding a comb, combing her hair. When they saw Yu Hong enter, they both stopped. When they saw Lin Ye, Yushi's expression changed. What are you doing here? Yu Hong didn't answer. She walked to the queen and knelt down. Mother. The queen looked at her for a long time. You brought outsiders in. Yes. How many? 20. All outside. The queen said nothing. Yushi's hands were trembling. What do you want to do? Yu Hong stood up, turned around, and looked at her. Sister, sit down. Yushi didn't move. Yu Hong took a step forward. Sit down. Yushi sat down. Not because she wanted to, but because of Yu Hong's eyes. Those eyes. She had never seen them before. Not the little sister who used to chase after her, but something else. Yu Hong turned around and looked at the queen. Mother, you should rest now. The queen looked at her. You want to be the queen. It's not that I want to. It's that I have to. The queen laughed. Very lightly, the corner of her mouth twitched. I'm not leaving. I'll let them in. The queen was silent for a long time. Then she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood beside Yu Hong, saying nothing. What do you want? Lin Ye looked at her. Let my people live. Let her people live too. The queen looked at him for a long time. Then she laughed. You are more honest than her father. She turned her head and looked at Yushi. You go out. Yushi stood up. Mother. Go out. Yushi left. When she reached the door, she looked back once. Yu Hong didn't look at her. She walked out. Lung Yuan Wang stood at the door, not stopping her. The queen sat on the stone platform looking at Yu Hong. What do you want me to do? Write a letter. Say that you passed the throne to me. The elders won't believe it. If you write it, they will believe. The queen looked at her for a long time. When did you change? Yu Hong crouched down and held her hand. Mother, I haven't changed. I just don't want to watch us slowly die. The queen closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them. A pen. Yu Hong took the letter and walked out of the tree hollow. Outside, the elders had already been summoned. Yu Rong, Yu Bai, Yu Song, and a few others Lin Ye had never seen. They stood in the moonlight looking at Yu Hong, at the great tree behind her, at the green shadows outside the tree hollow. Yu Hong stood on the steps and raised the letter. The queen passes the throne to me. No one spoke. Yu Rong looked at the letter, then at Yu Hong. Yu Bai looked at the green shadows standing in the tree shadows, at the things hidden under the carts. She recognized those things. Thunderclap, explosives, hand cannons. She had seen them before. Yu Song looked at the letter in Yu Hong's hand for a long time. Where is Yushi? In the southern orchard. She is resting. Yu Song asked no more. Yu Hong looked at them. Elders, make your choice. Yu Rong spoke first. I choose you. Yu Bai looked at the green shadows, then at Yu Hong. Can your gunpowder keep us safe? Yes. Then I choose you. Yu Song stood at the back looking at Yu Hong for a long time. Where will you lead us? Yu Hong thought for a moment. Lead you to survive. Yu Song closed her eyes, then opened them. I choose you. The other elders nodded one by one. No one mentioned Yu Shi anymore. No one mentioned Yu Xian. Yu Xian was in the south. By the time she learned the news, everything would be over. Yu Hong stood on the steps, moonlight falling on her face. She did not smile, just stood there. From today, I am the queen. No one spoke. No one objected. The next morning, the news spread throughout the elf tribe. The queen is old, passed the throne to Yu Hong. Yu Shi and Yu Xian went to the southern orchard, attended by servants. The elders nodded. No one said anything. Yu Hong sat on the queen's seat, moonlight streaming in from above. Lin Ye stood beside her. Are you happy? She thought for a moment. Not happy. Then why do it? Because if I didn't, they would die. Not now, but there would be no future. She leaned on his shoulder. You taught me. Only by uniting can we become strong, and only by being strong can we live a good life. Lin Ye did not speak. She smiled. You're really strange. You taught me how to be a queen, and then you just stopped talking. Lin Ye thought for a moment. I believe you can do it well. She looked at him for a long time. Then she smiled. Let's go home. 3 months after Yuhong became queen, the stream between the elf tribe and the Gue people no longer felt much like a boundary. The market by the stream had grown from twice a month to once every 5 days. Ox carts came from Lin City, unloading clay pots, iron wax, cloth, grain, and dried meat, then loading up with fruits, herbs, mushrooms, and animal skins before rumbling back home. The elves no longer watched from a distance. They walked right up to the carts, touching the goods, asking prices, bargaining. Even after finishing their trades, they lingered crouching by the stream to chat. They talked about how tall the houses in Lin City were, how noisy the young ones there could be, how loud the gunpowder explosions rang. Lung Yuanwang came every few days to teach the people of Yubai's settlement how to use the sky-shaking thunder. The young elves learned quickly, able to bury the mines independently within a month. Yubai said with more practice they'd be more accurate than arrows. Lung Yuanwang said accuracy didn't matter for sky-shaking thunder. As long as it explodes, that's enough. Yubai thought about it and agreed. Yurong's warehouse was piled high with grain, some from Lin City, some traded for with fruits. She began learning Lin City's methods, drying the grain, bagging it, keeping accounts. Lin gave her a blank ledger and taught her to draw grids and fill in numbers. Yurong studied for 3 days, and the ledger filled with crooked elf numerals. She said this method was good. It let you know how much you had, so there was no more panic. On Yusong's altar, more and more clay pots accumulated, all fired in Lin City, with the Gue symbol carved into their bases. She didn't ask what the symbol meant, but she began arranging flowers in them. Moonlit white blossoms, luminous wood flowers, 10 leaves. She placed them in one by one, arranged in perfect order. A young elf asked her, "Are you praying to the moon and root, or to the Gue?" Yusong said, "The flowers are for the moon and root. The pots belong to the Gue. They're placed together, each worshipped in their own way." The young elf didn't ask further. The elves began making trips to Lin City. Not to move there, just to visit. Yuhong took them. The first group numbered over a dozen young elves riding unicorns and following behind Yuhong. They entered the city and saw rows upon rows of brick houses, witnessed goblins, gnolls, goblins, half-orcs, and humans walking the streets, and watched the workshop district's furnaces blaze so brightly they lit up half the sky. A young elf asked Yuhong, "Don't they fight each other?" Yuhong said they do. But there are rules. What rules? The 7 principles of the Gue: reason, labor, research, science, equality, order, and faith. Whoever breaks the rules receives punishment. Even the leaders are not exempt. The young elves glanced at each other. They had never seen anything like this. The elf tribe had rules too, but their rules were set by the elders, by the queen, passed down from the moon and root. Not decided together. Yuhong took them to the schoolhouse. Ji Tianhao was teaching the young ones, who crouched on the ground, the older ones helping the younger, the smallest barely reaching her knees. They recited from the Book of Unity, their voices crisp and clear. The young elves stood at the doorway listening for a while. They didn't understand the common tongue, but they understood the sound. It was a beautiful sound. Yuhong took them to the workshop. Jing Tai was forging iron, the furnace blazing, crimson hammer strikes, sending sparks flying in all directions. The young elves covered their ears, but their eyes never left the scene. They had never seen molten iron flow from a furnace, never watched iron sheets thin and brighten under the hammer, transforming into blades. Yuhong took them to the fields. Tian Shobin crouched at the field's edge, clutching a handful of soil, discussing soil fertility with Ji Tianhao. The young elves squatted down too, grabbing handfuls of earth, sniffing them, then letting go. They had never seen farming. Elves didn't farm. Trees grew on their own, fruits ripened without tending. But as they gazed upon those golden stalks of wheat, they found them beautiful. On the way back, the young elves hardly spoke. Once they crossed the stream and entered the forest, one called Yi suddenly spoke up. "It's very noisy there." Yuhong said, "It is. But it's an interesting kind of noisy." Yuhong smiled. The people of Lin City began coming to the elf tribe too. Not to relocate, just to deliver goods. Lung Yuanwang led groups of them, rotating different people each time. Jing Tai had come once, crouching before Yusong's altar, studying those clay pots for a long while. He had fired them himself with the Gue symbol carved into their bases. Yusong asked him what the symbol meant. Jing Tai said it was the mark of the Gue. The Gue are one, yet also all. Yusong said, "How can one be all?" Jing Tai said he didn't know. "That's what the book said." Yusong gave him a long look. "You're a blacksmith?" "Yes. That wok you made doesn't leak. A leaking one wouldn't be sold." Yusong laughed. She said, "Bring more clay pots next time. The flowers aren't enough to fill them all." Lin came once too. He sat by the stream reconciling accounts with Yurong. Her ledger was filled with crooked elf numerals, but Lin understood them. He said, "This entry is wrong." Yurong asked, "Where's the mistake?" Lin took the pen and recalculated it. As Yurong watched him write, she said, "Your characters are beautiful." Lin said, "Practice makes perfect." Yurong said, "Teach me." So he did. She studied the whole afternoon, and though her writing remained crooked, she at least knew where the crookedness was. Yubai came to find Lin Ye, saying she wanted to learn to make gunpowder. Lin Ye looked at her and said, "Gunpowder is our most powerful thing." Yubai said, "I know." Lin Ye said, "If we teach you, we won't be the strongest anymore." Yubai said, "Once we learn, we can use it together. If anyone attacks, no one escapes. Lin Ye studied her for a long moment. Then he had Lung Yuanwang take her to see the workshop. Yu Bai stayed there all day, didn't touch anything, just watched. On her way back, she said, I've learned. Lung Yuanwang said, you only watched. Yu Bai said, watching is enough to learn. Lung Yuanwang said nothing. In Yu Hong's tree hollow, the Book of Unity had always sat there. No one borrowed it, but people came to look. Yu Rong had come, flipped through it, then closed it. Yu Bai had come, didn't open it, just glanced at the cover. Yu Song had come, stood there a long while, then copied the symbols onto a leaf and took it away. Yu Hong asked her, what are you copying that for? Yu Song said, when I arrange flowers, I'll place it beside them. It's beautiful. Yu Hong didn't press further. Lin Ye sat on a stone outside the tree hollow, watching the trees gradually light up. Yu Hong walked out and crouched beside him. Lin Ye, they don't read that book of yours. I know. Then why do you leave it there? It's enough just to have it there. Yu Hong thought about it, then nodded. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Lin Ye, that book works. Lin Ye said nothing. The wind blew, lifting her short hair. In the distance, the lights by the stream still glowed. Farther still, the furnaces of Lin City had not yet gone dark. The stream between the two tribes now meant little. Elves walked across Gue, people came over, and no one thought it strange. In the 3rd month since the elf tribe joined the Ge clan, Lin Ye began training his troops. This was different from before. Previously, they stood in formation, marched in step, and threw thunder bombs. Things were different now. He had unicorns. When Yu Hong had married into the clan, she had brought over more than 100 of them, and later they had been gradually transported from the elf tribe, eventually amassing 500. Lin Ye had selected 600 men, each assigned a unicorn. Yen Shan crouched at the training ground, watching the cavalry lined up in rows, then turned to Lin Ye and asked, Commander, goblins riding deer? Riding. They're steadier than horses. Yen Shan didn't ask further. He commanded the field troops. All 600 men were under his name. The 600 hadn't been chosen casually. Lin Ye had Yen Shan select 120 men from each of the 5 companies, then add another 100 from the garrison troops. The criteria were straightforward: young, strong, fearless of heights, and able to load their weapons with one hand. Lung Yuanwang had added one more requirement. Those who could run fast through the forest would be given priority. Lin Ye agreed. There had been some disorder during the selection process. The men from the fire company believed they were the most capable fighters and should all be chosen. Yen Shan ignored them and examined each man personally. Zhan Wu, the captain of the fire company, came to protest. Yen Shan said, 3 of your men can't ride properly. Even on a deer, they couldn't fight. Zhan Wu went back and checked for himself. Indeed, there were 3 who couldn't ride properly. He said nothing more. The 600 men were organized into 6 units of 100. Each unit had a centurion in charge who oversaw squads of 10 men under him. Each squad leader commanded 9 men plus himself, making 10 in total. This was the old organizational structure of the Ge clan, adapted from squad, platoon, and company formats. Lin Ye made no changes to it. He simply replaced the term company with 100-man unit. Each man was assigned a unicorn. These creatures bred by the elves were unafraid of gunfire. Yu Hong had Yu Bo select the calmest and most steady ones from the elf tribe to begin acclimating them to the cavalry. At first, the men would mount the deer, would move, they would sway, the deer would stop, and they would fall. After falling for half a month, the 600 men finally managed to sit steadily. Their protective gear was forged from Jing iron. The iron armor wasn't a full suit of plate. It was a chest piece, pauldrons, vambraces, and greaves covering only the vital areas. Each piece weighed 30 caddies, and with helmet, weapons, and ammunition added, each man carried 60 caddies on his back. The unicorns could bear the weight, and while the men struggled to walk in it, they hardly noticed while mounted. Their armaments were divided into 3 categories. 2 hand cannons hung on either side of the saddle, 5 thunder bombs were carried in leather pouches, and a curved iron sword with a quenched blade completed the set. The hand cannons had an effective range of 50 paces. The thunder bombs could devastate an area when thrown, and the curved swords were reserved for last resort. Jing Tai remarked, once the hand cannons are empty, they're just iron bars. The curved sword is what actually kills. Lin Ye replied, switch to the sword once you've fired. If you can't finish them, don't let them get close. Jing Tai nodded. The core of their training was the returning spear, a maneuver where cavalry would charge in formation, fire a volley at 50 paces, wheel around, and retreat. If enemies pursued, the riders would turn and fire again. They would repeat this 3 times before running out of gunpowder, then switch to swords and charge back. On their first attempt, the 600 men descended into chaos. The front line would fire and retreat, colliding with the rear line advancing forward. Unicorns crashing into each other, men falling, and hand cannons scattered across the ground. Yen Shan's face darkened like a pot bottom. He ordered everyone to dismount, line up, and practice footwork one by one. After 3 days drilling the formations on foot, they remounted. It was still chaotic, but better than the first time. By the 10th day, the 600 men could execute the sequence of fire, turn, retreat, wheel, and fire again, within their 100-man formation. The formations would still collide with each other, but at least no one was falling anymore. Lung Yuanwang crouched at the edge of the training ground, watching the deer dart about, and remarked, "Commander, these things are harder to ride than horses." Lin Ye said nothing. His attention was on the cavalrymen's hands. They weren't loading fast enough. Gunpowder was spilling, balls were dropping, and fuses were being inserted crookedly. He noted it in his mind, planning to have Jingtai redesign the ammunition pouches later. Lin Ye divided the 600 men into 3 battalions, 200 in the vanguard, 200 as the main force, and 200 on the flanks. The vanguard would charge, fire one volley, and retreat to draw out the enemy, while the main force pressed forward from the center, and the flank units circled around to cut off retreat. Mastering formations proved even more difficult than learning mounted shooting. When the vanguard charged off, the main force hesitated, unsure when to advance. The flank units would wheel out, but struggle to reposition. Across the training ground, 600 men dashed about in confusion. The dust they kicked up blotting out half the sky. Yanshan stood on the raised platform, holding 2 flags, one red for advance, one green for halt. The 600 men followed the signals, and those who didn't ended up colliding. After half a month of drilling, they finally managed to execute encirclement maneuvers in response to flag commands. It was slow and uneven, but they could now coordinate their movements. Yanshan declared, "Commander, we're ready for battle." Lin Ye responded, "We can fight, but not engage in prolonged combat." Yanshan offered no objection. The Yi clan's battles would not take place on open plains, but within forests. Lin Ye led the 600 men into the woods, maneuvering them between the trees. The unicorns were more agile than horses and could weave through tight gaps between trunks. The riders were not. Men on deer crashed into branches, scraped their legs against bark, and found their hands caught in vines. By the end of the day, all 600 men were covered in wounds. Lung Yuanwang observed, "Commander, cavalry cannot operate in the forest." Lin Ye countered, "I don't need them charging through the woods. I need them able to burst out of them." Lung Yuanwang understood. The 600 men began practicing forest ambush raids, suddenly emerging from deep within the woods, striking once in the clearings, then slipping back into the forest. The key to this training was ensuring the deer wouldn't spook at whipping branches, and the riders wouldn't panic if the animals veered off course. After 20 days, the 600 could navigate the forest at moderate speed, the deer calm, and the men composed. Yubo had come to observe once. Mounted on her unicorn, she watched the goblins weaving through the forest for quite some time, then told Lung Yuanwang, "Your riders have surpassed ours." Lung Yuanwang replied, "We simply trained harder." Yubo said nothing. 3 months later, the 600 completed their training. Lin Ye stood on the training ground as 600 cavalrymen sat astride their unicorns, arranged in 6 ranks. Their iron armor gleamed dully in the sunlight. Hand cannons hung from both sides of the saddles, curved swords were tucked at their waists, and leather pouches bulged with thunder bombs. No one spoke. A breeze swept across, stirring the manes of the unicorns. Lin Ye looked at them, studying their formations for a long moment. "You are the cavalry of the Yi clan. 600 riders, 600 beasts, 600 blades, 1,200 hand cannons, 3,000 thunder bombs." No one spoke. "The northern frontier is held at Stonebridge Fortress. The church lies beyond that. Outsiders are waiting to destroy us." Still no one spoke. "Let them wait," he said. Then he turned and walked away. As Lin Ye retreated into the forest, the northern territory made its move. It was not a sneak attack, but an open assault. 30,000 troops pressed forward from the Shichiao fort line, and the vanguard cavalry seized 3 watchtowers in a single day. The church state's defenses were still reeling from the remnants retreated from the forest, utterly unprepared. By the time news reached the Holy Light City, the northern territory had advanced 50 li. The cardinal sat in the underground chamber of the Inquisition, the war report before him. He had read it 5 times. Where did the northern territory get its troops? The chief investigator stood before him, his face pale. They diverted all the garrisons from the Shichiao fort direction. The southern line was already weak, and we just pulled back from the forest. The wounded haven't even been settled yet. That's not what I asked. The cardinal cut him off. The northern territory signed a ceasefire with us. Did they tear it up? The chief investigator was silent for a moment. They didn't tear it up. They claim it's assisting the church state in quelling internal unrest. The cardinal slammed the report onto the table. Internal unrest. The northern territory sponsored a few border lords. They raised the banner of cleansing the sovereign's side, professing to overthrow the cardinal council and restore the pope's authority. The chief investigator's voice was flat. In reality, they are rebels. The northern territory gives them money, grain, and weapons, and they open the gates for the northern territory. The chamber fell silent for a long time. The candlelight flickered over the golden sun emblem on the wall. Which lords, eh? 3 counts from the northern territory's border, and 2 marquises of the church state's own border. 5 families in total. The chief investigator paused. Their lands all lie to the north. When the northern territory's army arrived, they surrendered outright and joined the attack. The cardinal closed his eyes. He recalled shaking hands with the Northern Territory's envoy in an abandoned fortress months ago. Back then he thought a temporary alliance to purge the filth from the forest was a wise choice. Now he knew. The Northern Territory had never seen them as allies. They were merely waiting for the church state to bleed first, then lunge and to tear out its throat. What about those things in the forest? They retreated into the woods. Haven't come out since. The cardinal said nothing. He rose and walked to the map on the wall. The church state's border was heavily marked in red, all occupied by the Northern Territory. From Shichiao Fort westward up to the hilly terrain north of the Holy Light City, every inch flew the Northern Territory's banner. Can we still transfer troops from the southern line? The southern line was already thin. We had pulled 2,000 to the forest earlier, and nearly half were lost. The rest are wounded or scattered. The chief investigator hesitated. Your Eminence, the southern line cannot be drained further. The free city-states are stirring as well. The cardinal turned around. The free city-states. The trade routes have been severed for months. Some in the city-states council have proposed taking advantage of the chaos. Though no formal deployment has been made, they have reinforced their border. The cardinal stood there staring at the map. To the north was the Northern Territory, to the south the free city-states, to the east the forest. The things in the forest had not emerged yet, but they would eventually. The church state was caught in the middle like a piece of cloth being torn apart. Who leads the Cleanse the Sovereign's Side faction? The chief investigator pulled a list from his pocket and handed it over. A former knight named Marcus. He's recruiting soldiers in the borderlands of the Northern Territory, calling himself the Protectorate Army. In truth, he is the Northern Territory's puppet. Many of his men are Northern Territory cavalry in disguise. The cardinal looked at the list, then tore it up. Kill him. The chief investigator stared at him. Your Eminence, Marcus commands 3,000 men. If you can't kill him, kill his family. If you can't kill his family, burn his lands. The chief investigator was silent for a moment. Yes. But Marcus was only the beginning. After the news spread, the church state erupted like a hornet's nest stirred. Northern lords followed Marcus in cleansing the sovereign's side, while southern peasants took matters into their own hands. The cause was taxes. After the Northern Territory's invasion, the Cardinal Council imposed a war tax, demanding 3/10 more grain plus 2 silver coins per household. When tax collectors went down, they found many villages could no longer pay. The previous months of purification taxes, light taxes, and military taxes had already squeezed the peasants dry. The collectors ignored the plight and pressed on. Those who couldn't pay were arrested. Those arrested were locked up. Those locked up awaited ransom from their families and grain. Those who couldn't be ransomed vanished without a trace. The first explosion came from a southern village called Whitestone Village. Not the one near Shichiao Fort, another one. The tax collector came with 5 soldiers to demand grain, but the villagers couldn't pay. The collector said, then hand over people. He pointed at a young woman. Her husband seized a hoe and smashed it into the collector's head. The collector died, the 5 soldiers fled, and the entire village ran. News spread to neighboring villages, and they too began to flee. Into the mountains, into the woods, to places where no one could find them. Those who couldn't flee dug in. Those who couldn't bear it rebelled. Within a month, over a dozen peasant uprisings erupted in the south of the church state. They were small, 1 village, 2 villages, at most a few hundred people. No unified banner, no unified command. Some looted granaries, some burned tax offices, some killed tax collectors. The church state sent local militias to suppress them, but the militias themselves were peasants. They refused to act, and some even joined the revolt. The chief investigator stood in the chamber, his voice hoarse. Your Eminence, the South is in chaos. How many? Hard to say. One group springs up here today, another there tomorrow. Suppress one, and 3 rise in its place. The chief investigator paused. They are not rebels, they are peasants. No banners, no leaders. They loot and scatter, then gather again. The cardinal was silent for a long time. Sponsored by the Northern Territory. Some are, but most are not. They simply could not pay the taxes. The chamber fell silent. Candlelight flickered on the wall. What about those things in the forest? No movement. Scouts say the forest is eerily quiet. The cardinal sat in his chair staring at the golden sun emblem on the wall. Perhaps we should never have provoked that forest. The chief investigator said nothing. Perhaps from the very beginning, we should not have. In the distance, bells tolled. It was noon. The cardinal did not look up to the sky. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. To the north, Marcus had already raised his banner, restore the Pope's authority, purge the Cardinal Council. His army was a mix of Northern Territory cavalry, border rebels, church-state deserters, and peasants crushed by heavy taxes. They did not plunder churches or kill priests. They only looted granaries, burned tax offices, and killed tax collectors. Wherever they went, they opened the granaries and distributed grain, saying, the cardinals have stolen your taxes, the Northern Duchy is here to seek justice for you. The peasants believed them, not because they trusted the Northern Territory, but because they were starving. Marcus's ranks swelled from 3,000 to 5,000, then from 5,000 to 8,000. The cardinal dispatched 2,000 Inquisition troops to suppress the rebellion, but they were intercepted by Northern Territory cavalry midway. Half were killed in the battle, and the survivors retreated. Peasant revolts flared up one after another in the south. The Inquisition could not manage them all, and the local militias were unreliable. Some towns simply closed their gates, refusing to pay taxes, or open their walls. They were waiting to see who would win. If the Northern Territory won, they would pay taxes to the Northern Territory. If the Church State won, they would figure something out. Either way they paid taxes, it made no difference to whom. The Cardinal stood before the map, gazing at the areas marked in red. To the north was the Northern Territory, to the south the rioters, to the east the forest. The Church State was like a piece of cloth torn in every direction. The chief investigator stood behind him. Your Eminence, should we negotiate with the Northern Territory? Negotiate what? Cede land. Ceasefire. The Cardinal turned to face him. If we cede land, will they stop fighting? The chief investigator said nothing. The Northern Territory will not stop. They want not land, but the Church State itself. The Cardinal's voice was flat. They are different from those things in the forest. The forest creatures only want to survive. The Northern Territory wants us dead. He walked back to the table and sat down. Go. Transfer everything we can to the Northern Front. Leave the Southern rioters for now. Leave them. Leave them. When they have looted enough, they will disperse. The Cardinal paused. Those that don't disperse we'll deal with later. The chief investigator looked at him as if wanting to say something, but held back. He turned and left. The Cardinal was alone in the chamber. The candle flame flickered. In the distance bells tolled. It was evening prayer. He did not move. Lung Yuanwang returned at midnight. He emerged from the eastern forest, drenched in dew, ran to the city wall, and crouched before Lin Ye. Leader, I've scouted out Stonebridge Fortress. Lin Ye watched him. 300 northern border soldiers, no cavalry. The main force is all on the western front fighting the Church Kingdom. They only left a garrison here. The wall is half built, the gate is new, but the fortifications aren't complete. What about the crossbow engines? There are 2 placed at the city gate. The garrison commander is an old knight over 60, has seen battle, but his men are useless. Too many raw recruits, few veterans, low morale. Lin Ye nodded. We strike tomorrow night. The next evening 600 cavalry assembled in the forest. Not the usual chaotic gathering, but silence. 600 men sat upon unicorns, their iron armor wrapped in cloth to avoid reflection. Handguns were loaded, thunder grenades hung at their waists, curved blades sheathed at their saddles. No one spoke. Even the deer made no sound. Yubo had brought 50 riders from the Elven tribe positioned at the rear of the column, responsible for outer perimeter vigilance, keeping northern border scouts at bay. Lin Ye rode White Star Yuhong's unicorn. Yuhong had given his unicorn to Lin Ye and mounted a younger one instead. Lin Ye did not refuse. He rode to the front of the column, surveying the 600 iron-gray silhouettes. Stonebridge Fortress. 300 men. 2 crossbow engines. 1 knight. No one spoke. After this is done, we go back and eat meat. He turned his unicorn's head and headed east. 600 men followed behind, their hooves crunching on fallen leaves, rustling like rain. They traveled through the entire night. Near dawn, Lung Yuanwang scouted back from ahead. Leader, we've arrived. The fortress gate is closed, 8 sentries on the wall. Lin Ye looked up at the sky. The east had begun to brighten, but the moon had not yet set. This was the darkest hour. Yen Shan rode over. 200 men in the vanguard charged from the front. Don't stop, hit the gate directly. Thunder grenades clear the way. Yen Shan nodded. Lung Yuanwang, 200 on the left flank, circle around. Blow open the unfinished section of the wall. Lung Yuanwang nodded. Yubo, 200 on the right flank, circle around. After it blows, go in and sweep. Yubo nodded. Lin Ye rode in the center of the formation. The vanguard moved, 200 men bursting from the forest, their hooves thundering like muffled drums. The northern border sentries heard the sound, looked up. A wall of iron-gray shadows charging out of the morning mist, growing larger, growing faster. Enum. The word never finished. The thunder grenade detonated. Boom. The city gates splintered, wooden debris flying. The vanguard, 200 surged through, handguns firing in unison. Garrison soldiers, who had just tumbled out of their barracks, cut down at the entrance. Yen Shan rode at the very front, his curved blade sweeping down a soldier manning the crossbow engine. Another soldier tried to light the fuse, but was shot through the chest by the cavalry behind. On the left, Lung Yuanwang led his men in blowing open the unfinished section of wall. Rubble flew outward, crashing into houses behind. 200 men flooded through the breach, cutting down everyone they met. The northern border garrison hadn't finished putting on their armor. Some bare-chested, some barefoot, some still asleep. They didn't know who the enemy was, where they came from, or how many there were. On the right, Yubo led his men through another breach. The elven riders rarely used handguns if they used bows. Within 50 paces, every arrow found its mark. The northern border soldiers who dodged the cavalry on the left ran straight into the rain of arrows on the right. There was nowhere to run. The battle lasted less than half an hour. Lung Yuanwang ran out of the fortress, crouched before Lin Ye. Leader, it's clear. 300 men, not one escaped. And our casualties? A few wounded, none killed. Lin Ye nodded. He dismounted and walked into the fortress. The ground was littered with northern border soldiers' corpses. Some killed by thunder grenades missing arms and legs, some shot through the chest by handguns, some decapitated by curved blades, necks half severed. Lin Ye said nothing. He walked to the center of the fortress and stood beside the well. The well was new. When Stonebridge Fortress was burned last time, the well had been filled in. The northern border garrison had dug a new one. Lung Yuanwang. Here. Fill in this well. Reinforce the wall. Replace the gate with our own. Lung Yuanwang hesitated. Leader, we're going to hold it. Hold it. 600 men will be enough. The northern border's main force is fighting the Church Kingdom on the western front. They can't return for a while. By the time they return, Stonebridge Fortress will no longer be the Stonebridge Fortress it once was. Lin Ye stood on the half-collapsed section of wall gazing north. That was the direction of the northern border, gray and hazy, nothing clear to see. But he knew the northern border's Grand Army was currently seizing territory from the Church Kingdom elsewhere and couldn't spare attention for this place yet. Lung Yuanwang. Here. Send someone back to report. Tell Kalin to bring another 300 men with food, gunpowder, and building materials. Tell Jing Tai to send all the remaining handguns over. Tell Su Chenggai to bring men to build the road. The road from Stonebridge Fortress to Lin City must be passable for ox carts within 3 days. Lung Yuanwang nodded and left. Over the next 3 days, Stonebridge Fortress transformed. The wall was reinforced, now even thicker than before. The gate was replaced with a new one wrapped in iron and reinforced with crossbars inside. Lung Yuanwang buried a ring of landmines outside the fortress with wires running back behind the wall. Yubo patrolled the forest's edge with the elven riders, keeping northern border scouts at distance. Ox carts from Lin City arrived one after another, bringing food, gunpowder, building materials, handguns, and thunder grenades. Su Chenggai led men to repair the road, turning the path from Lin City to Stonebridge Fortress from dirt to gravel, allowing ox carts to make the journey in half a day. Lin came personally. He stood on the city wall watching the goblins reinforcing the fortifications, the elves patrolling the forest on their unicorns, and the mountains of gunpowder crates stacked high. Leader, can we really hold this place? Lin Ye looked at him. The northern border has been fighting on the western front for almost a month now. The Church Kingdom may be decrepit, but it's not made of paper. He paused. The northern border wants to swallow the Church Kingdom. It won't take less than a year or so. By the time they turn their attention here, Stonebridge Fortress will no longer be what it once was. Lin nodded. He asked nothing more. On the 4th day, Lung Yuanwang returned from the north, bringing a prisoner. Not a northern border soldier, but an escaped farmer. He had fled from the northern border frontier, covered in mud, his feet blistered. When Lung Yuanwang caught him at the forest's edge, he thought it was a ghost, and knelt on the ground kowtowing. Lin Ye crouched down and looked at him. What's the situation on the northern border side? The man trembled as he spoke. War. War. The Duke has sent all the soldiers west. No one's left at home. Grain was seized, people were conscripted. I ran away. Does the northern border know about Stonebridge Fortress? The man shook his head. No. Nobody cares about this area. Everyone's gone west. Lin Ye stood up and looked north. Gray and hazy, nothing clear to see. Lung Yuanwang. Here. Push the scouts 50 li north. The moment the northern border moves, report immediately. Lung Yuanwang nodded and left. On the flagpole of Stonebridge Fortress, the banner of the Unity Clan was raised. Not like before, when any scrap of cloth was torn and used as a flag. This was newly made by Lin's orders. Deep brown cloth embroidered with the symbol of the Unifiers, a circle with a vertical line through the center. Yu Hong had embroidered it, taking several days to complete in Lin City. The banner fluttered in the wind day and night, night and day. Lung Yuanwang stood beneath the flagpole, looking up at the banner for a long while. He remembered the last time a Unity Clan banner flew over Stonebridge Fortress. It was when Rinshiba was here. Back then there was no banner, just a scrap of torn cloth. Now they had one. He lowered his head and returned to work. On the 3rd day after recapturing Stonebridge, Fort Lung Yuanwang brought back intelligence. The northern frontier's main force of 50,000 was fully engaged in the western front against the Theocratic Kingdom. The royal capital Froststone City had only 2,000 defenders, all of them elderly or weak. The Grand Duke was in the city along with the nobles and the granaries. Lung Yuanwang crouched on the ground, tracing a route with his finger. Chief from Stonebridge Fort heading north, take this old path bypassing Eagle Rock Fort and White Poplar Fort. The garrisons of these forts had all been drawn to the western front, leaving fewer than 100 men in each, mere gatekeepers. We won't touch them, just pass straight through. Lin Ye crouched down, studying the lines on the ground. How far? 300 li. With cavalry riding fast, we can make it in a day and a half. Supplies. Lung Yuanwang looked up at him. There are villages along the way. The northerners grow their own grain and raise their own livestock. Lin Ye said nothing. He remembered the past. How he used to think about sparing civilians, not looting or killing, seeking peace through letters. He no longer thought that way. The bones of those at Stonebridge Fort had not yet rotted. The image of Rinshiba lying at the street corner, the old blacksmith gripping his hammer, the goblin nurse shielding the young. He could not forget. Issue the order. 600 men set out at dawn tomorrow. Each carries 3 days' rations and will replenish along the way. Lung Yuanwang stood up. Chief, where do we strike? Lin Ye looked north. Froststone City. Lung Yuanwang froze for a moment, then turned and ran. 600 cavalrymen set out at midnight. No torches, no horns. The unicorn's hooves were wrapped in cloth, treading almost soundlessly on the gravel road. Lin Ye rode on White Star positioned in the middle of the column. Yubai led 50 elven riders at the vanguard tasked with eliminating northern scouts along the route. Lung Yuanwang led the reconnaissance group ahead, reporting back every hour. At dawn they passed Eagle Rock Fort. The gate was closed, the sentry on the wall was dozing off and did not see them. Lung Yuanwang said Eagle Rock Fort had fewer than 80 defenders, all old men and half-grown boys. Lin Ye said to ignore them and keep moving. At noon, they passed a village. A few farmers were drying grain at the entrance when they saw a tide of iron-gray cavalry bursting from the forest. They collapsed in terror. Lung Yuanwang rode over, crouched down, and looked at them. Where is the granary? The farmer pointed behind the village. Lung Yuanwang waved his hand. Dozens of cavalrymen rushed in, hauling grain, leading oxen, driving sheep. All done in a quarter of an hour. Lin Ye rode to the village entrance, watching the farmers, shivering in the corner. In the past he would have said, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Now he said nothing, turned his deer mount, and left. Each cavalryman was given 2 pieces of dry rations, a handful of fried flour, and pockets stuffed with beef jerky. The deer were fed and watered. The column did not stop, continuing northward. At dusk they encountered the first northern patrol. 20 cavalrymen just returning from the western front with dispatches. Seeing a tide of iron-gray cavalry charging from the south, they assumed it was their own force. By the time they recognized the antlers, the hand cannons, and the green skin beneath the iron armor, it was too late. The vanguard of 200 charged head-on. A single volley from the hand cannons sent all 20 tumbling from their horses. Lung Yuanwang rode over, rifled through the corpses, and found a military report. It read, "Great victory on the western front. 3 cities of the theocratic kingdom have surrendered. The army will return shortly." Lin Ye took the report, glanced at it, and said, "Move." At midnight, Lung Yuanwang crept back from the front. "Chief, we've arrived." Ahead lay Froststone City. Lin Ye looked up. In the distance, a dark mass of walls, torches flickering atop them, guards at the gate. The city was ablaze with lights, and the sound of singing drifted out, the northerners celebrating their victory on the western front. They did not know that death had already reached their doorstep. Lin Ye sat on White Star, gazing at the city. Rinshiba had never come here. The old blacksmith had never come here. Gobu, who had never come here. None of those who died at Stonebridge Fort had ever reached this place. But he had. Rock Mountain lead the vanguard of 200 below the city gate. Lung Yuanwang take the flank of 200 below the city wall. Yubai take the other flank of 200, enter through the breach. Granaries, military camp, noble district. Burn. The 3 nodded. Do not touch the civilian quarters. Let them flee. Let them run out and spread word for us. Lin Ye rode in the middle of the column. The vanguard moved. 200 men surged out of the darkness. The unicorns ran, their hooves pounding the earth like muffled thunder. The guard at the city gate heard the noise and looked up. A tide of iron-gray shadows emerged from the night, growing larger faster. He opened his mouth to shout, but the thunderous explosive had already landed at his feet. Boom! The city gate was blasted apart, not cracked but shattered. With splinters, iron fragments, the crossbar, all flew into the air. The vanguard of 200 did not pause for an instant. They charged straight through the shattered gate. The defenders inside the city had just stumbled out of the barracks, some bare-chested, some barefoot, some without even their swords. A volley of hand cannons. 1 round, a row fell. A second round, another row. A third round, no one was left standing. On the left, Lung Yuanwang and his men breached the city wall. Rubble flew, crushing nearby houses. 200 men poured through the gap, heading straight for the granaries. On the right, Yubai and her force entered through another breach, heading for the military camp. The elven riders rarely used hand cannons, they wielded bows. Within 50 paces, every arrow found its mark. The northern defenders, having just evaded the cavalry on the left, ran straight into the rain of arrows on the right, with no place to flee. Fire erupted. The granaries burned, the military camp burned, the noble district burned. Flames soared to the sky, turning half the heavens red. People in the city woke from their sleep. Some ran out, some dived into cellars, some knelt on the ground weeping. The civilian quarters were not set ablaze. When civilians fled the city, no one stopped them. They ran out into the fields, into the forests, into the night. The battle lasted less than an hour. Lung Yuanwang ran out of the city and crouched before Lin Ye. "Chief, it's cleared. 2,000 defenders, not one escaped. The granaries are burned, the camp is burned, the noble district is burned. The Grand Duke is not in the city, he's at the front." Lin Ye looked at him. "The civilians?" "They've all fled." Lin Ye nodded. He sat on White Star, gazing at the burning city. Froststone City, the capital of the northern frontier. The Grand Duke's lair. Now it was burning. The firelight reflected on his face, illuminating his green skin. He did not smile. He simply watched. Move. 600 cavalrymen burst out of the sea of flames and plunged into the northern woods. Behind them, Froststone City continued to burn. The great fire raged all night, visible for dozens of li. Northerners came from all directions to help extinguish the flames, but by the time they arrived, most of the city had already burned. The granaries were gone, the camp was gone, the noble district was gone. The Grand Duke's palace still stood, but its windows were shattered, its walls blackened, and the stone steps at the entrance were covered in ash. The civilian quarters were untouched, but the civilians dared not return home. They crouched outside the city, staring at the half-burned ruins, at the bodies being carried out from the flames, at the nobles sifting through the ashes. No one spoke. The 600 cavalrymen rode northward, making a wide detour. They did not retrace their route, did not enter villages, did not engage patrols. Lung Yuanwang led the way, guiding them through forests and mountain paths. The deer hooves rustled on the fallen leaves like the sound of rain. After 2 days of travel, they circled back to the north of Stonebridge Fort. Another day's ride brought them back to Forest City. On the evening of the 7th day, they arrived. Colin stood at the city gate, watching the cavalrymen dismount from their deer. Some bore blood on their bodies, some had not yet cleaned their blades, some still carried hand cannons at their saddles. They said nothing, simply walked into the city, took their rations, drank water, and lay down. Colin approached Lin Ye. Chief, where did you strike? Froststone City. Colin froze. Froststone City, the northern capital, burned. Colin opened his mouth, but no words came. He stood there watching Lin Ye walk into the city, watching the banner of the Unifiers flutter on the city wall. The wind blew, and the symbol of the Unifier on the flag glinted in the moonlight. The news reached the northern front on the 4th day.